The man, in order to repay a debt of gratitude, actually suppressed the ancient demon for 10 years with the body of a mortal. During those 10 years, numerous disciples had undergone trials here, on the brink of death, but every time you would spare no effort to come to their rescue. However, as everything gradually settled down, the first arrogant disciple of the sect took advantage of the sect master's seclusion, colluding with other disciples to slander you as a shameless villain who occupied the sacred place of cultivation, even attempting to forcibly expel you from the sect. Seeing all this, you, who are accustomed to the warmth and coldness of human relationships, did not want to explain too much. Suppressing the displeasure in your heart, you took out a sound transmission stone. This was also the agreement between yourself and the sect master, that in the face of difficult situations, you could forcibly summon him out of seclusion. However, at that moment, a dark figure suddenly tore through the space, instantly shattering the sound transmission stone in your hand. In the next moment, the sect master's daughter, Ling Huang, held a divine whip in her hand and coldly said, "Although I don't know by what means you have bewitched my father, making him value you so much, now that I have taken over the affairs of the sect, I will not give you another chance to sow discord." Furious but smiling, you didn't bother to explain at all, but asked coldly, "What do you want?" Ling Huang tightly closed her eyes, her hand holding the whip trembling uncontrollably, and in her mind, she recalled her father's words, "Huanger, after you take over as the acting sect master, you should go to the back mountain more often and get closer to Qinshi. If you can establish a relationship, only then can I rest assured to hand over the sect to you." Taking a deep breath, Ling Huang's eyes were as sharp as swords as she said, "Spread my order as the sect master. Announce to the entire sect, the disciple Qinshi of the back mountain has behaved improperly, occupying the sacred place of cultivation, stealing the sect master's treasures, using sweet words and seduction to deceive people's hearts. From this day on, he is to be expelled from the sect and never set foot in Ling Tian's sect again." Upon hearing this, a sense of desolation surged in your heart. 10 years ago, I was ostracized from the Qin family, and it was Ling Wuji who invited me to join the sect and treated me sincerely. I, Qinshi, am not an ungrateful person. Over these 10 years, I have helped Ling Tian's sect suppress great dangers and protect its disciples' growth. Yet now, I am faced with being expelled from the sect. At this point, you raised your head and revealed a sly smile. "Ling Huang, do you know that without my constant vigilance in the back mountain area, the ancient demon there would cause chaos, bringing disaster to the sect's disciples? Furthermore, there is an ancient demon lurking within Ling Tian's sect. Without my presence to suppress it, it will surely emerge and overthrow the sect." The vermilion phoenix chuckled lightly, raised her chin slightly, with a proud expression, not saying a word. Only the playful eyes seemed to be watching a clown. Unmoved by your words, she continued, "Indeed, the great demon lurks. This is the highest secret of the Ling Tian sect. Even the elders are unaware. After all, if it spreads, it will surely cause panic among the sect members, scattering like birds and beasts." Vermilion Phoenix, do you know that if I leave the Ling Tian sect today, it means severing ties with your father? In the future, when the sect is in great danger, I will not come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Ling Huang impatiently waved her hand. "If it weren't for your relationship with my father, based on your actions, you wouldn't be able to leave Ling Tian sect today. As for the great danger that Ling Tian sect will face in the future, are you qualified?" With that, she turned and left. At this moment, large raindrops poured down, hitting your face and bringing a piercing coldness. Seeing this scene, the disciples glanced at each other, a hint of successful conspiracy crossing their faces. You didn't say much, just smiled and nodded, then turned and walked away quickly. Meanwhile, Su Huai, who had been smiling and looking pleased, suddenly turned dark-faced. Damn, why isn't he angry? He should be furious. Why is he so carefree? As for being angry, you never thought about it. After all, they were just a group of dying people. Whether it was a great demon appearing or Ling Wujie coming out, their fate would only be a dead end. How could the master of a sect be a kind-hearted person? Moreover, in their eyes, the place of cultivation was a place of disaster for the sect. Even the sect master Ling Wujie was rarely seen. At this moment, you strode down the mountain, moving like lightning, breaking through the rain curtain as you passed, splashing to both sides. Senior Qin, a disciple rushed over, calling out loudly. Another disciple tried to stop and said, "The emperor's mind changes like the weather. Don't act impulsively and ruin your future in the sect." But Senior Qin once saved us in a moment of danger. His voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease. That was Senior Qin's own initiative to save us. We didn't ask him to. He meddled in our affairs. Can we be blamed for being ungrateful? Your pace steady. You still ignored it. Is this the sect that I have been wholeheartedly protecting? It's truly ridiculous. Your steps resolute, without a trace of nostalgia. You stepped out of the mountain gate and merged into the vast world. A moment later, you stopped in front of a forest. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged from all sides like ghosts, their hands gleaming with cold light, directly attacking you. Low-level tricks. Boring. You shook your head and muttered softly, slowly raising your finger, with sword energy swirling on the tip, as if it had the power of stars entwined. In the next instant, the sword energy at your fingertips cut through the night sky like a river of stars, causing the wind and rain to stagnate. The dark figures were instantly pierced by the sword energy, blood splattering, and their bodies fell heavily. Senior Qin's strength is still so terrifying. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the forest. It was Su Huai. Your expression was calm as you asked with doubt in your heart, I have never understood. When you saved me from bullying and suicide, why did you still want to frame me? Su Huai's eyes flashed with madness and resentment, his voice trembling. You saved me, but you also saw my most shameful and weakest side. As long as you are in the sect, the past humiliations will torment me, making me wish for death. You sighed softly and said, so that's how it is. Do you know? That light and casual remark of yours back then made my disciples who were bullied kneel and bow to me overnight, and made the elders who used to look down on me show me utmost care. Can you imagine how much shock this brought me? But why? Why is it that you are so high and mighty upon joining the sect, while I am as lowly as an ant? Su Huai's eyes were bloodshot, hysterically shouting, and you, with a piercing gaze, stared at Su Huai. So, do you think this ambush can kill me? At this moment, Su Huai stepped back, shouting loudly, the evildoer who ambushed my sect's disciples is here. Elders, come quickly and kill him. You frowned, realizing, setting up a trap with the authority of the junior disciples, trying to provoke the elders to kill me. Su Huai, I underestimated you. As soon as the words fell, a powerful fluctuation of breath came from the distance, stirring the wind and clouds in the forest. What kind of Xiao dare to create killings in front of my Ling Tian sect? Seek death. The sound was like a loud bell, accompanied by rolling thunder, which shook the entire mountain forest. A figure as if it was a tower of iron sped in, exuding a furious aura around it. He was the Knight Elder of the Ling Tian sect who guarded the mountain, and he was short-tempered and ferocious. Upon receiving Su Huai's voice transmission request for help, Elderly exploded on the spot, and the hall of Ling Tian sect, to be intercepted on your doorstep? Who is it? How dare you? Especially when he saw the gruesome dead Ling Tian sect disciples from afar. This made his eyes red. Elder Knight swore that whoever it was, he would definitely make them pay the price in blood. The screen is turned around. In the main hall of the Ling Tian sect, a group of elders surrounded Ling Huang. I'll say it again. The decision to expel Qin Shi from the clan is impossible for me to take back, Ling Huang said with an undeniable voice. Oh Patriarch, you simply don't understand Qin Shi's contribution and importance to the sect, the law enforcement elder said painfully. Let's just say that the fierceness trial, with Qin Shi present, avoided how many casualties? Humph. Joke. Ling Huang snorted coldly and disdainfully. And, the fierceness trial is a whetstone for the disciples of our clan. And the lack of casualties only means that the disciples of our clan are strong and the clan's protection measures are tight. The law enforcement elder wanted to say something else. However, he saw Ling Huang fling his sleeves and said sternly, Law enforcement elder, you're attributing my sect's heritage to Qin Shi. This kind of statement of yours is simply ridiculous. It disappoints me too much. Qin Shi is in charge of the spirit medicine nursery at the back of the mountain, dispensing spirit medicines and healing the disciples of the sect. His importance is indispensable. An elder stepped forward and argued, oh, just tending the spirit medicine beds, dispensing spirit medicine. These are nothing more than a few more herb books. I have handed this matter over to Chen Lin to handle. Female disciples are already meticulous. It is more appropriate to hand it over to her. Ling Huang said with a cold smile. Old Patriarch once said that this person, Qin Shi, is a pride of our clan. His future cultivation is unlimited, the transmission elder said after hesitation. Oh, Ling Huang lightly laughed and sneered. A person who only knows how to hijack the cultivation treasures in the back of the mountain. How dare you call it heaven's pride? I'm afraid it's only a deception. I have arranged for the best of the disciples to go forward to the back of the mountain to cultivate, and I believe that soon, you'll be able to see the first batch of heaven's pride disciples of our clan. But, the elders were still trying to persuade. Enough! A hint of impatience appeared on Ling Huang's face as he waved his hand. There's no need to rely on others. The Ling Tian sect has me. It will surely have endless splendor in the future. The words fell. Ling Huang's breath changed abruptly, and there was actually a bright and glittering light spewing out around his body. It seemed to be tearing apart this great hall. Flesh becomes spirit. Sovereign, you have actually stepped into the spirit transformation realm. Some elders' voices trembled, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The whole person was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Heavens! Many of the sect's elders are still lingering in the spirit transformation realm. How old is Patriarch Ling Huang? This is simply a demonic talent. The Ling Tian sect's #1 person in terms of cultivation speed throughout the ages now. The law enforcement elder's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. I'm afraid that the old patriarch's cultivation at this age is far inferior. Ha ha, my Ling Tian sect has produced a dragon. Inside the great hall, the elders looked at each other, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. What does Qin Shi count? The geniuses in your mouths are just the threshold to see me. Ling Huang gently raised that swan-like, haughty neck, eyes filled with powerful confidence and disdain. If he doesn't cultivate, he will see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If he cultivates, he will see me like an ant looking at the sky. You should know that the beginning of cultivation is divided into 9 realms: physical body, cave, spirit transformation, nirvana, soul, Vientian, kings, honored ones, gods. At this age, she had already reached the 3rd realm of cultivation, the spirit transformation realm, and she had enough to be proud of. On the other side, elderly, Su Huai pointed at Qin Shi and drank in grief. Qin Shi was expelled from the sect and he was so indignant that he lost his heart and intercepted us. So please ask elderly to kill this Fong and avenge the deaths of my masters and brothers. After speaking, he also raised his eyes and glanced at Qin Shi. A wave of pleasure came over him. Qin Shi, don't blame me, Su Huai thought silently in his heart. Originally I wanted to keep you alive, but why? Why is it that you are falsely accused, betrayed, and full of grievances, but still managed to be this cloudy? Why? A hint of ruthlessness and insanity appeared on Su Huai's face. He knew better than anyone the betrayal and aggravation Qin Shi had suffered, but why was he still so comfortable with it? No way. He, Su Huai, absolutely couldn't accept Qin Shi's spontaneity. Qin Shi must die. However, Elder Knight, who arrived in a frenzy, didn't even take a second look at this. Sprinting past the 2 men, he shouted, "Arrogant man! Where to escape? What's going on?" Su Huai had a moment of confusion. "You're blind. You can't see such a big murderer?" "Elder Knight, here, Qin Shi is here," Su Huai desperately shouted. But Elder Knight was as deaf as if he was deaf, not even caring, and in the blink of an eye, he ran out of sight. Su Huai's entire body froze, his brain went blank, and it took a while before he came back to his senses. Pointing at Qin Shi, his voice changed tone. What the hell is going on here? I found out very clearly that Elder Knight had targeted you, and there's no way he'll let you off the hook in this matter." "He did target me," Qin Shi said with a calm, careless face, "but after I beat him up one time, he was completely honest." End of speech. Qin Shi's breath was in full bloom, and the light around his body was as bright as the blazing sun. It was like an eternal divine furnace burning here. The rain steamed and a great deal of vapor filled the area, completely burying the entire mountain. Shasta! Su Huai's pupils couldn't help but contract and his lips trembled. Chills ran through his body. Mana burning. You have reached the 4th realm of cultivation. Nirvana. Chapter 4, Purple Gold Creation Order. Nirvana. How could you reach the Nirvana realm? It's impossible, Su Huai muttered. This completely reversed his perception. Not even the thought of running away dared to rise. Brush. Su Huai's body was covered in cold sword aura, and countless sword chi spat out its sharpness. It made every inch of it feel the threat of death. This caused Su Huai's face to turn as white as paper, and his panic went straight to the sky. Once he was in darkness and chose suicide, and now he is. With Qin Shi's words in the past, he ascended to the first place of disciples. He has seen the light. How can he not fear the darkness? Senior brother Qin, you once saved me from the brink of life and death. So gentle as jade. You won't kill me, right? Su Huai's body trembled uncontrollably, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from his forehead. But after meeting Qin Shi's icy cold eyes, all illusions vanished. Plop. Su Huai frantically knelt down and kowtowed, hoarsely begging for mercy. Senior brother Qin, I have inadvertently learned of a piece of heavy treasure that most likely fell out of the river of void, and I am willing to take this coordinate in exchange for my life. Oh, Qin Shi's eyes finally had a slight change. The river of nothingness is also called the river of time, the river of history. Some heavenly beings for one reason or another will put heavy treasures, legacies, and the secret world, etc., is hidden in it, and in the long years to come they will choose to come out on their own in the right place at the right time. In other words, anything that could be involved with the river of nothingness was an unimaginable divine object. Anything that involves the river of nothingness, even if it's a catch-22, it will also definitely cause the entire eastern wasteland, and even the entire endless great wasteland, to shake. If you had this information, the Ling Tian sect would have fearfully come out of the woodwork long ago, Qin Shi said skeptically. It's true, Su Huai said hurriedly, I'm the head of the message hall, and I'm the one who intercepted the message that it was not reported to the clan. Seemingly afraid that Qinshi would not believe it, Su Huai hurriedly made a heavenly Dao oath, stating that everything was true. People who cultivate have the utmost regard for heavenly vows, and if they don't abide by them, their minds will be damaged if they don't. The heaviest case is to suffer the wrath of heaven and the destruction of the soul. Name the coordinates and I won't kill you this time. Qinshi's expression was cold, but the second time we meet, I will kill you. Su Huai's lips moved slightly, still wanting to say something. You have no room to bargain. Qinshi sneered and drank. North of Qinglan City, reflecting Heart Lake, Su Huai spat out a few words. Qinshi raised his eyebrows. This place, it was rather coincidental. Looking at Qinshi who was in deep thought, Su Huai clenched his teeth, avoided the sword chi and stumbled away. Qinshi, why don't you tell me about your realm? If you tell me, I will honor you like a god. And how could I do this to you? It's you. Everything is your fault. Su Huai dragged his deflated body and desperately ran towards the sect gate. As he ran, he muttered to himself with spiteful eyes. The majestic mountain gate has come into view. Su Huai's lifted heart finally had a little put down. So what if you took the coordinates? I'll spread the news and I'll let you die. When you die, I will even slaughter your family. By the way, I heard that you also have an extremely close sister called something like my Ei Hitomi. I'll make her life worse than death too. Su Huai's body was filled with tyranny. Just the next instant, that sense of tyranny dissipated, and was replaced by an icy coldness that penetrated deep into the marrow of his bones. Even the crazy eyes became incredibly clear. Only a devil-like figure stood lazily in place at the mountain gate. When he saw Su Huai, the corners of his mouth rose up. Teasingly, Su Huai, this is our second time we've met. A round head fell in front of the mountain gate and scared Elder Knight, who was observing from the shadows, to the core. Qinshi left, moving to Qinglan City, which was also the location of his family, inside the Ling Tian sect. Since all the elders are fine with it, let's begin. Ling Huang flipped his hand, and a jade disc that emitted mysterious ghostly light and was ancient and solemn floated in the air. This is the clan's legacy ultimatum. The names of some extremely important elders and disciples would be inscribed in, representing their inextricable relationship with the Ling Tian sect. The elders looked at each other, and although they felt sorry in their hearts, they hesitated only slightly after. Then he struck an aura into it. As most of the elders' auras went in, a name named Qinshi dissipated. There are some regrets, but, Elder Transmitter sighed and muttered to himself, but it's just a Qinshi. When the elders heard this, they also nodded their heads. Yeah, it's just a Qinshi. How could he be compared to Ling Huang of the spirit transformation realm? That was a peerless demon who had cultivated to the third realm at a young age. Can he Qinshi? At the same moment, hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other, that seemed like the remains of an immortal palace. The aura misted and curled up. The palace of mottled ages stretched on, and at its deepest point, a supreme figure opened his eyes and, in an instant, endless pressure spread out. What the hell? The sound of ancient vicissitudes sounded. Dear Dean, just now the Tiangue Academy submitted a stargazing report. As he was speaking, a white-haired old man handed the report up. Ling Tian sect? A sect destined for endless splendor in the future had its chi obliterated in the blink of an eye. The stars of destiny are reversed and destined to suffer a great and terrible calamity. Dean looked at the report and spoke slowly. The moment the natal star was reversed, we had already mobilized our forces to check it out. The white-haired old man continued. Based on the information obtained, it was deduced that it was caused by the expulsion of a young man named Qinshi from the sect. Only one person's destiny and fortune can level the horrible catastrophe of a clan, and can revitalize the supreme splendor of a clan. That's really rare. Dean was deep in thought. This kind of luck against the weather is rare. I think it's enough for the Academy to issue an order of creation, the white-haired old man said. Dean nodded. Go on. On this day, a mysterious purple-golden haze rose to the sky within the Academy of Creation, and wherever it went, the purple gas fills the air, and 1,000 rays of color. It then transformed into a divine rainbow that ran through heaven and earth, hiding in the void and disappearing. This is the highest level of the creation order of the Creation Academy. Anyone who holds it, you can directly enter my Creation Academy. Some disciples of the Creation Academy were chasing on cranes, screaming in horror. Order of Creation. My goodness, in these 10,000 years, the Eastern Wasteland demons are like crushing carp crossing the river. There are only a few people who can obtain the Order of Creation. What kind of invincible young figure should this be showing up in the world? I'm afraid that my Eastern Wasteland pattern is going to change because of this. The Creation Academy directly exploded within the Academy, and countless people fell into a deep state of shock. The Order of Creation cut through the void and shook the entire Eastern Wasteland. Damn it, I, the third highness of the great Yen ancient kingdom, can only enter the Academy of Creation through the trial. What gives him the right? Inside a magnificent ancient city, a royal prince let out a disgruntled voice. I'm an inheritor of a supreme great sect, and I can only get the lowest invitation order. What are you? A trashy prince. There were also sounds of rebuke resounding from within the ancient great religion, apparently also in an unhappy mood. Interesting. I'd like to see who you are and what makes you get the supreme invitation order. In the 100,000 mountains, a terrifying being descended like a demon god, his body as huge as a mountain. The surrounding aura was swallowed up as much as it could between one and the other. The lowly invitation order underneath him had long been trampled into pieces. The top of the mountain behind the Ling Tian sect, Ling Huang stood with his arms folded, looking extremely far away. Behind them, the clan's prideful people, led by junior brother, were sitting on their knees in the same spot. Meditation. Ling Huang's expression was filled with pride, and he couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being an excellent place for cultivation. In just half a day, these heavenly prides of my clan are vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. Father, when you leave the gate, I will definitely give you a great surprise. Her tone was firm. At the same time, I will also prove to you that your choice of Qinshi was a mistake after all. The proud look on Ling Huang's face grew stronger. However, deep underground, an ethereal and treacherous voice sounded eerily. The chaotic aura that was suppressing my body is gone. Man, it's always this heart in the right place. Qinshi, you wait for me. When I break through this seal and come out of the world, I'm going to show you what really big boobs are. Speaking here, the voice paused, chilling. As for this Ling Tian sect, it can cease to exist. Chapter 5 Space Nodes. A day later, Qinshi arrived at Qinglan City. This was a small border town, within the jurisdiction of the Ling Tian sect. However, this kind of small city has neither spirit stone veins nor a large cultivation clan. It was not valued by the Ling Tian sect at all. Oftentimes, the real administrator was instead the Qinglan city lord of this place. The Qin family in the city was the very family in which Qinshi was from. But as for the family, Qinshi had no sense of belonging within himself. The original was fostered in her great-uncle's home as a child, and in order for their son to monopolize the pitiful cultivation resources within the family, the eldest uncle's family squeezed Qinshi out. If it wasn't for my sister, my Qishi, who took care of me, I'm afraid I would have starved to death on the streets, much less wait for Qinshi, who has now crossed over. As for his own Qi parents, hell knows where they've gone. In Qinshi's opinion, their greatest contribution was picking up his sister, Dance Qi Xie, off the street. Since then, it has made Qinshi feel like family. In the small secluded courtyard not far from the Qin family, moonlight sprinkled down like water. A woman in her mid-20s stood quietly in front of an incense burner on one side of the table, dressed in rough clothes but it is hard to hide the fresh and beautiful temperament. I saw the woman standing quietly in front of an incense burner with a small idol on it, and a few wisps of fragrance curled up. She looked grave, her gaze full of concern and worry. Hands gently cupped the 3 incense burners and lit them over the candle flame. The faint light of the fire danced across her beautiful face. The woman whispered softly, "Blessed by the gods, I would give all my blessings in exchange for my brother Qinshi. In that faraway place, unharmed and in good fortune." She slowly inserted the incense into the censer, then folded her hands, closed her eyes, and, devotionally, he said, "I am willing to bear all the sufferings, only to exchange them for him to be free from sickness and calamities, and to have a smooth and peaceful life." The breeze gently blew her skirts, and the moonlight, her figure, praying for her brother, looked particularly moving. Outside the compound, Qinshi's nose was sore, his eyes reddened, and he could no longer bear to stop. Pushing open the courtyard door, there was a slight catch in his voice. "Sis, I'm home." The woman turned around at the sound of the voice, and the moment she saw Qinshi, surprise blossomed in her eyes like brilliant fireworks. Tears momentarily blurred his vision. However, a sharp woof-woof barking sound breaks the cozy picture. Out of nowhere, a yellow hyena came out and, shouting frantically at Qinshi, the uninvited guest. Qinshi's eyes glared and his aura drew up a little. This made the hyena's limbs go limp, and he was so frightened that he nearly collapsed to the ground. But even so, still with fierce eyes, he firmly stood in front of my Qi Hitomi. "Not bad," Qinshi praised. "A good dog, when rewarded." Big Yellow, this is my brother, a member of my own family. Maichi Hitomi rubbed Big Yellow's head and, explaining to Qinshi, he said, "Last winter I saw that it was pitifully hungry, so I picked it up and raised it myself, and Rhubarb is very protective of me." This night, the siblings talked for a long time until the sunrise. "How long are you going to stay this time back?" Mayazumi brought the finished breakfast to the table. A bowl of steaming hot millet porridge, a plate of light and refreshing vegetarian stir-fry, and 2 fat white buns. Simple, plain, but it whetted Qinshi's appetite. It had been a long time since he had eaten his sister's handiwork. Me, Qinshu whimpered as he bit into a steamed bun. I came back this time and it won't be ready to go for a while. Hear this. A hint of panic flashed in my Chishi's eyes, but it was skillfully covered up. There was still a gentle smile on his face. Right, sis. Qinshu swallowed the food in his mouth. I want to take a walk to the reflective heart lake later. Oh, my Chi Hitomi nodded her head gently, her eyes fluttering as if she was a little distracted. Reflecting Heart Lake, located in a remote place north of Changlan City, surrounded by mountains, clouds and mist, the lake is crystal clear. A quiet and peaceful scene was presented. Qinshu came to the shores of the reflecting Heart Lake, closed his gaze, and released his powerful perception. Scrutinize everything around you. His mind was like invisible tentacles, spreading in all directions. A few moments later, Qinshu snapped his eyes open, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He detected a strange fluctuation in the depths of the lake. This is a space node, Qinshu said excitedly. Only, this space node was currently unstable, and it would take some time before it was completely shattered. But all the signs indicate that the heavy treasure Su Hui said is most likely true. And just within these few days, when the spatial nodes shattered, there might actually be heavy treasures falling out of the river of nothingness. In the meantime, in the small courtyard, Qinshu's eldest uncle, Qin Dao, walked in with a gloomy face. My Chi Hitomi, I'm warning you, you've been taken in by the Blood Prince. Don't ever think of anything small, and marry honestly, Qin Dao said sternly. My Chi Hitomi's face was pale and her body trembled slightly. Qin Dao continued, though all those women who came before you died unexpectedly, but what if you're the exception? Don't think of escaping by chance. That will implicate the entire Qin family, even the entire Changlan city. Speaking of which, Qin Dao was also filled with sorrow. That Blood Duke's brutality was known far and wide. Last year, there was a woman in Starland City who fled before she could get married. And the result? The Blood Prince was so enraged that he brutally murdered all those who were involved with the woman. That's thousands of people. The scene of blood flowing into the river was really like an inferno on earth. Accident? Dancing Chishi Poople's eyes were tightly closed, tears rustling and sliding down. The whole person was in deep pain. Did those women who died accidentally ever have a piece of good flesh on their bodies? Where's the accident? It's clearly being abused alive. But what could she do? My Chi Hitomi subconsciously touched the scissors hidden in her sleeve. Originally, she wanted to kill herself for relief, but now the hours are back. If she really did kill herself, the Blood Prince would surely take all his anger out on Hour. Thinking of this, my Chi she couldn't help but tremble and be filled with fear. Even though the Hour is also a practitioner. But it was heard that that Blood Duke was a terrifying existence that was high up and had reached the third realm of spirit transformation and cultivation. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of Changlan City had to be afraid of him and did not dare to mess with him easily. In this world of cultivation, the third realm transformation spirits were like gods on high, and the Blood Duke is that awe-inspiring presence. In the eyes of the cultivators it was still like this, let alone the mortals like them. No, my Chi Hitomi, you can't be so selfish. My Chi Hitomi secretly thought to herself, heart full of determination and helplessness, even for the sake of ours, you must marry. At the moment, the wind seemed to be even cooler, blowing her hair in disarray, but not breaking her firm resolve. Uncle, I will marry. My Chishi's tone was resolute, but the Hour is back, and if he knows that the definitely will fight for his life with the Blood Prince, nothing can happen to Hour. What? Qinshu has returned? Qin Dao was astonished, and after pondering for a moment, he said, 3 days later, I will organize an ancestor ceremony within the clan to celebrate my son's entry into the city lord's residence. You and Qinshu both come, and when the time comes, I'll get you a job in the clan. With the Qin family's current position, I believe that Hour will be grateful and stay willingly. Qin Dao gave the solution. My Chi Hitomi nodded her head in response. At this moment, she only wished to protect Qinshu, even if she had to pay a great price. Chapter 6, The Feral Nest Riot. Since returning to Changlan City, Qinshu had completely relaxed physically and mentally, for 3 days in a row. In addition to daily patrols of the space nodes of Lake Echidna, it's all about talking about years gone by with my sister in the small yard. The sunlight filtered through the dappled foliage, casting a thin sliver of light on the ground. If you ask me, sis, you're just too nice. Looking at the empty rice bowl in the kitchen, Qinshu's disgruntled voice came out. Just tell me that neighbor fat aunt, nothing to come over to eat and drink even if it's not enough. When you leave, and carry away half a vat of rice. Auntie Fatty's family has 3 children, so if she takes more, the children will always have more to eat. Maichi Hitomi said in a gentle tone. What about people being good? Chin sure muttered. It wasn't that he was sorry for this bit of food. He was just extraordinarily distressed by his sister's kindness. Tomorrow, the Chin family will offer sacrifices to their ancestors, so you can go with me. Maichi. She looked at Chinsure. A hint of caution revealed in that watery tone. Chinsure opened his mouth, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But when she met her sister's gaze that was tinged with pleading and expectation, she could only sigh helplessly. Okay, who let you be my sister? Chinsure was cozy over here, but Ling Tian's sect was in complete chaos. What did you say? A riot at the murderous nest in the back of the mountain? Ling Huang's complexion suddenly changed as she asked incredulously. Yes, the summoning disciple gulped nervously. Just today. For some reason. The desolate beasts within the fierce nest suddenly became crazed and bloodthirsty, and attacked us like they were defying death. Where are the elders? Did they go to the rescue? After a brief moment of shock, Ling Huang hurriedly asked. The elders have all gone to the back of the mountain to rescue them, yet the wild beast riot came too suddenly. The many disciples are scattered in various places in the back of the mountain, and the rescue effect is feared to be not very good, the summoning disciple said in a nervous tone. Sure enough, within a few moments, the sound of bad news kept coming. The southern part of the fierce nest was rioted by desolate beasts. 13 disciples of our clan died tragically in their mouths, with no corpses left. Sovereign, a fight broke out in the back mountain vein, causing it to collapse. More than half of the mining disciples of my clan are dead or injured. A miasma has broken out in the western dense forest. 8 disciples are trapped and in urgent need of rescue. The news coming from the fierce nest in the back of the mountain was like a heavy hammer, hitting Ling Huang's heart hard. How? Ling Huang woodenly stood in place, the dazed and confused demeanor as if his soul had already been extracted. Soon, another heartbreaking piece of bad news from the backcountry. The elders went to the rescue and were suddenly struck by a wave of beasts, at the cost of dozens of disciple deaths. It was only after the heavy price of 3 elders being seriously injured that they managed to kill their way out of the siege. The tide of the beast. 3 elders were seriously injured. When the news came, it was like a shocking thunderbolt exploding in Ling Huang's mind, and his body shook and, nearly unsteady on his feet. The original proud and complacent eyes were all filled with shock and fear at this moment. You know, those elders have always been the mainstay of the sect. Now there are actually elders who are seriously injured. This undoubtedly did not indicate that the danger level of the fierce nest in the back of the mountain had far exceeded her imagination. At the same time, the riot also brought unbearable disaster to the clan. Night. The hall was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was somber and depressing. The flickering candlelight cast airy shadows on the walls, as if they were countless unjust souls struggling. Present the battle damage report. Ling Huang's trembling voice rang out. Soon after, the battle report was handed over, only to see that it clearly read, elders seriously injured 3, slightly injured 5. The total number of dead and missing disciples is 156, and the number of injured disciples is over 1,000. One of the core disciples. The losses are surprisingly this great. Ling Huang's voice was bitter, his fists clenched, his knuckles as white as paper. Nowadays, we can only close the back mountain and seal off the fierce nest, an elder proposed and said. No, the transmission elder subconsciously retorted, but reacted instantly and sighed. Within the back of the mountain, not to mention the value of the corpses of the desolate beasts and the exotic herbs, the veins of spirit stones within it's the pillar of the clan. A short time closure might be fine, but under a prolonged blockade, the clan loses its veins of ore. The result is inevitably fragmentation, which is no different from chronic suicide. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the great hall was oppressive and heavy, and what the elder of the transmission said. And how do they not know? It's just a case of what to do about the situation at hand. If senior brother Qin had been there, he would have been able to avoid this crisis. A voice came from the group of disciples. Nonsense! Ling Huang's eyes glazed over as she angrily shouted. This time, the fierce nest erupted in crisis. The sect did almost all it could to rescue them, and even the elders nearly fell. So what can a tiny Qin sure change? It's true. Senior Qin will suppress and disperse the desolate beasts before they gather. Don't give it a chance to form a beast tide at all. A disciple bravely retorted. The words were as resonant as if they had resonated. I don't know how senior brother Qin did it, but it's true. Those desolate beasts seem to be very afraid of senior brother Qin. In front of him, even the most tyrannical desolate beasts will be like kittens, not daring to make a move at all. And the environment of miasma, quicksand, and dense fog that suddenly arose in the backcountry. Senior brother Qin would all mark them in advance and warn us to stay away. I'm a mining disciple, and in the past, Senior Qin would travel to the mine once a day, and after that, no matter which desolate beasts, they won't dare to come close anymore, so we can mine in peace here. And, a voice rose and fell, like a sharp sword stabbing straight into Ling Huang's heart. It made her face paler and paler. Ling Huang then remembered that a few days ago, Qinshi had said that he was the only one who patrolled the fierce nest in the back of the mountain on a daily basis. Only then could they ensure that they would not riot, or else they would surely bring a calamity to the sect. It turns out that what he said was true, and I stubbornly thought that he's weaving lies to stay in the Ling Tian sect. But this is clearly a disaster that can plague the entire clan. Ling Huang's eyes were filled with dismay and disbelief. He's just a tiny backwoods disciple. How on earth did he do that? Ling Huang's expression shook as a touch of remorse quietly rose in his heart. Otherwise, invite Qinshi back, the elder of transmission said with earnest words. Let me invite a tiny backwoods disciple back? Ling Huang's beautiful eyes stared, and it was difficult to accept in her heart. After his thoughts flashed like electricity, he slowly spoke this time. I admit that Qinshi is of great use to the clan, but Qinshi steals the clan's precious tea, and also uses his status as a threat to forcibly rob female disciples, defiling people's innocence. Even more so, he fabricated the lie that there are ancient great evils in the clan. Such a disciple of bad character. If you invite it back, sooner or later it will bring unimaginable calamity to the sect. In a short moment, Ling Huang had found several reasons for herself, and by the way, it also snuffed out the tinge of remorse that had risen in his heart. Still, a woman would never take her innocence and defame others. Qinshi, a man of low character. The elders looked at each other, their brows furrowed, and they passed a look to each other. Qi bowed and said, I still ask the patriarch to look at the big picture and invite Qinshi back to the clan. Following, please, patriarch, look at the big picture and invite senior brother Qin back to the clan. Inside the hall, the disciples knelt down in unison and spoke out. Waves of sound traveled out, and the entire sect began to resound with this voice without fail. I also ask the patriarch to look at the bigger picture and invite senior brother Qin back to the clan. I also ask the patriarch to look at the bigger picture and invite senior brother Qin back to the clan. I also ask the patriarch to look at the bigger picture and invite senior brother Qin back to the clan. A voice came from all directions. You guys. Ling Huang's face turned white. This was forcing the palace? Good Qinshi. He must have learned of the clan's calamity, and then held his favor in return, secretly asking the elder disciples to join forces to force themselves on me. Good Qinshi. In order to enter my Ling Tian sect, it is simply unscrupulous. At this moment, Ling Huang only felt that her chest was clogged with a breath of air, which was unbearable to the extreme. Silver teeth clenched, waiting for a long time before spitting out a few words. Good. For the sake of the clan's future development, I'll begrudgingly walk up and grant Qinshi permission to re-enter my sect. The proud peacock finally lowered its head temporarily due to the pressure of the external environment. Chapter 7 Ling Huang's first bow. Inside the Ling Tian sect, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing, and all the elders and disciples were holding their breaths and collecting their breaths. Eyes turned to Patriarch Ling Huang in unison. Patriarch, according to the information from the eyes of all parties, Qinshi should have shown up in Changlan City at this moment. You must invite him back, the law enforcement elder said bitterly. Yes, Patriarch. Another elder hastily agreed, his expression filled with anxiety. When we meet Qin, we might as well lower our stance and have a better attitude. Nowadays, the Ling Tian sect is missing him. It really doesn't work. Ling Huang snorted coldly and waved his hand impatiently, saying arrogantly, I'll go and invite him myself. How could he not return? After leaving the Ling Tian sect, what else can he do? No need to worry. As long as I step in, Qinshi will inevitably obediently return to the clan with me. And isn't that exactly what he wants? As the words fell, Ling Huang waved her jade hand and offered up the divine boat. Stepping onto the boat with a light stance, the divine boat instantly shone brightly, and like a stream of light, it sped in the direction of Changlan City. In the meantime, the ancestor worship ceremony held by the Qin family could be described as a great deal more powerful. With the exception of the high and mighty lord of Changlan City, numerous dignified figures in the city also came to congratulate him, which was a great deal of fun. It's reasonable to say that the Qin family of this is at most a third-rate family in Changlan City, and an ancestor sacrifice ceremony that, how can you attract so many great people to congratulate you? You don't understand this, do you? Although this Qin family is at the end of the third rate, for some reason, in recent years, he has deeply gained the trust and support of the Changlan City Lord, and his position in this city cannot be judged by the strength of his family since, to be able to obtain the favor of Lord City Lord. This Qin family has really gotten lucky. That's true. Even that uneducated second-generation ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Dali, now that they've all become stewards of the city lord's mansion, That position of power can truly be described as a glorious one. A few passers-by talked about it, their words thick with acidity. At this moment, inside the city lord's mansion, are you saying that Qin Shi's name is on the Qin family's guest list? Qinglan City Lord's surprised voice came out. Yes, you have been asking me to keep an eye on the name Qin Shi, and after making some discoveries today, the subordinate then came first to report. The shadow guard reported in a respectful voice, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Good. When the Qinglan City Lord heard this, the light in his eyes grew large. Prepare a carriage at once, and bring heavy gifts with you. I'm going to make a trip up to the Qin family myself. Father, Lu Wanqing on the side looked dissatisfied and pouted. A third-rate family that. It's not even if you usually help them out. But why did you pull yourself down to go personally today? You're the city lord, the heaven of the entire Qinglan city. Qinglan City Lord shook his head slightly and said, Oh Wanqing, you don't know. If my father can climb high enough to get to him, he'll be able to soar. What? When Lu Wanqing heard this, she couldn't help but look shocked and appalled. She knew her father's position all too well, and there was one family in the entire Green Lantern City that counted. One word from his father could determine the rise and fall of these families. But the man who appeared today was able to make his father describe it in terms of an upward climb and a flight of fancy. The gold content of the word Qin Shi was feared to be far beyond her imagination. Qin Shi followed my Qi to the Qin family. Introduced by an underling, it was a smooth ride to the lobby. Inside the lobby at the moment, guests were gathered, each dressed in magnificent attire. And all of them show the dignity of their status. They lost interest after glancing at what Qin Shi was wearing. Continue to talk and laugh with the powerful people beside you. Yo, if it isn't my brother Qin Shi. The one who spoke was a dark-skinned little fatty, none other than the only son of uncle's family, Qin Dali. He stood out in his big red suit, all smiles and strutting around. There was also a large group of Qin family's children clustered behind them. Qin Dali narrowed his eyes and looked Qin Shi up and down. There was a hint of flirtation in his tone. Brother left home at a young age and went out to make a name for himself. And now that 10 years have passed, have you fetched any achievements? Qin Shi glanced at him and disliked him without any goodwill. None of your business. Qin Dali wasn't angry. Instead, he flung his sleeve robe and, more proudly, he continued, I'm about to be stationed in the city lord's mansion as a steward. Qin Shi rolled his eyes. None of my business. Qin Dali froze, his face full of incredulity. That's not the right script. He looked around at the room full of guests and, who wasn't so envious of his soon-to-be status as a steward of the city lord's mansion that their eyes were dropping out? How come it doesn't work well at all when it comes to Qin Shi? Qin Dali frowned and said unwillingly, Brother, do you know that this city lord's office steward is a position that how many people dream of? That has great power and honor. Oh, got it. Qin Shi nodded and asked, Then when do we start the banquet? The spatial node of the reflecting heart lake is becoming more and more fragile, and after accompanying my sister to the banquet, there was still the reflecting heart lake to guard, so he couldn't afford to waste time on that. Qin Dali's face turned red, originally quite happy today. What's wrong with feeling so stifled right now? Power. What are you talking to him for? A sharp voice came. It was Qin Dali's mother twisting her waist and coming over. What can a jerk who's been away from home for 10 years do? When she finished, the great uncle held her head high and, pulling Qin Dali, he muttered, You'll be the person of honorable status in the future. Remember, don't waste your time with this kind of person who has no future. Just then, Qin Dal also walked over. Ours. He had a condescending, didactic look on his face that, patting Qin Shi's shoulder. It's not that uncle is talking about you. This hall full of guests are all the powerful and noble people in the city. There are young and handsome people, as well as rich and powerful merchants and businessmen. If it weren't for the fact that it's tied to my Qin family, you're afraid you'll never see these levels of characters in your lifetime. I don't know how to cherish it, but what's the point of having it here? You should serve more tea and water, and climb the social ladder. This will benefit you greatly in the future, especially with vigor. When he's the master and you're the servant, a steward of the city lord's house, it was destined for the infinite splendor of vigor's future. Nowadays, a word from vigor is enough to send you flying. Eat and drink for the rest of your life. You must recognize reality, Qin Da said with hatred. In the past, he wouldn't have said this to Qin Shi at all, but it was different now. With the recent years, climbed up to the city lord and led the family across the hierarchy. He feels he has made a huge shift in his mindset as well. Whether it was the elders or the juniors of the clan, he liked to preach a few times. Qin Da felt that this was the attitude that a family leader should have. Qin Shi felt a bit amused. Uncle has the free time to talk about me. Why don't you make more friends with powerful people? Why waste your time with me? Qin Da frowned, displeasure showing in his expression. He had thought that Qin Shi would be grateful, and that was how the clan had reacted in the past. But Qin Shi, When it comes to ignorance, there's no fear. Before he could say anything else, the surrounding Qin family's children finally couldn't hold back and there was a lot of screaming. This Qin sure is too ungrateful. How dare you disregard our Qin family's current position and brother Dali's achievements so much? That's right. If it were me, I would have already looked up to brother Dali and been grateful to the family. He's fine with it, and he's got a clean slate. Qin sure is an anomaly in our Qin family. The family gave him the opportunity to climb up the ranks of the powerful, and he didn't appreciate it. It was stupid. Right here and now, a shout came from outside the Qin mansion. Qinglan City Lord has arrived. This shout was like thunder, instantly silencing the entire lobby. The gazes of the crowd were directed to the outside of the compound, their hearts shaking. They knew that the Qinglan City Lord valued the Qin family, but they never expected that the City Lord would actually come in person. This Qin family was much more important than they thought. At this moment, the Qin family members glanced at each other, no longer able to suppress their inner joy as the corners of their mouths rose. Qin Dao was even more full of pride, looking askance at Qin Shi. See, the sky of Qinglan City has come to our Qin family. You're so short-sighted that you can't see the expanse of the heavens and the earth, and you're doomed to fail to become great. Seeing Qin Shi's expression as usual, he was unmoved. Qin Dao shook his head inside. Really rotten goods. You may never know how high our Qin family's position is in the heart of Lord City Lord. The great aunt on the side also raised her chin slightly, her eyes full of contempt. Qin Shi, you frog at the bottom of the well, when it's really pathetic. Chapter 8 The Sky of Qinglan City. The sky of Qinglan City descended, which undoubtedly caused the crowd to be both excited and terrified at the same time. Led by Qin Dao, the many powerful nobles and the Qin family's children rose like a tidal wave and surged towards the courtyard. With his forehead to the ground, he began to greet them with respectful kneeling. My Qi pulled Qin Shi and wanted to kneel down together. However, I didn't want to be stopped by Qin Shi pulling back his soft little hand. Sister, we don't need to kneel. The words came out, but they startled the courtyard full of people. The Qin family members were the first to explode. Qin Dao's face that was originally piled with flattering smiles instantly froze. It turned into anger and trepidation. Qin Shi, are you crazy? This is Lord City Lord descending. Why don't you quickly kneel down? The eldest aunt was even more shocked and almost jumped up, screaming, Good you Qin Shi? You said that. Are you unable to see that our Qin family is doing well, and are deliberately angering the heaven of Qinglan City in this manner as a way to implicate our Qin family? The Qin family's children led by Qin Dali were even more frightened and couldn't even speak. You've just returned and don't understand what level of existence Lord City Lord is. My Qi Hitomi is also a bit anxious. Let's kneel down first, and I'll give you later. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Shi. Sister, not to mention a small city lord, even that sect lord is not qualified to make us kneel. The tone was soft, yet firm and confident. A tiny city lord? Crazy. I thought that Qin Shi was just short-sighted but I never thought it was a case of insanity. Qin Dao's remorse rose in his heart. He was simply brain-dead. How is it that this madman was proposed to come to the Qin family? One by one, the powerful nobles in the back were also stunned, with complex expressions on their faces. This Qin clan brat really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Challenging Lord City Lord's authority like this. This is going to be a good one. I'm afraid the Qin family will be in bad luck this time. This kid is truly a bane. Some of the guests whispered down, just when the crowd was shocked and overwhelmed by Qin Shi's shocking remarks. Dressed in gorgeous robes, the Lord of Qinglan City walked in with quick steps. Behind him there was also a large group of graceful and luxurious people. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized the identities of these people and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The head of the first family of Qinglan City, Zhang Quan Duan, the first Chamber of Commerce president of Qinglan City, Wu Jingui, the first person in the Qinglan City trial, Zhang Wu. It wasn't just Qinglan City's heavenly descent, there were also top dignitaries from various powers that had come as well. If the guests of the Qin family are the city's dignitaries, then the group behind the city lord can decide that who is the powerful city lord castle. Qin Dao's tone trembled, and bean-sized beads of sweat emerged. He braced himself and tried to explain and set aside everything that had happened with Qin Shi, but the city lord, who had originally treated him with a trifle of amiability and kindness, directly ignored him today, leading a group of people straight toward Qin Shi's location. Seeing this, Qin Dao's eyes went black and he nearly fainted. It's over. It's completely over. It's not only about offending Qinglan City's heaven, and incidentally offended the top powers of each power as well. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened, only to see the Qinglan City Lord, together with the powerful and influential people behind him, arrive in front of Qin Shi, his body pressed extremely low. With a respectful expression, he saluted. Lu Nan Yi, the Lord of Qinglan City, along with many of the city's celebrities, pays his respects to Mr. Qin. We pay our respects to Mr. Qin. Behind them, the top powerful nobles directly knelt down and bowed their heads, their tone of humility and humbleness said in unison. They had also been called here on an ad hoc basis, and on the way had inquired about the identity of the Duke of Qin in front of them. However, there was only one answer. If Mr. Qin is not satisfied, the position of Qinglan City's city lord can be changed at any time. With just this one sentence, the top dignitaries all changed color. One word could change the sky of Qinglan City? The background and strength of this young man in front of him was simply unimaginable. At that moment, the scene directly confused the guests and disciples of the Qin family, and with a boom, they were all confused, brains all fried, expressions frozen, mouths wide open, bodies frozen. For a moment, the entire room was silent, and a pin dropped. What's the situation? The Lord of Qinglan City bowed? Top power players kneeling in unison? Crazy, crazy, the world is not crazy. You know me? Qin Shi asked in a flat tone. Qinglan City Lord hurriedly explained. 3 years ago, I traveled to the Ling Huang sect for an audience. I once looked at you from afar, and your elegance is unparalleled in the world. This statement was made. It was undoubtedly a heavy bomb that directly woke up the shocked crowd. What? Ling Huang sect? If the city lord is the sky of Qinglan, then the Ling Huang sect is the 3,000 li in a circle, the true master of this area, holding the power of life and death over a dozen cities, an absolute behemoth, synonymous with invincibility. Someone couldn't hold back their horror any longer. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Qin Shi. No, Mr. Qin is actually a disciple of the Ling Huang sect. That's the ultimate goal of our Qin clan disciples, and a place of pilgrimage for all of us, the Qin family disciple said with a trembling voice. The castle master of Qinglan lowered his body once again and, continuing, he said, on that day, you stood side by side with the Ling Huang sect's patriarch. The sect elders were behind you, and thousands of disciples worshipped you. Boom! This was truly a thunderbolt from the ground, shaking everyone's souls as if they were trembling. Standing side by side with the patriarch, the elders behind it, kneeled by thousands of disciples? The Qin family members could hardly believe it, and Qin Dali slapped himself hard on the face. Then painfully covering his rapidly swelling face, he exclaimed, surprisingly, it's not a dream, it's real. What the hell? I don't know how long it took, but my great aunt went from shocked and dismayed, then to shocked again. Then, kneeling, he crawled to the feet of the Qinglan City Lord. City Lord. Are you mistaken? This is the outcast of my Qin family who has been wandering around for 10 years, ignorant and arrogant. How could it be the Duke of Qin you speak of? Outcast? Qinglan City Lord keenly captured the point, and his eyes were as gloomy as they could be. Flustered, he explained, Mr. Qin, I didn't know that the Qin family had treated you like this, so I supported the Qin family and, even more so, Qin Dali was allowed to enter the city lord's mansion as a steward. Supporting my Qin family and granting the position of steward is not a sign of regard for us, father and son. Instead, it's all about Qin Shi's face? Qin Da was in a trance and couldn't help but ask out loud. What else? Qinglan City Lord snorted coldly. With the straw-like appearance of your father and son, what makes it worth my while? Qin Da sniffed. His face was white, and his mouth even muttered, since I Qin family Fuyun above the. I then looked down on Qin Shi more and more, without realizing that everything in my Qin family is given by others who look at Qin Shi's face. Just now it even made a man who could make the top dignitaries in the city kneel and worship. Go serve tea to my Qin family's guests? I thought I was ignorant in the days of Qin, not knowing the vastness of heaven and earth. Turns out I'm the frog stuck in the well. Ha ha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Qin Da's body shook one after another, and with a pft sound, he couldn't hold back any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole man's eyes were lifeless and he was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, the powerful nobles present, the sons and daughters of the Qin family, looked at Qin Shi as if they were honoring a ghost or a god. What's more, the legs are so weak that it's hard to stand. In particular, the eldest aunt was like a frightened rabbit, her lips trembling and the eyes radiate fear. Bracing his hands on the ground, he slowly plopped down to Qin Shi's feet in a prostrate position. Pressing his face to the ground, he curled up and didn't dare move a muscle. Lord Qin, the Qinglan City Lord flipped his palm and, from the nascent ring, he pulled out a spirit fruit that emitted a purple glow, and in an instant, the courtyard was filled with fragrance. The rich fruity aroma made the people present couldn't help but be refreshed. This is a spirit fruit that I obtained by chance. Taking it can quench your spiritual energy. Qinglan City Lord said curtly. I offer it to Mr. Qin today. and I hope that you won't mind. It was one of the few treasures he had on him, though it was a bit of a meatball, but handed it over without hesitation. He firmly believed that as long as he could climb into a relationship with Qinshi, the rewards in the future would by no means be comparable to a single spirit fruit. Qinshi did not reach out to pick it up, but looked at dancing Qishi, who was still in a daze, with concern, calling softly, "Sister." Upon hearing the call, my Chi Hitomi came back to her senses from the deep shock. My younger brother has made a name for himself, and is actually a disciple of the sect, with a promising future. But then, there was a mist of water rising from dancing Qishi pupil's eyes, and her words were filled with heartache. I heard someone say, "If you want to enter the Ling Tian sect you need to pass through layers and layers of hurdles and undergo hardships before you have a single chance. You must have suffered a lot over the years." "Sis, that was someone else, not including me." Qinshi grinned. "I was invited into the sect by Ling Wuji at the time, and they had set up 9 rainbow bridges to welcome me, so how could they let me suffer?" "That's good." My Chi Hitomi patted her chest, then her lips lightly opened as if she wanted to say something, but it was directly interrupted by Qinshi's next sentence. "However, sis, I'm no longer a disciple of the Ling Tian sect," Qinshi said indifferently. Hearing these words, my Qishi's body was violently stunned, and her eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. At the same time there was a hint of gratitude. It was fortunate that he had just not said anything about the bleeding duke. Otherwise, losing the shelter of the Ling Tian sect for the hour of, definitely can't deal with it. My Qi will bear all the trials and tribulations, and I only wish that my brother will always be safe and well. Not a disciple of the Ling Tian sect anymore? The Qinglan City Lord's expression was stunned, and his compressed and bent waist unconsciously straightened up. Chapter 9. You're going to regret this. Qinglan City Lord could be considered quite sophisticated. Although he straightened his back, he was still careful in his words. Ling Tian sect is a place where cultivators aspire to be. Is Mr. Qin not joking? It is true that I am no longer a member of the Ling Tian sect. Qinshi shook his head, his tone calm and expelled. Qinglan City Lord frowned as he took out his voice transmission stone and began to utilize his connections to verify it. A moment later, surprise sounded. Surprisingly, he was really expelled from the sect by the newly appointed sect master. As the news checked out, the humble and modest demeanor of the Qinglan City Lord gradually disappeared. The old majesty was restored. The rest of the crowd within the compound, their shocked eyes began to clear. A slice of the city's top dignitaries who were kneeling in front of them glanced at each other and quietly got up, and it was as if nothing had just happened. The Qinglan City Lord turned his palm over and collected the spirit fruit without moving. Said, "That's still a shame." Seeing the Qinglan City Lord's action, Qinshi did not point it out. With a smile on his face, he said, "Since City Lord is here, why don't we talk inside the house?" Regarding the Qinglan City Lord, Qinshi had the intention to befriend him, not for any other reason. Just for the fact that my sister is in Qinglan City, it's much better to have the City Lord looking out for her. However, it's not necessary. Qinglan City Lord coldly refused. "I just remembered that there are still some matters to be dealt with within the house, so I won't tarry here." An outcast, although there was no need for the Qinglan City Lord to offend, he could never befriend him. Who knew if befriending Qinshi would anger the Ling Tian sect? As for today, he came with great fanfare, and if word got out to the Ling Tian sect, he feared that it would be unfavorable to his future. Thinking of this, the Qinglan City Lord felt remorseful and couldn't wait to leave the Qin clan and stay away from Qinshi. Paralyzed on the ground, Qin Dao's eyes relaxed, and with this blow, he felt that he might be dying. Otherwise, how could I have seen the fairies? That's right, fairies. Above the 9 heavens, a flash of brilliant light suddenly appeared and swept away the clouds. A woman's figure gradually emerged, like a fairy in an ancient scroll, with a graceful figure that, the face is exquisite. The fairy rode down on a rainbow mane, her skirt dancing with the wind, and a bit of light sprinkled around her. It's like a star falling to earth. Look up in the sky. A fairy has landed on the mortal world. She's so beautiful. A shocked cry rang out, the words filled with incredulity. Qin Dao looked around and realized that the people in the courtyard had stopped and looked up. Only then was he convinced that the scene before him was not an illusion, and that a fairy had really landed on the mortal world. The rainbow aura went straight through the courtyard, and the fairy arrived. Looking at Qinshi with clear and cold eyes, the fairy's chest rose and fell, hesitating for a long time before she lightly opened her red lips. "Qinshi, the Ling Tian sect has decided to temporarily retract its decision to expel you from the sect." The tone was one of pride and charity. Before Qinshi could say anything, Ling Huang's face showed extreme impatience as he waved his hand. "All right, now you're satisfied. You have 1 day to return to the clan. Otherwise, don't blame the clan for changing its mind." As the words fell, A sense of suffocation and aggravation surged through his heart. If it weren't for the sake of the clan and the lives of thousands of disciples, one would rather die than come to invite a vile, treacherous villain back to the clan. However, Qinshi's underhanded tactic of holding a favor hostage was used with great success. Proud as she was, she could only bow her head for the time being. Qinshe looked at Ling Huang with a surprised face. He felt that this woman was more or less seriously ill. Something must have gone wrong in Ling Tian's sect after he left, and Ling Huang pulled down his face to invite himself back. Rather understandable. Even though you will never return to the Ling Tian sect, but these words of yours just now, are you sure they are the attitude of an invitee? You're a big man. Are you here to invite people, or are you here to discuss them? Qinshi's side was speechless for a while. On the other side, the Qinglan city lord was dumbfounded, and in his heart, as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wildly through his mind. Shock was written all over his face. Holy, how? This expelled disciple from the clan, there is still a reason to invite him back? The point is that he just drew a line in the sand with Qinshe, and he's this. He can go back? What are you two playing at? After taking a closer look at the woman's appearance and attire, especially the token representing the Ling Tian sect's patriarch elsewhere on the woman's waist, the Qinglan city lord immediately softened his legs and knelt down. Lord Lu Nanyi of Qinglan city greets the new sect leader of Ling Tian sect. Qinglan city lord respectfully said. When these words came out, the entire compound was dumbfounded, and one by one, they knelt down after the city lord. The heart was even more shocked. Ling Tian sect's sect leader, the invincible great man actually. He even personally invited Qinshe back to the sect? It's incredible. This is completely beyond the upper limit of one's perception. Ling Huang glanced at it and simply ignored it, instead looking at Qinshe in disgust, waiting for his answer. The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose with a hint of mockery. Great Patriarch Ling, I'm afraid you haven't forgotten that I already said the day I was expelled from the clan that no matter what, I would never return to the clan. When Ling Huang heard this, her face turned white with anger, and she drank. Qinshe, you really don't know what's good for you, staying in this remote little town. What can you accomplish in your life? Then don't bother, Qinshe said indifferently. All I ask is that you, Great Patriarch Ling, do not bother me again in the future. Good, Qinshe. Ling Huang clenched her silver teeth and said indignantly, I will never come back to you. Besides, you're going to regret this. The words fell. With a flutter of his sleeves, Ling Huang's spiritual energy surged and he transformed into a rainbow aura that disappeared into the sky. Just as he turned around, a layer of watery mist finally surfaced in those bright eyes. The heart is covered with countless grievances. As the head of a clan, he personally came to invite them. So what if his posture is higher? You are merely a backwoods disciple. What keeps you from joining the clan? On what grounds? Qinshe, let's wait and see. When the time comes, you will regret it. I'll just wait. Wait for the day you come begging for me. Ling Huang came and went quickly, leaving behind only the kneeling crowd that filled the courtyard. Ling Tian sect. A place of pilgrimage. The fairy sovereign herself has come to invite what a great honor this is. This is something that we can't envy in our poor lifetimes, and we don't even dare to dream of doing so. But how come it's rejected? Don't understand. Don't get it. Can't figure it out. Some people couldn't help but murmur. This statement did not cause an argument because it was exactly what was on all of their minds. Sir Qin, this is the purple rhythm spirit fruit. I hope Sir Qin will accept it. Qinglan city lord pulled out that spirit fruit, and once again, he pressed and bent his waist. It was much lower than just now, and the tone was very determined. It could already be seen from the conversation just now that he didn't know if Qinshe would return to the Ling Tian sect afterward. However, Qinshe was definitely an existence that could equal the current patriarch. Such a great man. I'm afraid that this is the only chance to make friends in this lifetime. As for whether or not the Ling Tian sect will hold a grudge, do you see people looking at themselves the whole time? The Qinglan city lord was filled with regret and wanted to give himself a few big slaps in the face. He was simply short-sighted. Just now the splash of riches was clearly in front of him, but he didn't seize it. As for the top powers behind the city lord, I don't know when, but I silently turned the direction of kneeling, bent my head, pressed my ear, and touched my forehead to the ground, gave Qinshe a standardized salute. Qinshe was about to say something. Suddenly, his face changed and he said to my Qi Xie, Sister, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With his mana in motion, his entire body transformed into a clear wind and disappeared into the Qin family compound. Just now, one of the spiritual forces he had placed at the bottom of the reflecting heart lake dissipated, which meant that the space node is most likely open. The heavy treasure of the river of nothingness, is it going to appear? Chapter 10, The Spiritual Girl. Qinshe hurriedly rushed to the reflecting heart lake, but the lake in front of him was still as calm as before. It didn't look in the slightest like the space node had shattered. Qinshi frowned and muttered to himself. The spatial node didn't shatter, but the warning aura I left behind disappeared. Just as Qinshi was puzzled, there was a soft sound, and the calm water suddenly broke open. A young girl leaped out of the water, clad in a light gauze, wetted by the waters of the lake, and it fit snugly on top of her delicate, shapely body. Crystalline droplets of water slid down her swan-like neck, running over the delicate collarbone of the, falling between the hidden voluptuousness. The large expanse of snow-white skin around the waist of the thin willow was like sheep's fat jade under the sunlight, glowing with a glamorous halo. Qinshi instantly looked dumbfounded, his mouth slightly open and his eyes staring straight at the young girl. Noticing Qinshi's blazing gaze, the young girl instantly turned red with shame. Angry and annoyed, she chirped, "Little thief, what are you looking at? Looking for a fight?" As soon as the words fell, the young girl's jade hand raised, and a brilliant light instantly erupted. Like a brilliant rainbow shooting toward Qinshi. That light contained a powerful force, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. It made a sharp whistling sound, playing for real. Qinshi was shocked and did not dare to be careless. The fingertips were lightly raised, and a few lingering swords she burst out like silver snakes, breaking through the light. Boom! The two energies blasted against each other, exploding a huge deep crater in the center, and dust flew up and the air around them was shaken and twisted by the force. I didn't expect that in this remote place, there would be someone like you who has cultivated mana. The young girl leaped softly, her eyes flashing in surprise. She had since sensed that the little thief in front of her was cultivating a lousy ordinary gong method. Apparently there is no background, but to be able to cultivate to the nirvana realm at this age, with just ordinary gongfu. If this little thief didn't have a heavenly qualification, then he had hit a great chance and taken some heavenly material. But so what? With her body full of treasure artifacts, it would only be a matter of time before she suppressed this little thief. Thinking of this, the young girl pinched her spell and prepared to strike again. But just then, the calm surface of the lake suddenly tumbled, like a boiling. A circle of ripples vibrated in all directions. Oh no! It must be the attack just now that caused the spatial node to shake. If we keep fighting, the space node is broken, and I'm afraid that it will lead to unknown perils. The young girl's brow furrowed and the attack in her hand stopped. In a long river of nothingness that runs through history, the treasures of chance will, at the right time, the right place to descend. If it breaks in advance, then the descent might be great evil and terror. By now, Qinshi had come to the realization that, said the man, "So it was you who dispersed the early warning psychic power I left at the bottom of the lake." "Yes, little thief." The young girl blinked, her mouth agape. "And, not only did you peek at this girl, but you also coveted my girl's chance." "Nonsense." Qinshi glared and opened his mouth to babble. "This spatial node that, I have kept it for 10 whole years. 10 years? When did it become your chance? So what if I've kept it for 10 years? The young girl wrinkled her little nose and, righteously said, "This world's treasures are all this girl's." "Little thief, today you quickly retreat, to wait for another day. I achieve the immortal body. How about taking you up with me?" The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose as he let out a light laugh. "I've been cultivating for 10 years in this place where aura is scarce, and now that you are in the same realm as you, it is enough to show that your qualifications are mediocre. In that case, why don't you retreat? And when I achieve immortality, I'll take you to ascend with me," Qinshi said without slanting his eyes. The young girl clenched her hands around her waist, her red lips and small mouth bulging. Since she had been practicing till now, she had gone to where she wasn't known as having the best natural talent, but now in front of this little thief, she was actually powerless to refute it. Originally, the young girl had her hands covering her chest, but now they switched to a choking motion that, add to that the heaving of the chest caused by anger. At this time, the wet clothes of the young girl in the eyes of Qinshi, when really like a fairy descending to earth. It also seems to be like a siren girl in the world, seductive to the extreme. Oops. The young girl tapped her bare forehead, her soulful eyes flashing with a flash of realization. It was only afterward that he transmuted his magic power, and the water mist swirled up, and in an instant, baked dry the light luo gown. Gathering up a bit of springtime. Next to the reflecting heart lake, the water gradually calmed down, and the lake looked like a huge mirror. Rippling in the sunlight. The two men on the shore were just like that, staring at each other wide-eyed, neither one refusing to leave. Cluck, cluck. The young girl stared at Qinshi with a fierce look on her face, her white shell teeth clenched tightly. A guttural grinding sound came from his mouth. Childish. Qinshi muttered and stopped paying attention. Frowning lightly, he wondered how he could suppress the young girl and monopolize the treasure. But just then, in the distant sky, a flash of blood rose. Qianshi frowned, that is, far away from each other. He could also clearly feel the thick bloodbath power. That position is. With a flick of his feet, Qianshi leapt into midair and looked out at the extreme distance. In the next moment, the complexion changed drastically. The location where the color of blood rose was clearly the area where the Qin family was located. And that's where the sister should be right now. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Qianshi transformed into a rainbow light and disappeared in midair. No matter what the heavy treasure is, it's not as good as your sister. Oops, the space node will open at any moment. Leaving at this time? What a fool. The young girl bristled. Words to say. When Qianshi had just left the Qin clan and was heading to the reflecting heart lake, it was only then that the Qin clan's crowd slowed down from the endless shock. Qin Dali got up from the ground at some point, tugging on Mai Chi's sleeve. She said, Mai Chi, sister Mai, I heard about the matter of Duke blood. You should have persuaded my brother to join the Ling Tian sect. That way, with the sect's shelter, I believe that the Blood Duke won't dare to force himself on you anymore. Qin Dali said this, but it wasn't without his own little thoughts. If Qianshi was able to rejoin the Ling Tian sect, then by relying on this relationship, their Qin family disciple, maybe it's time to step into the place of pilgrimage in their hearts. I understand Mayazumi said softly. He's big on emotions and, if he hadn't suffered a heavenly grievance, it would never have been possible for him to break his ties with the Ling Tian sect. If that's the case, why would I want to aggravate the hour by coming on my own? Mai Chi she smiled miserably and left the Qin family alone, counting the days. Today was the final time limit that Duke Blood had left for himself. She didn't want to involve anyone. She just wanted to leave quietly praying for her brother. Finally, quietly wait for the torture until you die. The streets were crowded with people, and the sounds of hawking and talking and laughing were interwoven with the. Only one lonely soul was left behind. At the end of the street, a man was dressed in a blood-colored robe, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like a dancing flame. On that pale, paper-like face, a pair of blood-red eyes emanated a demonic glow that, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Mr. Blood, coming. Chapter 11 You seek death. I see no fear, no despair, in your look. Flattery. You acted calm as if you were an outsider. But it's this calmness of yours that's going to take a lot of the fun out of it for me. That would make me very unhappy. The Blood Duke walked with elegant steps, displeasure on his expression. Mai Chi Hitomi's footsteps lurched, her face finally taking on a change. Rumor had it that the Blood Prince's unhappiness that, it's the beginning of the killing of a city. Why did you choose me? Mayuzumi's voice trembled as she had to try to show as much fear and dread as possible. Because I hate your kindness, Duke Blood said with an expressionless face. 10 days ago on Green Peak Mountain, there was an injured white fox that, you went up to help, but the white fox bit you hard. But even so, you endured the excruciating pain, ignored your own injuries, and, still bandaging white fox's wounds. The Blood Duke pulled on Mai Chi Hitomi's wrist and ripped her sleeve away. A clear canine tooth mark showed. Why did you save it when it hurt you? In this cannibalistic world, who are you doing your kindness for? A hint of anger flashed in the Blood Duke's eyes, and his voice gradually raised. Your kindness disgusts me. Dancing Chishi pupil tears rustled down, desperately shaking her head and apologizing. I'm sorry, I was just trying to save it and didn't think about it that much. Don't you like being kind? Then we'll play a game. The Blood Duke licked his lips and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, 6 huge blood serpents materialized from within their bodies huge and, scales of blood filled the streets like a thick fog. They swiftly wandered and hovered, sealing off the streets. The blood bowl emitted a sickening odor of blood. It's Duke Blood. Duke Blood is here. Run away. Some people were the first to react and tried to escape from the place. But in the next instant, the blood snake lunged and bit, swallowing it alive and turning it into blood with a gulp. The street was in chaos, with cries for help, and pleas for mercy intertwining and colliding. And, never again will the scene be the same as before. Quickly summon the Qinglan City Lord and have him come to the rescue. Someone broke down and yelled, but before he could finish his sentence, a blood serpent's tail swept across and swept him into its mouth. The blood dripped from the blood serpent's teeth, staining the ground. Lord of Qinglan City? Your so-called heaven? A piece of crap thing that. Do you ask him if he dares to appear before me? Duke Blood's disdainful voice came out, completely shattering the crowd's last shred of fantasy. Looking at the chaos and killing in front of him, the Blood Duke swept away his previous displeasure and a twisted grin appeared on his face. A few moments later, the cries and screams in the streets faded away, and were replaced by a deathly silence. The blood gathered into streams that snaked across the ground. The survivors were prostrate and full of fear, kneeling on the ground like lambs to the slaughter. The Blood Duke's eyes were grim as he casually grabbed a woman with a child and brought her to heel. Two large snakes instantly appeared and tightly wrapped around the woman and the little girl respectively. Come! Duke Blood's demonic-like voice rang in my Chi Hitomi's ears. Aren't you kind? Then I'll give you a chance to save the day. Whoever you choose will live, but the other will die. The Blood Duke smelled the strong scent of blood in the air, and a contented look appeared on his face. No, don't. I'll do as I'm told. You let them go. Please let them go. With a sobbing voice, my Chi Hitomi's tears slid down her cheeks like a dike. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. If you don't choose, the whole street will be buried with you. The Blood Duke's eyes were tightly closed, and he was enjoying the present. The woman entangled in the great serpent was filled with terror and despair, but the moment she looked at her daughter, the eyes became unmistakable. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she tried to calm her howling daughter. Nui, don't be afraid. The little girl's eyes were full of tears, her tiny face red with fear, and she struggled desperately, her little hands reaching out to her mother, her mouth crying out, Mother! Mother! That childish voice seemed especially poignant and heartbreaking in the death-filled air. My Chi Hitomi's body was shivering like a fallen leaf in the wind. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her lips were white from biting. Every breath felt like a great pain, and his eyes were filled with struggle and torment. Girl! The woman called out softly to Mayuzumi. Then with eyes full of tears, he looked at his inamorata, and, with all his strength, in a hoarse voice, he shouted, Please choose her. The words fell. She bit off her tongue without hesitation. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth and, instead, her eyes stayed on her daughter, not moving away from her. When Duke Blood saw this, he first froze, then laughed. Ha ha, wonderful, truly wonderful. His body trembled slightly with excitement, and he could not help taking almost morbid steps that, twisting back and forth. Now will you let the little girl go? My Ariheim forced her body to endure the discomfort and said in a begging tone, Can, but I haven't had enough fun. The Blood Duke stretched out 5 fingers and laughed sorrowfully. Why don't you guess? I'm a couple fingers here. Guess right and I'll let her go. Guess wrong and she dies. My Chi Hitomi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She couldn't help but back away. She didn't want to guess, and she didn't dare to guess. Old rules, 3 breaths of time. If you don't speak, the whole street will be buried with you. Duke Blood's cold voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Dance Chi-Chi's heart. It made it almost impossible for her to breathe. 5. My Chi Hitomi's voice had long been broken and hoarse. 5. The Blood Duke held up his right hand, his gray hand growing paler in the light. So let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mayuzumi's heart lifted with her, but just as he was about to say the number 5, the Blood Duke's eyes widened violently and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes as he violently shoved the last finger into his mouth. He bit off one of his fingers with a crunching sound. Crimson blood flowed out, only to be greedily sucked away by him. Ha ha! The Blood Duke hissed in excitement and laughed in a perverted manner. 4. You guessed wrong. You guessed wrong. The cruel voice echoed in the dead air like a horrible spell. Seeing this scene, my Chi-Chi directly collapsed and screamed in pain with her hands covering her ears. At that moment, the overcast sky seemed to be covered with this evil odor. Dark clouds rolled and surged like ink, so oppressive that it took your breath away. Guess wrong and die. The Blood Duke laughed. Only the smile looked particularly hideous. The big snake immediately opened its bloody mouth, aimed at the little girl, and was about to pounce and bite. The little girl's eyes were extremely wide and filled with horror. Her little face began to become a little distorted as she cried out, Mother! Mother! Don't you go to sleep. Wake up! There are big monsters here and Nui is scared. No! My Chi Hitomi cried out and tried to move forward to block, but her body was fixed in place by the blood aura that permeated her. One can only cry out helplessly, as if his soul has fallen into the abyss. In the midst of endless pain, just in the nick of time, a powerful sword chi struck, and wherever it went, the air all seemed to be cut apart with a sharp whistling sound. The sword chi slashed through, and the blood-colored serpent obliterated in an instant, turning into blood mist. Immediately afterward, a voice came, as from the deepest depths of the 9 sepulchres, that, mixed with endless anger and coldness, you seek death. Chapter 12, Sword Chi Superposition. A rainbow light flashed out, decapitating the bloody serpent and catching the falling little girl. Place it gently on the ground. It was the time of the Chin. Sis, are you okay? Chinsher quickly walked over to my Chi Hitomi's side and looked her up and down to make sure she was safe and sound. Looking around, the ghastly, purgatory-like scene came into view. An unspeakable fear welled up in his heart. He didn't dare to imagine the terrible things that would happen if he came any later. Hours after seeing the visitor clearly, my Chi Hitomi froze for a moment. then desperately pushed Qinsher back and, "Our, you shouldn't have come. Why did you come? Run, run. I'm sorry, sis, I'm late." Qinsher heartbreakingly wrapped Mai Qixia in his arms and, without stopping, he comforted, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'm going to behead him." Dancing Qishi pupil was going crazy with anxiety, crying and shouting, but he's in the third realm of cultivation. Third realm, ah, even Changlan City's Tian isn't a match for him. "Run, will you?" I know. Qinsher's tone appeared gentle, then said in a firm tone that, "I'm in the fourth realm, I can decapitate him." When Dancing Qishi pupil heard this, her body stiffened violently and she fell into a deep shock. "The fourth realm? Ours. You've actually reached the fourth realm. Wouldn't you be higher than the sky of Changlan City?" "Yes," Qinsher said guiltily. "I'm sorry, sis, I should have told you my realm. I'm in the fourth realm." Qinsher repeated again. At this point, the Blood Duke's face was terribly gloomy. How many years had passed since he had acted with impunity? And now that someone had broken his elaborate game, it irritated him to no end. "And the fourth realm? Do you really think the fourth realm is a cabbage? If even in a remote place like this, one could run into a supreme heavenly pride of the fourth realm, then I'm afraid that I'll be able to go to the great abyss Forbidden Land with this luck. To be able to break my Scarlet Serpent with a single move. I'll admit that you have a few skills," the Blood Duke shouted harshly, "but do you know who my family's old ancestor is? He is." The words were not yet finished. "I only saw a brilliant sun-like sword light coming at me head-on, and the sword light was so fast that enlarging continuously in its pupils, the huge sword shadow chopped at him like a titan." In the face of this sudden attack, the Blood Duke had no time to make any reaction at all. He tried to dodge, but he was firmly locked by the sword shadows and could not avoid it. Right at this moment of life and death, a jade pendant on Duke Blood's body suddenly erupted with intense light. That light instantly formed a solid curtain of light, firmly protecting the Blood Duke within it. Boom! The sword shadows bombarded the light curtain, causing vibrations, but failed to break its defense. Surprisingly, it triggered the body-protecting spirit jade. The Blood Duke's eyes were wide with disbelief. The body-protecting spirit jade was a life-preserving item that would only be triggered at the moment of life and death. In other words, without the body-protecting spirit jade, one would have just died. How is this possible? How old is he that he can kill me with one move? Nirvana! You're actually a fourth realm cultivator, the Blood Duke shouted in shock. You've reached the fourth realm at a young age. This is a remote place, not an ancient city in the wilderness. Where the hell did the freaks come from? And the point is, it doesn't follow the rules. It doesn't care what his background is. Come up and slash first. Crazy, just crazy. You talk a lot. The killing intent in Qinsher's eyes was biting cold, radiating out like substance. Breath surged around his body, once again condensing his sword energy, only to see his arms swing and a brand new sword chi roared out, blasting towards the light curtain with an unrelenting momentum. Boom boom, a huge sound echoed around. Dust was lifted up and a misty fog of dust formed. However, when the mist dispersed, the light curtain was actually undamaged except for its slightly darker color. Ha ha! Seeing this, the Blood Duke's face once again showed the color of arrogance. Laughing loudly, he said, "You should be at the early Nirvana realm, but this light screen of mine can defend against attacks by strong people at the late Nirvana stage. I'm just standing here. What can you do to me?" The words were followed by some provocative gestures. No more panic at all. When he triggered the protective spirit jade, his own old ancestor had already sensed it in his heart and rushed towards this place. A quarter of an hour at the most, and when the old man arrives, it will be the teenager's time to die. It's just a turtle shell. The killing intent on Qinsher's face did not diminish, and his expression grew colder and colder. Immediately afterward, the mana in his body roared and rolled like thunder. As he raised his hand, another brand new sword chi coalesced out. It coalesced into a point, seemingly tiny. However, it caused the Blood Duke who was inside the protective shield to inexplicably feel a palpitation. Brush! The sword light sped away at an astonishing speed, and at the moment of contact it was as if time had stood still. Then, with a loud bang, the light on the light curtain began to dim rapidly. A tiny crack spread across the light curtain like a spider's web. The Blood Duke's open smile also froze on his face at this moment. How is it possible? How could you damage the light curtain? The Blood Duke let out a scream, his hands and feet becoming cold and numb in an instant. This feeling of despair, he experienced for the first time in his life. He panicked and rummaged around in his nascent sphere for a while, and managed to come up with a transmitting light shadow that, it was ruthlessly crushed. Not long after, a shadowy old man-like figure shrouded in gloom emerged. Elder Ancestor, come quickly. The light curtain is going to break. It's going to break. The Blood Duke shouted hysterically. Already rushing. The blood demon ancestor frowned slightly and glanced absently at Qinshi. A surprised voice rang out. Such a young fourth realm cultivator is rare. It's a good seedling for refining blood slaves, but it's only at the early stage of nirvana. Don't panic. However, before the words left his mouth, another wave of Qinshi's attack struck, ruthlessly crashing into the light screen. The cracks spread even wider, densely packed like a spider's web. Sword chi. Superimposed? The blood demon old ancestor's pupils dilated, and he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "It's a sword chi overlay. This kid has stacked hundreds of sword chi on top of each other, increasing his battle power several times over. His comprehension of the way of the sword has reached an unimaginable level." The blood demon old ancestor was horrified inwardly, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to believe it. It wasn't that he didn't know about sword chi superposition, and he had seen some sword cultivators in the past who were also able to superimpose several sword chi, bursting out with strength beyond the same realm. But several superimposed that is already the limit of everyone's cognizance, and this teenager in front of him was able to stack 100 channels, 100 ways. No one would believe a ing word of it. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die, old ancestor. Save me. Save me." The blood duke shouted madly, no longer having the arrogant look he had before. The blood demon old ancestor's face was grim as he stared at Qinshi with a torch-like gaze. In a deep voice, he said, "I'm a strong Wanxiang in the 6th realm of cultivation. It's as easy as a slap in the face to exterminate you. If you stop, I can make a heavenly oath not to pursue today's matter any further. You will also be given a large amount of cultivation resources." After saying that, he looked at the blood-soaked misery on the street behind him, and spoke again. "In addition, I'll punish him by just grounding him for a month. In this way, it is also considered that you have done justice for those who died. What do you think?" When Qinshi heard this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Treating human lives like grass and slaughtering them wantonly. This kind of behavior, is a month's grounding already a heavenly punishment in your eyes? The words fell. There was another sword chi, even more powerful than before, and the spiderweb-like light curtain could no longer carry it. With a bang, it completely shattered and turned into a point of light, dissipating into thin air. "After I decapitate your heir, would it be alright if I ground myself for a year?" Qinshi's voice was icy cold, carrying endless anger. "Kid, don't be ungrateful." The blood demon old ancestor snapped. "The lives of the mole crickets. It is not comparable to my grandson. Trading their lives for my grandson, grounded for a month. That's as far as they're concerned. It has been a great honor." Qinshi stopped speaking and began to condense the sword light. It was just that the light that shone in the extreme, in the eyes of the blood duke, was like a death charm that, it made his soul tremble. "I can't die. I can't die," Duke Blood muttered. In the next moment, his face was filled with madness and viciousness. "How long are you going to hide? If I die, I will drag the whole city with me. I will make this Qinglan city a city of death, where blood will stain every inch of the land, and cries will resonate through the clouds. Make this place a hell on earth." Chapter 13, Sword Chi across Qinglan City. "Mr. Qin, don't be impulsive." The Qinglan City Lord finally appeared and shouted in a loud voice, with a hint of urgency and panic. Just a moment ago, Qinglan City was filled with blood, so how could he not know about it? Just hiding in the shadows for fear of getting into trouble. Now the Duke Blood had let loose with his words about slaughtering the city. He couldn't sit still any longer. "Mr. Qin, I know I shouldn't advise you at this time," Qinglan City Lord said pleadingly, "but this is, after all, about the survival of Qinglan City. The blood demon ancestor has achieved great feats and has cultivated to the 6th realm. If he slaughters the city to vent his anger, ask who can stop it. Sir Qin, for the sake of the more than 100,000 people of Qinglan City, I still hope that Sir Qin can put aside his disputes and spare his life." Qinglan City Lord shook his head inside, his eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. "Yes, Mr. Qin, even if you don't think about us, you should think about your sister." At that moment, a timid voice came out from the corner. "He's a cultivator from Qinglan City, but he doesn't have the guts to come out and he could only hide in the shadows and shout. I heard that you and your sister are extremely close. If you kill Duke Blood, your sister is afraid that it will be hard for her to escape." These words have the intention of pointing out Qinshi's soft underbelly to the blood demon old ancestor, whose heart is really punishable. In the end, the blood duke just killed some common people. Why should Mr. Qin hold on to it? This people have a crop after crop, and we can't, for the sake of these insignificant mortals, and ruin Green Lantern City. I guess, Mr. Qin, if Qinglan City is destroyed, you'll be a sinner, scorned by the people. 1,000 curses. The voices of the cultivators in the city rose and fell, radiating indifference. "Ha ha, As cultivators in the city, enjoying the offerings of the people, you should have the responsibility of guarding the city. But where were you when the Blood Prince went on his massacre? Did you ever try to stop it? In your eyes, the lives of the people are like grass, to be thrown away at will. How are you all different from that Blood Duke in this way? Now, the Blood Prince has let loose with his words of slaughtering the city, and instead of criticizing him harshly, you guys are blaming me for being a sinner. Qinshi looked up to the sky and laughed, his laughter filled with grief and disdain. You don't dare to accuse the Blood Duke because you know he dares to kill, but when you accuse me from on high, Qinshi's tone changed, his voice cold, and how do you know that I don't dare to kill? The words fell. As the mana flowed within Qinshi's body, the endless sword chi whistled away, locking down as many of those who had just spoken out in the dark. Sir Qin, spare your life. We were wrong. Please spare your life. I'm sorry, Sir Qin. I've just been blinded by lard and tried to curry favor with Sir Blood after the fact. I was wrong. So wrong. Repent. This kind of killing and decisive. Why did I provoke him? Don't kill me, please. Trembling cries of horror, pleas for mercy, and remorse resounded continuously. Qinshi simply ignored it. He wouldn't actively create killings, but never minded doing so. His right hand pinched a sword trick, and a mournful, miserable scream rang out immediately. Those who had just spoken out in secret were killed one by one. Qinshi's face was full of killing intent, but when he looked at the Blood Duke in front of him, the killing intent receded like a tidal wave. Qinshi hesitated. When faced with hundreds of thousands of people and his sister, he was unable to be decisive and resolute. Suddenly, Qinshi's arm was pulled, and when he looked back, it was the little girl from earlier. At this point, the girl was holding up a large bloodstained candy in her hand with a puzzled look on her face. Big brother, I see that the corners of Anyang's mouth are bleeding. She must be in a lot of pain. When my daughter's body hurts, Auntie gives my daughter candy, and my daughter doesn't hurt anymore. The little girl opened her big watery eyes and said doubtfully, but I just fed Auntie some candy. Why isn't Auntie eating? Big brother, is Ame asleep? But Ame's eyes, they are clearly open. Looking at the little girl's innocent face, Qinshi's heart tingled as he opened his mouth and, but I don't know what to say. Eventually, as if resigned to his fate, Qinshi dropped his shoulders helplessly, and the sword chi condensed at his fingertips dissipated. Ha ha, the Blood Duke obviously also saw Qinshi's final decision. Excited. I'm okay. The Blood Demon Ancestor's light shadow also nodded in satisfaction. Kid, don't worry. When I arrive, I will not go back on my word. Give you the resources for cultivation, and never pursue this matter. Good. Qinshi compromised, his voice a little hoarse. But, you need to make a heavenly Dao oath now that you will never behead a single person among the people of Qinglan City. Then, in order to reassure the Blood Demon Old Ancestor, Qinshi continued, don't worry, I am a cultivator, not a citizen of Qinglan City. If I kill him, you can behead me yourself. Good. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor was also painfully honest, and immediately swore an oath to the heavenly Dao, using his blood as a matchmaker. I, Blood Demon Old Ancestor, will never kill a single person from the people of Qinglan City. If I break my oath, I will be punished by heaven and die. As the oath was made, a mysterious force surged through the air before dissipating into thin air. Only when he looked at Qinshi's eyes again, there was a flash of killing intent. This son has cultivated to the 4th realm at a young age, and he is even able to superimpose 100 sword chi, with such a terrifyingly heaven-defying qualification. Given some more time, wouldn't he be able to even cut me down with a single sword? This son cannot be kept. When I arrive, I will kill him. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor already had a decision in his mind. It's good to know the times, and there's absolutely no need for us to be on opposite sides of the fence. Duke Blood walked in with a smug smile on his face. Qinshi bowed his head in agreement, seemingly resigned to his fate. Duke Blood is right. Ha ha. Looking at Qinshi's attitude, the Blood Duke laughed recklessly. So what if it's a 4th realm cultivator? So what if it's a great talent, without a background? It's nothing. Ask him if he dares to kill himself in the time of Qin. The survivors in the streets, sobbing in a pool of blood, the light in their eyes dimming, until it dissipates. Their loved ones had been swallowed by the blood serpent, and they had thought that the Duke of Qin in front of them would be able to help them avenge their deaths. However, they despaired that perhaps the people deserved and only deserved to die. Your sword chi stacking is good. Turn around and teach this Gongzi, Duke Blood said in a commanding tone. Qinshi frowned slightly. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, only then did he say with a smile on his face, sword chi superposition is nothing. When I was young, I created a sword move. This move can burst out tens of thousands of sword chi at the same time, brilliant in its splendor, covering the sky and the sun. Does Mr. Blood want to see it? I can demonstrate with you. It's much more fun than counting your fingers for fun, Qianshi said with a calm expression. Oh, make it quick. The Blood Duke's eyes lit up. Qianshi smiled. Mr. Blood can see well. This move I named 100,000 800,000 swords. As the words fell, in an instant, the sky was filled with swordlight like a Milky Way pouring down, brilliant and dazzling. Those countless swordlights drooped down and pressed across the entire Qinglan city. Sword chi streaked across the air, cutting through the air in a biting trajectory, and in the horrified gaze of the Blood Prince, charge at it. Miserable screams shot up into the sky as the Blood Duke's body twisted in agony and was instantly drowned by the sword chi. That original smug countenance was replaced by fear and agony as he tried to struggle and, however, he was trapped to death by the endless sword chi. Mr. Blood, look, does it look good? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Qianshi's mouth. This sword chi can cut your flesh and grind your bones little by little, and will make you experience extreme-like pain before you die. The Blood Duke's clothes were instantly cut into pieces, and a thin wound appeared on his skin. Blood spurted out like a spring. Each sword chi slashed through, bringing up a mist of blood. The whole thing was like being caught in a bloody whirlwind. Pain, pain, pain. The Blood Duke's miserable voice came from inside. Old ancestor, I'm in pain. Help me. How dare you? Harlot, stop it. The Blood Demon ancestor's light shadow was shocked and angry. He really didn't expect that Qianshi would really be able to disregard his own safety and forcefully behead his grandson. The mournful screams went straight up to the sky, and it made one's scalp numb to hear them. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I atoned to the dead. Stop it. It hurts too much. Please, someone help me. Let me go. I will change. I will be a good person. The little girl behind her heard the word pain, looked at the candy in her hand, and confusedly, trying to step forward to hand over the candy. He was held tightly by Mayuzumi. Old ancestor. Grandchildren hurt. Wrong. Really wrong. The wailing sound resounded through the clouds, from screaming to weakness, and finally completely obliterated amidst the endless sword chi. Lord Blood is dead. His death simultaneously sent the entire cultivators of Qinglan City into a state of shock. This Qianshi, how dare, cultivating the fourth realm. The future is boundless. Why do you want to feud with the Blood Demon ancestor? Crazy, when it's really crazy. They don't understand. They don't get it. Isn't it just some of the people who died? Isn't it just a bloodless sister? Why can't you give it up? Why? Isn't it the same to recognize a few more sisters after the fact when one is dead? The Blood Demon old ancestor's eyes were crimson. He had long since pinched off the image and didn't dare to look at it again as he ran with all his might to attack Qinglan City. He swore that he would take Qianshi, throw the bones to the ground. Hours. Looking back again, my Qishi had long since burst into tears. No harm done. Sister. Qianshi smiled. Sister is also a citizen of the city, so she can rest assured. After a pause, Qianshi blinked and continued. Sister, I have no regrets. A man's son is in the world. When, as in anger, something is done, something is not done. I want to be clear in my thoughts and act without shame. In the distant sky, a powerful energy came rushing in with monstrous fury. The energy was like a burning blood-colored flame, and wherever it passed, the air was distorted. That was none other than the Blood Fiend ancestor who was desperately rushing towards this place. His speed was extremely fast and, in the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to Qinglan City. Sis, I'm leaving. Looking at the Blood Demon old ancestor who was getting closer and closer, Qianshi said in a pretense of relaxation. But don't worry, it won't be that easy for the Blood Demon old man to want me dead. Yes, my Chi Hitomi collected her tears. I'll wait for you at home, until you come back. Qianshi nodded his head before landing his deep gaze on Qinglan City Lord. No words were spoken, but the city lord of Qinglan was clear, and he hastened to say, I promise that the cultivators in the city will never give your sister a hard time. That little girl, I will also adopt as my own daughter. Upon hearing this, Qianshi then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared far away towards the reflecting heart lake. A sixth realm cultivator was far beyond what his current self could contend with. One had to escape to the reflecting heart lake before the Blood Demon ancestor came after him. Breaking the spatial node in advance and triggering the descent of the unknown might still have a chance of survival. Looking at the disappearing Qianshi, the Qinglan City Lord fell into deep puzzlement. The qualifications are heavenly, and he is a great lover. If he could grow up, he would definitely be a giant of a party. Expelling this kind of teenager. Is the Ling Tian sect's group of people collectively blind? Chapter 14, Special Physique. In the distant sky, a red haze filled the sky, seemingly dyed red with blood. The roaring voice of the Blood Demon old ancestor came out. Kill my grandson, and I will refine you into a blood slave and torture you day and night. Being decapitated in front of his face with cruelty and decapitation of his children, he was almost on the verge of a seizure. The blood demon old ancestor began to burn his essence blood and used the blood escape technique despite his own yuan qi. Almost in the blink of an eye, the distance was driven into 10 or so miles. Qinshi had also increased his speed to the extreme, and the gusts of wind whistled in his ears. The scene in front of me flew backwards. 10 breaths. There are still 10 breaths to go before we reach the reflecting heart lake. The mana in Qinshi's body boiled and he used his full strength. Whoosh! The rainbow awns flickered, appearing and disappearing, and were beyond the level of capture by the human eye. However, even so, it still couldn't get rid of the blood qi tracking. 2 breaths later, you won't get away with it. A sinister voice exploded in his ears like thunder. The blood demon ancestor was too fast, far beyond Qinshi's expectations. Qinshi only felt a strong pressure coming from behind him, causing his back to go cold, subconsciously dodging sideways. Boom! A cloud of jutsu exploded around them, searing the air with a zippy sound. With the breath of all destruction, indeed sensitive, the blood demon ancestor's voice rang out. But how many moves can you dodge? Boom boom! The blood demon ancestor's attacks became more and more violent, and he danced with his hands. A streak of blood-red light slashed towards Qinshi like lightning. Each ray of light contained great power, and wherever it went, mountains and rocks crumbled and deep grooves appear in the ground. A massive power with a destructive aura smashed over. It made the surrounding air as sticky and thick as a quagmire, greatly limiting Qinshi's speed of escape. 6 more breaths to go. Qinshi fiercely clenched his teeth, and his sword qi erupted out, cutting through the fluctuations that were set off by the energy. While taking advantage of this opening, the blood demon old ancestor had already locked Qinshi's qi. Qinshi held his breath, his heartbeat echoing like a drum in his chest. Each stroke felt like it was going to break through his chest, with only one thought echoing over and over. Escape! 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 Seemingly stimulating his potential, Qinshi's speed steeply increased by a fraction. 3 breaths left. In the blurred landscape of Qinshi had even seen the serene mirror-like lake sparkling in the setting sun's afterglow. Boy, it ends here. The blood demon ancestor's voice rang in his ears. The next instant, the roiling blood python roared out and rushed at Qinshi to pounce and bite. Old mongrel! Qinshi cursed. He could no longer avoid it, even if he could destroy the blood python. It was also bound to slow down and be rushed to the front by the blood demon ancestor. With a heartless heart, Qinshi did not dodge or avoid, and transferred his entire body's mana to form a sturdy protective barrier, allowing the blood python to impact. Boom! A huge impact pressed down like a crumbling mountain range, and the protective barrier was smashed through. Following that, Qinshi's entire body was sent flying, crashing into the direction of the reflecting heart lake like a meteor. Really looking for death, the blood demon ancestor snorted coldly, daring to stand up to my blood river divergence. I'm afraid that my flesh has been broken. The blood demon old ancestor was a bit sorry that his fleshly body had been destroyed and could not be refined into a blood slave. Yet the next instant, a scene that shocked the blood demon ancestor occurred. The flesh that should have been blown apart. Surprisingly, he stayed on the surface of the lake and began to condense his sword qi. I'm sure he was hit by me. But how is that possible? The blood demon ancestor muttered. The Nirvana beginning realm is hard against a strike from a 10,000 elephants powerhouse? Who would believe this? In the next moment, it suddenly dawned on him, and his complexion shook as he called out. I know, it's the special trait that, this kid is definitely a rare and special physique in the world. Rumor has it that those with special physiques are all heaven's favorites, and that the minimum cultivation realm. It was also that 9th realm of cultivation, the divine spirit realm. The qualifications are counterintuitive. Talented horror. Special physique. These 3 in one person. The pupils of the blood demon ancestor shrunk slightly. He really did not dare to imagine that if the news were to spread, I'm afraid that those great clans would be the first to exterminate themselves just to please that kid. But there are no more surprises. Even though he had carried his own blow, he had lost the ability to escape. So what if you're a genius? Growing up, the blood demon ancestor killed straight over with his monstrous blood qi. I had expected to see panic and fear on Qinshi's face. However, what came into his eyes was Qinshi's bland demeanor. There was even a wry smile at the corner of his blood-stained mouth. No good. An ominous premonition surged through his heart, and the blood demon old ancestor subconsciously tried to retreat and flee. But the next instant, however, when he saw Qinshi's arm swinging, the almost cohesive substance of the sword aura ruthlessly chopped towards the lake. Bang! A huge curtain of water was lifted high into the air before exploding. Within that curtain of water, a bit of mysterious black aura loomed, dark and deep. Immediately after that, a terrifying suction force as if it were a flood beast spread openly from that black on. It was as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. The blood demon old ancestor's pupils shrank as he uttered in horror. Spatial rift. Before the words fell, the 2 figures, like 2 drifting leaves, were it was mercilessly swallowed up by that spatial rift. Inside the lake, a brilliant golden light flashed, striking the binding force again and again, trying to escape far away. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he was ultimately defeated and was dragged alive into the spatial rift. Vaguely, an indignant voice could be heard. "Little thief, you're so hateful. Ugh. I don't know how much time has passed." The waves of the lake gradually subsided and recovered as before, clear as a mirror, reflecting the brilliant evening sun. The flowers and grasses swayed along the shore, as if nothing had happened. And within that distant Ling Tian sect, it was a different scene. Ling Huang's pace was calm and steady, and the moment he stepped into the returning spring courtyard, the rich aroma of the medicine rushed straight to the tip of his nose like a raging wave. Inside the courtyard, the disciples looked nervous as they gathered around the pill furnace to boil spirit medicines. There were also occasional moans of pain coming from inside the house. After scanning the circle, Ling Huang rested her gaze on Changlin. In a grave tone, he asked, "How are the injuries of the elders and disciples?" After a pause, he made it a point to emphasize, especially those elders who are seriously injured. They are the pillars of the clan. It is a matter of the clan's survival, and their lives must be preserved at all costs. The elder must not be lost, or else this will be bad for the reputation and strength of the Ling Tian sect. It will be a huge blow. Changlin's face tightened and her lips trembled slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Patriarch, is Senior Qin back?" "Humph." Ling Huang snorted coldly, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. "This patriarch personally invited him to, but I didn't want this person to be ungrateful and refused to return to the clan." When she finished speaking, she looked a little slower and continued, "But there's no need to worry. I already have a comprehensive plan that is sufficient to solve the danger of the fierce nest in the back of the mountain. You only need to focus on saving the elder." Between the words, Ling Huang exuded a powerful confidence that everything was under control. "Yes, Sovereign," Changlin answered with a lowered head, trying to smooth out her voice a bit, "and, please don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely do my best to carry out the healing, and as of right now, it's already showing the first results." When Ling Huang heard this, her expression soothed a lot and she nodded slightly. "Very well, Changlin, I was right about you. We just want everyone to know that without Qinshi, my Ling Tian sect is still incredibly powerful. What's the point of knowing the ways of the grass and the trees? Could it be that we won't heal without him?" The corner of Ling Huang's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. "Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to make him regret his refusal today." After saying that, Ling Huang left with a broad stride, and since the seriously injured elders and disciples had no worries about their lives for the time being, then the first order of business is to solve the difficulty of the murderous nest in the back of the mountain. "Greetings, Patriarch," Changlin said respectfully, but her eyes stayed fixed on the direction Ling Huang had left, until the figure disappeared. At this moment, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes, and she cursed in a low voice. "Can't even invite someone to. What a waste of stuff. Qinshi doesn't return to the clan. How do you expect me to save people?" Thinking of this, Changlin only felt a headache coming on. She had thought that the ways of herbs and trees and the study of pharmacology were not too difficult, and that she had only to read through the medical arts and simply boil the elixir as prescribed. After all, when he was seriously injured, he had asked Qinshi, "Senior brother Qin, where did you learn your way of pharmacology?" Qinshi replied, "There are books of grasses and trees stored within the clan, though they are the most superficial. But it is sufficient for use, and can be mastered by spending only a day reading through and understanding it." Yes, these were the original words of Qinshi at that time, but, when he really read through it, he was surprised to realize that the way of grass and trees was ever-changing and complex and profound. For example, the purple loosestrife and the blue scale fruit, both used alone have the effect of healing. However, once improperly matched, they will clash with each other and produce terrible toxins that erode the injured person's meridians and internal organs. It was only after he had cured a few of his own disciples to death that he realized it with a jolt. The fire also needs to be mastered with great care, such as the precious herbs such as the dragon blood Ganoderma and the spiritual ginseng. It needs to be roasted over a gentle fire, and the firepower is 1 point higher or a few breaths longer, so that it can be roasted over a gentle fire. It will then instantly burn the essence of it. If the fire is too low or not long enough, it cannot be absorbed by the body again. He had already wasted 10 or so of the clan's precious medicinal herbs, but still can't get it to simmer until now. Don't look at the medicinal scent in the courtyard now. But after those elders and disciples delivered the pressing was not treated effectively, all hanging on by their own breath. If they want to survive, they still have to rely on their own efforts. Failure after failure had long ago been driving Changlin crazy, had thought that the difference in talent between himself and Qinshi was not great, and that he would need one day to. The big deal is that you can always figure it out yourself if you spend 3 or 5 days on it. But it was only after real contact that I realized that without a decade or so of light, one couldn't even get started without wasting tons of herbs and curing dozens of cultivators to death. But can you blame yourself? You can only blame Qinshi. If Qinshi had spoken earlier about his talent for grass and trees, why would one need to boast in front of that trashy patriarch? Ahem. Just then, the elder's weak voice came from within the room. AI. Chang Lin. Why do I feel like my body is getting weaker after taking this medicine? Panic flashed in Chang Lin's eyes, but she quickly forced herself to calm down and said, Elder, don't be in a hurry. This is a normal phenomenon. The medicine is adjusting in the body, and it will get better in a few days. Yes, is it? The elder was puzzled. How do I remember that when Qinshi treated me before, every time I used the medicine, my injuries would be repaired rapidly. If the elder doesn't believe me, he can go find Qinshi now. Chang Lin pushed the door and walked in, her face terribly gloomy, with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. The elder's heart was shocked. Chills surged out from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen Process Lin look like this before. Subconsciously, he touched the nascent ring on his hand, wanting to look for a sound transmission stone to call for help. But I didn't want to be snatched by Chang Lin first. In order for the elder to heal at ease and not be distracted by clan chores, I'll keep your nagging ring for you for now. A twisted smile appeared on Chang Lin's face, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 15, Taking You Home. 2 days had passed since the Qinglan City bloodbath. A faint aroma of tea filled the tea house in Qinglan City. Mr. Storyteller slapped the shocking wood, and with a voice like a bell, he told the thrilling story. That said, that heroic young man, with a heart of righteousness, lured away the blood demon ancestor alone. Along the way, he fought in blood, and between the interplay of swords and shadows, the young man's posture was like a candle in the wind, yet he was resilient and unyielding. Finally, at that reflecting heart lake, under the frantic attack of the blood demon ancestor, he was regrettably decapitated. Mr. Storyteller paused briefly, took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and went on to say, and that blood devil old man wanted to slaughter the city to vent his anger, but had sworn an oath of heaven, bound by the oath, can only hate to leave? Since then hidden back to the mountains. The crowd at the tea house listened as if they were there. The gruesome images surfaced one by one in front of everyone's eyes. The air was filled with tension and regret. At that moment, a tigerish child, red-faced, stepped on a stool and, waving his little fists, he yelled, "You're wrong! Since the teenager is a hero, the hero won't die." He must have chopped off the blood demon ancestor and ended up guarding Qinglan City. The surrounding audience froze at first, then roared with laughter. In their opinion, the difference in strength between a 6th realm cultivator against a 4th realm teenager was like a rift valley. The teenager must have no more possibility of escape. The boy's thoughts were too naive. Yes, child, you're right. It is indeed the blood demon ancestor who has lost and the teenager who has triumphed. Someone who couldn't bear to break the child's beautiful fantasy spoke out in a soothing voice. The child listened, then nodded in satisfaction, and jumped down from his stool. The little face was beaming with pride. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the tea house returned to its usual tranquility. At that moment, a woman stepped forward quietly. She was shapely, but her pace was hurried, her face anxious, and her trembling hands passed over the silver tails. The voice asked eagerly, "Old sir, is that teenager really dead?" Mr. Storyteller looked at the woman, sighed, and said slowly, "Girl, don't look at it as a place of storytelling, but there is a basis for what is being said. According to the cultivator's probe, from here to Lake Reflecting Heart, along the way, the mountains crumbled and the earth split. The earth was torn apart by that fierce battle, and a trail of blood was found by the Reflecting Heart Lake. That blood should be a teenager's. So, it was only then that we concluded that the teenager was decapitated at the Lake of the Reflecting Heart." When the woman heard this, she was struck by lightning and her face instantly turned pale. It was as if her heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing hurt. Mr. Storyteller pushed the silver tails over, his tone sincere. "He is the hero of my Qinglan City. You're his sister. I can't take this silver." With a crying voice, Maichi Hitomi asked. Then my brother's bones, probably thrown to the bottom of Reflections Lake." Mr. Storyteller sighed and shook his head as he left, his back looking incredibly forlorn. She staggered out of the tea house, stumbling all the way. Tears had long blurred her eyes, and she didn't even remember how she got home. Her world fell apart. The sky was so overcast that it seemed like a huge slab of lead, weighing heavily on the head of it seemed to crush everything in the world. Move it, this one, that one works in the moving house. Throw out anything that doesn't work." The voice came out from the small courtyard, the shrillness of it harsh in the dreary air. Maichi Hitomi pushed open the courtyard door, and what met her eyes was a scene that broke her heart. Aunt Fatty, the neighbor, was condescendingly directing people to move her things, and Rhubarb, who had been guarding her, was, at this time, actually lying motionless on the ground, has long been out of breath. Around its body, the blood had dried, and the scars on that body were shocking. Apparently killed alive. She only felt a buzz in her head, and anger instantly surged to her heart. Her body trembled slightly and her eyes reddened as she questioned. What are you doing? Why? Why did you kill Rhubarb? Why? The fat ant looked at her askance, full of concern. You're a girl. Sooner or later, you'll have to marry someone. So what's the point of keeping this house? Why don't you spare it for my son's wedding? After saying that, he skimmed his mouth again, with disdain in his eyes, and continued, and the dog, I can't believe I rushed over and bit me while I was moving stuff. Look at that. It's all bitten up for me, said the fat ant, pointing to the shallow wound on her arm. Thanks to me, I've been stringing along a lot. This kind of underbred white-eyed wolf deserves to be killed. Put it down. Put the thing down. Michi Hitomi clenched her lips and her lips were bitten with blood marks, and she said in a firm tone, I'm going to wait for my brother here, and no one is allowed to touch my things. Auntie Fatty, however, let out a snort. Your brother? Isn't he already dead? What are you waiting for? But it was also the knowledge of her brother's death that dared the family to come to their door and occupy the yard. After all, a home without a man is like losing a pillar of strength. There's no point in keeping this house. These words were as if they had touched the nerves of Mai Hitomi, and in the next second the anger erupted in her eyes. No, my brother is not dead. He must not be dead. Say it. Dancing Chishi Poople directly stepped forward. Her skinny body erupted with amazing strength from nowhere. It actually pushed Auntie Fatty straight back. Auntie Fatty really couldn't have imagined that the usually soft and deceptively skinny little girl that, how can you explode with so much power, especially the eyes, which revealed an oozing ferocity. Auntie Fatty sat on the floor, a little balked, and muttered, crazy, just crazy. You weren't even this angry when I moved your stuff, and now you're mad after a comment about your brother being dead. At the word, he scrambled to his feet, shouting as he stepped back. Besides, it's not like I'm the only one who said it. The whole city is spreading it like this. After saying that, he led the people to leave in a hurry. Even if you do. Michi Hitomi closed her eyes in pain. Hours. Waiting for sister. Sister will take you home now. It's cold outside. Sister take you home. Simply bury the rhubarb that's been watching over you. She then resolutely walked in the direction of the reflecting heart lake. The Chin family is having a hard time. When the resources at a family's disposal don't match its strength, then there are only two ways forward for this family. Decline and death. After the news of Qin Shi's death broke out, Qin Da then at the first opportunity endured the pain of letting go of many resources within the family in order to be able to perpetuate the Qin family. Father, a few days ago, my Qin family was a bustling city, but what about today? Look at this. Now even a dog dares to urinate wantonly in front of our Qin family's door. The world has become too fast. Qin Dali's face was full of bitterness, and his eyes were full of feelings about the rise and fall of the family. Qin Da let out a long sigh, his gaze filled with vicissitudes and helplessness. Son, at this point in time, I can see it completely. In this cruel world, without strength to back it up, everything is a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Look at Qin Shi. Even if he doesn't do anything and stands there, the heavens of Qinglan City will prostrate themselves at his feet. How majestic would that be? Speaking here, Qin Da paused, his eyes becoming complicated. Even though he fell in the end, it can only be blamed on his sharpness, plus his really bad luck. Qin Da suddenly looked at Qin Dali with a firm gaze and said in a serious tone, so, I've decided to send you to practice. Qin Dali froze for a moment. Father, you're not stupid, are you? My talent is 1 in a million trash. If I can cultivate, won't this sow go up a tree every day? Qin Da smiled faintly and said mysteriously, of course it's not for no reason that you should be allowed to practice, since there is a thing to help you. What could make a sow come up a tree? Qin Dali's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. A marriage certificate. Qin Da said word for word. It's a marriage certificate that belongs to Qin Shi. That's what his parents left behind. Since he's gone, it's up to you to take his place. Chapter 16, The Letter of Marriage. A marriage certificate? Qin Dali was shocked when he heard the words, and then he looked furious. Father, as the saying goes, you can't play with your friend's wife, let alone my brother. No matter how bad my Qin Dali's character is, I can't do this kind of unethical thing of giving birth to a child without an asshole. Qin Da looked at Qin Dali like he was looking at, without much explanation, just without a word, he dragged him to a secret room. Inside, the walls are old and stale, empty and, The only thing that remained was a marriage certificate quietly placed on top of the stone platform in the center. The material of this wedding book resembled ancient silk, with a slight sheen. Shin Da carefully picked up the marriage certificate and slowly opened it. Only on the marriage certificate, a line of ancient runes emerged. Shining like a bright star with a mysterious light. It was strange that the Qin family's father and son weren't fluent in runes, but they were able to understand the meaning at a glance. When the heavens and the earth were in chaos at the dawn of time, there was a meeting of the spirits that gave birth to all things. Now there is the son of the Qin family, Qin Shi, and the daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Mingyue, a match made in heaven. May the Qin dynasty and the moon make a good match. This marriage contract will be recognized by heaven and earth. The gods and devils of heaven and earth will congratulate the gods of the ancient world. With just one glance, the two of them seemed as if their souls had returned to the ancient times, where the innate gods and devils majestically towered over them. There were also ancient gods overlooking the living world, like a grand painting that shook the hearts of the people. Qin Dali's eyes widened in shock, too stunned to speak. It was a long time before he said in a trembling voice, "Father, this marriage certificate, could it be that our family has been passed down from the ancient times? For some reason, we are secluded in this small remote town? Yes, it must be so. This marriage certificate has such an ancient and mysterious aura on it. There's also the blessings of the innate gods and demons and the ancient gods. Our family's origins must be very terrifying." The more Qin Dali thought about it, the more excited he became, and his breathing became rapid. I couldn't help but raise my voice to the sky. I knew that I, Qin Dali, was never a pool animal, and I'm only floating today for my rise in the future. After I recognize my ancestor, I will be able to use the power of my family to cover the ages. My Qin family should have the qualifications of a great emperor. Qin Da just watched quietly for a long time before saying with a complicated expression, "Son, this is not the honor of our Qin family. Rather, it is a family possession from the time of Qin." Without giving my son a chance to wonder, Qin Da continued, "That Qin Shi's parents aren't from our Qin family at all. They're just surnamed Qin." "What? It's the Qin Shi family, not our family." Qin Dali immediately burst into tears. "The same surname Qin, how the gap is so big." "So, you take this marriage certificate and go find someone named Zhang Mingyue," Qin Dewu said. "According to the account in the talking book, when the time comes, Zhang Mingyue will definitely withdraw from the marriage." Speaking here, the corners of Qin Da's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Once she withdrew from the marriage, she naturally felt guilty. Shouldn't we give some elixirs and precious medicines at that time? Think about it, when that ancient family makes a move, how can it be an ordinary thing? Just a little, then you will be able to let our Qin family shed its bones, Qin Da said in an affirmative tone. This way, Qin Dali was still a bit hesitant, his face full of tangles and what if she has to marry me? Qin Da looked at his son in front of him, who was low in stature, dark in skin, and still had a sinewy head. There was a pang of helplessness in his heart. Don't worry about this, as long as she is not blind, she will definitely not marry you. Then, wait for the withdrawal, get your compensation, get off your ass and cross the class. Qin Dali finally put down his tangles and said with an excited face, "Yes, cross class." Qin Da said heavily. Packing his bags, Qin Dali departed with the marriage certificate and the hopes of the whole family. As for where Zhang Mingyue is, this is also simple. Just go to the main city of the Great Wasteland and inquire about the Zhang family. Qin Da stood still for a moment. His eyes closely followed his own foolish son's fading back. His eyes filled with a complex look. If the family hadn't been at the end of its rope, who would want to risk their son traveling to the main city? On the other side of the conversation, after a day's travel, Mai Hitomi dragged her exhausted body and, one step at a time, it was hard to get to Reflections Lake. Her clothes were a bit tattered, covered in dirt from the long journey. The hair also fell messily over her shoulders, full of weariness. The vast surface of Reflecting Heart Lake is like a huge mirror reflecting the overcast sky. "Our sister's coming to take you home." Without hesitation, Maichi Hitomi jumped into the lake. In an instant, the piercing waters of the lake surrounded Maichi Hitomi. The coldness pierced into his body like countless steel needles, causing him to shiver. Dancing Chishi Hitomi was like a falling leaf in the water, rising and falling and diving to the bottom of the lake again and again, groping in the darkness and cold, with slender fingers probing among the sand and gravel at the bottom of the lake, not to miss a single clue that might lead to the bones of Qin Shi's corpse. However, the lake was just too big, desperately big. The ice-cold lake water continued to erode the body, and the limbs gradually became numb. The despair in Maichi Hitomi's heart also grew stronger. Where are you?" Mai Ariheim broke down and shouted, her voice echoing across the lake. She felt like she was going to hold on for dear life, and tears came uncontrollably to her eyes as it mingled with the lake and blurred the view. Gradually, Michi Hitomi's consciousness began to blur and her body became heavier and heavier. Dying? But I haven't brought my brother home yet. My Izumi was a bit reluctant to, but then there was a hint of relief on his face. It's good to die. So, I'll be able to accompany my brother. Images from my childhood came in like a tidal wave. Damn, you just begged for this today? Little bastards. Now you've learned to be lazy. All of you will starve today. A grim-faced man, with a face full of crosshairs, and a long, thick leather whip waving in his hand. A hard smack on a young girl. Each swipe left a bloody mark on the girl's delicate skin. The girl was trembling with pain, but she didn't dare make too much of a cry. By the girl's side were a dozen other equally pitiful little beggars, all of them in rags, and there was fear and despair in his eyes. They are all children abducted by human traffickers and are forced to beg on the streets every day. Starving, freezing, being beaten, begging on the streets, which has become a common occurrence. It was a time of immense darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight, until one day, she was found by Chinsher's parents and brought back home. Why are you eating on the floor? Come up here and eat. The little boy asked curiously with those big clear eyes. The little girl said timidly. There is a difference between honor and inferiority. You are the young master of the. I'm a slave girl. Nonsense. The little boy frowned, stood on his tiptoes, and gently tapped the little girl on the forehead. With a solemn face, he said, in my eyes, all men are born equal, and there is no distinction between the inferior and the superior. And from now on you will come up to the table and eat with me. My name is Chinsher. What's yours? Little Chinsher tilted his head and revealed a bright smile as he asked. The little girl blinked and puffed and puffed and puffed and puffed and puffed, then shook his head. I don't have a name. Why don't you have a name? And what did people used to call you? Xiao Chinsher asked with a face full of surprise. They call me Five Beggar Boy. The little girl bowed her head, her voice like a gnat's, and repeated in a whisper. 5 beggars. My Ei Hitomi? That's not a bad name. Little Chinsher scratched his head and pondered for a while. Stretching out her little hand. From now on, you're my sister. Michi Hitomi was a bit hesitant as she looked at Chinsher's clean little hands and, looking at his dirty hand again, he tried to retract it, but Chinsher held it tightly. Since then, 2 lonely souls have clung to each other and they have a home. Just when the fire of dancing Chishi Hitomi's life was about to be extinguished, an everlasting voice resounded at the bottom of the lake. After millions of years of time sinking, it's finally time for you. The world deceives you, but you still harbor love in your heart. The world is cool, but it is hard to cool your heart. That voice was like the whispers of an ancient deity, transmitting endless vicissitudes of life. I now finally understand why my master insisted on choosing you. Are you willing to accept my master's inheritance? Find the brother. Although Michi Hitomi's consciousness was blurred, her conviction was unusually strong. Don't worry, his fortune is against the heavens, and instead of being fine, he'll gain an amazing chance. The voice of the ages echoed at the bottom of the lake. Thanks, Michi Hitomi weakly said. May your pure goodness and fortitude shine like bright stars for many long years to come. The river of void's true divine hidden inheritance opened up. Chapter 17, Plucking Star Refining Formation. There was a sweetness echoing in his mouth. It was the power of the elixir, which quickly spread throughout his body once he entered the mouth. That body that had been injured by the blood demon ancestor was being repaired at an astonishing speed, but the drilling pain coming from his arm made Chinsher open his eyes from his subconscious stupor. You're a dog. Looking at the bloody bite marks on his arm, and the puffed up look of the young girl beside him. Chinsher was irritated for a while. What kind of person is he biting for a good reason? Little thief. You still say. The young girl's willow brows knit together as she clenched her small silver teeth. It's all you that. Not only did I lose my chance, but I've also been dragged into the river of nothingness. Biting you is not even a big deal. Her chest rose and fell violently, obviously furious. Hey, Chinsher said rather helplessly. Who would have thought that you were hiding at the bottom of the lake? Had I known, I would have. Bah! The young girl spat, interrupting directly. It's all about to be hunted to death. Even if I were at the lake, you would still break through the space node early. Chinsher smiled sarcastically, but did not retort. Working his magic power, feeling that the injuries on his body had already healed for the most part under the power of the elixir. Unable to help, his heart was grateful. Many thanks for the precious medicine. Che! The young girl rolled her eyes in disdain and, that old red-headed monster got sucked in too, and I don't want to face him alone. Not for your sake. Chinsher nodded his head. There was no need to say anything extra, and he took note of this favor. Chinsher surveyed his surroundings, and the sight that met his eyes shocked him greatly. It's more like an abandoned land forgotten by the universe. Yes, the feeling of being in the universe. Looking up, the starry sky was like a vast sea of stars, with many stars as small as dust constantly flickering. The runs on a specific trajectory. Looking closely, there were complicated and complex supreme formation patterns that appeared and disappeared on the void earth beneath his feet. The heavy treasures of the river of void will come out at a specific time and place, and if they are broken in advance, what we're facing on the other hand is a killing device left behind by a certain heavenly figure, the young girl said with a grave expression. As far as we can see, we're in luck. This should be a big formation, yet it does not dominate killing and is not hostile to outsiders. The young girl looked around while analyzing. Otherwise, the moment you come in, and we die. This is a large formation? Qinshi was astonished and incredulous. Not bad, the young girl explained. Look at the stars above your head. They are all picked and refined by supreme existences. Coalesce a great formation to simulate the state of the universe as a means of resisting the erosion of the years. Qinshi heard is even more marveled. This roaming star. Actually all is picking star refining. Compared to Qinshi's surprise, the young girl was much more bashful. After all, which of those who could leave traces in the river of nothingness was not a great man of the ancient world? Possessing the means to go against the heavens is reasonable. The two of them traveled slowly along the path of nothingness, surrounded by a somewhat eerie silence. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the void. Qinshi was keenly aware that there was something strange about the starry sky above his head, and some of the stars had dimmed to nothing, ceased to twinkle, leaving the entire starry sky clouded with a deadly haze. Even a star formation that simulates the universe will one day not be able to withstand the erosion of the years. Qinshi couldn't help but sigh. The two continued on their way. Time had lost its meaning here. At the end of the starry sky, Qinshi saw a magnificent palace appearing and disappearing. It was too huge and it was comparable to a city, rusted and etched with age. The young girl frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before. Surprised, he said, could this be the bronze immortal hall recorded in ancient history? I realized that what originally flowed out of the right place at the right time was not a heavy treasure. Rather, it's an inheritance. From the bronze immortal hall, the young girl said indistinctly. That is to say, although we broke the spatial node in advance, but still found the immortal hall inheritance? A hint of anticipation flashed across Qinshi's face. What are you thinking about? The young girl gave him a blank look and said, the bronze immortal hall is outside the great formation. Don't look at it as just a stone's throw away, but it's more than as far away as the end of the world, and it would take at least 10,000 years to walk there. It involves the rules of time, which are difficult to understand. And, in short, to break them in advance means that across the light of day, we have chosen a product of a different era, the young girl explained. Qinshi nodded, probably meaning that the great formation he was in and the bronze immortal hall were separated by a gulf of years. It is heard that within the bronze immortal temple possessors have the power to transform mortals into immortals, but at the same time, the immortal hall will choose the inheritor on its own, and it will only choose a mortal body. The young girl continued, but I'm out of luck. With that said, the young girl let out a long, relieved breath. Transforming mortals into immortals? Qinshi's heart yearned, wondering who would be so lucky as to be chosen by the bronze immortal hall as an heir. Just in time, a roar like thunder came from the distance. Immortal hall. It's bronze immortal hall. That voice was filled with astonishment and greed. That was supposed to be my immortal destiny, my chance to ascend to immortality. The blood demon ancestor's voice filled with anger and unwillingness came from the misty chaos. Damn. I'm not a special physique. If I hadn't been broken the space node ahead of time, how would I have missed out on this heaven-defying fate? The old man's immortal destiny. I'll kill you. I must kill you. The voice echoed in the void, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Qinshi looked grave and hastily made a shoe gesture. Then pulling the young girl tightly, he quickly and quietly left. What to do? At this rate, we'll be discovered by that old monster sooner or later. After leaving a distance, the young girl's brows were tightly locked, and that delicate face was filled with worry. Saying that, he hurriedly rummaged through the nano ring in his hand. Let me see what some of there may be a nasty fight later. The spirit plant treasure pill is left out. It's not much use. I have imitation divine spirit artifacts that can increase battle power by several times. Well, I also cultivate a treasure art that is at the very top of the divine path. It's just that my cultivation time is still short, and the power of this treasure art can't be fully utilized yet. The young girl's fingers flicked quickly through her nano ring, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Right. There's also a secret family treasure that can keep my soul intact at critical moments. What's this? The young girl suddenly turned over a piece of paper that emitted a glittering light and there were mysterious runes flowing on it. Oh, divine spirit paper? Can. This is good stuff. The young girl continued to rummage. muttering, "Look what else is there. The king's armor. This precious armor can withstand several deadly attacks. However, it doesn't seem to be of much use. It's not like you can run away from here. Wouldn't wearing this precious armor make you a living target? It's over. It's over. It's only this much. I should have known I'd go out with more," the young girl said with chagrin. Qinshi on the side was almost dumbfounded. What the hell? An imitation of a divine artifact? A treasure ark at the top of the divine path? Spirit paper? King's armor? In Qinshi's eyes, these are all things that exist only in legends, and any one of them taken out, all of which could make the entire eastern wasteland break their heads. If he hadn't adhered to the bottom line, he was afraid that he wouldn't be thinking about how to kill and take the treasure now. By the way, little thief, what kind of undercard do you have? Quickly take it out. Let's face the enemy together, the young girl said urgently. The corners of Qinshi's mouth twitched, and he was silent for a long time. I have a never say die heart. What? The young girl was dumbfounded. You don't have any cards. How did you dare to provoke this old monster? Qinshi held his forehead, somewhat ashamed, but it couldn't be helped. In contrast to the young girls, the Ling Tian sect's family base was too thin. I'm afraid that the Xian Ling Ti, which was regarded as a treasure by the entire clan, wouldn't even be able to enter the young girl's eyes. It is also at this moment, a voice laden with endless anger rang out. So you're here. The blood demon old man is here. Chapter 18, Deity Paper. The blood demon old ancestor's eyes were red, acting as if he was crazy, and the moment they met, he was attacking with a lingering attack. Several huge and crazy blood-colored snakes pounced and bit over. The snakes were like substance, ferocious and unusual. Even every scale shone with the cold light of death. When the young girl saw this, her expression flinched, so she threw out the divine spirit paper in her hand. At the same time, the red lips lightly opened, and the mouth began to chant a mysterious language that looked like it came from the ancient times of the saints. The divine spirit paper instantly shone with light, its radiance as bright as a blazing sun blossoming in the darkness. The paper slowly opened, and an ancient rune appeared. A dazzling golden light erupted in an instant, like a lofty divine mountain suppressing the blood demon old ancestor's head. The blood-colored serpent melted as fast as the white snow of Yangchun, and the blood demon ancestor even stumbled and, nearly subdued to the ground. Although this is a character left on the paper by a deity who casually puts pen to paper, however, it was by no means something that the blood demon ancestor could contend with. Useful. The young girl's eyebrows opened up into a smile, revealing two cute little dimples. However, next moment, the rune light that was supposed to destroy the sky and the earth dimmed at an alarming rate. Its power greatly diminished. What's going on? Qinshi asked with a glare. Too long to let go of the period? Let go of your big head. The young girl glared fiercely at Qinshi. I remember now. Divine spirit paper requires heaven and earth aura as support, and there is no aura here, so it can't exert its strength at all. This paper won't last long. Do something. The young girl's eyes revealed a worried look. Seeing this, the blood demon old ancestor let out a burst of crazy laughter. Ha ha, you all have to die today. The young girl's brows furrowed as she shouted towards the blood demon old ancestor. Old monster, now that everyone is in a desperate situation, why don't we put down the fight for now and work together to deal with this star formation? Cope my ass. The blood demon old ancestor roared. Old ancestor, I've specialized in formations for hundreds of years. Kill you all and I'll walk out just the same. Now just the thought of you guys being alive makes me spit blood and go crazy with anxiety. The blood demon old ancestor's hideous face was twisted with rage, and the blood in his eyes became even more intense. Old ancestor, my immortal destiny, it's all been ruined by you guys. He was now suffocating to the point of vomiting blood. His heir was decimated, and his immortal destiny was lost. That's fairy karma. It's over. The talk is broken. The young girl held her forehead helplessly and, shouting toward Qinshi, he said, little thief, let's start the fight straight away. Qinshi, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it. His brows furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Formation, Qinshi muttered. A complete formation requires several smaller formations to support it, such as a killing formation for attack, a birth formation to maintain vitality, and a trapping formation to trap the enemy. The locking formation restricts movement and so on, and the various small formations need to be transformed into each other, complementing each other, in order to hold the elements, live and let live. Although this star formation does not dominate killing, it will surely distinguish the functions of the other smaller formations. As long as we can travel to the next formation area, we will be able to temporarily get rid of the blood demon ancestor. A bright light flashed in Qinshi's eyes, as if he had figured out the key. So, the young girl asked anxiously, in the clan I stayed in before, the pavilion keeper elder had gifted me an ancient book on formations. Qinshi said as he hurriedly rummaged through his nascent sacred ring. Soon a yellowed and badly torn book was turned over. I might be able to find the principle of the star grand formations operation from this ancient book. Xinsher flipped quickly. But I need time. Ah, no. Are you reliable? The young girl stomped her feet in a rush. A headache that. What a time to be turning the pages. Quiet. Found it. Sure enough, it's not different from what I suspected. Xinsher pointed at the remnants of the text, and after corroborating it with what he remembered, he closed his eyes and collected his mind. On the other side, the blood demon ancestor went berserk and attacked the divine spirit paper. Each attack carries with it his entire body's mana. That raging blood-colored power hit the divine spirit paper like a storm. The runes grew dimmer and dimmer under his onslaught, and a corner of the paper had cracked. It looked like it was going to be too much to hold. The origin of this female doll is absolutely extraordinary. If it were placed in the outside world, with the aura of heaven and earth to add, I'm afraid I've been suppressed by this piece of paper by now. The more the blood demon old ancestor attacked, the more frightened he became, and the fear of the young girl grew stronger in his heart. However, this also reinforced the idea of assaulting and killing the two here, one with a heavenly qualification and one with a frightening background. If these two didn't die, he would be the one to die in the future. Xinsher had closed his senses at this point, emanating his entire consciousness, like countless invisible threads probing through this mysterious formation space. He knew very well that in this enclosed space, with the combination of himself and the young girl, there was no way to resist the blood demon ancestor, and escaping to the next formation domain was the only way out. According to the books on formations, the operation of any formation is about a frequency. If one can find this frequency and thus resonate one's own mana with it, one will be able to grasp the laws of the formation's operation. Xinsher pondered silently in his mind. The principle seems simple, but it actually requires certain conditions. First, the formation must be ownerless, so that in intruding upon itself, it will not be consciously detected or excluded. The second is that this formation doesn't dominate the killing. That is, it will not actively annihilate its own scouts and can give itself the opportunity for trial and error. Thirdly, the formation needs to be crippled, unable to form a complete cycle of. It will cause the frequency to not be articulated. As it happens, all three fit together and can be tried. The thoughts in Xinsher's head became clearer and clearer. As his consciousness dispersed, it was as if a vast and infinite map of star paths had formed in his mind. Among those thousands of stars, a thin, silky light was following a specific trajectory route, constantly flickering and walking. By simulating the frequency of this ray of light with mana, one can fake it for real. Control the formation for a short while now, Xinsher chanted in his mind, starting to close off his senses. He used his mana a little bit to simulate the frequency of that mysterious light. As for the deafening sounds of beating life to death and spells roaring outside, Xinsher was deaf to them all. Do I? Jiang Mingyue, oh you hurry up and wake up. I can't hold it anymore. The young girl was struggling to support the blood demon old ancestor's attack while anxiously shouting towards Xinsher. There were already tears flickering in his eyes. Oh, what a person. It's obviously the old monster you provoked, and now it's all up to me to fend it off. Jiang Mingyue felt her power draining away rapidly, and the precious armor on her body flickered with light. Each flash meant she was walking on ghosts. Click! Another fatal attack, and the precious armor on his body shattered like a piece of paper. And the blood demon ancestor's attack struck again, the aura of death looming over the heart. Exasperate me, little thief. In the afterlife, I will crush you, and then beat it hard into a big pig's head. Jiang Mingyue's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, all aggravated. Right here and now. Xinsher's tightly closed eyes snapped open and his gaze was like electricity. At the same time, a brand new ray of light appeared in the star chart. The next instant, Xinsher hugged Jiang Mingyue's slender willow waist, and as the formation pattern under his feet lit up, the two disappeared together. You soul, if you wake up a little later, I'm going to be reincarnated on the road to reincarnation. Sorry, I promise, not next time. Chapter 19, Enlightenment Against the Heavens. The crippled grand formation is divided into two parts, inner and outer, and by means of frequency resonance, the two managed to step into the inner formation. This place was like a world of nebulae that was so gorgeous. The sun, the moon, the stars and the rivers are all before us. The two chi of yin and yang flowed slowly, and the light of life and death intertwined and reflected each other. It was a shocking scene that made you feel as if you were in the beginning of the universe. The sun and moon here are diametrically opposed to the outside world. The moon is yang and the sun is yin. Xinsher was fully concentrated, feeling everything around him with all his heart and said, this place seems to be a world of its own, as a defense against the ravages of age. Little thief, can't we just teleport out? Jiang Mingyue was like a frightened kitten, her white neck shrinking slightly. Reaching out, she tugged tightly at Xinsher's coat. I don't want to stay here anymore. I used the formation as a substitute for my eyes and observed that it was a void space out there, and ventured out to. I'm afraid I'll be lost in time. Qinshi shook his head and looked grave. Oh, Jiang Mingyue pouted, her eyes filled with helplessness. However, he still clutched onto Qinshi's coat corner, unwilling to let go. Then it seems that we can only explore forward. Aha! Qinshi nodded. Right, little thief. After walking for a while, Jiang Mingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. That ancient book on what formation you have is awesome. Where did you get it? Qinshi laughed and said, this is the small spell of sword chi superposition that I traded with the pavilion guard elder. According to him, it was picked up from an ancient relic, and he couldn't read it, so it's simply cheaper for me. Ancient ruins? Jiang Mingyue keenly captured the point, her eyes flashing brightly. It was like dotted stars. Little thief, how about we make a deal then? How about I take something in exchange for your formation books? It's okay. Qinshi was decisive and nodded his head in response. I see that the golden light transportation treasure art you practiced is good. Why don't you take this? One must know that the most profound impression this young girl gave herself was that recluse golden light. Earlier, he blew up the space node himself. That terrifying suction force, even the blood demon ancestor was sucked in without any resistance. But the golden light cast by this young girl broke free from the suction force several times. Almost escaped that horrible black hole. This couldn't help but make Qinshi's eyes glaze over. If he were to learn it himself, how could he have been chased by the blood demon old ancestor to such a sorry state that he was even forced to detonate the node? No, that's my family's inherited avatar law, vertical earth golden light, without the family seal. And you can't practice at all. Jiang Mingyue shook her little head like a rattle. Tell you what, I have a technique here. A supreme technique to open the pupil art. It is that in my Jiang family, it is unavailable to non-core clansmen. After saying that, Jiang Mingyue handed over a piece of jade. This is the clear wind leads the pupil technique. Through the practice of this technique, the human pupil technique can be opened. It's a great benefit to the battle, and it's definitely not a loss to exchange it for your ancient books on formations. Qinshi understood in his heart that something that could be included by this little nymph's family was by no means extraordinary. What's more, the term pupil art one has only seen in the canonical books, which can see through illusions and search for objects and spirits. It is an excellent aid to cultivation. Only, exchanging this supreme method for an ancient book on formations? Qinshi is a bit puzzled. Could it be that the method of breaking formations recorded in this ancient book is really that unprecedented? But then it was relieved. This ancient book of formations he had eaten through long ago, so he might as well change the pupil technique spell. It was heard that a powerful pupil technique method was comparable to a powerful divine ability and was extremely rare. Change. Qinshi handed over the ancient book on formations, and in the process, he picked up the jade in Jiang Mingyue's hand. Wow. Jiang Mingyue carefully picked it up with a smile on her brow. If one's expectations are correct, this is definitely an ancient formation book that has been passed down from the ancient times. It's just a pity that the pearl in the dust, after a few turns, came to the hands of this little thief who does not know the goods. Otherwise, you simply can't explain, on the basis of just one book, that it would be able to break the great formation that the Supreme Being had simulated with the stars. Although one's own, clear wind drawing pupil technique, was also a precious technique. To the family, ancient books on ancient formations are even more scarce. So exchanged. Earned. Jiang Mingyue, you're really a little genius. If you take it home and study it intensely, perhaps it was possible to pass through the ancient Luoshui formation and enter that divine earth. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue couldn't wait to open and flip up the yellowed books to move gently and reverently. A moment later, Jiang Mingyue's pupils shrunk slightly with a shocked expression. This is surprisingly. Rapidly flipping through the clattering paper, all the caution that he had just shown was gone. Jiang Mingyue stabilized her beating heart and mind, closed the book, and, facing the moonlight, start recognizing the blurry cover. There were only a few large words vaguely written on it. The complete book of basic formations. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue froze in place, her cute little face filled with dismay and disbelief. A complete list of basic formations. Yes, it's surprising that this is just a book that doesn't even suck. Tattered books that no one bends over to pick up when they're thrown on the ground. Looking at Qinshi again, he had already pinched and broken the jade, and a large amount of runic information was instilled into his mind. The sound of the Tao roared within his body. Obviously, the deal is beyond redemption. Evil thief, I'll bite you to death. Jiang Mingyue's teeth cackled in anger. Defiantly, he pulled Qinshi's arm and bit it hard. Hiss. Qinshi sucked in a breath of cool air in pain, his brows furrowed. Without saying a word, a brainbuster bounced off the young girl's bare forehead. Jiang Mingyue was in pain. A tear flashed in her eyes, and she glared at Qinshi aggressively. The small hand subconsciously covered his forehead. You're crazy to bite someone for good reason. Qin grumbled as he rubbed his arm. There you go. Symmetrical bite marks on both arms. Why did you lie to me? Jiang Mingyue blinked her eyes, her watery mist condensing into teardrops and sliding down from his delicate face. I take the complete Dharma and give it to you, but you fool me with the basic formation. What fool you? Qin said in disbelief. It's supposed to be a book of basic formations. That's right. The way of formations is complicated in thousands of ways, so don't tell me that you're just relying on this basic formation book too. It then simulated the way the star formation operates. Jiang Mingyue's little face reddened and her cheeks puffed out in anger, to realize the degree of difficulty involved. It's like trying to restore an entire forest based on the veins of just one leaf. Not at all. Is it hard? Qin brows furrowed, filled with doubt and, couldn't you have done it? I guess not. Qin muttered to himself again. Evil thief. Don't try to swindle me. Jiang Mingyue didn't believe it herself. Another jade stone was flipped out from the nascent ring. This is my Jiang clan's unique spirit gathering formation, totaling 1,821 formation patterns. If you can, within 3 hours, comprehend one or two things, I will believe you. However, just one incense stick later, looking at the perfectly carved out spirit gathering formation pattern. Whoa! Jiang Mingyue cried even harder. If she remembered correctly, the fastest record of her Jiang family carving out a spirit-gathering formation was 3 days. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue felt that her perceptions were completely turned upside down. Evil thief, let's make another deal. Well, you say. Chapter 20 Deities fall like rain. 1 year later, you will come to me on the banks of the Luoshui River and help me break the Luoshui Grand Formation. Jiang Mingyue's beautiful eyes were still glistening with tears. If I can crack it, my Jiang family will have heavy treasures to thank me. If you can't crack it, I won't give you a hard time. How's that? Yes. Qin agreed without any hesitation. This is a surefire deal, and there is no reason not to say yes, not to mention the others. The pupil attraction method that the little ninja had previously taken out was enough to make his heart flutter. What's more, there are heavy treasures to be given after the deed is done. The two men continued along the brilliant river of stars, and there was a penetration of light ahead of them. It was the place where the sun and the moon met, and the light shimmered. Look, there seems to be writing over there. Jiang Mingyue's slender hand pointed to the edge of the starry river in front of her with a few moments of surprise in her voice. It was a dark red handwriting, blurry but with an indefinable flavor. This is. Qin stared to recognize it. Hate, hate, hate. The 3 words hate are shocking, like they're the essence of a supreme powerhouse. It was deeply branded here, not destroyed or destroyed through the ages, emanating a haunting power. Staring at the handwriting, Qin felt a sharp pang of discomfort and an inexplicable emotion wrapped around his heart like a silken thread, causing him to frown. Feel that? Jiang Mingyue unconsciously leaned towards Qin here. Qin nodded. It was a kind of resentment, anger that. Emotions of lamentation and regret are intertwined. What on earth has happened to cause a supreme powerhouse to leave behind such infectious emotions? Jiang Mingyue murmured softly, her eyes filled with doubt. Keep going. Qin collected his mind. The handwriting seemed to have a kind of magic power that, constantly eroding and affecting his emotions. Moving on, past the light of the sun and the moon, there is a huge star cave with an altar in the center. There were all sorts of ancient diagrams engraved on it, including the vastness of the sun, moon, stars, and rivers, as well as the majesty of the innate gods and devils. On top of the altar, a crystal-clear white bone was placed. It looked like the owner of this white bone was the creator of this star formation. 3 lines were inscribed above the altar, gathering the divine charms of ancient times, casting a fearless soul, and guarding the righteous path on earth. I wish to burn out the fire of my soul, blaze the trail for those who come after. Hard, hard, hard. Sinner Zhang Tiandao. A feeling of sadness surged over the two of them again like a tidal wave. Zhang Tiandao. Jiang Mingyue covered her red lips in disbelief and, a name that is considered taboo by the great desolate ancient history has actually appeared here. Forbidden names? What does that mean? Qin asked with a puzzled expression. A figure deliberately erased from ancient history. I also learned about it only from a few strokes in my Jiang family's ancient books. Jiang Mingyue calmed down a bit and, continuing, he said, Zhang Tiandao was the palace master of the Great Desolate Divine Palace 10,000 years ago, and had brought hundreds of thousands of years of the Great Desolate Divine Palace's reserves to start a battle that tipped the heavens. The Battle of Tilting Heaven? Qin brows tightened in confusion as he asked. Battle against whom? I don't know. Jiang Mingyue shook her head helplessly. The ancient books do not record that or maybe someone didn't want to document that history. How was the battle? Qin pursued. Jiang Mingyue's eyes showed horror. There was a long silence before he slowly said, According to the ancient records, in the Battle of Tilting Heaven, the gods fell like rain. What? Qinshi's body shook violently. A deity, that's a supreme powerhouse whose body has become a god, mastering the laws of heaven and earth. What kind of tragic battle? And what kind of terrifying enemy could slaughter gods like ants? Jiang Mingyue looked grim. It was a sad time. The great desolate divine palace's hundreds of thousands of years of heritage has been completely beaten up. The place of inheritance has been destroyed, and the golden dragon of Qi fortune has been cut off. Burn out the fire of this body's soul to open the way for those who come after. Qinshu whispered. If all is true, then who cut off the road ahead? Qinshu couldn't imagine it. That's the great desolate divine palace that spans across the 5 domains and is extremely bright in the endless desolate. Jiang Mingyue sighed. However, after the battle of the pouring heavens, the ancestral artifacts crumbled and the 3,000 avatar laws were scattered across the great wasteland. It became a taboo subject. Qinshu nodded his head. From just a few words, he could feel the endless splendor of the great desolate divine palace in the beginning. The senior Zhang Tiandao must have been a supreme figure invincible to the great desolate in his lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Qinshu continued to observe the skeleton. The power of the sun, moon and stars of this great formation all converge on the altar, and then coalesce on the bone body. That's how the skeleton has been preserved to this day. So why go to such lengths to preserve one's own skeleton? Qinshu had some doubts in his mind. Suddenly, a flicker of ghostly blue flame flickered within the hollow sockets of the skeletons. An aura of vicissitude and antiquity erupted out, permeating the entire star cave. Could it be that the master of the great formation is not dead? Qinshu hastily stepped back, taken aback. 10,000 years. Unless one cultivates into an emperor's fruit, who can resist the long years? Jiang Mingyue explained. This one is after Senior Zhang Tiandao's death, due to his obsession not being dispersed. The gods and goddesses that have been transformed are not conscious and will only act on instinct. What do you mean? Qinshu asked. It means that Zhang Tiandao had regrets before he died, and if someone's behavior could make up for his regrets, it took this god and goddess to react. Jiang Mingyue cocked her head, thinking before explaining. Understood. Qinshu took a step forward with a grave expression and said without thinking, late generation Qin justice. I wish to practice justice in my life and support the way of the world, and I hope that my predecessors will guide me on the way out. Do another part for the future of my human race. At this moment, the light of the sun and moon alternately shone, and it happened to shine on Qinshu, emitting a blazing light. For a moment, the young man's stature was magnificent, like the embodiment of righteousness on earth. Jiang Mingyue on the side of the people are looking silly. The original world there is this kind of shameless people. He didn't even hesitate to open his mouth. What a little thief. Believing what he says, even making up names so painfully obvious. Jiang Mingyue said with a scowl. She now seriously doubted that when we first met, this little thief's words that he had guarded reflecting Heartlake for 10 years. Definitely snubbing myself. What do you know? Qinshu's old face reddened as he rebuked. It's called throwing yourself at the mercy of the. Without the power of a god or goddess, how can one escape this void space? Then, with a serious face, he emphasized. It's not exactly making it up. When I used to guard the clan, just use that name a lot. Cut. Jiang Mingyue didn't believe it herself. If you're called Qin Justice, then I'll be called Jiang Kindness. Qinshu no longer paid attention to Jiang Mingyue's flirting, but stared intently at the skeleton. However, the ghostly flames flickered and there was no other response. Apparently, this keeping the right way on earth was not the regret of Elder Zhang Tiandao before he died. So what would be Senior Zhang Tiandao's regret before he dies? Qinshu said with a frown. Perhaps it has something to do with the battle of the tilted heavens back then. Jiang Mingyue guessed, but if that's really the case, a great battle of that caliber, we simply cannot make up for our regrets. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. Alas, I can't go back. Jiang Mingyue was a bit chagrined. Then again, what are you doing here in this side of desolate Qinglan City? Qinshu asked curiously. AI. Jiang Mingyue sighed, her expression filled with helplessness. It's not because of that paper marriage contract. Thinking that I, a future female immortal, should be bound by a paper marriage contract? This is simply a disgrace on my path to immortality. Marriage contract? There was a gleam in Qinshu's eyes. So, you're here to withdraw from the marriage? This can still eat a melon? It's just that the melon is more or less cheesy. What are you thinking? How could I possibly back out of a marriage? Jiang Mingyue glared at Qinshu and muttered in a low voice. A marriage certificate witnessed by a swift god or a demon. How can I return it? Words to go. Jiang Mingyue's eyes revealed a murderous aura as she said in a chilling voice. Withdrawing from the marriage is impossible. I, Ginger Kindness, did not withdraw from the marriage. Only, losing my husband. Hiss. Qinshu silently prayed. I don't know which unlucky person has chosen to marry this little ninny. That's too bad luck. That said, that person's last name is the same as yours, which is also Qin. Jiang Mingyue pursed her lips and said, "Oh, what's it called? Tell me about it." Qin Shi asked curiously. "His name is." Chapter 21, Don't Go to the Great Abyss. His name is. Jiang Mingyue was about to speak. Suddenly, she saw Qin Shi reach out and interrupt her, only to see his pupils shrink slightly and eyes fixed motionless on the skeleton in front of him. Following Qin Shi's gaze, Jiang Mingyue looked over. Only the light of the sun and moon meeting had deflected onto the skeleton. The light and shadow traveled between the cracks of the skeleton, as if awakening ancient memories. Suddenly, dense handwriting actually emerged from the skeleton. The number of handwriting is dazzling, but the content is surprisingly consistent. Every bit, with each stroke, 5 words are repeated. Don't go. Jiang Mingyue subconsciously tried to read it, but after reading half, Jiang Mingyue's heart violently tightened. The unnameable great terror descended on already body. In an instant, her body trembled as if a sword or axe was at hand. Buzz. Behind Jiang Mingyue emerged a vast and boundless sea of glazed glass, and a heavenly ancient tree was propped up on the surface of the sea. Emitting a glistening light, it fixed the surface of the choppy sea. This was precisely the vision of the Jiang family's divine body. God body alert. Jiang Mingyue, who was appalled in her heart, hurriedly closed her mouth tightly. Those last 2 words were not to be uttered in any way. The god body warned that if he forced those 2 words out, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to transmigrate. But how? On the contrary, Qin Shi's brows were locked as he looked at Jiang Mingyue. Why can't you go? Halfway through the words, Jiang Mingyue's complexion changed drastically, wanting to stop it, but it was already too late. Why can't we go to the Great Abyss? Qin Shi asked curiously. What's inside the Great Abyss? Jiang Mingyue looked at Qin Shi in a daze. You're fine? Qin Shi was puzzled. It seems that a supreme being has influenced the rules of heaven and earth, and whoever reveals the hidden secrets above the skeleton, great terror will befall. Jiang Mingyue's face looked horrified, and her voice still carried a hint of trembling. You didn't feel anything just now? No. Qin Shi was at a loss. Jiang Mingyue's eyes widened immediately. Incredulously, he said, my Jiang family's divine body is enough to rank in the top 10 in the endless universe. But even so, I can only say the first 3 words. Just what kind of physique are you? How dare you be able to tell the hidden secrets in their entirety without being restricted by the rules? Jiang Mingyue was greatly impacted inwardly, and a few more moments of awe and curiosity appeared in her eyes. The only ones who could override the divine body were the top 3 invincible physiques in the universe. But that kind of physique comes out of the world. As long as it does not die in the middle, it is destined to royal unification of an era. I don't know. Qin Shi shook his head. Only then, under Qin Shi's questioning, did Jiang Mingyue carefully and slowly tell the story of the Great Abyss? The Great Abyss, which opens once every 1,000 years. Only the top combatants of the younger generation could get the entry qualification. It is rumored that there is an emperor's hideout there, and if you take it, you can get the chance to become an emperor. Therefore, the Great Abyss has always been a place of divine concealment in the hearts of the top demons. It's where they tend to be. I really don't understand, Jiang Mingyue said. Senior Zhang Tiandao used his own skeleton as a vehicle to draw the sun, moon, and stars into a great formation. Is it only to deliver such a message to the outside world? The Great Abyssal Emperor's hideout had always been a sacred place in her heart, and now she was being warned not to go near it. This confused Jiang Mingyue greatly. His brow furrowed, and he took his eyes off the skeleton and looked into the distance for a long time. Only then did he slowly speak. Since only top demons can enter, then, what happened to those who entered in the past? Later, Jiang Mingyue's brows clustered as she tried to recall for a long time. Suddenly it dawned on me, and then it seemed to all die out for all beings. There were no exceptions. Combined with that, a supreme being deliberately modified the rules of heaven and earth. A coldness welled up from the soles of her feet as she thought about it, sending shivers down her spine. The Great Abyss, this legendary emperor hide, seems to be really hidden unknown huge conspiracy. Little thief, we seem to have discovered an unbelievable hidden secret, tainted with great karma. Jiang Mingyue pulled Qin Shi's sleeve and said bitterly. However, at this moment, Qin Shi's eyes were lifeless, but there was no reaction. Little thief, Justice Qin, what's wrong with you? It was a white space, pristine. The moment he entered, Qin Shi was like an enemy, mobilizing his entire body's mana and endless sword chi surrounded already. This is just a remnant piece of consciousness space. You don't need to worry. I don't mean any harm. A voice of vicissitude came, only to see the space ahead slowly distorting like ripples in water. An old man in ancient clothes walked out from it. The old man's face was well defined. His eyes were as deep as the abyss. Only his figure appeared and disappeared. It's like a candle in the wind that could dissipate at any time. You are Senior Zhang Tiandao? Qin Shi asked tentatively. The remnant soul has been suffering for 10,000 years. Zhang Tiandao's eyes revealed a hint of relief and comfort, only to find someone who can dodge the rules. And finally I've waited. Kid. Zhang Tiandao's gaze steeply became fiery as he stared at Qin Shi closely. There were a few hints of anticipation in his tone. Are you willing to inherit my legacy? Without any hesitation, Qin Shi said decisively. Unwilling. Joking aside, the pouring sky war, the gods fell like rain, using the great abyssal emperor's hide as a plot to influence the rules of heaven and earth. That terrifyingly great enemy. One is still self-aware. Although the legacy is good, but if even the life is lost, everything is empty talk. Staying alive is what matters. Good. I really wasn't wrong about you. Zhang Tiandao's face showed surprise. From today onwards, you are the last generation palace master of the great desolate divine palace, and the successor of my Zhang Tiandao's mantle. What? Qin Shi's face darkened and he mentioned the tone of his voice. I said I don't want to. Ha ha, you're right. Zhang Tiandao laughed cheerfully and, my generation of cultivators should be courageous and refined. How can we be intimidated by that Xiao Zhao's enemy? Zhang Tiandao. Qin Shi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Your ass. Well said. Zhang Tiandao's body swayed as his words were filled with uncontrollable excitement. So what if they die? Why should they be allowed to choose the fate of our great wasteland beings? For you to have this realization is really something I didn't expect. Zhang Tiandao had a relieved look on his face. Qin Shi was silent. He also really didn't expect that the first person 10,000 years ago, the overwhelming figure who started the battle of tilting heaven. How dare you be so shameless? Before Qin Shi could react, a bit of soul fire flashed into his mind like a ghost. In a flash, countless mysterious runes spread like a tidal wave. The buzzing Dao sound was like a loud bell exploding in his head, which caused Qin Shi to have a splitting headache and almost fainted. I don't know how much time has passed. The pain eased, and 9 clusters of pulsating flames appeared within Qin Shi's sea of consciousness. These flames were of different colors, and each of them was about a divine treasure. This was the backhand that Zhang Tiandao had left behind for the continuation of the great desolate divine palace before opening the battle of the pouring heavens, also known as the Spark program. 9 fires, all kinds of inheritance encompassed. I hope that you will open it soon and witness heaven and earth. Otherwise, Zhang Tiandao's eyes fell and his voice was weak to the core, as if it was the last sigh in the wind. Otherwise, on the day when heaven and earth are reunited, they will surely find you, and at that time, he didn't go on, but the meaning was clear. It's true that it's just as one guessed. Accepting the inheritance is equivalent to facing a great enemy head-on. Qin Shi's head was spinning with anger. One was truly passive in accepting the inheritance and passive in meeting the terrifying enemy. Ugh! Zhang Tiandao let out a long sigh that echoed through this place like a twilight drum and morning bell. Qin Shi tried to calm his mind and took a deep breath. Who is the great enemy? Child, there is no need to cry or worry about me. Zhang Tiandao's voice became soft and compassion was revealed in his eyes. I have long since perished, and should not have remained in the world. I'm crying your ass off. Qin Shi's entire body was going crazy and, I asked you who the archenemy is. Good. I didn't expect that Zhang Tiandao, would be able to have this beloved disciple before I die. No need to kneel and worship. Get up. Zhang Tiandao's soul flame flickered madly as tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Damn. Then why can't I go to the great abyss? You should tell me that one. Qin Shi looked like he was in a state of lifelessness. 3 years. Zhang Tiandao's face was permeated with a touch of urgency. Remember, 3 years after, they will descend upon the great wasteland, and although there are rules to suppress them, if you are unable to become a god, then you will have no power to defend yourself. Gathering the divine charm of ancient times, casting a fearless soul, and guarding the righteous path on earth. Ha ha, I, Zhang Tiandao, am just not convinced. I'm going to go against this heaven. Zhang Tiandao's voice became high-pitched, and there was madness in his eyes. Even if I perish, there is still my disciple, who is courageous and fearless, and has taken up karma of his own accord. One day, it will overturn this world. The way of the world is the way of the world. As the words fell, Qin Shi's figure disappeared into space. Consciousness returns. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Jiang Mingyue's incomparably worried pretty face, only to see her puckering those tiny lips, squeaky teeth grinding sound coming from her, staring at Qin Shi's arm. Suddenly he was about to bite down, but in the next moment, it was lifted up by Qin Shi staying with his hair. You're awake? Jiang Mingyue's eyes flashed with surprise. What just happened to you? It's okay, got carried away. Qin Shi's expression was calm, and he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. Humph. Jiang Mingyue snorted lightly. Forget it if you don't say it. Who can walk away for as long as a few hours? Qin Shi didn't answer. Zhang Tiandao's inheritance was a matter of great importance. In any case he would not reveal the slightest bit of it. Qin Shi's face was grave as he suddenly said, "It's coming." "What's coming?" Jiang Mingyue subconsciously asked. "Blood Demon Elder." Before the words fell, the monstrous blood-colored aura came raging in. "You're all going to die this time." Vast rivers of blood rolled in, interspersed with chillingly vicious sounds. The blood demon ancestor finally broke through the formation. Chapter 22, The Great Tao Creation Technique. At this moment, the blood demon ancestor was manic, a tiny fourth realm cultivator, several times in a row, could not be beaten or killed. Even the Tao of formation, which he was so proud of, was abused by it. Simply the more I think about it, the angrier I get. You think you're the son of luck? He, the blood demon old ancestor, really didn't believe in this. Before he entered the star cave, he had already brewed a blood river move to flood the place once he struck. Never give the other side the slightest chance. Boom! Rivers of blood swept through the sky, and wherever they went, space was eroded and distorted. The next moment, it would devour them. Done and done. Jiang Mingyue's face was pale, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to avoid it this time. Qin Shi, on the other hand, stared at the skeleton on the altar with a flat face. Next moment, the power of the gods in the skeleton suddenly erupted, like a blazing sun in the sky, flashing out a sky of light. That light was like a purifying force, and wherever it went, the rivers of blood were quickly dissolved. The blood demon old ancestor's eyes widened, his eyes filled with shock, before he could regain his senses. Whoosh! That deity power transformed into an arrow of light that instantly pierced through its body. Ah! With a mournful scream, the sixth realm grand cultivator was killed in seconds. Jiang Mingyue was stunned at first, then she shouted excitedly, "Little thief! See, the gods and goddesses have struck out." "Yeah, but why did the gods and goddesses suddenly explode?" "Oh, I see, you're the one who just..." As if Jiang Mingyue suddenly thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she was about to continue saying something. However, they were put on the shoulders by Qin Shi's suddenly outstretched hands. The corners of Qin Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile as he said, "Little ninny, it's time for you to go out. We'll meet at the Great Wasteland main city in a year's time. By then, I will do everything I can to help you crack the Luo Water Grand Formation." Before Jiang Mingyue responded, she only saw a mysterious star map appear in the sky above Qin Shi's head. The star map exuded a powerful force. Immediately afterward, this force was like an invisible giant hand that violently shattered the void barrier. A soft light enveloped Jiang Mingyue and instantly teleported her. Hey, damn it, I'm not done talking." Jiang Mingyue's voice echoed in the star cave, but it gradually disappeared into the void. "I was just guessing that perhaps you are spiritually deficient, and that gods only act on instinct. Or perhaps, it's that you set up some established, flow dialogue. That's what caused me to accept the inheritance." Qin Shi's gaze dropped to the skeleton and his tone was calm. "But you just struck out and, not cooperating with my behavior in sending away the ginger goodness. Judging by your behavior, you're alright." The skeleton gathered its light, didn't move a muscle, and began to play dead. Alas, Qin Shi let out a long sigh, helplessness in his eyes. It's just, Qin Shi has never been one to feel sorry for himself, either by traveling through the Great Wasteland or if he was forced to accept the inheritance and tainted with karma. He never complained about it. Now that it's done, I'll do my best to lead my own destiny. So what if it's a big, scary enemy? If they were truly unbeatable, why would they have allowed Zhang Tiandao to leave behind 9 backhanders? Who dares to say I can't change the world if I let go? Thinking of this, Qin Shi walked over to the blood demon old ancestor and reached out to remove his spatial ring. There was a layer of restraints on it, emanating fluctuations, and after a brief moment of thought, Qin Shi, it was easy to crack it open. When his consciousness probed in, his eyes were filled with spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. The brilliant light almost shook Qin Shi's eyes. More than 200,000 spirit stones. After a cursory check, Qin Shi sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire Ling Tian sect treasure trove adds up to this number, but also to maintain the huge sect expenses, and the blood demon old man alone was richer than one of the clans. Sure enough, killing people to spare the gold belt. Honestly, in addition to that, the ring also contained a jade tablet that emitted a blood-colored glow and a pile of books. Qin Shi picked up the jade tablet and, carefully scrutinizing it, this should be a formation order to control some big formation, but it's of little use to me for the time being. Those books, on the other hand, were precious tomes about the way of formations and ancient medicine and Dan formulae. It is true that it is somewhat more comprehensive and deeper than the complete book of formations. The contents of the ancient pill Dan formula are also not comparable to the Ling Tian sect's book of grasses and trees. After studying them for a while, Qin Shi took them all back into his nascent sphere. If it had been in the past, I would have studied it some more with interest. It doesn't take too long after all. But not anymore. The unknown enemy weighs like a mountain upon his heart. This gave Qin a sense of crisis that urgently boosted his strength. 3 years. Stepping into the 9th realm of cultivation, divine spirit realm, Qin took a deep breath and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. It is the son or daughter of that ancient underlying race cultivated by. It's also difficult to reach this terrifying rate of improvement. Collecting his mind, Qin sank his consciousness within his sea of consciousness. Only 9 clusters of mysterious flames could be seen gently pulsing in it. Then let's see what legacy the first fire has. Qin whispered to himself. There was a soft boing as the first cluster of flames slowly went out. In an instant, the ancient scriptures resonated with the sound of the Tao, and a runic axiom appeared in the sea of consciousness. Each rune seemed to carry the greatness of the beginning of heaven and earth, mysterious and obscure. When Qin gazed at his senses, he only saw the light flickering, seeming like an ancient god or goddess interpreting the secrets of creation. This is the Great Desolate Divine Palace Inheritance Technique, ancient and powerful. The great Tao creation skill that was known as one of the human race's imperial scriptures. As Qin continued to comprehend, wisps of red haze flowed through his meridians. A vast and unfathomable aura gradually filled the air. For a while, the astral winds in the star cave were turbulent, and the Ru Xia surged. The other side, inside the Ling Tian sect, there was silence outside the book collection pavilion. Ling Huang looked respectful and stood outside the pavilion door with an upright posture. Miss, the maid at the side, Cheng, blinked her big eyes, a hint of worry in her eyes, and, in a soft voice, he asked, can the pavilion guardian elder really solve the problem of our sect's fierce nest? That fierce nest can be too terrifying. It's definitely possible. Ling Huang said in an affirmative tone. The battle power of the desolate beasts within the fierce nest isn't much stronger. They're just humongous, and that's what brought huge casualties to my sect's disciples. But if we send elders to follow and guard, those desolate beasts will intentionally form a beast tide, to be a threat to the elders. In other words, if anyone among the disciples can kill the desolate beast with a single blow before it goes berserk, then the casualties can be reduced and the crisis resolved. Ling Huang explained. The maid, Cheng, nodded with seeming understanding and asked tentatively, so, the pavilion guardian elder can let our clan's disciples take a single hit against a desolate beast? Not bad. Ling Huang nodded his head with a solemn expression. The pavilion guard elders are the backbone of our clan. The talent and understanding is even unrivaled. You can't even imagine that the #1 fighting method in our clan is from the hands of the pavilion guard elder. The first fighting law? The maid, Cheng, recalled and said, Miss, are you saying that the sword chi stacking? Right. Ling Huang sighed. Unfortunately, what exists within the sect is only one layer of the stacking method. It's far from enough to deal with the danger of the fierce nest, but I've heard that the pavilion keeper elder has already studied the superposition of multiple sword chi. So, the pavilion guardian elder will surely be able to solve my clan's danger. Hope appeared in Ling Huang's eyes. But, the maid, Cheng, bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, but I heard rumors that the sword chi stacking technique seems to have been created by a disciple of my clan yet. Humph. Ling Huang snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. Nonsense. Without tens of years of immersion in the way of the sword, how can one create a sword chi superimposition method? Cheng, you don't know how to cultivate. You can't realize how much this technique improves your battle power. The more Ling Huang spoke, the more excited she became. The first time I practiced it myself, I was deeply shocked by this Dharma sect. The pavilion guardian elder is truly a wizard of our clan. It is a blessing for our clan to have him. Well, then Cheng accompanies Miss to wait for the pavilion keeping elder. The maid, Cheng, said. Chapter 23 Ling Tian Sect's Unearthly Wonders. Not long after, inside the attic, an old man with white hair and whiskers walked out, the hale and hearty light revealed in his eyes. As soon as the old man saw Ling Huang, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Patriarch, forgive me. I have just immersed myself in the realm of cultivation and was unable to know of your arrival in time, making the patriarch wait for a long time. It is indeed my sin. There's no harm. I've just arrived as well. Ling Huang hurriedly stopped his salute, his gaze respectful and, I'm sure that the pavilion elder already knows the purpose of my visit. Ling Huang was arrogant, but for the clan's wizards in front of her, she collected all her sharp edges. There's no way, only those who have practiced the sword chi superposition. It is only then that you will deeply appreciate how overwhelmingly talented the person who created it is. I already knew when I received the transmission. The pavilion guardian elder had a complicated look on his face. It's just that I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the patriarch. What? Ling Huang's heart tightened as a bad feeling surged through her. Could it be that the method of superimposing multiple sword chi was not created? That's not true. The pavilion guardian elder shook his head. As far as I know, Years back, this method has been created, and it has even reached the point where it can be stacked more than 10 ways. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Ling Huang's ears. You have created more than 10 paths, Ling Huang exclaimed, his eyes growing more and more respectful. If one could master this fighting method, wouldn't that mean that one could be invincible in the same realm, even across the border? Ling Huang felt her breathing become rapid, and her heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. The Pavilion Guardian Elder is truly amazing. Years ago, he created more than a dozen channels, so is he now taking it a step further and stacking dozens of sword chi? Ling Huang didn't dare to imagine that this was beyond his knowledge. Patriarch has misunderstood. This technique was not created by me. It was created by a disciple of my clan. The Pavilion Guardian Elder spoke. That's why I said that the Patriarch is looking for me, and I'm afraid I'll be disappointed. A disciple of our clan. Ling Huang's body shook slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is it really a disciple of our clan? Who is it? Ling Huang's voice carried a hint of trembling, but his heart set off waves of shock. Does the Ling Tian sect really have this kind of genius? If there is such a person, wouldn't the prosperity of the sect be just around the corner then? Ling Huang's breathing was rapid, his pupils shrunk slightly, and his surging mood was hard to suppress. Find him and cultivate him with all the strength of the clan, and he will surely be a pillar of the clan in the future. Rapture filled his heart, and Ling Huang's eyes flashed with light. It seems that my Ling Tian sect is blessed with great luck, and I was able to take this man into the sect. The future of the clan will never stop at 3,000 miles. Humph, that Qin sure. You think I can't solve the danger of the fierce nest without you? What a joke. Sooner or later, you'll regret it in front of me. Who is he? Ling Huang couldn't wait to ask. Him. The Pavilion Guardian Elder had a hint of a pleased smile in his eyes. His name is Qin Shi, resident in the back of the mountain. The Patriarch can go to him himself. Speaking of which, exchanging a worn-out formation book for a sword chi stacking spell, when really, it's earned a big one. Boom. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Ling Huang only felt her brain buzzing and going blank. It was like a heavy blow had been dealt, and the mind was thrown into confusion. Qin Shi? How could it be Qin Shi? It can't be. It can't be. That fighting method, which I regarded as the supreme fighting method, was actually created by Qin Shi. Ling Huang's face was as white as paper, her delicate body trembled, and she wanted to stand unsteadily. Patriarch? Patriarch, what's wrong with you? With this disciple, our clan will prosper. Why does the Patriarch's face look so ugly? The Pavilion Guard Elder asked uncertainly. He was always in seclusion in the Tibetan pavilion, so he was unaware of the things that had happened in the gate recently. Ling Huang walked out of the scripture collection pavilion in a trance, Qin Shi's name constantly echoing in her mind. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Ling Huang kept murmuring under his breath, filled with self-deprecation and bitterness. I actually expelled the most amazing and talented disciple of my sect. Miss, the maid, Cheng, held onto Ling Huang's small arm and called out worriedly. Cheng, you know what? Ling Huang's eyes revealed an unspeakable shock. That's a method that has no threshold limitations, but can instantly increase a cultivator's combat power. The first time I practiced it, then he was shocked by this spell. I originally thought that it was the Pavilion Elder's dozens of years of painstaking research that led to the creation of my sect's first fighting method. Ling Huang's voice began to tremble a little, but who would have thought that the one who created the fighting battle method would be Qin Shi? How old is he? Green. Do you think I'm wrong? There was a hint of confusion and helplessness on Ling Huang's face. Miss, you are right. The maid, Cheng, said hurriedly, her voice crisp and firm. Qin Shi does have a heavenly talent, but let's leave aside the fact that he is of corrupt character and steals from the Patriarch. Just breaking into Chang Lin's room at night to commit misdeeds is unforgivable. Miss, we're both women. You can't just because Qin Shi has some talent, just ignore Chang Lin's feelings. Servant Qing's brows were furrowed, and a spark of anger flashed in her eyes. Yes, I'm right. Yes, Ling Huang chanted, his eyes growing more determined. Chang Lin was proficient in the way of grass and trees, and this time, she even made a great effort to save the disciples and elders of the sect. The credit goes a long way. How could he have chilled Chang Lin's heart? Thinking back to the time when Chang Lin cried in front of herself in a pitiful manner, Ling Huang's heart ached as if it were gripped. What a great female disciple. Even if the clan failed to protect her, she was still there when the clan needed her most, shouldering the burden of healing the elder disciples, boiling the herbs day and night. It was believed that soon, the injured elder would be completely healed, even without Qin Shi. So what? Ling Huang collected her mind, took a deep breath, and, I can still find him. Him, the maid, Cheng, was puzzled. Then she seemed to think of something and, could it be the he that the young lady has in mind? At this moment, Ling Huang's pretty face showed a rare blush. Being a person of cultivation, he didn't shy away from it, but admitted with a big smile, "It's him. I believe that with his cultivation talent, he will be able to crack the sword chi overlay puzzle for me. I'm really curious as to what that he looks like, to make our young ladies so attached to him." The maid, Cheng, said playfully, "I." Ling Huang tilted her head slightly, looking into the distance, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. I'm curious too." Thoughts drifted. It was 10 years ago. He was at a young age when he ran into the back of the mountain due to greed, but he didn't want to encounter the wild beasts that went berserk. Fear struck like a tidal wave, and the tiny body seemed so helpless in front of the beast. Ling Huang will never forget that when it was a matter of life and death, it was that boy. Determinedly, he rushed out and blocked her with open arms. "Don't worry, I'm here." The little boy turned back, his eyes clear. "This big guy can't hurt you." The voice was like a warm winter sun, dispelling the fear in little Ling Huang's heart. Sure enough, the frenzied beast of the wilds felt the aura of the little boy's body and, like a frightened kitten, hurriedly fleeing. The sunlight poured down, outlining a golden edge on the boy that was so dazzling. "Brother, thank you." Little Ling Huang cast an adoring, grateful look. A different emotion lingered, like a seed quietly planted. It took root in later years and became unmanageable. What's your name?" Little Ling Huang asked timidly. "Me?" The little boy smiled and warmly said, "Just call me Qin Justice, the righteousness of goodness and uprightness, the righteousness of righteousness." Yes, Qin Justice, that name, that boy. In the days that followed, Ling Huang understood that that sentiment is called liking. It was an emotion that went deep into her bones, like a vine that clung to her heart. "I've loved him for 10 years and can't stop thinking about him," Ling Huang said unapologetically, his eyes filled with deep love. So, she strongly rejected the matchmaking that her father had put between her and Qinshi. How can a villain who can only talk cleverly be compared to my righteous brother? Then later, after taking over the Ling Tian sect, it's not like Ling Huang didn't check this name, but no one was ever found. Perhaps, he wasn't originally from the Ling Tian sect, Ling Huang lamented. But thankfully, they had left sound transmission stones with each other in the first place. Ling Huang paced back and forth with a panicked pace, hesitating and hesitating. Finally, under the repeated encouragement of her maid, Cheng, she took a deep breath and, summoning all his courage, he took out a sound transmission stone and transmitted his voice to Qin Justice. A few moments later, "How's it going, miss, back there?" the maid, Cheng, asked curiously. "No." Ling Huang clenched her lower lip, and there was a despondency in her eyes that she couldn't hide. "Maybe busy?" Green guessed. "Try again later?" "Yes." Ling Huang held the sound transmission stone to her chest and silently prayed for a response. Chapter 24, 6,000 miles to the west. Inside the star cave, Qin, who had been practicing for several days in a row, opened his eyes, and between his eyebrows, obscure runes flickered. "Can't keep practicing," Qin muttered, the shock lingering in his eyes. It wasn't because of a lack of enlightenment that he couldn't penetrate the emperor's scriptures. Rather, it was because the great Tao creation skill was too strong and overbearing. This is laying down the foundation of the Tao and opening the divine deposit of the human body in a way that is close to plundering the origin of heaven and earth. Elevate the realm. At the highest level of cultivation, one can even swallow the essence of the 9 heavens, and take in the immortal essence of the 10 earths. It's really scary as hell. And the Ling Tian sect's gongfu that he had previously practiced was too weak. Trickling down, can only passively wait for the convergence of heaven and earth aura, cannot hammer the foundation, the difference between the two clouds and mud. This led to this body of his own, which was innately deficient and extremely poorly rooted. And after being hammered by the emperor's scriptures, though, one can internalize the already body and make up for the deficiencies, but with the lack of ancient pill essence around, it was like cooking without rice, unable to continue hammering away. One needs to find enough ancient medicine essence to replenish the innate and make up for the past. Qin whispered, "It's time to leave." "I'm leaving." Qin looked at the skeleton with a complicated gaze. "If you survive in the world, just protect yourself, and sometime in the future, I may not be unable to help you remake your body. Sure, I won't be sad if you have to hang up and not wait for me." Qin's words were more or less tinged with resentment. "I ain't got nothing to say to you, that's all. You pitiful." Qin's lips moved slightly and hesitated for a long time before continuing. "Pitiful master." The words fell. Qin bent down and kowtowed 3 times. The skeleton's jaw moved slightly, but no sound came out. Only a soft force wrapped around Qin. Teleported it. "I've screwed him over so much, and I'm still willing to call me master. Hey, it's kinda conscientious too, kid. Sooner or later you'll realize that being in the #1 physique in the universe, even if you don't accept the inheritance, you'll still be targeted by people with evil intentions all the same, and fall into a situation of no return. 50 Great Roads, 49 Heavenly Derivations. It's not like we don't have a chance. The voice of vicissitudes echoed in the star cave, with both relief and concern. Returning once again, Qinshi was now in the reflecting heart lake, and the scenery around him was just as it had been in the past. I don't know how my sister is doing. Qinshi's brows were tightly locked, and a trace of urgency and worry surfaced on his face. However, just then, suddenly there was a little flash of light on the calm lake. Wrapped in some information came into Qinshi's mind. Sister has been accepted as an heir by the Bronze Divine Hall? Qinshi was incomparably surprised. Previously, Qinshi had also thought of letting his sister step into the cultivation path, but it was because of his sister's mortal body. It is really impossible to cultivate when the spiritual aperture is impassable. I didn't realize that my sister had this kind of immortal fate, although the news was most likely not false, but it was about his sister. Qinshi still decided to explore it personally. This day, the return of the teenage heroes drew cheers from the people. Qinshi stepped into the air and stood on Qinglan City, his stance resembling an exiled immortal. And then, he walked straight into the city lord's mansion. This scene, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, it instantly sent shockwaves through the city's powerful nobles. One must know that Qinshi had previously been chased away by the blood demon ancestor. A few days later, the teenager returned alone, and this result was unexpected by everyone. My God, he came back alive. Too terrifying. The blood demon ancestor is a 6th realm grand cultivator. Could he be the reincarnation of a god? How on earth did he do that? The cultivators in the city looked horrified and talked to each other. However, to say that the one who was most overly fearful and remorseful was none other than the Qinglan City Lord. Before Qinshi was hunted down, he had told the Qinglan City Lord to take care of his sister. At first, the Qinglan City Lord did do the same thing, but he just never expected that it subdued the cultivators in the city who had bad intentions, but the only one who was exposed was Dancing Qishi's neighbor, Auntie Fatty. Later, when Dancing Qishi Pupil disappeared at the reflecting heart lake, the Lord of Qinglan City was not unaware of it. Just thinking of Qinshi's body falling, he stopped paying attention. But who would have thought? Qinglan City Lord Punt a sound of both legs kneeling on the ground, his body trembling like sifting chaff. In a trembling voice, she said, after being bullied by the neighbor's fat aunt, your sister went to the reflecting heart lake alone, and until today, there is no news. Auntie Fatty. A cold aura flashed in Qinshi's eyes. My sister is a kind-hearted person, but I'm not that. I preach revenge, no matter who he is. Indifferent words came out, wrapped in coldness, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few points. Qinglan City Lord nodded desperately. Understood. I understand. After saying that, Qinshi left without looking back. I had several opportunities to befriend him, but Qinglan City Lord's face showed bitterness, eyes full of remorse, but it was all missed by me. His future accomplishments will surely be unlimited. Tyranny flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Qinglan, and such a heavenly figure would have owed me a favor. I could have ridden the wind. Damn it, it's the fat lady's fault. Such greed. Well, this city master will let you know what you will pay for this. The words were full of resentment and indignation. For Qinshi, the urgent matter at hand was to search for ancient medicines with life essence. 6,000 miles west of this place is Misty City. Due to its close proximity to the Misty Mist mountain range, this city is also a supply station for many cultivators. Occasionally, there would be some precious spirit medicines that would be taken out and sold by the cultivators. Take your chances there first, and if not, think of something else. Qinshi muttered to himself. After making up his mind, Qinshi's body swayed and the body transformed into streams of light and rushed into the vast and boundless dense forest in the distance. Not long after, the dense forest seemed to be swept by a storm, and many birds and beasts ran away in panic. The entire dense forest was thrown into a state of chaos. Qinshi hung in the air, his gaze like a torch, searching carefully. Just see the distant sky. A green sky rock bird with a mysterious green aura emanating from its body and a wingspan of about 3 feet was soaring and hovering. There's a half-step Nirvana realm rock in this remote place? It's you! The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose, and at that moment, his mana manifested into a large hand that grabbed towards the green skyping bird. Feeling the large hand coming, the plumes around the green skyping bird instantly rose up. However, before he could make a move, he was trapped by the big hand and could not struggle. Qinshi's body flashed and came to the rock. Be my mount and take me on a journey of 6,000 miles. I'll give you back your freedom. How about that? Wow! As the overlord of the high altitude, how could the green sky rock bird succumb? In a pair of rock eyes, green flames were burning, and the sharp beak emitted a cold and chilling light. The demonic power surged, trying to break through the confinement. Unwilling. Qinshi showed a difficult face. If it's really difficult to, you may leave. I will never force you. After saying that, Qianshi gently withdrew the large hand of suppression. The green sky rockbird wanted to raise its wings, but it saw that in the surrounding void, the stern sword chi was crisscrossed like frost and snow. It was as if a net of death was spread out. Unable to not be a body, a cold shiver. Fear in the heart suddenly born. A pair of eyes with a grudge looked at Qianshi, and somewhat helplessly, she gathered her wings together. The body sank, choosing to submit. The green sky rockbird transformed into a green light that crossed the sky, and wherever it passed, the wind and clouds surged and rolled. Ha! This is. Someone sent me a transmission? From the Ling Tian sect? Mixed with the whistling gale, a soft chant drifted lazily under the firmament. Chapter 25, The Sect's Hidden Dangers. Qianshi picked up the voice transmission stone and listened. Content-wise, apart from inquiring about the sword chi stacking method, more like, concerned about your own well-being? And is that tone too soft? Still a mouthful of brother. Do you have any familiar female disciples in Ling Tian sect? Qianshi muttered in his mind. The weirdest thing is that the voice is very familiar. Qianshi pondered for a while. It is rather similar to that Ling Huang. When he thought of this, Qianshi couldn't help but be jolted. Ling Huang, that kind of arrogant person, voice cold to the bone, and will not be so soft and delicate? Besides, how could such an empty-headed person care about his own situation? I had an agreement with the elder of the Guardian Court. At that time, the complete book of formations was exchanged for sword chi stacking, and it needed to be stacked up to 3 sword chi. Qianshi raised his head slightly and guessed. I think it's because that pavilion guardian elder knows that I've been expelled from the sect. I was too embarrassed to come and ask for it directly, so I found a female disciple. Think about it. Qianshi let out a light laugh. Not to mention the fact that this complete book of formations had assisted himself in successfully escaping from that outer star formation, and then with it, he had traded it in for the supreme technique of the clear wind pupil drawing technique. Based on that agreement with the pavilion guard elder alone, one would not go back on one's word. Thus, Qianshi dictated a piece of self-created sword chi spells through a voice transmission stone. This is only the primary method. If an ordinary cultivator gets it, he can stack 3 sword chi. If you are a gifted practitioner, you can stack more. Of course, if you want to stack 100 sword chi on yourself, it's not just a matter of talent. It also required a more profound dharma, as well as the toughness of one's own meridians. After recounting the heart method, Qianshi stopped paying attention to it and closed his eyes in contemplation. He began to study the clear wind drawing pupil art within his mind. This formula is to nurture the pupils with spiritual chi, and when it reaches a certain level, it can open the heavenly eyes of martial arts. Of course, if one can find heaven and earth spirits, absorb them and refine them, and cultivate them into higher level spirit pupils, holy pupils and the like are not out of the question. Every moment now was exceptionally precious to Qianshi. On the other hand, inside the Ling Tian sect, Ling Huang, who had been waiting for several long days in agony, after hearing the movement coming from the sound transmission stone, the original dull and lifeless eyes were instantly glowing. Ah Cheng, ah Cheng. Ling Huang couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. He came back to me and, he finally got back to me. After saying that, he couldn't wait to immerse himself into the sound transmission stone and listen carefully. Miss, what did he return? The maid, Ah Cheng, inquired curiously. An article about the sword chi stacking spell. Ling Huang's eyes seemed a bit forlorn. In fact, aside from the issue of the sword stacking, Ling Huang also carefully inquired about the other party's recent situation from the side. However, Qin Justice only returned a Dharma article, ignoring all other issues. Inside the sound transmission stone, the wind was howling and noisy, seemingly in a hurry to get there. I couldn't even hear the voices very well, so maybe the environment was bad, so it didn't get back to me with any other questions. Ling Huang comforted herself in this way. Well, even though you are in such a hurry to get on the road, you still find time to help me study the Dharma. He must care about me extremely. Thinking of this, above Ling Huang's pretty face, a touch of redness unconsciously surfaced. Looking toward the gorgeous clouds in the distant sky, an inexplicable surge of unspeakable anticipation rose in his heart. I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Huang came back to her senses, dispelled the distractions in her mind, and began to follow the transmitted Dharma. Little by little, he tried to stack the sword auras. Buzz. The sword chi in his body roared, but with the operation of the method, the sword chi that filled the meridians was actually guided by some kind of. It began to be compressed and condensed little by little. It works. Ling Huang's bright eyes were filled with excitement and thrill. When the meridian locations are vacated, more sword chi can be condensed. Ling Huang exhaled slightly. In the past, I could only stack one, but now with the help of this spell, Ling Huang's eyes stared. Her hand clenched her sword. Put. A sound. The sword chi that had almost condensed into substance whistled out. like a brilliant arc of light, and ruthlessly smashed into the mountain wall outside the house above, leaving a deep sword mark. For a while, stone chips flew and dust filled the air. 8 paths. Ling Huang's expression shook, her heart beating wildly. The current me can successfully stack 8 sword chi, more than doubling my battle power. The holy law of battle, when it's really the holy law of battle. My righteous brother is heavenly talented. Ling Huang was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Xin sure. A moment later, Ling Huang slightly raised her chin, a sense of condescension permeating her expression. When you know that the fighting method of superimposing sword chi, which you have taken great pains to create, but my righteous brother managed to crack and improve and optimize it in just a few days. And how should you feel in your heart? A self-proclaimed genius and a bully? You think that if you don't return to the clan, can't I solve the feral nest problem? Ling Huang was filled with pride between the corners of those eyebrows. She was really looking forward to the day when Qinsher knew about all this, and what a wonderful look would be on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Huang immediately passed this precious dharma to the place of the great elders, and strictly ordered them to immediately select disciples with outstanding talent in the sword way, so that they can practice diligently, and must cultivate this fighting method at an early date, to escort the disciples of the sect to the back of the mountain for the trial. Over the next few days, everything went well. Many disciples had already managed to stack up to 2 sword chi, and it was believed that soon, he would be able to cultivate to 3 sword chi, and then he would be able to enter the fierce nest in the back of the mountain. Even the great elders, after studying it, couldn't help but be amazed at the obvious increase in their battle power. This fighting battle method, when really invincible. In order to speed up the progress, Ling Huang even opened up the top of the back of the mountain, allowing many disciples to go to the treasure land for cultivation. This side went exceptionally well, but there was a big mess on the Huichun Yuan side. What did you say? The 3 injured elders are unconscious and their lives are on the line? Ling Huang's body shifted abruptly, only to feel a wave of dizziness hit him. Each elder could be considered a pillar of the Ling Tian sect, and the loss of one would shake the foundation. 3,000 miles of dominance would be lost. Not to mention that nowadays it's actually 3 of them. But what's going on? A few days ago, when I went to the Spring Palace myself, Changlin clearly informed the elders that their injuries had improved. Not as much as a thought. Ling Huang was anxious and hurried to Huichun Yuan. As soon as Fong stepped into the courtyard door, he anxiously said, Changlin, what the hell is going on here? Reporting back to the patriarch, it's all Changlin's fault. I hope the patriarch will forgive me. Changlin knelt straight to the ground, her face full of grief and a pitiful look. Changlin, Ling Huang's voice went cold. Some time ago, you said there was some improvement. Why has it come to this now? It's Changlin's shallow medical skills. Changlin responded in agony. Changlin would like to die in gratitude. After saying that, Changlin closed her eyes and waited for the chastisement. At this time, a companion medicine disciple on the side seemed to be unable to bear the. After a little hesitation, she also knelt down. This matter is not Changlin's fault. No one has ever expected that the spirit medicine stored in the clan was actually in vain, but the essence of the loss. What does that mean? Ling Huang frowned and asked. It was someone who had previously stolen the essence of the elixir and was afraid of being detected. That's why the special technique was used to conceal it, causing the elixir to remain only an empty shell. So, the companion medicine disciple explained, it was always my poor medical studies that prevented me from noticing it in time. Changlin lightly shook her forehead. I still hope that patriarch will chastise her. Previously, the spirit pill vault was under the charge of senior brother Qin, and the one who knew how to steal the essence of spirit pills. I'm afraid it's only senior brother Qin. Could it be? The companion medicine disciple spoke out again. Hearing this, Ling Huang was filled with indignation. Qin sure. Again. That's right. Besides him, who else could have done this stealing of the clan's belongings? It's really a scourge. Even after leaving the clan, it still manages to victimize the elders of our clan. Don't talk nonsense until there is conclusive evidence. Changlin spoke out to stop it. In short, the elder's state deteriorated under my healing, so the responsibility is mine. Looking at the kneeling Changlin, Ling Huang couldn't help but feel compassion. Even after being deeply hurt by Qinsher, but he still refused to blame him, and instead took the blame on himself. What a great female disciple. It's just that, Changlin. Ling Huang lifted Changlin up and soothed her with warm words. No one would have expected Qinsher to steal the essence of the spirit medicine. Is there a remedy today? Ling Huang asked. If we can find ancient medicines that contain the essence of life, then the elder's injuries can be salvaged. Changlin replied. Good. I know. Ling Huang nodded slightly. You continue to take care of the elders. As for the ancient pill of life essence, it is up to me to find it. The priority now is to save the elder. Ling Huang said. looking at Ling Huang's departing back. The corners of Cheng Lin's mouth rose with a disdainful look. A woman as stupid as a pig. Sure enough, as soon as I mention Qinshi, I lose my brain. When you retrieve the ancient pill, that's when I'll leave the Ling Tian sect. Life-type ancient medicines were worth a lot of money, and the spirit stones after selling them at a high price were enough for one's own cultivation needs. There was also no need to stay in the Ling Tian sect. After speaking, he glanced at the companion medicine disciple on the side and said, "You've done a good job. Your family's lives were saved." The medicine companion disciple's feet went limp and he fell into a daze. To say where you can find an ancient medicine containing life essence faster now, there's nothing like Misty City. After Ling Huang made a few preparations, she was ready to head to Misty Hidden City. Sovereign, at that exact moment, a disciple hurriedly arrived. "What is it?" Ling Huang asked. This person's name was Wu Yi, and he was the first batch of Heaven's Pride disciples who were required to go to the back of the mountain to cultivate. Enlightened Patriarch, in recent times, I have been practicing at the top of the back mountain, Wu Yi said, but I realized that it didn't seem to be a treasure place for cultivation, but a place of doom and suffering that could influence the mind and induce people to kill. Ha, the land of doom. Ling Huang looked disbelieving. Let me ask you this. How long has Qinshi been practicing there? A few years at least, Wu Yi responded. That's it. If you stay in Qinshi is the land of treasure, but if you stay in it, it's the land of doom? Ling Huang's words were sharp. As a pride of the clan, are you even inferior to a tiny backwoods disciple? It's just nonsense. But, Wu Yi wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Ling Huang. I have important matters to attend to at the moment. Everything will wait until I return. After saying that, with a flash of his figure, he boarded a divine boat that was suspended in the air. It disappeared into the sky in an instant. But how can I compare myself to a demonic figure like Senior Qin? Wu Yi muttered. I was born with a sharp spiritual sense. That really is the land of doom. If we keep practicing like this, we'll definitely cause a big trouble. Patriarch, why don't you believe me? Ugh. Chapter 26 Ancient Pill of Life. Misty Hidden City, with its towering walls and huge stones piled on top of each other, exuded an ancient and heavy atmosphere. After several days of rushing, Qinshi also finally arrived under Misty Hidden City. Brother Pang, thanks for the company along the 6,000 li journey. Many thanks. With a smile spreading across his face, Qinshi, the pact has been made, and you may return on your own. Along the way, the green sky rock did his best, and instead of getting up half a mind about himself, and every now and then, he is solicitous and tries his best to please. One person and one rock ate and drank together and got along extremely well, perhaps convinced by my charms. Qinshi thought this way. Fresh, the green sky rock bird pointedly cried, in which there was a hidden color of helplessness and resentment. The black bean eyes rolled upwards uncontrollably. Oh, right, almost forgot. Qinshi smiled awkwardly and withdrew the sword she that had been hanging above the head of the green sky rock bird all these times. Right, Brother Pang. Qinshi took out a few yellow corncobs and handed them over. With some concern and apology, he said, seeing that you have lost some weight in these few days, eat more and make up for it. The green sky rock bird hesitated for a moment, and finally took a deep breath, picked up the stick in its mouth and rapidly lifted its wings and flew away. The anger that was suppressed at the bottom of its heart was almost ready to spurt out from its eyes, until it flew away into the distant 9 heavens. Vomit. A loud vomiting sound came from the green sky rock bird as it vomited out all the food it had eaten in the past few days. For a moment it just felt like my stomach was turning over and I was dying. All the way here, eating biscuits, corn on the cob and boiled green leaves. This idiot. Don't you know that my rock clan is a meat eater? The key itself is to act like you're enjoying the food. What a strange shame. The more the Qing Tian Peng bird thinks about it, the more angry it gets. Damn, not going. This is going to swallow a few human races. Relief. At the city gates, cultivators came and went frequently, and Qinshi followed the flow of people into Misty Hidden City. The Myriad Pill Workshop is the largest place in the city that sells spirit pills. It even has a chain of stores in the neighboring cities, and its reputation has spread far and wide. That was also the destination of Qinshi's trip. Located in the center of the city, the Myriad Pill Workshop was in a rather conspicuous location and was not difficult to find. Stepping into the wonderful medicine workshop, a light and strong medicinal fragrance came to the face, refreshing the heart. The store was extremely spacious, with rows and rows of tall medicine cabinets neatly arranged. It was filled with various types of pill boxes, each of which was engraved with array patterns and tightly protected. Qinshi looked around the room and locked his eyes on a man dressed in an ancient long shirt and on the old man with the beard. Old sir, I wonder if there are any ancient medicines containing life essence in the store? Qinshi inquired politely. That is since. The old man stroked his long beard and said slowly that, however, Ancient medicines that contain life essence are extremely rare, and I only have 3 left here. Xinshi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and this amount was more than he expected. Knowing that the growth environment of life-type ancient medicines is extremely harsh, and that the surrounding area needs to be nourished by spiritual veins and earth chi, it takes 300 years for the medicine to become ready. It can regulate injuries, make up for deficits and increase longevity by a small amount, and has a wide range of uses. Even if it was expensive, it was rare to see it on weekdays, but I didn't expect there to be 3 plants here. Very good, Xinshu said calmly. Old sir, I'll take them all. Oh, the old man slightly side-eyed and squinted at Xinshu. Dressed in ordinary clothes, no magic weapons, no spirit jewelry, no divine weapons. The key is an easygoing temperament. There was no trace of the arrogant traits of the second generation of cultivators. This look is a proper civilian cultivator. Hey, little brother, the old man let out a light laugh. This ancient medicine of mine isn't cheap. 50,000 spirit stones per plant. Can you afford it? Xinshu did not care about the old man's attitude. Pulling out a nascent ring, he threw it onto the table with a clang. Old sir, might as well count? Xinshu said indifferently. The old man picked it up half-heartedly. His consciousness probed into it, and in the next moment, stood up violently and, God shook, only to see that in the nascent soul ring, spirit stones were piled up in a mountain. A whole 150,000 spirit stones. This makes the old man cannot help but secretly smacked his lips. Mother Erlu, big money 150,000 spirit stones at once. I'm afraid that a small or medium-sized clan wouldn't be able to take this amount of spirit stones. You can't judge a book by its cover. I am Wu Tian, the head of the Myriad Pill Workshop. With a respectful expression, Wu Tian hurriedly saluted and, Greetings, Your Excellency. The ancient medicine is in the back hall. Please wait a little while. The old man will go fetch it. Yuta said. Good point. Xinshu nodded. Within a short time, the 3 ancient medicines were taken out. I only saw that the ancient medicine was shaped like a green-colored tree branch, and its appearance appeared to be plain. But if I felt it carefully, then he could detect a majestic force surging within. A soft aura emanated from above the ancient medicine, and there was a hidden flash of light. It clearly contained an extremely large and pure life force. This is Greenwood Xianhua. Xinshu's eyes lit up with surprise. Your Excellency has good eyesight. It is indeed Aoki Xianhua. Utada praised heartily. This was 2 days ago when a cultivator was just unhindered from the Misty Mist mountain range. Speaking of which, Your Excellency is also lucky. Xinshu nodded his head and carefully put the ancient medicine into his nascent sphere. There are many types of life-type ancient medicines, and Greenwood Xianhua is one of them. Its efficacy is roughly similar to that of other ancient medicines of the same kind, but Xinshu was surprised because, according to the ancient medicine of the Dan formula left behind by the blood demon ancestor, there was an elixir formula named Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill, whose main drug happened to be Greenwood Xianhua. If it is refined into the Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill, the medicinal effect is compared to taking it directly. It's going to be as much as 50% higher. Xinshu secretly thought to himself. The way of alchemy is nothing more than removing its dross and retaining its divine splendor. It's not hard to think. Plus I have the complete Dan formula. Well, maybe it's worth a try. Think about it. Xinshu opened his mouth and asked, Shopkeeper Wu, does the medicine workshop have a place for refining pills? There is. Utada responded. You're not thinking of taking this precious ancient medicine to make pills, are you? Not bad. Please trouble Shopkeeper Wu to help me prepare the place. Xinshu said. Also help me prepare some matching spirit medicines, respectively, spirit marrow grass, fire chi flower. Hearing this, the corner of Yuta's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but politely remind, My lord, this way of alchemy is by no means easy, especially for life-type ancient medicines. The process of alchemy is even more varied, and the slightest difference in it'll be medicine ruined. Yuta advised. He was truly heartbroken. I have it in mind. Just go straight to the preparation. Xinshu said. If your excellency wants to try it, why don't you start with cheap elixirs first? Still undeterred, Utada tried to persuade him some more, but seeing the impatience on Xinshu's face, he could only sigh helplessly and silence led Xinshu to the alchemy room in the back hall. There was no shortage of auxiliary elixirs in the workshop, and they were quickly prepared, with a total value of 10,000 spirit stones. As for the alchemy room, it was provided free of charge. Good fellow, the 200,000 spirit stones that just arrived. This turns out to be 40,000 left. Xinshu rather sighed. In the path of cultivation, wealth couples the Dharma land. Wealth is at the top of the list. It really makes sense. With the defense array activated, sealing off the den, only then did Utada snort coldly. I'm afraid it's not some big family's son who's come out to experience life. Life-type ancient medicines are precious. It's a pity that this isn't a pure waste. As for whether it was possible for Qinshi to refine it successfully, well, Utina pressed the possibility. Misty Hidden City's #1 alchemist, Master Su, has been immersed in alchemy for 180 years. Even he didn't dare to easily attempt to refine a life-type ancient medicine Dan formula. I don't know how thick the sky is. 150,000 spirit stones. When the refining fails, there's going to be times when you'll regret it. Utina shrugged it off and forked away. Before the people reached the front hall, a voice came. The Myriad Pill Workshop, but no one is guarding the hall. Where is he? Come out quickly. Don't keep my lady waiting. Utada walked out quickly, into the eyes of two women, the head of which was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe, with radiant spells hanging from their wrists. The hair is adorned with twinkling spirit jewelry. Next to him, he was accompanied by a maid who helped him carry a black divine whip. The temperament is arrogant, and the words of the maids around her are filled with domineering. Hey, you don't say. It's a good second-generation flavor. What a potentially big client. Seeing this, Yuta instantly piled on the smiles. Coming. Little old me is coming. What do you want? The little old man will prepare it for you. Utina stepped forward quickly and lowered her eyebrows. Ancient medicine that contains the essence of life. The woman replied. The visitors were none other than Ling Huang and her maid. Ah Cheng. Chapter 27. A visionary and a vibration. You want life-type ancient medicines as well? Utada glanced at the woman in charge in surprise. Then he laughed bitterly. Miss, you're late to the party. The only 3 life-type ancient medicines left in the store have just been purchased for alchemy. Alchemy? Ling Huang's expression froze. Then she was pleasantly surprised and said, could it be that the first alchemist, Master Su, is refining pills inside? If that was the case, then when the finished elixir was acquired later, there would be more certainty about the elder's injuries. Hey, it would be fine if it was Master Su. Utada shook his head, his face full of helplessness. And, it's a young man, ignorant and fearless, who presumptuously attempted to refine life-type elixirs. You say, it's a waste. Utina had a look of dark hatred. What? Ling Huang's face turned white, no longer harboring any illusions about the elixir, and she hurriedly asked that. I wonder what other places there are where such ancient medicines can be obtained. As far as I know, this kind of unattainable ancient medicine, at least in this misty hidden city, is no more. Yuta said truthfully. Damn, it was this close. Cheng, who was on the sidelines, said indignantly, if you guys are really in dire need of ancient medicine, you might as well wait. Wu Tian pondered for a moment before saying, that kid has 3 ancient medicines in his hands, so I think that after refining and scrapping one of the probability is that he will not dare to refine a second plant, and when the time comes, you may be able to purchase it from him. In Yuta's opinion, it was better for the ancient medicine to be placed in the hands of a woman than to be wasted in the hands of that boy. Good, then we'll stand guard outside the den. Ling Huang nodded after a little thought. This really wasn't a bad idea. Inside the alchemy room, Qinshi put the dispensing medicines into the alchemy furnace in order. His hands formed seals, and with the injection of mana, the light gradually rose within the alchemy furnace, and the flames whirred as they began to calcinate the spirit medicine. As the herbs were calcined by the flame, impurities began to be slowly removed. It turned into a wisp of black smoke that drifted out through the small hole in the top of the furnace, and those essences gradually fused together. A medicinal liquid emitting a strange light was formed, rolling and surging inside the furnace as if it had a life of its own. It went well. It wasn't hard. Looking at the molded medicinal liquid, Qinshi silently recited in his heart. At this moment, put in Changmu Xianhua. When fused with the medicinal liquid, it will be able to trigger a spiritual sublimation. Immediately after, Changmu Xianhua was cast in, and with the injection of majestic life force, the light inside the furnace contracted dramatically. The entire alchemy furnace began to tremble violently, and the runes on the furnace body lit up greatly. It seemed to be fighting against the raging medicinal power. Seeing this, Qinshi secretly nodded his head. The essence of alchemy is to remove the dross first and keep the Xinhua, and when fusing later on, with the size of the fire, the amount of mana, the intermingling and penetration of the medicinal liquid, the state of the elixir does change 1,000 times every moment. But, everything changes, and by sensing every subtle change, I can make timely adjustments that, perfectly blended. It's not hard for me. After all, every change in the elixir was clearly within my perception. Fruity, with Qinshi's methodical adjustments, the originally cranky and restless Dan furnace gradually calmed down. Stability has been restored. Time passes. The greenwood Shenhua condensed from a sizzling liquid to substance once again. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light broke through the lid of the furnace, and the light instantly flooded and filled the entire alchemy room. In the pillar of light, a rounded elixir slowly rose, the elixir surrounded by a haze of light. Each haze of light was like a spiritual snake, snaking and circling around the elixir, and accompanied by bursts of auspicious spiritual sounds. Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill. It's done. Qinshi's heart was ancient, and this was expected. Since it has become one plant, then the rest will be refined together. Qinshi slowed down his mind and once again plunged into alchemy. Outside the alchemy room, Ling Huang and her maid, Cheng, waited helplessly. There was a somewhat oppressive silence all around, except for the occasional sound of the wind. It relieves the agitation a little. Miss, what do you think he would do if he hawked all 3 ancient medicines at once? Cheng frowned, worried. I don't know. Ling Huang gently shook her head, her expression grave, but the alchemy of the Dan. It's definitely not something that can be touched at his age. I hope he will have the self-awareness to stop in time. Yeah, I really don't know where the loser came out from, squandering precious ancient medicines like that. Cheng pouted, full of complaints. And that Qinshi, it's simply too despicable. How dare you steal the essence of my clan's spirit medicine? Qinshi. Ling Huang's eyes instantly condensed, and her teeth unconsciously clenched. An uncontrollable hatred welled up in his heart. Everything that has happened lately is related to Qinshi, who is a death knell. Luckily, he was expelled on the spot, or else it would not be as simple as chaos in the clan now. I'm afraid there's a crisis of destruction. Just then, suddenly, light overflowed from the alchemy room, reflecting the entire outer area. Vaguely, one could still hear auspicious spiritual sounds coming from inside, causing one's heart to be shaken. Ling Huang and Cheng glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of dullness and shock in the other's eyes. An incredulous thought crept up in the back of his mind. Miss, do you think it will? Cheng's voice trembled slightly as she asked with a hint of anticipation and trepidation. I guess I can't. Ling Huang subconsciously held her breath and said with a strong sense of calm. The pill shop's shopkeeper said it was just a young man, and life-type pills. Without 100 years of painstaking research and accumulation, how can it be easily? But the words were not finished. Then he saw a silhouette rush out like lightning with a whoosh. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, his feet stumbled and he rolled directly on the ground. The figure, however, cared nothing for its own wretchedness, and hastily climbed to its feet, trembling violently and screaming at the top of his lungs. He said, anomalies across the board. It's done. The life-type elixir is done. What? You said he refined it. Although there were suspicions in his heart, but hearing this exact answer, Ling Huang's eyes were shocked. The heart has long been in shock. He refined it. How did he refine it? How old is he? How on earth did he refine it? Even the city's #1 alchemist, Master Su, has trouble refining it. How did he do it? How did he do it? Utada mumbled in dismay, slapping his hands against his head in chagrin. Just now how did I run to the front hall myself? Such a spectacle. Missing a moment. It's all about disrespecting the potion. The 3 men were stunned by the sudden shock. Only after a long time did he gradually come back to his senses, and then he quietly waited for the people inside to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, no one was ever seen. Why hasn't this lord come out yet? Cheng couldn't help but gulp. His tone became humble and his expression respectful. Between the words, there was no longer the arrogance and dominance from before. Utina looked at the sight of a fire flickering faintly. Even though the light inside the Dan room had just converged, it dawned on me that he was going to open the furnace to refine the second ancient medicine. Oh my god. I can't believe he hasn't made any adjustments to it. Just started straight away. Subsequently, Wu Tian's face was covered with anxiety. Alchemy extremely consumes the mind. You need to meditate and recuperate for a few days, he said. Only then can the second furnace be opened. This kind of Dan Dao wizardry. Don't lose your mind. Yuta was in a hurry. At this point, in his opinion, the life-class ancient pill had become inconsequential. Not as much as that young man. Miss, Cheng, a bunch of amateurs, also understand what this means. Cheng's eyes were filled with longing. You say, how good it would be if he was from our Ling Tian sect. With him around, the elder disciple's injuries are certainly unharmed. Green, don't dream. Ling Huang, with the shock still lingering on her face, sighed softly. Such a great man. It must be a heavenly talent that some ancient family has devoted all their efforts to cultivate. And is it not acceptable to our Ling Tian sect? If we can befriend each other, it will be our Ling Tian sect's good fortune. And how dare you expect him to enter the clan, despite what they say. But the flash of longing in Ling Huang's eyes that was hard to hide betrayed his heart. Yeah, how good it would be if you were from our Ling Tian sect. Ling Huang's heart stirred within her. It is difficult to calm down. At that time, not to mention the 3,000 miles, even if the sphere of influence is expanded by 30,000 miles. Nor is it impossible. A prodigiously gifted alchemy wizard, whose alchemy attainments were even better than those of Master Su. On top of that, it's still that young and has unlimited potential. If I can join the Ling Tian sect, I, Ling Huang, will bow down to you. Chapter 28. Qin sure is a Dan Dao master? As the day wore on, it got darker. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled gently like a golden veil on the ground outside the alchemy room. The light and shadows dappled. Soon, the afterglow faded and the bright moon slowly rose, pouring down the cool moonlight. Just at this moment, the alchemy room suddenly flashed with light once again, and that light was even more intense than yesterday. It was hot and intense, lighting up the place like day. Miss, look, it's done. Qing's eyes widened in joy as she said, the second furnace has surprisingly become a success again. Ling Huang nodded, also unable to hide her excitement. Successfully refining successively in such a short period of time. This can no longer be described as a Dan Dao wizard. But okay. Yuta let out a long breath, his expression relaxing a bit. The elixir will work. It means that the mind is not damaged. God forbid. But he hadn't had time to catch his breath. Then I saw the light of the furnace inside that alchemy room once again flourish. That young man is he's actually going to start refining the third furnace again. Holy. Yutina's eyes instantly glazed over. This is too crazy, right? Even a profound realm elixir master wouldn't dare to refine one furnace after another like this. The night passed, and when the first rays of the morning sun had just sprinkled the light within the alchemy room blazed for the third time, dispelling the morning light. It's done. It's done again. This success rate, it's truly terrifying. Utada had long since been numbed by the shock and muttered, 3 people present. I'm afraid that only he knew best the gold content of the young man inside in the way of alchemy. Successfully refining 3 consecutive furnaces was only the limit of the number of ancient medicines, not the young man's limit. As the array in the alchemy room slowly went out, the long-closed door of the Dan squeak, it opened, the morning sun fell, and a figure slowly walked out in the interplay of light and shadow. When they saw that the visitor was Qin Shi, Ling Huang and Qing were both stunned. Qin Shi? Why is he here? Qing was filled with surprise and, the small mouth opened slightly. Could he be? Never. Ling Huang's gaze stagnated, but then she firmly shook her head and, at most, he only knows some grass and wood techniques. How could he possibly know how to make pills? I think he must be a child under that pills wizard. Qin Shi is a Dan Dao wizard? Oh, how is that possible? However, there was a hint of envy and jealousy in Ling Huang's heart. This Qin Shi was really lucky to be able to climb into a relationship with a Dan Dao wizard cultivated by an ancient family. How fortunate would I be if I were in his place? Qing nodded with deep concern as well. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone occurred, only to see Yuta jogging all the way up to the expression was filled with excitement and respect. Myriad Pill Workshop Wu Tian, pay respects to the Dan Dao master. After saying that, Utada put his right hand into a palm on his chest and knelt down on one knee. He gave Qin Shi a standardized Dan master salute. This is an elder teacher can only receive, but also the most respected etiquette between the Dan masters. Seeing this scene, Ling Huang and Qing instantly froze as if they were wooden chickens, somewhat unable to react to the situation. The expression on his face solidified into one of shock. What? Qin Shi is a Dan Dao master? It took a while before Ling Huang responded. How is this possible? Ling Huang had trouble accepting it and asked offhandedly. Boss Wu, are you mistaken? He's an expelled disciple of my Ling Tian sect. Other than that, 50,000 spirit stones for an ancient medicine. How can he afford it? Ling Huang's voice trembled, simply unable to accept the scene in front of her. Qing on the side was also filled with horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Qin Shi glanced at Ling Huang, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. What? Could it be that Miss Ling is still trying to slander me for stealing your Ling Tian sect spirit stones? Looking at Ling Huang's appearance, the joy of the Dan completion in Qin Shi's heart was washed away quite a bit, though I don't know what has passed between you and the Dan Dao master. Sensing Ling Huang's skepticism, Wu Tian's tone was unkind. But master is purchasing medicine and refining pills under my watch. There is absolutely no way for his identity to be wrong. Hearing this, Ling Huang was still a bit undecided, hooking her head towards the alchemy room. After determining that there was no one else inside, the entire person couldn't help but back up and stand unsteadily. There was a buzzing in my head, as if the whole world was spinning. A single thought popped into his head. Qin Shi is a Dan Dao master? Heavens, he's actually a Dan Dao master. That's an elixir master who was madly snatched by all forces. If the Ling Tian sect had a master alchemist, it would be an incomparably powerful pillar and legacy to rely on. That's the kind of bottom feeder my father and I dreamed of hiring. Ling Huang stood frozen in place, her hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching. A look of remorse filled his face. I actually expelled this wunderkind from the clan. Ling Huang's eyes were filled with deep self-reproach and shock as she muttered under her breath. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. I was just now longing to see if I could invite him into my Ling Tian sect. It would be so nice. But now, I'm saying that. Ling Huang's body shook slightly as if it had lost its support. Seeing this, Qing rushed forward to support her. However, Ling Huang's gaze was still locked onto Qin Shi as if he wanted to see through him. The brain is like a long bell ringing, the thoughts are disorganized, and it is no longer possible to think. The sound of Qin Shi and Yutina talking vaguely came to his ears, but he couldn't quite make it out. Finally, with Qin Shi in sight, already ready to leave, Ling Huang subconsciously stepped forward to try to pull Qin Shi, but the latter directly flung him away. Qin Shi. Ling Huang's vermilion lips trembled lightly. You know how to make pills, but why didn't you say so? The clan doesn't even know about it. Ling Huang's voice was no longer as condescending as in the past, and he even unconsciously used honorifics. What does this have to do with you, Miss Ling, and the Ling Tian sect? Qin Shi said nonchalantly. Can you return to the Ling Tian sect? Ling Huang asked carefully. If you come back to my entire clan will honor you and give you the highest treatment. Ha! Qin Shi snorted softly. If I remember correctly, just a few days ago, the eldest Miss Ling went to Qinglan City herself and said that she wouldn't invite me back, and made me regret for it. Ling Huang bowed her head and was speechless, only feeling a hot flash on her face. The corners of his mouth rose as he moved his feet and prepared to leave. Wait! Ling Huang forcibly stabilized her mind and spoke again. You cannot return to the Ling Tian sect but can you sell me the refined life-type elixir? I desperately need it. Oh, want the elixir? Qin Shi said with a wry smile. Sell it to you. Yes. With a wave of Qin Shi's hand, 3 flashingly gorgeous pills were suspended in the air as if they were spirit sparrows. Wu Tian, tell her, what is the market value of these 3 greenwood spirit rhythm pills of mine? Qin Shi said faintly. Since his conversation with Wu Tian just now, Qin Shi already knew the quality of these 3 pills. That can be an unexpected surprise, at least in terms of value. It was something that the Ling Tian sect couldn't afford even if they poured their entire wealth into it. Yuta trotted over, his face full of devotion, and the 3 pills leaping with gorgeous light in his eyes. It's just a worldly wonder. Pill quality is categorized into damaged, flawless, perfect and holy. Yuta narrated. Damaging elixirs are 50% more potent than the main elixir. The efficacy of the flawless is 3 times. The perfect efficacy is 9 times. And the holy product needs to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation, which is the stuff of legends. I don't know how the medicine works. As for the Greenwood Spirit Rhythm pill refined by Master Qin, when he said this, Yutada's breathing was unsteady, and his eyes were once again filled with shock and respect. All perfect grade pills with a market price of $500,000 apiece, and there is no market for them, Yuta said in a loud voice. $500,000 apiece. Qing was the first to exclaim out in shock that, but we only brought more than 70,000 spirit stones with us this time out, and that's already the limit of what the clan can use. 500,000 apiece. Not to mention the fact that the clan's income has been drastically reduced due to the murderous nest in the back of the mountain, even in its heyday. It's also far from being able to take so many spirit stones. Ling Huang's face turned pale. The price far exceeded her prediction. It looks like Miss Ling can't afford it. Qin Shi said blandly. In that case, just don't waste my time. You wait for Qin Shi. Ling Huang said eagerly. This time, it's the clan elder who is dying from serious injuries. Would you be able to lend a hand for the sake of the clan's affection for you in the past? Qin Shi said coldly. I can't. Why are you so cold-blooded and heartless? You have 3 pills. You only need to give up 1 to save the elder's life. The entirety of my Ling Tian sect will surely miss you. After being rejected, Ling Huang became agitated, and her words were full of indignation and accusations. If you can let at worst, I'll apologize to you as sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, and the crimes you committed in the past will. Just don't mention them. Hearing this, Qin Shi's bland face finally clouded over. Chapter 29, without him, I can still be a glorious clan. $500,000 a pill, and I don't let it be cold-blooded and heartless? Qin Shi's voice was as cold as frost, and his words were like ice blades. Is this the 3 views that you, Miss Ling, uphold? Is this the morality that the Ling Tian sect honors? It's really laughable. Ling Huang's lips moved, speechless. As for that so-called crime and clan affection, Qin Shi's eyes were like cold stars and, you remember Ling Huang, I entered the Ling Tian sect because your father begged me to go in. I've been helping the clan suppress a great danger for 10 years, protecting the clan disciples who are growing up, but you don't check the facts. I was expelled from the clan on the mere of a bystander. Is it me who owes the clan? Or is it the clan who is in debt to me? Qianshi took one step forward, forcing Ling Huang to keep retreating. But Ling Huang clenched her lower lip until blood seeped out, and stubbornly said, "How could an innocent woman in the world slander you with her reputation?" Ha! Qianshi laughed softly, no longer clinging to it, and sparingly laughed. The only way for such fools to come out and subvert the clan is for an ancient evil to come out and subvert the clan. Let everything she holds dear become a bloody sea of ruins before she can repent. After leaving the myriad pill workshop, Qianshi's goal was clear, the Misty Mist mountain range, which was not far away. The aura there was thick and rich, and it was most suitable for absorbing the medicinal effects of the Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill. The misty mountains were filled with thick fog all year round, and from afar, one could only see the undulating outlines of the mountains. Not long after, Qianshi's figure had already stepped into the boundaries of the misty mountains. The fog is like a white veil wrapped around everything. The rugged ground was covered with sharp rocks and interlocking roots, and moss grew unchecked on the mottled stone walls. Roar! A majestic and long beastly roar came from the depths of the mountain range. It shook the surrounding trees, and some of the dead branches and leaves rustled down. Almost simultaneously, a flock of birds overhead were startled into fluttering their wings and chirping shrilly. Damn! Almost got it. Don't even think about it. If it weren't for those two great beings fighting, we're afraid we wouldn't even be able to save our lives. A sound came from the forest, and a line of cultivators shuttled out from it in a hurried manner. Their footsteps were panicked, and patches of blood remained on their clothes, and after they found Qianshi again, unable to help his footsteps, he subconsciously gripped the blade in his hand and looked at Qianshi vigilantly. Dare I ask you, did something happen in this mountain range? Qianshi clasped his fist and took the lead in asking. A cultivator was just about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by his companion beside him quickly tugging on the corner of his coat. Leave quickly, don't lose your life. After that cultivator said that, he quickly left with his companions. Seeing this, Qianshi pondered. Refine the elixir first to enhance your strength before considering whether to explore or not. After making up his mind, Qianshi traveled through the mists in search of it. After a period of searching, Qianshi found an extremely hidden cave. There were lush vines hanging down outside the cave, just enough to cover the entrance. The cave is situated at the base of a cliff, and above it a waterfall tilts like the Milky Way, with its rushing water. The impact splashed against the rocks. This is it. Qianshi closed his eyes and felt it. This place was rich in spiritual qi. Definitely not comparable to the city. The cave was not large, but it was large enough to contain itself. After slightly clearing down the debris and weeds, Qianshi concentrated on dancing his hands and a complicated and complex formation pattern appeared lightly on his fingertips, and then landed on top of the ground with precision and accuracy. Every detail of the array pattern, be it the depth or the curvature, is just right. And then the spirit stones were placed on the key positions in turn, as a source of power to drive the formation. This was from the Jiang family's unique spirit-gathering formation. In an instant, only a low rumble could be heard. The rolling auras swept in like surging waves, instantly scouring the aura within a 100-mile radius, condensing it into wisps of spiritual floss that, floating in the cave. Just a spirit-gathering formation made from ordinary spirit stones is already so astonishingly effective. It's no better than the aura at the top of the Ling Tian sect's back mountain. If we can use the mountains as veins, the rivers as collaterals, and the veins of the earth as power, then the outline formation can condense into a spiritual rain, blessing a region. Qianshi was surprised in his heart. What exactly is the background of this Jiang kindness? Qianshi's heart flooded with mutterings. I can't help but think of the spirited young girl who likes to drum her mouth and bite people when she has nothing else to do. Subsequently, Qianshi was again within the ancient book on formations left behind by the blood demon ancestor. He picked a few formations that had both early warning and soundproofing functions, and inscribed them all at the entrance of the cave. In this way, even if a living being mistakenly entered this place, he or she would be able to discover it in time. After everything was ready, Qianshi sat down peacefully in the cave, and at this time, between his one breath and the other, all of them were filled with rich aura. With the help of the spirit-gathering array, it will be possible to speed up the refining of the elixir. Qianshi took out the Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill and sent it into his mouth, and the moment the pill touched his tongue, then it quickly melted away, and the vigorous life force raged through the body like a volcanic eruption. With the operation of the Great Tao creation technique, a warm and powerful force began to repair its own innate deficiencies, filling in the parts that were once missing. The other side, Ling Huang sat crouched on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, her entire body frozen in place. Ah Cheng, I'm so sorry, Ling Huang said in agony. Qianshi's talent for alchemy is unrivaled in the world. He's of great use to the clan, and I was foolish enough to expel him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. If a disciple makes a mistake, he should be expelled. What is wrong with you, miss? If we want to blame it, we can only blame the heavens for being unjust, giving a person of low character that superb alchemy talent. It's so unfair. Miss, pull yourself together, the clan still needs you. Chang Lin is still waiting for our ancient medicine? Green said indignantly. Only after hearing these words did Ling Huang slightly collect her thoughts. That's right, Chang Lin and the elders are still waiting for the ancient medicine. Ling Huang muttered. I can't let them down. It's just God's injustice. What's wrong with me? So what if you're a Dan Dao master? This world is a world where strength is king, and the end of cultivation looks at strength. Am I, the absolute heavenly pride of the third realm of Ling Hua cultivation, still no better than a former backwoods disciple? Without Qin Shi, I can still lead the Ling Tian sect to the top of the eastern wasteland. Gradually, that vanished confidence returned to Ling Huang. The proud peacock looked up once again, her eyes filled with resignation and stubbornness. Shopkeeper Wu. Ling Huang returned to the front hall once again, her tone cold. I'm in dire need of life-type ancient medicines. Can you help me think of something? This. Yutina pondered for a moment, and said in an uncertain tone, if young lady really needs it urgently, you can go to the Misty Mountains and try your luck. Those 3 greenwood shenhua before were what the cultivator got in the Misty Mountains. Just what? Ling Huang pursued. It's just that this Misty Mountain range hasn't been peaceful lately, and there are rumors of heavy treasures coming out. Nowadays, all forces are gathered, and there are even ancient beasts roaring in the depths. In the past 2 days, another terrifying green rock bird has come from nowhere, specializing in hunting human cultivators. That bite is so vicious. If the young lady goes, she should still be careful and not force herself. Yuta told what he knew. Thanks, boss. I have my own decision. Ling Huang gave a thank you and left with Ah Ching. Miss, I'll accompany you to the Misty Mountains, outside the Myriad Medicine Workshop, Ah Ching said with a firm expression. No, your cultivation level is still shallow. Stay in the city and wait for me. Ling Huang's figure flashed and in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Chapter 30 Ling Huang, Daughter of Heaven's Destiny? Words to say. The green sky rockbird has been suffering from a bellyful of bird anger since the Qin Shi. Then he ran off to the Misty Mountains to spread his wings. This go doesn't matter. It directly opens the door to a new world for the green sky rockbird. His grandmother, the aura here is so rich. That nook and cranny of his own house. Dogs don't even come back well? The green sky rockbird fluttered its wings happily. The dense fog that filled the air below was practically null and void under the eagle pupil of the green sky rockbird. With his wings retracted, he swooped down, like a bolt of green lightning that, easily sneak attacking a cultivator to death. Feeling the precious medicine of blood and flesh in his belly, the green sky rockbird grew happier and happier. The flavor is so much better than the mortals who hunt back home. If he swallowed some more time, breaking through to the nirvana realm wouldn't be easy. It feels like its time has come. Just as he was thinking about it, under the eagle pupil, 2 cultivator figures appeared on the mountain range in pairs. Old Zhang, I heard that a big bird recently appeared in the Misty Mountains, specializing in targeting and devouring cultivators. I always feel panicky inside, the thin-framed cultivator said with a worried look on his face. Afraid of him, the burly cultivator waved his hand in disinterest and, the more powerful demons are all in the depths of the mountain range. What powerful characters can there be in this periphery? What's more, I've heard that this bird likes to hide in the shadows and make dirty tricks. Think about it. How good could such an old six be? As the saying goes, wealth and riches are in the air. Recently, there have been people finding treasures in this misty mountain range every other day. If we can hit the big time and get a piece or two. Hey, the burly cultivator analyzed with confidence. The skinny cultivator nodded deeply, hearing that earlier in the day. There was a guy who got lucky and actually picked 3 whole life-type treasure pills, and after selling them to the Myriad Pill Workshop, instant spirit stone freedom. So envious. If only I could find a few heavenly treasures as well. Just as the skinny cultivator was indulging in his fantasies, whoosh, a green shadow seemed to tear through the void, swiftly cutting through the thick fog. The hideous eagle's head dramatically enlarged in its eyes, and in the blink of an eye, it had already killed in front of it. Ah! The partially thin cultivator screamed in terror, and before he had time to react, he was taken up in the air in his mouth, disappearing in place. Damn! It's that old six. The burly cultivator was jealous and cursed angrily. Damn! If you have the ability to fight head-on, if I get swallowed, I'll count that I didn't cultivate well enough and deserve to die. But what kind of a bird are you to play tricks on me? Come thee out. The burly cultivator waved the large sword in his hand, shouting and cursing in anger. However, no matter how much he screamed and cursed, there was always dead silence in the fog. The green sky rockbird seemed as if it had already left quietly, without the slightest movement again. After screaming and cursing for a long time, and receiving no response, he watched his companion being swallowed. A wave of pathos surged through the burly man's heart, and his hand, which had been raised to his blade, gradually drooped feebly. I'm ashamed of my sister-in-law. The burly cultivator was overcome with grief. Don't worry, from now on, your son is my son. I'll warm my sister-in-law's bed. I'll take care of them both. The burly man was immersed in grief, and in the next instant, just at the critical moment when he let his guard down, whoosh, a green shadow crossed like a ghost, and the strong man instantly disappeared in place. His curses were faintly heard in the thick fog. Damn, a half-step Nirvana great demon. Surprisingly, it is a half-step Nirvana great demon. This horrible realm, kill me like a chicken. But you play Nima's sneak attack, when Nima's old 6 if you're capable, go deeper into the mountain range and stage a sneak attack. The green sky rock bird's heart, however, was filled with complacency, and a feeling of euphoria from the depths of his bloodline arose. If I can beat it, I don't. I'm partial to sneak attacks. Alas, it's all about play. Deep in the mountains, the green sky rock bird burped and looked into the deepest part of the fog. Shaking his wings, he disappeared. A few days later, inside a valley, a large green-colored bird lay paralyzed on the ground, its body streaked with blood. The original brilliant plumage was in pieces, and much of it had been knocked off, especially behind the rump. Actually bald a large area, revealing that large fat buttocks. Looks extremely miserable. The big bird fluttered his wings and cursed. A bunch of old 6s with no martial virtues. You know how to play sneak attack, but also have no face, have the ability to duel head-on. Hateful, infuriating, hit a man in the face, hit a bird without pulling out his anus. Big bird looks back, at the big, bare back of the heart is sad, shame, simply shame. 2 days early, the green rock ran deep into the mountains to become the oldest 6, and at first all went well. Stealing from the back by yourself is a blast, but it wasn't until the appearance of that phantom flame viper, the overlord of the misty mountain range, a Nirvana realm great demon, but it doesn't matter, after all, one is born with a bloodline suppression against that long worm. Plus the fact that this fool can't fly, and he takes advantage of the high-altitude sneak attack, harassing and stealing day and night, stirring up the big long worm fell to sleep and eat. If only he was diligent enough. I'm sure I can wear out that big long worm, and then, exclusive access to the pool of spiritual liquid guarded by the great long worm. That's right, it's the spiritual liquid nurtured by this mountain, which, when swallowed and refined, can transform a living being. Although the silly worm had hidden the spirit liquid in the fog, who told him that he could see through the thick fog? Today, as usual, I went on a sneak attack, and on the way, I met a few human cultivators of a low realm, thinking of swallowing it in passing to recover some of the consumption in his body. But who would have thought that just as soon as they went down, all kinds of formations and spells appeared all around them, launching sneak attacks in unison. For a moment the light shone. Immediately after that, a group of high-ranking cultivators killed out, vowing to take themselves down. Originally, these past few days were consuming a great deal of energy, and this was an ambush, so he was almost accounted for there. Disguise, lure, and set up an ambush. The green sky rock bird gritted its teeth and said, originally, the old 6 could still play like this. Well, I've learned today. But, as the saying goes, the sky is the limit. And who would have thought that within this unremarkable and dilapidated valley, surprisingly, a life-type ancient medicine was born from an underground river. Looking at the clear spring, the ancient medicine that exudes a fascinating light, the green sky rock bird is unrestrained. After swallowing it, the injury will be healed. And by then, the green sky rock bird moved its body towards the ancient medicine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A whip shadow crossed, and in a flash, rolled away the ancient medicine. It was a woman in splendid attire, with a lithe figure, who, after having succeeded in seizing the ancient medicine, instantly transforming into a divine rainbow, he sped away. Fresh, the green sky rock bird was furious. There is someone who dares to take food from the bird's mouth, looking for death. Both wings violently vibrated, kicking up a gale, chasing straight after the woman, vowing to swallow her alive. Boom boom. The thick mist resounded with the sound of a fierce fight, a sound like muffled thunder rolling. It shook the air with a buzz. From time to time, there are also magic weapons blooming with light as well as powerful sword chi. Once these rays of light hit the stone wall next to them, they would explode into a deep, bottomless crater. Damn it, master will swallow you today. The green sky rock bird angrily drank. At this moment, the body blood flowed horizontally, flesh bloomed and bone appeared. Miserable, those magic weapon attacks. His thick-skinned self could still resist. But what the hell is this sword chi? condenser not dispersed, gathered into substance. It appeared to be a superimposition of multiple sword chi. It hits the body as if cut by a sharp blade and is unbearable. The green sky rock bird opened its huge beak, and a black stream of air spewed out of its mouth. Dimly, even the fog, which had been lifting all year, briefly brightened. The black airstream, which contained some kind of power, directly fixed the woman in place. This was a divine ability from the bloodline inheritance of the green sky rockbird, and it was powerful. Fresh, the green sky rockbird screamed and was about to swallow the woman. It's over. A wave of despair ran through Ling Huang's heart. Just now he had already revealed all his cards, and several precious magic weapons were destroyed, but it still didn't block the attack of the green sky rockbird. Originally, I thought that although this big bird was a half-step Nirvana realm demon, but after all, it was heavily injured. He himself was not an ordinary cultivator, and he had even cultivated the sword chi superposition technique. I thought that successfully seizing the ancient medicine wasn't dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be a dead end. It was by no means a great demon of ordinary bloodline. Where exactly did it come from? Why is it so powerful? Dying. It's a pity I haven't seen Qinshi's regret and despair yet. I haven't even let him feel the huge realm gap between him and me, and to end it like this, I'm so unhappy. Thoughts crossed Ling Huang's mind, and for some reason, she remembered Qinshi. Just as the green sky rockbird was about to swallow Ling Huang, a dazzling light erupted on its body. Immediately afterward, the shadow of an ice phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens appeared in the sky. It exuded a bitterly cold aura, and an icy blue light enveloped the entire area. A mysterious greatness surged out, directly bouncing the green sky rock bird away fiercely. The green sky rock bird's eyes were wide open, filled with astonishment. It then endeavored to frantically search for answers in the bloodline inheritance memories. Ice phoenix shadow? Could it be? The green sky rock bird muttered. Could it be that she is a rare daughter of the ice phoenix fate among the human race? So what if it's the daughter of destiny? The green sky rock bird quickly came back to his senses and, Master's ancestors are not to be messed with. Just swallow you. What can you do to me? Thinking of this, the green sky rock bird instantly burned with blazing bloodline power around its body, and towards Ling Huang, forcefully charged through. Sensing the power of the other party's bloodline power, the ice phoenix shadow wrapped Ling Huang tightly and turned to flee. Master just doesn't believe it. Your fate's power can still be a constant source? The green sky rock bird shouted loudly as it chased after them. It had a premonition that if it swallowed this woman, the purity of its own bloodline would be right up there with that of its ancestors. At that time, he could travel across the great wasteland, and it would be hard to find an enemy. Between the chase and the escape, time seemed to be frozen, and the only thing that was left was the stream of flashing figures traveling through the mountains. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Huang was brought to the bottom of a cliff, and at this moment, the ice phoenix shadow encasing her was also slowly dissipating. Just as it dissipated, the ice phoenix raised its wings and pointed at the vine-covered mountain wall in front of it. Are you saying that my chance of survival lies within this mountain wall? Feeling that the aura of this place was almost thick as silk, the light of the formation could still be seen vaguely through the vines, and Ling Huang's mind spun fast. It's too late to hesitate. Ling Huang knelt on both knees. Senior Ling Huang has been chased and killed to this point, so I'm asking Senior to come to the rescue. Having said that, bang bang, Ling Huang couldn't stop kowtowing towards the mountain wall for help. Blood seeped out of his forehead and dripped onto the stone. The desire to live is pulled right up to full capacity in this moment. Chapter 31, Making Up for the Innate. Second cluster of flames. The mountains know no age. Qinshi had already practiced here for 5 days, and the 3 greenwood spirit rhythm pills had been consumed. Qinshi silently felt the changes within his body, and every cell was cheering and jumping for joy. The meridians metamorphosed into something tougher. The sense of weakness brought on by congenital deficiencies gradually receded. In its place is vigor and power. I have completely made up for the deficits of the past, and my foundation is extremely solid. The increase in combat power is greater than before. And what a boost! From now on, I will not be bound by my innate deficiencies and will embark on the path of cultivation with a completely new attitude. Qinshi's eyes were extremely determined. Nirvana is divided into 9 transformations, and each time you metamorphose your strength will increase. Originally, he had only stayed at the Nirvana first transformation realm, but with the absorption of the medicinal effects, he had now reached the 3rd transformation, the inheritance of the first cluster of flames. Now I am considered to have mastered all of it and have no worries. Qinshi murmured softly, anticipation in his heart. And what will the 2nd cluster of flames be? Thinking about this, Qinshi's consciousness immersed and began to touch the 2nd flame. However, with a boing, the realization bounced off, unable to extinguish the flames. Immediately afterward, a stream of information passed out. The inheritance of the 2nd cluster of flames is in the Creation Academy? Qinshi was a bit surprised. He thought that the 9 clusters of flames already contained the entire inheritance of the Great Desolate Divine Palace. It turns out that the second cluster of flames is more of a key to unlocking the legacy of a certain place. However, it was right to think that if Zhang Tiandao died, then all the backhanders he had left behind would naturally perish. The only way to pass it on to a greater extent is to store it separately. It's time to leave, Qinshi secretly pondered in his heart. Then he waved his big hand, and a force surged out and it destroyed the formation patterns on the ground and extinguished all the formations. Qinshi plucked away the layers of vines and slowly walked out of but the scene in front of him made Qinshi more or less confused. Previously, because of the existence of the soundproof formation, Qinshi did not know what was happening outside. As soon as she came out, she saw a woman with her clothes in shreds and patches of blood flowing from her bare skin. Some of it had already congealed into dark red scabs of blood. The woman was crouching and kowtowing, her body trembling. Qinshi flung his sleeve and the clear wind shook, lifting the woman up. But after seeing the woman's appearance, Qinshi was suddenly filled with black lines. How come I meet this woman everywhere I go? Without the slightest hesitation, Qinshi's palm pressed down and power surged, only to hear a clang sound. The woman's body uncontrollably fell to her knees again. Drilling pain spread from the knee. But compared to these, Ling Huang's entire person that was directly cracked. I thought that inside the stone wall was a senior person who could save myself from danger. But I never thought that the one who came out would be Qinshi. Qinshi, why are you here? Ling Huang covered his bleeding forehead and got up with difficulty. Shocked. You're sick. Qinshi disliked. What do you care where I am? You. Ling Huang was momentarily speechless at his words. Just then, think you can just find a helper? The arrogant voice of the green sky rock bird came out and, it's just buy one, get one free. Before the words fell, the green sky rock bird turned into a stream of light and swooped down. Seeing this, Ling Huang immediately showed a look of despair. That's just it. I think that Ling Huang, have just awakened my destiny. The future cultivation is unlimited, but I didn't expect to perish with you in. Yet the words were not finished. However, the Qing Tianpeng bird that swooped down was as if it had seen the most terrifying sight in the world. The green sky rock bird blurted out. The few remaining feathery hairs on his body were upside down, and his appearance was wretched to the extreme. A sharp stop, followed by a sudden turn. The bird almost brushing against the stone wall. Forcibly changing the direction of flight, and then fleeing as rapidly as a lost dog. Ling Huang, who was on the side, froze, his face full of shock and uncertainty. How did that terrifying rock turn around and run away? It's hard not to. An unbelievable thought surged up as Ling Huang took aim at Qinshi. Qinshi was also slightly stunned, staring at the fleeing green light for half a day, then suddenly tapped his head and, reacting, hey, if it isn't Brother Peng, I don't blame myself for not recognizing it just now. Who would have thought? The other day, that feather-rich. How did the mighty rock turn into a big bald bird? Now that we're here, let's catch up before we go. The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose as he turned into a divine rainbow and chased after him. He was just about to go to the depths of the mountain range to explore. And this was the perfect ride. Old Six. It's all because of Old Six. Not to mention stealing my ancient medicine, but also leading Master here. Trying to make Master a hard laborer. The green sky rock bird cried out in grief in the air. Tragic memories came flooding back. It was definitely a dark time when it was hard to survive. Every day, he was afraid of the sword hanging upside down over his head, and he gnawed on the unpalatable corn cobs and leaves of green vegetables, and pretend to be a harmless little green rock. Geez, that kind of blow and humiliation in the mind is comparable to anal retraction. Sensing the catching up Qinshi, the green sky rock bird forcibly reversed the power of its bloodline. Up to speed again. At this moment, where is it still half of the arrogant flair that swallowed people earlier? All he could think about was getting away from the bogeyman that was Qinshi. Just as a man and a bird were chasing away, Ling Huang, who was standing alone at the bottom of the cliff, had just been deep in a life and death crisis. It was just so dramatically out of danger. Why would that terrifying rockbird be so afraid of Qinshi? Ling Huang muttered as she frowned. Could it be that Qinshi's realm is even higher than the rockbird? As this thought popped up, Ling Huang desperately shook her head. His own talent was exceptional, and he enjoyed the resources of a clan to provide for him before he was able to reach the third realm of cultivation. That Qinshi, a small backwoods disciple. Is it hard to believe that it's the fourth realm? There is no such thing. I think it must be that Qinshi was lucky and happened to have something that made the rockbird afraid. Qinshi, you will never know that relying on external forces is ultimately just a small path. The only thing that is truly powerful is the elevation of one's own realm of strength. And I'll make you feel the huge gap between you and me. Ling Huang looked at the direction Qinshi had left and said in a firm tone, getting rid of the chasing crisis. Ling Huang's spirit relaxed a bit. At this moment, a cool breeze blew through. She subconsciously looked down, and the sight that met her eyes nearly made her faint, only to see that his clothes were in shreds. A little bit of spring light was hidden under the blood. Only then did he suddenly remember that he had just been in such an embarrassing and miserable state. Desperately, he ambled to the ground and kowtowed to Qinshi for help. Thinking of this, the shame and indignation within her heart was like a raging tsunami, instantly drowning Ling Huang. The whole thing nearly collapsed. But Ling Huang was so furious that a mouthful of blood snatched out of her mouth, and her clenched fist slammed hard into the water. The splashes of cold water fell on his face, mixing with the tears. Qinshi. Ling Huang's voice was icy cold, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness and shame. Chapter 32 The Plankton Rockbird. Originally, with the speed of the green sky rockbird, after pulling away, it would never be caught up by Qinshi, but nay, he was injured and his feathers were even more sparse, severely hindering his flight. Not much longer. Up ahead, where the clouds are, a flash of blinding light appeared. Only to see a giant sword chi that transformed into more than 10 meters long, like a giant sword that opened up the sky, pointing straight at the green sky ping bird. The biting intent contained in the sword chi caused the surrounding air to tremble. The green sky rockbird's eyes instantly cleared up a lot. How come the way this sword chi transforms into form is the same as my big brother's? The green sky rockbird's tone was filled with doubt. Could it be? The green sky rockbird violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Could it be that the big, wise man chasing me behind me is my big brother? Having said that, the green sky rockbird turned its body around, and within a pair of eyes, it was filled with complex emotions, with surprise and vibrations, joy. This is really Big Brother. The green sky rockbird shrieked in alarm, turning into lightning and rushing in front of Qinshi, pleasingly rubbing the corner of Qinshi's coat. That expression flattered to the extreme. So it's really Brother Pang, Qinshi said with a smile. I just thought I recognized the wrong one. I almost cut up Brother Pang and put him on the pot. As the words fell, that sword chi increased instead of decreasing, sealing off all the paths of retreat for the rockbird. That bone-chilling coldness and powerful sense of oppression that it made the green sky rockbird shiver uncontrollably, and the color of fear intensified in its eyes as it looked at Qinshi. The heart is even more secretly marveling. It's only been a few days. This kid's strength has obviously refined a great deal. Damn, where did the freak come out from? The speed of advancement is too terrifying. The green sky rockbird kept muttering in his heart. Big brother, misunderstanding. The green sky rockbird was so anxious that his voice changed tone. Just now, I was at the bottom of the cliff, and I suddenly saw a figure that aura is like the descent of a god, and its heroic posture directly blinded me. That's what froze me from recognizing Big Brother first. I see. Qinshi breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. I told you so. We eat, drink and live together and are as close as brothers and sisters, so how could you deliberately avoid me? However, I seem to have vaguely heard you say something about ancient medicine just now. What was that about? Qinshi thought of something and suddenly asked. Big brother, my ancient medicine was stolen by your female companion. You're not so bad as to still ask me for it. The green sky rockbird was shocked in his heart and said miserably. What? Qinshi froze, and the smile on his face froze as you're saying the ancient medicine is on the woman from before? The green sky rockbird nodded. The original smiling Qinshi instantly changed his face. Snap a slap on the head of the green sky ping bird, and then he was in a state of shock. The force was so great that it slapped him directly into a daze. Qinshi was furious. You loser. If it was stolen, then you snatch it back. Life class ancient medicine. If he were to refine it into a dan for himself, he was afraid that he would be able to nirvana his body once again and enter the fourth transformation realm. What? The green sky rockbird also reacted at this time. You don't have a relationship with that girl? If I had known this, I would have run for my life. The reason why I desperately ran. But I was not afraid that the two people have friendship. Qinshi smoothly slaughtered himself. When he thought of this, the green sky ping bird's heart dripped blood, and he couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps on the face. That's the ice phoenix fate. If it could be swallowed, it would be a qualitative transformation. When the time comes, the backhand will be able to suppress Qinshi. So why be so humble? At that moment, one person and one bird hurriedly returned to the bottom of the cliff. However, Ling Huang had long since left. Brother Pang. Qinshi's face was expressionless. As the saying goes, blood brothers settle their scores clearly. You lost my ancient medicine. How is this going to work out? What the hell becomes your ancient medicine? The green sky rockbird was secretly slandering in his heart. He was shameless enough on his own. This kid is even more shameless than himself. This is open robbery. The green sky rockbird's eyes rolled for a while, and he soon had an idea. Big brother, the ancient medicine is a small matter. The green sky rockbird forced itself to be calm. in the depths of this mountain range. But there is a pool of spiritual liquid. I almost managed to help Big Brother capture it before. Spiritual liquid? Xinshi's eyes lit up and he once again resumed his warm smile. Brother Pang. And you expand on it. Soon. The Green Sky Rockbird then spoke of the depths of the mountain range and the matter of the Phantom Flame Viper. To be able to say this, it's not that the Green Sky Rockbird is so generous, but it has its own little plan. Xinshu and that Phantom Viper were both in the Nirvana realm, and when these two goods got into a fight, if you swallowed the spiritual liquid yourself and ran away, where in the whole wide world could you not get to? But Big Brother, the Green Sky Rockbird said seriously. Little brother, I'm seriously injured now, and when the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help Big Brother fight. Oh, Xinshu did not answer, but glanced at the Green Sky Rockbird. Brother Rock, speaking of which, why are you in such a sorry state? Big Brother, the Green Sky Rockbird's eyes seemed to have mist in them, because of the sense of Big Brother's valor. These days, I often communicate with human cultivators to learn the language, but I never thought. Speaking of which, alas, Xing Tianpeng Bird's tone was choked with emotion, thinking that I, Xing Tianpeng Bird, have lived a bright and upright life, but I didn't want to encounter a group of old six cultivators designing an ambush, and almost couldn't see Big Brother anymore. Xinshu nodded. This time we met. Xing Tianpeng Bird's language skills have really improved a lot, plotting and, it fits the qualities of a casual practitioner. Let's go. Brother Pang, Xinshu said aloud. Follow me to explore the depths of the mountain range. Okay, Big Brother. The Green Sky Rockbird twisted its bare butt and lowered its body pleasingly. One man and one bird headed deeper into the mountain range. The thick fog in the depths grew thicker and thicker. Xinshu's mind moved and a stream of aura was led to his pupils, and in an instant, eyes clear, sight can actually see through the fog, vaguely see the outline of the earth's grass and trees. This, clear wind drawing pupil technique, is truly magical. It's only been a few days of nurturing the eyes, then it has such an effect. Xinshu was secretly happy. Traveling hundreds of miles ahead, he had reached the deep hinterland, and the sound of a fierce fight and collision reached his ears. Go look. Xinshu gently patted the rock. Whoosh. The green sky rock carried Xinshu, transforming into a green light, and steadily stopped at a mountain not far away. Watching through his pupils, the entrance to the valley had long been fought over. The shouts and booms were deafeningly intertwined. That turned out to be. The sound of the surprised voice of the green sky rock bird on the side rang out. Chapter 33 Layout. Spread the bait, and wait for the hook. That's actually the Haze Overlord, the Phantom Viper, the green sky rock bird said. Xinshu nodded, observing the battle. At this time, all the forces converged, and there were hundreds of cultivators that. It was launching a siege against a tens of meters long black serpent. The black snake went berserk and twisted its body, its thick snake tail flinging out violently and smashing into the crowd. Boom! In an instant, more than a dozen cultivators spat blood from their mouths and flew backwards. Mountains and rocks crumbled. Blood and flesh were blurred. The battle was so tragic that every breath a cultivator was killed. This black snake is too fierce. A male figure appeared from the mist, his eyes narrowing slightly as he, coldly shouting, I, belonging to the Remnant Sun sect, form the Remnant Sun Grand Formation to exterminate this fawn. The Remnant Sun sect is the most powerful sect in a radius of 8,000 miles. And this person was the young master of the Broken Sun sect, Yang Feiwu. At only 30 years old, he had already reached the realm of half-step nirvana. The Remnant Sun sect, on the other hand, was one of the biggest forces in this siege of the Black Snake. As Yang Feiwu's words fell, brush, there were more than 30 spirit transformation cultivators with uniform costumes, rising up in the air, hands forming seals and, the red light flickered and converged in mid-air, gradually forming a round of dazzling remnant sun. Boom! The remnant of the sun carried a huge force and ruthlessly impacted on the black snake, blowing its thick scales away instantly. Dark green snake blood gurgled and dripped to the ground, corroding a small puddle of black smoke. A burning smell filled the room. The black snake let out a low roar, its breath wilting, no longer as brave as before. It's still young Lord Broken Sun. A blue-clothed loose cultivator saw this and complimented. Young Lord Broken Sun, we know that we have no access to the spirit liquid in the valley, but when we kill this evil animal later, I wonder if the corpse can be allowed for us to take it back. This black snake is full of treasures. All of them are good for alchemy. If we can bring it back to the city, he could then exchange it for the precious realm-breaking pill at Master Su's place. Bring it back? The quarter of the young lord of the Broken Sun's mouth smiled coldly. You're also worthy? The loose cultivator's expression stiffened, but he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only smile and retreat back into the crowd. That's the Phantom Viper. It's under siege. In the distance, the green sky rockbird said. Big brother, good opportunity. At this time, you can dive in and have the spiritual liquid all to yourself. Oh, yeah, Xingsher said softly. His right hand was already resting on top of his bird's neck, and silk sword chi slowly gushed out. In an instant, the green sky rockbird felt fear enveloping its entire body, and its body couldn't stop trembling. The field of all parties under the size of the forces, which is not a person elite, one by one has long been in the valley within the thick fog. It's covered with early warning formations and hidden sentries. At this time, if anyone wanted to sneak in and get their hands on the spiritual spring, they would be surrounded by the crowd. Now might not be too good a time. The green sky rockbird scrunched its neck and fear flashed in his eyes. It remains to be seen. As he spoke, the battle situation in the valley changed again. A black shadow resembled lightning, breaking through the surrounding crowd and stopping in front of Black Snake. It was a young man in black, holding a broken sword, his expression cold and there's a hint of disdain in his eyes. Does this young man want to die? How dare he go in front of the Phantom Viper? He's not scared out of his wits, is he? Humph, just young and reckless, not knowing how to die. Even if the Phantom Viper is injured, that's not something he can handle. A sneering voice came from the group of besieging cultivators. However, the next moment, an amazing scene occurred. The Phantom Viper, the moment he saw the teenager again, was like a different look. The ferocious vertical pupils actually had a hint of awe in them at the moment, and the snake's head lowered meekly. What the hell? The Phantom Viper is this submitting to the teenager? Or perhaps, the Phantom Viper itself is the teenager's pet? Crazy, crazy, this is the overlord of the Misty Mountains, to actually submit to a teenager, to be able to have such tactics. This teenager's origin must not be simple. A succession of exclamations rang out from the group of cultivators. Ha ha, truly a heroic young man. A cheerful voice came, only to see the young master of the remnant sun flying in, under the name of young Feiwu. I am the young master of the crippled sun sect. I wonder your name? The black-clothed teenager coldly looked at young Feiwu. The next instant, a brilliant sword chi exploded out from the broken sword, pouring down like the water of a heavenly river. Yang Feiwu subconsciously tried to fend it off, but the sword light filled the room, so that all its limbs and bones were imprisoned to death, and it was simply powerless to resist. Immediately afterward, the terrifying sword chi cut young Feiwu into two without any hindrance. A punk who relies on pills to elevate himself also wants to befriend me? The boy in black said coldly. You deserve it? This scene directly caused the crowd on the field to look dumbfounded, each one of them tightening up, and a chill rose from his spine. That young Feiwu of the remnant sun sect, even if one relied on pills to pile up a realm, that would still be a half step to nirvana. How can you be cut down by a single sword? Doesn't this mean that the teenager is at least in the nirvana realm? Thinking about this, many people's gazes stagnated and their hearts were appalled. How old was this teenager? It had actually reached the fourth realm of cultivation. Unbelievable. For a moment, the field was awfully quiet. Some of the cultivators even had their legs go weak and unconsciously took a few steps backward, fearing that Ning Fei's next target would be himself. I know who he is. Rumor has it that among the ranks of the Eastern Wasteland's top heavenly prides, there is a young man holding a broken sword, who is of the body of the sword mind, specialize in the way of the sword. It's rumored that his sword chi can already be stacked up to 72 channels, and he's known as the contemporary Little Sword Saint. No one can surpass his perception of sword chi. He's sword cultivator Ning Fei. After a long time, a middle-aged cultivator spoke out in horror. He had traveled to the great desolate main city before and could be considered to have seen a lot. The word sent shockwaves through the arena once again. Heavens, is this the strength of a top-tier heavenly pride? Nirvana at a young age, with 72 overlapping sword chi. It's unheard of. It's horrible. Meeting such an invincible character. Young Lord Broken Sun's death was not unjust, the cultivators on the field whispered, their eyes flashing with awe and envy. Just then, a voice full of mana fluctuations boomed out from within the thick fog. Breaking through the short-lived clamor and unease. So what if it's the pride of heaven? An outsider brat who also wants to monopolize the treasures of our Misty Mountains? Later on, the Broken Sun sect, will take the lead and exterminate them together. It was clearly the Nirvana elder of the Remnant Sun sect who wanted to incite the crowd to exterminate Ning Fei. This statement was made. The look of awe on the faces of the cultivators in the arena gradually faded away and was replaced by a look of viciousness. It's a place where forces of all sizes converge, and there's no shortage of fourth realm cultivators in it. With Ning Fei and the Phantom Viper, they really couldn't stop them. All of them are blood-licking masters. Rich and noble reasoning since no. Who said I want to monopolize the spiritual liquid? Ning Fei's expression was calm, his tone bland. If you all want to get the treasure, you can go ahead. I won't stop you. After speaking, Ning Fei sidestepped to the side. making way for the path into the valley. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators on the field couldn't help but freeze. If you all are hesitant, then I will be the one to scout the way for you all. The previous blue-clothed loose cultivator let out a strange laugh and swept into the valley as a remnant shadow, followed by a second, a third. The fog surged and rolled, and the cultivators who had previously hidden themselves in it. There was a scramble to rush into the valley. Only the disciples of the Remnant Sun sect nervously held their blades and stared at Ning Fei. Remnant Sun belongs to, take the spiritual liquid first. A red-robed old man stepped out of the thick fog and stared at Ning Fei with a fierce face. Humph, this matter is not over. I, the Broken Sun sect, will remember you. Brush. Only then did the Remnant Sun sect disciples flood into the valley with the flow of people. Soon, tranquility was once again restored outside the valley. Seeing this, the corners of Ning Fei's mouth rose. Raising his hand, he swiped a handful of medicinal powder onto the injured area of the Phantom Viper. Hiss. The Phantom Viper let out a few hisses. Don't worry. The corners of Ning Fei's mouth rose, and an inaudible whisper came out. The game is set. The bait is spread, and the fish are waiting to be hooked. Chapter 34, Spirit Pool, Pit Kill, Hilltop. The green sky rockbird looked at the cultivators who were pouring into the valley in torrents, and his heart was hot and dry. Excitedly, he said, Big brother, let's go in as well. When the two of us join forces, we will definitely be able to snatch a lot of spirit liquid. Qinshu ignored the green sky rockbird and frowned. There's something strange. Let's go in first and take a look. Having said that, his figure was like electricity as he sped towards the valley. Seeing this, the green sky rockbird hurriedly lifted its wings and followed. The valley was small, with a rock pool lying quietly in the center. The pool flickered with ethereal light, and the aura was dense and rising, causing the entire valley to be enveloped in a misty spiritual rhythm. Oh my god, what did I see? It's spirit liquid. A whole pool of spirit liquid. It's crazy. A single drop of spiritual liquid from the outside world can be worth several months of my hard training. And there's a whole pool here. Numerous cultivators showed madness in their eyes, rushing towards the rock pool without regard for anything else. Shouts and clashes of blades were intertwined, and the scene was chaotic. However, the scrambling cultivators still retained their senses, and after colliding and fighting with each other, they quickly retreated. Using a jade bottle container, go ahead and take the spiritual liquid. In between, there was no shortage of physical cultivators who simply piled right into the tan end, utilizing the spiritual liquid to quench the already body. All stop it for the master. The green sky rockbird was anxious and roared loudly. Everything here belongs to my lord, you hateful thieves. After roaring, he couldn't wait to greet Qinshu. Big brother, what are you waiting for? The opportunity is too good to lose. Let's charge. Qinshu looked cautious and shook his head slightly. Brother Pang, take a good look around the spirit pool and, do you notice anything strange? The green sky rockbird sniffed, and only then did it cast its gaze towards the shore. I only saw that although the aura within the pool was rich and thick, the shore seemed to have been cursed with darkness, and the vegetation was withered, and the land was dry and cracked lengthwise, forming an eerie and stark contrast with the tantalizing luster of the spirit liquid. It is reasonable to say that under the nourishment of spiritual chi, the vegetation should grow vigorously and even turn into spiritual grass. But all this in front of him was clearly against the norm and was a bit bizarre. Seeing this, the green sky rockbird tightened its body and subconsciously tightened its feathers. The head is also much clearer, and as you said before, this spirit pool is guarded by the Phantom Flame Viper. Qinshu continued. Then why doesn't it offer it to Ning Fei? The green sky rockbird's heart flinched. What does Big Brother mean? There is a deception in this? Qinshu did not reply and continued to observe. In fact, there was another point that Qinshu had not said, and that was that when he first stepped into the Misty Mountains, the roar of the beast in the depths was incredibly powerful, and even at a great distance apart, it still gave himself a palpitating feeling. It was on this basis that one did not choose to explore the depths in the first place. Instead, he closed his mind to refine the Greenwood Spirit Rhythm Pill to enhance his strength. That beastly roar was by no means something the Phantom Flame Viper could make. As the monks continued to pour into the valley, the originally heavy fog in the valley was gradually washed away a bit. Right at this moment, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the fog. That was none other than Ling Huang. At this moment, she had changed into a long, moonlight white brocade dress. The body was graceful and flowing, not as down and out as before. Beside him, there was also a middle-aged cultivator wearing a black robe. Seeing Ling Huang appear, the green sky rockbird's eyes glowed. Big brother, it was that woman called Ling Huang who stole my ancient medicine. I'm going to swallow her and recapture the ancient medicine to offer it to you. Compared to the spiritual liquid, Ling Huang's ice phoenix fate was the fatal attraction to himself. If he could swallow it, he would certainly realize the purification of his bloodline and return to his ancestor significantly. By then, the realm will have risen greatly. Then it can easily suppress Qinshi. Oh, Qinshi pointed to a middle-aged cultivator with a cold face and black robe beside Ling Huang and said, "This person is called Ding Zhong. He is her father Ling Wuji's closest friend, a Nirvana realm cultivator, and it was him, just now." Point out Ning Fei's identity. If Brother Pang is confident, he can go up and touch Ding Zhong. The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose as he said lightly, that's better." The green sky rock bird shrunk its neck and said. Just then, Ling Huang also happened to notice Qinshi and the green sky rock bird. Recalling the previous humiliating experience of being chased by the green sky rock bird, Ling Huang's pretty face that was originally bland and indifferent instantly turned red, anger blazing in her chest. The white palms of his hands were reversed, and a brilliant light shone in the center of his palms. Then it rushed straight towards the side. Ding Zhong, on the other hand, was like a black shadow, following closely behind. Wipe, the wind is tight. Rip whoop, the green sky rock bird saw the situation is not good. Whoosh, turned into a green light, rushed up to the sky, disappearing in place. Damn, that was a fast run. Ling Huang was infuriated for a while, then he turned to look at Qinshi who was at the side. I didn't want to pay any attention to it, but remembering the scene where I had ambled and knelt down earlier, a wave of shame and indignation went straight to his heart. That was definitely the most humiliating aspect of himself. Qinshi, Ling Huang spoke coldly, now that we don't have that green rock bird, with your cultivation realm, I advise you to leave honestly. What's it to you whether I leave or not? Qinshi said with a calm expression. Don't you understand by now? Ling Huang tilted her head, showing off her delicate chin and, relying on external forces is ultimately only a small path. And if you don't have the strength, even if the treasure of the spirit pool is in front of you, you won't be able to possess it. Even if you are lucky enough to obtain some spirit liquid, you simply won't be able to bring it out of the mountain range. Ling Huang raised his voice, a hint of disdain in his tone. Then I won't trouble you, Miss Ling. Qinshi replied calmly. Humph. Qinshi, Ling Huang said proudly, you simply don't understand the gap between you and I. I will break through to Nirvana in a matter of days, while you will only be able to look up to me for the rest of your life until you are out of reach. Something's wrong, Qinshi secretly slandered. His footsteps lightened, and he pulled away from Ling Huang. This woman is simply sick. Watching Qinshi's movements, Ling Huang had a hint of pleasure within her heart, and sure enough, without the help of an external force, even if the spirit pool treasure was in front of him, Qinshi did not dare to go and take it. Such a cowardly nature was destined to not go far in the path of cultivation. Ling Huang, I'll help you clear the way. You go fetch the spiritual liquid. Ding Zhong, who was on the side, said in a low voice. Yes, uncle. Ling Huang responded and collected his mind before speeding off towards the spirit pool. At this moment, the scramble in the valley had entered a white heat, although there were quite a lot of spiritual liquids, but it couldn't withstand the steady stream of cultivators joining in. A big man wielded a huge axe. The wind of the axe whistled, bringing up a mist of blood with every fall. Under his breath, he roared, all of you get the hell out of my way. This spiritual liquid is mine. But in an instant, a few concealed weapons came and disappeared into his body, and the big man suffered a heavy blow. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. However, he acted as if he didn't know the pain and still refused to take half a step back. A white-haired old Dan cultivator casually tossed out a homemade explosive flame pill. The elixir exploded in the crowd, and the flames instantly engulfed several cultivators, and the old man took the opportunity to rush towards the spirit liquid with a greedy smile on his face. Such scenes were played out in droves by the spirit pool. In particular, various forces had formed battle formations in order to compete for the spiritual liquid, opened up a relentless killing pattern. For a while, the rays of magic treasures crisscrossed the landscape, and the shouting and killing sounds were deafening. This place has been completely reduced to a bloody shura. However, under the fog, no one was paying attention. As soon as that scarlet blood was spilled, it was pulled by an invisible suction force that, it quickly penetrated within the stone cracks. As the killing time goes on, the state of the cultivators around the spirit pool began to change horribly. Their eyes gradually became as red as blood, losing their sanity and falling into madness. The original fight over the spiritual fluid. This moment had evolved into killing for the sake of killing. Waving the blades in their hands, they frantically hacked down towards those around them, not distinguishing between enemy and self. Reckless. Big brother, there's something wrong with the situation. The green sky rock that went and returned said in horror. Well, they seem to be mind-controlled. Qinshi was silent for a while and slowly said, turned into a killing machine. The green sky rock bird nodded heartily, a pang of fear in his heart. If it were not for Qin Shi's thoughtfulness and timely reminder, I am afraid I would have fallen into the way at this moment, being pitted to death in this valley. Gentlemen, did you enjoy the show? Just then, a grim voice rang out. Chapter 35. Even little critters dare to look at the blue sky. The fog breaks through. Ning Fei's cold figure appeared, and behind him, the phantom flame viper snaked and coiled. The snake's letters gulped, and a pair of icy vertical pupils were filled with a bloodthirsty light. You're one of the few people who can stay awake in the face of the spirit liquid, though, it's nothing to be proud of. After all, in my eyes, the end is already predetermined. You're just different ways of dying. Ning Fei looked at the broken sword in his hand. The blood on it had yet to dry up. A droplet of crimson blood slid down the blade of the sword, clearly having just decapitated the cultivator. So, you set this all up? Qin Shi asked softly. Griffin. Ning Fei's eyes were disdainful, not even bothering to explain, and with a flick of his wrist, the broken sword drew a chilling arc in the air. A raging and surging sword energy roared out, and wherever that sword energy passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a sharp whistling sound. Qin Shi's expression was calm and his fingers moved slightly. In an instant, the same sword chi burst out. The flashes of cold light intertwined with Ning Fei's sword chi. Bang! The sword chi collided between the two of them, stirring up a circle of powerful energy ripples. Following that, they cancel each other out. Oh, how dare you take one of my moves? Ning Fei's originally indifferent eyelids lifted slightly, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. You know, although you just made a move at random. However, the power contained therein was by no means something that an ordinary cultivator could resist. What's more, the young man in front of me looks young and, yet he was able to defuse his attack so easily and casually, which really surprised him. Interesting. I didn't expect that this barbaric land would be able to produce a genius like you. Ning Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, looking Qin Shi up and down, and said like, be my sword slave and I can lead you to heights you've never been able to reach in your entire life. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the phantom viper, rather sighing, to be seen by my master. Dang good luck kid. Ning Fei flicked a drop of blood, crystal clear, from his fingertip, and then slowly floated down in front of Qin Shi. Use my blood as a medium. Kneel down and swear. After speaking, Ning Fei revealed a snicker at the corner of his mouth and mocked himself. However, if those people knew that I had taken in someone of such a lowly origin as a sword slave, I'm afraid I'd have to suffer a burst of shame from them. Hiss. The phantom viper twisted its body and interjected. That can't be helped. Consider this boy's creation. As for this ruined bird, the sinister eyes of the phantom viper swept over the green sky rockbird. It's better to slaughter than later. Slaughter you. The green sky rockbird instantly became irate and cursed. You piece of trash that, if you and I were in the same realm, I'd kill you like a chicken or a dog. Seek death. The phantom inferno viper said sinisterly. If I didn't do it for the sake of the layout, just by virtue of you, you are worthy of injuring me? Having said that, the phantom viper's body was like electricity, transforming into a black shadow in a flash. Swift as an arrow from a string, he lunged. The green sky rockbird is also not willing to show weakness. Hun double wings violently spread, set off a gust of wind. The figure then rose up to meet the phantom flame viper. For a while, only black shadows and green light could be seen crisscrossing the valley, and between the collisions, letting out a burst of sound. Looking at the blood in front of him, Qin Shi lowered his head and laughed. It's really, quite presumptuous. Ning Fei right. Qin Shi raised his head, his smile slowly tightening, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ning Fei, right? You think you have? How many lives do you think you have, to talk to me like this? As the words fell, Qin Shi's breath climbed steeply, and his body was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The fog breaks up and stirs up the storm. Oh, a mole cricket dares to look at the blue sky. Ning Fei remained disdainful when he saw this. In the next instant, the broken sword suddenly shone brightly, and a sword chi whistled out from the broken sword. And then the layers stack up. Sword chi stacking? The corners of Qin Shi's mouth rose slightly. This was considered to have hit his gun. The fingertips lightly lifted, and the layers of sword chi converged like a river, then folded up against each other. Ha! Ignorant thing, how dare you compare sword chi with me? Seeing this, Ning Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sword chi superimposition was the most direct and most terrifying means of attack. There's not a lot of tricks. It's just a competition to see who stacks more. However, being a sword heart Tongming body himself, he had long since cultivated the sword chi overlay to a point where it had never been seen before. In this regard, he, Ning Fei, was confident that no one could surpass himself. The broken sword hissed continuously under Ning Fei's hands as the monstrous sword chi coalesced, and in the next moment, it was about to decimate Qin Shi. However, at this very moment, boom! a deafening roar came, as if the sky was falling apart. The surrounding mountains shook violently, boulders rolled down, and the valley was instantly thrown into chaos. The middle of the spirit pool seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A crack spread rapidly like a spider's web, and a deep, bottomless hollow was then revealed. The mountain treasure is coming out much faster than I expected. Ning Fei frowned slightly. Whispering to himself, he said, let's keep you alive for now and collect it later. In the next instant, he decisively gave up fighting with Qinshi and directly flew towards the center of the valley. In the entire valley, I'm afraid that no one knows that he or she has been laying out for a year, spending tens of millions of spirit stones to. This is the moment. That's right, the heavy treasure in the mountain was not the spirit pool, that was just a bait laid by himself. A year ago, he condensed 30 million spirit stones into a liquid, placed it here, and borrowed the phantom flame viper to nurture it, inject its poison into the pool, mixed with a thick fog to form the poison of miasma. When the cultivator got close, he would be controlled by the toxin in his mind and be reduced to a killing puppet. Following that, the spiritual liquid and the blood and flesh essence of a large number of cultivators were utilized to make the mountain treasure come out earlier. Now that the fruits are present, will they be missed because of a being from a borderland? The other side. The cracking of the earth's veins washed away the miasma and the toxins. It also finally allowed the killing cultivators to have a moment of clarity. Damn it, it's Ning Fei. It's him who laid out a plan to trap and kill us. I should have thought that, with Ning Fei's realm, how could he easily give up the spiritual liquid? Repent! A cultivator's eyes widened in anger. His face filled with indignation, and he roared up to the sky. Looking at the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him, he couldn't help but feel sad and angry. With fellow disciples killing each other and brothers killing each other, this is really hard to accept. Looking at Ning Fei in the air above the rift, some cultivators forcefully lifted their chi, wanting to fight him to death. But nay, his injured body and lack of spiritual energy were no longer able to support him in doing so. Ling Huang's body glowed with a glittering light, enveloping her and Ding Zhong in it. That's the power of the Ice Phoenix's blessing to be free from the poison of the miasma. But even so, he had just experienced a life and death siege. If not for Ding Zhong's desperate protection, Ling Huang would have been powerless to survive until now. It was horrible. Almost. We stayed there. Ling Huang's face was pale and her heart palpitated. Setting up a trap to kill thousands of cultivators. Ruthless enough. Ding Zhong was scared for a while. Is this the means of a top-tier heavenly pride? Unavoidable. Undefendable. Ding Zhong said with a sigh. Can't defend against it? Ling Huang muttered. For some reason, the figure of Qinshi backing up appeared in his mind. Could it be? He sensed this was a trap from the start? A thought flashed through Ling Huang's mind. Then he shook his head. Impossible. Qinshi Ding has no such ability. Thought he was timid and cowering. Don't dare to come forward, thus avoiding a robbery. Yeah, that must be it. Chapter 36. Why is Qinshi so strong? In the bottomless pit, there were suddenly 1,000 streaks of color and a great glow of haze. A round bead slowly rose up. Spiritual rhythms filled its surroundings and the thick fog of the mountains was sucked in whale-like by the beads. Soon the whole mountain range returned to clear. The mountain treasure came out and the fog receded. I know. The misty mountain range has been nurtured over a long period of time as an unrivaled mountain treasure. It's not the spirit pool, but this bead. This is definitely a rare treasure. An aged cultivator roared. It must be undoubtedly. Ning Fei's previous planning like that must have been for it as well. A middle-aged man's eyes were filled with greed and desire. Ning Fei's body trembled slightly, and an abnormal flush welled up on his face. Illuminate great hands to pick up the precious pearl. You have been planning this for this very moment. Right at this moment, a black shadow shot out explosively. His figure was fast as hell, and only a blurry residual shadow was left behind where he passed. And in an instant, he had already approached Shan Bao. When Ning Fei saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cruel arc as he coldly said, "Unsuspecting griffin, how dare you covet this treasure?" With those words, the broken sword in his hand gently swung and the seemingly casual action had induced the spiritual energy in the sky and earth to converge crazily, and a pizzicato sword chi tore through the void. The black-clothed cultivator's eyes widened in horror, and just as he was about to perform a stance to dodge however, he realized that his body had been firmly locked by the sword chi. In just an instant, his body was like rotting wood shavings, easily crushed by the sword chi. The blood mist filled the air, chunks of meat flew across the room, and the bloody aura instantly filled the entire valley. That's the Wind Shadow guest. He's good at stealth and stance, but he doesn't want to be able to escape the locking of the sword aura. Chopped by a sword. A cultivator's face turned ashen and he shouted in terror. His swordsmanship is too terrifying. No one is his enemy with one sword. Ling Huang trembled. Uncle, Are all the top heavenly prides this terrifying? Ding Zhong's face was grave as he nodded his head slightly inside. Ling Huang, if you have the chance, go out and take a look. This borderland of ours is too small and the cultivators are too weak. Looking at Ling Huang's despondent expression, Ding Zhong consoled, but you shouldn't be discouraged. Your talent is top-notch, but it's limited by external factors. Not to mention you. In this place, at the same age, no one is a match for Ning Fei in a single move. Ling Huang nodded and then smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, he himself had been competing with Qin Shi for some time, but after seeing the top-tier heavenly pride, it took a moment for something to dawn on myself. What is Qin Shi? The top tier of talent is what I'm chasing my footsteps ah. Just as Ling Huang's thoughts were turning over, the situation on the field changed. Just as Ning Fei's large hand was about to touch the mountain treasure, a sudden change occurred. A thread of mana had wrapped around the top of the bead at some point. Whoosh! The sound. The beads flew backwards and then stopped steadily in Qin Shi's hand. When the crowd saw this, they all secretly shook their heads. Even a figure like Wind Shadowguest, who had supreme stance, couldn't avoid the locking of the sword aura. This kid, he doesn't know what he's doing. Ling Huan's brows knitted as she witnessed this scene. She had thought that Qin Shi was timid and cowardly, but always had a clear head, but now it seemed that nothing more than a dumbass blinded by greed. What? Did he think he could spar with the top tier of heavenly pride? Ning Fei's face was also instantly as gloomy as ink. A cold voice rang out. Do you really think that after receiving one of my moves, you have the qualifications to fight against me? Strike that. Ning Fei struck out in a fit of rage, and densely dense sword chi condensed, whistling towards Qin Shi like a furious dragon. Qin Shi was fearless as he raised his hand and similarly swung out a sword chi. In an instant, the sword chi overflowed horizontally and horizontally, as if surging waves were violently impacting each other. The two figures were actually somewhat blurred and indistinguishable under the wrapping of the sword chi, and the powerful energy overflowed and rushed in all directions. Boom! A violent boom rang out, and Ning Fei's body staggered, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing himself. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Qin Shi, on the other hand, stood proudly in place like a stagnant mountain, not moving a muscle. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and the entire valley instantly fell into a dead silence. A whirlwind of exclamations erupted. How is this possible? Ning Fei is a top-tier heavenly pride, and that teenager was able to make him back off? A cultivator's eyes widened and his voice trembled a little. Just now, Ning Fei used the sword chi stacking technique, didn't he? Under my fine count, a full 72 sword chi. With this kind of power, this teenager can even take it head-on? The other cultivator's face was filled with shock as he shouted. At these words, the crowd shook strongly again. 72 sword chi were superimposed, and Qin Shi was actually able to spar with them and even gained the upper hand. It's crazy. All the people's hearts were flooded with such thoughts. My goodness, where on earth did this teenager come out of this freak? Could it be that it is also a top-tier heavenly pride carefully cultivated by some overwhelming power? A cultivator muttered. Compared to the cultivators on the field, Ling Huang was even more shocked. She was the only one who knew Qin Shi's bottom line the best. He was just an expelled backwoods disciple of the Ling Tian sect. However, how could it be so? Ling Huang's heart nearly collapsed. Why would Qin Shi have such a terrifying realm and battle power? Why? She simply couldn't accept the scene in front of her. Ding Zhong, who was on the side, was also in awe, murmuring in a low voice. It's unbelievable that such a character could really appear in the borderlands, to be able to catch a strike from a top-tier heavenly pride. Then, as if he had steeply remembered something, he said to Ling Huang, you previously said that he's a disciple of your Ling Tian sect. Are you sure? Do not say okay. This word, Ling Huang really hard like a knife. Sure, I'm naturally sure. Ling Huang smiled ruefully. Uncle, it seems like I've made a big mistake. I've actually expelled a disciple of this clan who could block a blow from a top-tier heavenly pride. Ding Zhong sighed softly, the corners of his mouth quirking slightly, but he finally stopped speaking. Growing up in this borderland, yet able to withstand the full force of a top-tier heavenly pride's attack, the gold content contained therein is, I am afraid, difficult to estimate. Ning Fei grimaced and snorted coldly. I admit I underestimated you. But the world knows that with my sword heart Tongming body, I condensed 72 sword chi and shook the eastern wasteland. Yet they don't know that I have long since stacked my sword chi to 99. This statement caused another wave of shocked whispers. All of them were shocked by this powerful amount of sword chi. Next moment, Ning Fei's sword chi surged around him, like a piercingly bright sun. The 99 sword chi were like sharp blades that could tear apart the heavens and the earth, whistling as they swept towards Qin Shi. Wherever that sword chi passed through, space was flooded with layers of twisted ripples, as if it was overburdened. That's more like it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a bully for me to throw out these 100 plus sword chi? The corners of Qin Shi's mouth rose as he whispered. Chapter 37 Mountain transforms into a basilisk turtle, seizes treasure and flees. Qin Shi's hands danced with the sword technique, and the mana in his body surged to his fingers like a rushing river. The sword chi around his body also layered up to meet Ning Fei's mountainous attack. A deafening roar erupted where the sword chi collided with the light stung the crowd so much that they could barely open their eyes. When the light dispersed a little, I saw that Qin Shi was still standing steadily, although his breath was a little disturbed. Ning Fei, on the other hand, had a few more shocking sword marks on his body, and blood was slowly seeping out of the wounds. I'm injured? On sword chi overlay, someone actually injured me? Ning Fei looked down at the fine scars on his body, and his entire body was struck by lightning. His body was even trembling slightly, and his face was changing color. The fact that you were able to injure me means that you have more layers of sword chi stacked than me. Ning Fei forced himself to endure the pain of his wounds and the shock in his heart as he hissed, but as far as swordsmanship is concerned, the 9 is the ultimate. My 99 sword chi have reached the ultimate of the sword. How did you manage to stack more layers than me? When you consider 9 to be the ultimate, you have already put a shackle on your sword path. Qin Shi said blandly. So that's how it is. In vain. I consider myself a genius in the way of swords. I didn't realize that I put a shackle on myself right from the start. Ning Fei drifted off, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. I've lost, and I've actually lost to a man of the mountains. Ning Fei's words of admitting defeat were like a boulder hitting the water, stirring up 1,000 waves in the crowd. The monks were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, and they were speechless for a long time. The time seemed to freeze at this moment. Qin Shi. 1. Ling Huang's lips trembled slightly, shock and remorse intertwined in her eyes. Uncle, what do you think I did in the first place? Let him pass in the past. In fact, Ding Zhong's gaze was deep. Actually, even if Qin Shi wins, it won't change the ending. Or rather, even if he wins, he'll still die. What? Ling Huang was uncertain. It seemed to mirror Ding Zhong's words. In the next moment, space twisted and distorted, and a golden figure slowly stepped out and, the figure was dozens of feet tall, surrounded by brilliant golden flames, which burned brightly. It reflects the whole sky in a golden color. Obviously this was the arrival of a supreme power. This is the protector of the Tao. Ding Zhong whispered to Ling Huang with a grave expression. As I expected earlier, when the heavenly pride of a top-tier power goes out to practice, there must be a protector secretly following beside them. Their duty is to show up to protect in life and death situations, or at critical times. Ning Fei has been carefully laying out for this mountain treasure for a long time this time. The forces behind it naturally won't allow others to sit back and take the mountain treasure under such a scheme. Qin Shi's talent is even more terrifying than that of a top-tier heavenly pride, which dooms they won't let Qin Shi leave. They'll definitely put an end to it. So it is. Ling Huang was aghast in her heart. Alas, so what if it's a supreme heavenly pride? Without a background, without an identity, it will be stomped to death just the same. Only a growing heavenly pride is a heavenly pride. Otherwise, it can only be a flash in the pan. Ding Zhong said with emotion. On the field, Ning Fei looked at Qin Shi, a complex look flashing through his eyes, sighing softly, although I appreciate your talent for sword Dao, if it's too terrifying, it's... Before he finished speaking, Ning Fei turned to the golden figure and said indifferently, kill it, he will be my demon if he lives. The golden figure sniffed, and without hesitation, he raised that huge palm and slapped it down with the force of 10,000 pounds. Qin Shi's face changed as he could clearly perceive the terrifying power of this strike. The body flashed rapidly in an attempt to dodge. However, the shadow of the golden giant palm was like a big invisible net, firmly locking the surrounding space. The roiling palm shadow was everywhere. This was a divine ability that could lock the entire space, and there was no way to avoid it. Just in the nick of time, a greenish-colored ray of light crossed the sky like lightning. That was the green rock of the extreme burning bloodline. The green sky rockbird wrapped around Qin Shi, as if traveling through space, and managed to avoid this fatal blow. Boom! The golden palm shadow landed on the big hill next to him, and for a while, boulders flew and smoke covered the sky. In the past, the towering mountain peaks in a flash of dust and smoke, leaving only an empty dead land. A slap shattered the mountain. Humph, but it's just a boring trick and a waste of time. Ning Fei snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. In the face of Qin Shi, who had escaped a blow, the golden figure did not care at all, ready to strike again. The golden flames around him burned even more fiercely. That powerful force caused space to start violently twisting and trembling. Big brother, this method of burning my bloodline can only be used this once. The green sky rockbird said anxiously. This is going to be the end. Qin Shi also clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with unwilling flames. In a battle of the same realm, he didn't fear anyone, but at this moment, a deep sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Just then, the earth under his feet seemed to spasm, and the mountain range trembled dramatically. Roar! A heaven-shaking beastly roar erupted from the bottom of the mountain, and that roar was like a materialized sound wave that, carrying a mountainous momentum, it spread out in all directions in a raging manner. Some of the weaker cultivators were instantly struck by the roar and immediately spat out blood from their mouths. The body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. What's more, they bleed directly from their 7 orifices and die violently on the spot. Their bodies took on a twisted and miserable appearance under the impact of the powerful sound waves. With the roar, only the rocks at the peaks were seen to be like animated living creatures, winding their way up the arch of the head of a mysterious tortoise gradually took shape, its eyes resembling a ghostly abyss, bottomless, and its majesty was self-generated. That turned out to be a large mountain transformed into a giant basilisk turtle. The Shin turtle held its head high and stood up its chest, right in the middle of deflecting the huge palm imprint slapped down by the golden figure. Where the two collided, a blinding light and violent ripples of energy erupted. Space was shaken and hummed as if it was overwhelmed. What's this? I didn't see it wrong, did I? A mountain has actually transformed into a terrifying being. Some cultivators cried out in horror, their voices filled with fear and shock. No, it's that we've been on the back of this basilisk turtle. The other cultivator's face was full of panic and his teeth were chattering. All of the cultivators were shocked to death by the scene in front of them, and they scattered in all directions regardless. Oh no! Ning Fei screamed in his heart. I laid out my plan ahead of time and lured out the mountain treasure. It's just that I wanted to make a time difference and seize the mountain treasure while the Shin turtle hadn't awakened. But I didn't expect. It must be that strike just now that completely awakened the sleeping Shin turtle. The mutation was sudden. Qinshi also seized the moment, crouching on the back of the green sky rock bird, and fled in a hurry. The mountain treasure is related to the family's grand plan. No matter what, it must not be lost. Ning Fei looked grave. Don't worry about me. Give chase with all your might. No matter what the cost, you must kill him and take back the mountain treasure. That kid won't get away. The golden figure buzzed and spoke, a powerful confidence in his tone. The next instant, its body tore through the void and disappeared in place. Chapter 38. Who says I don't have a background? Under the vast and boundless sky, the green sky rockbird carrying Qinshi seemed to speed like a flash of light. The wind whistled in his ears. Looking at the green sky rockbird underneath him, which was desperately fleeing with him, Qinshi said in a deep voice, Brother Rock, a great favor is not appreciated. Big brother. The frequency of the green sky rockbird's wings stirring did not diminish at all as it responded. Although I'm not a good bird, I still know the truth of one for all and one for all, and now we're kind of in a difficult situation. Damn it, if you can't beat them, you call them out. When you don't talk about martial arts, the green sky rockbird spat viciously. Qinshi's face sank, and he was also suffocating. Even if he thought that his talent was not weak, but without a background, it was really difficult to grow smoothly. At that exact moment, the surrounding space steeply twisted and distorted. It was as if the void had been torn apart by a pair of huge, invisible hands. A figure emitting a blinding golden light stepped out from it. The powerful aura locked one person and one bird in a split second. A disdainful voice rang out, Griffin-like things, do you guys really think you can escape? After speaking, only the golden figure casually raised his hand and waved it. A brilliant sun-like attack carried a heaven-destroying aura that, whistling toward them, feeling the death that came over me. The power of the bloodline around the green sky rockbird I began to surge wildly. Blazing light erupted from his body, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of brilliant blood light. Both wings vigorously revived, carrying Qinshi like a burning arrow that, stiffly, he passed through the gaps in the golden figure's attack that pressed down like a canopy. However, the cost of such a forced breakthrough in the limit was also incomparably heavy. The green sky rockbird's body instantly shriveled down, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out like a spring, staining the clouds below red. The breath also became extremely weak. Damn it, if I don't die, I'll dig up your Ning family's ancestral grave in the coming day. The green sky rockbird braced itself and cursed angrily. Then, the eyes lost their luster and miserably said to Qinshi, Big brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape today. When the golden armored figure saw this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned, secretly surprised in his heart. For the second time, in such a short period of time, it can continuously explode the power of the bloodline. This bird's origin must be extraordinary. Take it back. Perhaps the secret of the inheritance can be explored. In the midst of his thoughts, the golden armored figure changed his tactics, and his hands quickly formed seals that, a golden chain of light snaked out like a spiritual snake. The light chain seemed to break through the space limitations, and in an instant, it wrapped around the green sky rockbird. lock it firmly in place. The next moment, there was no nonsense. Waving his hand with a golden light, he tried to crush Qin Shi who was on the side. But just then, a purple gold light streaked past from the end of the sky and stopped in front of Qin Shi. It was a token, flickering with light, and if one looked closely, the word creation was hidden on it. Behind the token, there was a woman in palace dress, with a head of green silk loosely pulled up and a few strands of hair were wet with sweat against her forehead, and a wine gourd was tied around her waist, swaying one by one with her steps. The woman was walking with a false step, as if she had just awakened from a great drunkenness, and a loud burp and the smell of alcohol hit his face. Her drunken eyes blurred at the scene in front of her, and she muttered, "What the hell? Such a mess." As he said this, he casually raised his hand, and with a gentle push forward from his palm, an invisible force surged out and it actually shattered that golden power in chains. When the golden armored figure saw the woman appear, he was first stunned, and when he saw her face clearly, he couldn't help but voice out in surprise, "So it's Venerable Drunken Moon of the Creation Academy. Why are you here?" The Drunken Moon Venerable One's footsteps were weak, and he raised his eyes to look at him and, after hiccuping, he said, "Little friend of the Ning clan, what are you doing here if you're not guarding the air well in the Ning clan? This Qin Shi has a grudge against my Ning family. I need to take him away. I still hope that Venerable Drunken Moon will sell my Ning family face and refrain from meddling." The golden armored figure's expression was austere as he spoke in a deep voice. "That won't do. He's a student that my Creation Academy has its eye on and has already issued an invitation." Venerable Drunken Moon shook his head and extended a finger to point at Qin Shi. In a haze of alcohol, he said, "He is now a member of my Creation Academy. You can't take him away." Purple Gold Creation Order? The Lord of the Order of Creation that shook the Eastern Wasteland some time ago and made a lot of noise. That's him. The golden armored figure's heart shook. On second thought, however, it's not surprising. After all, it was a demonic figure who could easily defeat his own young master. Venerable Drunken Moon did not pay any attention to it and turned to Qin Shi with a smile. "A few days earlier, I should have arrived. It's just that I suddenly couldn't feel your breath some time ago, which made me anxious," said she, scratching her head in embarrassment. A few strands of hair were scratched to make it even messier. "I thought something had gone wrong, and in my haste I ran off to the next city to drink a few days worth of great wine, and only then did I arrive. Sorry. Qin Shi secretly nodded his head. Those days, he should have been in the river of nothingness himself, so that the cannot be perceived breath. But it's a novel logic to run for a big drink when you can't feel the breath. But in any case, there seemed to be hope of survival in the moment. Qin Shi, a student of the Creation Academy, has met Senior. Qin Shi saluted in a hurry. When Venerable Drunken Moon saw this, his eyes were filled with appreciation. "Well, not bad, you kid. It's very uptight. Say it." Raising his eyes to look at the golden armored figure, he said lazily, "All right, junior of the Ning family, retreat. I'm sleepy." The golden armored figure's face showed reluctance, and after struggling for a long time, he still gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is of great importance. My Ning family will not give up, and I will not back down." The words just fell. Venerable Drunken Moon's willow eyebrow raised, and with a wave of her plain hand, the power of heaven and earth coalesced to immediately repel the golden armored figure. "Just you? Is that enough?" Displeasure flashed in the eyes of Venerable Drunken Moon. Have your Ning clan's oldest ancestor come and speak with me?" In the golden armored figure's unsightly look, Venerable Drunken Moon waved the power of heaven and earth to wrap Qin Shi and the green sky rockbird and left. After moving forward for some time, "Does your brat have any other business? If not, then follow me back to the Creation Academy now," Venerable Drunken Moon asked with a drunken breath. Qin Shi busily responded, "Without anything else, the late generation is willing to go immediately." The green sky rockbird's eyeballs turned, immediately coming forward with a fawning face. "Sister, do you lack a mount? I fly at the speed of a thief." 6. There were runes condensing in the Drunken Moon Venerable's eyes, and in an instant, they passed away. It seemed to have seen through the hidden secrets in the depths of the green sky rockbird's bloodline. "You," Venerable Drunken Moon said with a wry smile, "you're not good enough right now to. I'll think about it when you evolve into the golden winged rock." As he was speaking, Venerable Drunken Moon suddenly changed his face, and his drunkenness instantly dispersed for the most part. Staring closely at Qin Shi, he asked, "How exactly did you provoke the Ning family?" "Alas, sister, we didn't invite any big trouble." The green sky rockbird hurriedly picked up the conversation and said, "It's just that I fought with the young master of the Ning family and was held in a grudge." "A fight?" Venerable Drunken Moon sneered. "You are the ones who beheaded him. It wouldn't be so bad as to attract the Ning clan's 10th ancestor and 13th ancestor to join forces and come across the border." As the words fell, the air around them seemed to be frozen, and the temperature plummeted. Ning family ancestors, 2 of them in one go. This is trouble, Venerable Drunken Moon murmured. Chapter 39, Accidentally Picking Up a Big Leak. Venerable Drunken Moon's words caused both Qinshi and the Green Sky Rockbird to change their faces. Sister, isn't it a mistake? We've only robbed 1 bead. As for making such a big deal out of it, the Green Sky Rockbird cried out. Venerable Drunken Moon was stunned and said, Beads? What beads? Qinshi was busy taking out the mountain treasure from his bosom, only to see that the bead was about the size of his palm. Round and smooth, the surface seemed to have a flowing halo, like a river of stars flowing through it. When Venerable Drunken Moon saw the beads, his eyes widened in surprise. Out of breath, he said, I can't believe it's this thing. Then he looked at Qinshi, his eyes filled with astonishment, as expected of the winner of the Purple Gold Creation Order. Someone with great fortune can even get their hands on such treasures. It's no wonder the Ning family is going crazy. Elder, what the hell is this? Qinshi asked in disbelief. Something that flowed down from the ancient times. Not too clear about the specifics. It is said that it can help living beings to cultivate their physical bodies. The Drunken Moon Venerable said, but I think that it should be more than that. Venerable Drunken Moon continued, there are only so many top figures in the Eastern Wasteland. Each was under the surveillance of various forces, and it was thought that the Ning family had sent their juniors forward to fight for it in order to keep it a secret. But I didn't want you to snatch it by chance. Qinshi was also frowning. This time picking up leaks seemed to have picked up too much, resulting in becoming a hot potato. You have 2 choices today. 1. Hand over the beads, and so on and so forth. It will surely keep you safe and sound. The second is to take a chance and rush back to the Academy of Creation before the 2 Ning family ancestors find us. As long as you step into the Academy will protect you from yourself. It's just that if we're discovered on the way, we'll surely suffer the monstrous wrath of the 2 elder ancestors. And you think about it and decide for yourself. Venerable Drunken Moon's gaze was grave as he looked towards Qinshi and said slowly. Qinshi hung his head and pondered for a long time before he spoke. Senior, I want to take a chance. These words were not spoken at random. Let's not talk about the fact that it would have been inconsistent with one's nature to give up the opportunity that came to him. Simply by carrying the karma of the great desolate divine palace on his body, he could not allow himself to give up easily. In the face of a great opportunity, do not go to fight for it, but instead cowering. How to deal with future crises. After saying that, Qinshi looked at the Green Sky Pung bird. Brother Pang, let's part ways here. Big brother, you come less. The Green Sky Rockbird said in a loud voice. If you choose to hand over the beads, I turned and left, but now that you are determined to fight, I want to stay instead. By now, the Green Sky Rockbird could sort of see it. Qinshi was definitely a son of Qi, and being able to follow him would be considered one's own chance of creation. I thought that my own ancestor had followed a lord of heavenly fate in the beginning. From there, he evolved to the very pinnacle of the bloodline and was brilliant for an era. Good, then let us brothers fight with all our might for this, Qinshi said decisively. Seeing this, Venerable Drunken Moon nodded slightly. I'll send a message to the Tiangue Academy. Let them help cover our natal stars. But even so, it's only a delay of some time. After all, the Ning family has many means of. There are still ways to find you. Say it. Venerable Drunken Moon waved his hands, and heaven and earth aura surged out, wrapping their figures in concealment. Yet somehow, Venerable Drunken Moon always felt that something important had been forgotten, but it was difficult to remember for a while. However, the situation at hand was critical, so she had no time to dwell on it, and brought Qinshi and the Green Sky Rockbird in a hurry. Senior, can't we use the teleportation array? Qinshi inquired. I can't. The teleportation array has fixed coordinates. It's easy to be guarded. Between the mountains, rivers, and seas, 3 shades of light swept across the land. And so it was, after days of running around, the 3 of them stopped at the top of a treacherous peak surrounded by clouds. Venerable Drunken Moon closed his eyes and meditated to recover his spiritual energy, a faint halo flickering around him. Qinshi, on the other hand, had his eyes half narrowed, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. As for the Green Sky Rockbird, after taking the elixir bestowed by Venerable Drunken Moon, the green feathers have grown out quite a bit, and much of their vigor has returned. Big brother, you don't know how brave I was, the Green Sky Rockbird said with interest. With a single, swallowing heaven and earth, I will fix the Phantom Inferno Viper in place, and then in an instant, I will run my entire body's divine power and tear it down in one fell swoop. Half-step Nirvana wrestling a Nirvana Great Demon. Isn't it awesome? The Green Sky Rockbird flaunted with a face full of complacency. Qinshi rolled his eyes and secretly slandered. Not to mention the fact that the rock and the snake are naturally in a restraining relationship. That day, if the Phantom Flame Viper had not suffered a heavy wound from the siege, I'm afraid that it would have been difficult for Qing Tianping to take it down. The green sky rockbird wanted to continue bragging about it, but just then, roar! A dull roar as if the chaos had begun came at first, and the sound came from far and near. It became more and more intense, and the mountain peaks under his feet began to tremble violently, and boulders rolled down one after another, making crackling sounds, only to see a metaphorical turtle as lofty as a mountain stepping into the air. It was so huge that with every step it took, all of them caused mountains to crumble and cities to collapse, and their might was astonishing. The huge head was like a fortress, and the eyes spewed with fury. It was distantly locked onto the location of the mountain peak at Qinshir's feet. Oops. Venerable Drunken Moon slammed his forehead, remorse showing on his face. And, I said how I forgot something. So it's a guardian beast. If the beads are not refined, they will be clearly perceived by the divine beasts, even if they are separated by 10,000 miles, and it will come after them too. Venerable Drunken Moon said. Qinshir's heart stirred as he tentatively asked, then can I refine it now? This is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth. Even if I were to refine it, it would take days and nights. Venerable Drunken Moon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Besides, with such a big commotion from the ancient Xian turtle, I'm afraid the two old ancestors of the Ning clan are already aware of it. It is coming this way. Oh crap, isn't this the end? Hearing this, the green sky rock bird drooped its wings in frustration. Venerable Drunken Moon sighed helplessly. Resign yourself to your fate. Boy, you can't get this chance. If it's not yours, don't force it. Whether it's the Ning family ancestor or the ancient Xian turtle, it's by no means something I can resist. Qinshir looked at the beads in his hand and a flash of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Do we really have to go so far as to hand it over like this? Give it up, kid. I'll try to bail you out. Venerable Drunken Moon comforted. If you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of not having any firewood to burn. You're burdened with great fortune. There will be no shortage of opportunities in the future. Maybe there's still a way. Qinshir suddenly said with a flash of inspiration. Would Senior be able to help me resist for a quarter of an hour? A quarter of an hour will do. Qinshir said with a firm gaze. Venerable Drunken Moon asked suspiciously. What do you want? I don't want to resign myself to my fate, even if the other party is the Ning family. Qinshir gritted his teeth. I want rich and famous. Chapter 40, Mountains and Rivers as Formations. Woe to the east. A quarter of an hour? Venerable Drunken Moon's brows knitted tightly as she looked at Qinshir and questioned. That ancient Xian turtle's strength is extremely terrifying. If you let me resist for a quarter of an hour, you must inform me of your plans, or else I will not accompany you in your nonsense. A moment can change a doomed outcome? Venerable Drunken Moon did not believe it. Qinshir nodded his head and took out the mountain treasure bead that emitted a mysterious halo of light. Said the ancient Xian turtle, the ancient Xian turtle is targeting the beads, not us. In other words, it feels that whoever has the beads is its enemy. Venerable Drunken Moon raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean the same thing? Brother Pang, give me the snake gall of the phantom flame viper. Qinshir said to the green sky rockbird, who was also dumbfounded. Oh, although the green sky rockbird was unsure, it still pulled out the snake gall of the phantom rock viper as instructed. As soon as this snake's bile appeared, a faintly fishy odor emanated from its trophies. It was also the most essential part of the entire body of the phantom viper. When Qinshir's mana moved, the beads and the snake's bile collided in the instant that the breaths of the two actually merged briefly. Seeing that the method was feasible, Qinshir then said, has Senior ever heard of spirit breath hidden illusion formation? This formation can blend several different scents with each other and conceal them. This formation was obtained from the blood demon ancestor, and the difficulty of the formation was not that profound. This phantom flame viper is a blood contract spirit pet bred by the Ning family. This snake gall naturally has the aura of the Ning family's bloodline within it. So, you're trying to fuse the snake's bile with the beads of and then with the formation to create the illusion that the Ning family bloodline is refining the beads? Venerable Drunken Moon's eyes twitched as he seemed to be enlightened. Thus the scourge of, let the ancient Xian turtle place its hatred on the Ning family ancestor. Qinshir responded. Exactly, that's not a bad idea of yours, but it's ultimately too naive. Venerable Drunken Moon shook his head and sighed lightly. A strand of hair drifted down with it. The spirit breath hidden illusion formation is but the most ordinary third-level formation. And although that ancient Xian turtle does not have a high spiritual intelligence, its spiritual sense is exceedingly sharp. So how could such a simple formation fool it? Elder, I have known since that the formation is not of a high grade. Qinshir smiled calmly. But what if I carved the spirit breath hidden illusion formation, with mountains and rivers as veins, rivers as complexes, and earth veins as the driving force, inscribing formation patterns with mountain and river power? Venerable Drunken Moon was slightly stunned, marveling at Qinshir's pie-in-the-sky ideas. But after a moment's thought, he said, It's theoretically possible, but don't you forget it. Normally, it's simply impossible for a formation master to carve even a complete third-level formation in a quarter of an hour, let alone one based on a mountain or river vein. Venerable Drunken Moon looked towards the sky, and at that moment, the roar of the ancient Xian turtle stepping into the air became more and more ear-shattering. The huge body was like a moving mountain, and wherever it passed, space seemed to be squeezed and deformed. The basilisk turtle was getting closer and closer to them. Xinshi's eyes burned as he said, "Senior, if you don't try it, how do you know it won't work?" After saying that, he patted the green sky rock bird beside him. "Brother Rock, 3,000 meters to the northwest. Let's go." The green sky rock bird nodded its head, and with a spread of its wings, the green light wrapped around the two of them and shot towards the target place like electricity. Venerable Drunken Moon looked at their departing backs. Helplessly, he shook his head. Although this brat has good talent and chi, he is ultimately too young and doesn't know the heights of heaven. Using the power of the heavens and earth to set up formation patterns, an ordinary formation master can't even do it in his entire life. Not to mention there's a time limit now. It's just that young people always need to suffer some hardships to realize the vastness of heaven and earth. At the end of her words, Venerable Drunken Moon clenched her silver teeth and let out a delicate cry, her body's mana exploding around her. It turned into a splendid curtain of light to meet the Xian turtle. Roar! Seeing that a living being dared to obstruct him, the Xian turtle roared angrily, his voice like a tidal wave. The shock caused the surrounding clouds to instantly collapse. Its huge head flung violently, slamming into Venerable Drunken Moon like a giant siege hammer. Venerable Drunken Moon's expression was grave as she waved her jade hand, and a ghostly blue light instantly condensed, like a sylvan orchid blooming in an ice field, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Spinning around, he attacked towards the Xian turtle. The two erupted in the air. Each collision caused the void to ripple with layers of ripples. The boulders on the surrounding mountain peaks rolled down one after another, resembling a rain of stones. On the other hand, Xinshu and the green sky rockbird arrived at their destination. Xinshu immediately drew his longsword, and his sword chi streaked out, and then traveled across the earth like a ghost. Wherever it passed, the land was cut with deep grooves. At the same time, perception was outwardly directed, and the spirit stone in his hand flickered with a faint light, probing for traces of the earth veins. Boom! Xinshu swung out his sword violently, and his sword chi chopped into a small mountain. Half of the mountain collapsed in response. An earth vein was then revealed. Immediately after that, the array flag was thrown out from the ring, and it landed on the ground with a flickering light, hidden into the earth's veins. Become the key to channeling the power of the earth's veins, then diverted the adjacent river, diverting its waters and rushing them in a tumultuous rush to a new path. Splash high, 2,000 meters southeast. Xinshu let out a low gulp. Whoosh! The green sky rock bird operated at a rapid speed, once again taking Xinshu to rush towards his destination. Above the nine heavens, Venerable Drunken Moon was fending off the Xian turtle while separating his mind to focus on Xinshu. Seeing Xinshu chopping down mountain ranges and breaking up rivers without the slightest hesitation. For a moment, can't help but cry at the stupidity of what I did. As we all know, any one of the formation patterns needs to be carefully sculpted and repeatedly polished by the formation master. The depth of the length and orientation have to be precise to the extreme to make it work. However, look, laying out the landscape in terms of mountains and rivers, it is surprising that they do not look at the landforms and directly explore the veins of the earth in a hasty manner. Then he randomly carved formation patterns, and also wantonly opened up mountains to break the flow, completely violating the basic guidelines of formation construction. Is this pure bull asterisk? This kid, I'm afraid he thinks he's read a few books on formations. Then you think that the way of formations is in your hands. Venerable Drunken Moon secretly shook his head, no longer holding any hope for Xinshu. Start figuring out a way to retreat afterward. At this time, the Xian turtle's might became more and more ferocious, and each attack shook her chi and blood. Plus, the Xian turtle, relying on its invincible defense, only attacked but not defended, and its own attack hit the Xian turtle, undoubtedly scratching an itch. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold on for even a quarter of an hour. As time went by a little bit, the Drunken Moon Venerable's figure was gradually in a sorry state. The sleeves of his clothes were blown by the strong wind, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on his forehead. Mana was rapidly depleted and his breath began to be disorganized, and every time he resisted the Xian turtle's attacks, it was all like bearing the weight of a huge mountain. Her arms gradually became sore and her feet became weak. Venerable Drunken Moon flipped his wrist, and a glittering rune appeared in his hand. This was the boundary-breaking talisman. She was already ready to give up, intending to forcefully take Xinshu and leave this space. Just as he was about to crush it, he saw the ancient basilisk turtle unexpectedly turn around and Angrily, he charged into one of the peaks below. What's going on? Facing this sudden scene, Venerable Drunken Moon was surprised. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, a flash of extreme shock welled up in the bottom of his eyes. Hardly. Chapter 41, Setting up a scene, respectfully inviting the Ning clan ancestor into the scene. Venerable Drunken Moon raised his eyes to look for him, only to see Qinshi sitting steadily on the back of the green sky rockbird, hidden deep in the clouds, only to see Qinshi's hands rapidly forming seals, manipulating the breath within the formation to run amok within it. That breath now and then rushes to this peak, now and then travels to the northwest. Another jump to the northeast at times. It's puzzling. Qinshi. Venerable Drunken Moon's figure flickered to the clouds, the look of shock on his face not diminishing in the slightest. So the array veins you just scratched down were not carved haphazardly? Hearing this, Qinshi was taken aback for a moment, and then he said doubtfully, a life and death situation. How could I possibly carve it haphazardly? You didn't even bother to scrutinize the landforms, nor did you carefully polish the formation patterns. Venerable Drunken Moon frowned in disbelief. But why did the formation work? Senior is like this. Qinshi laughed and explained. Elder may not know much about formations. Third-level formations are inherently simple. It's just a matter of transforming them into mountains and rivers and earth complexes. Although it's troublesome, but it's really not that difficult. Not to mention me. I think even an apprentice formation artist would have completed it if they were more serious. Qinshi said speculatively. The corners of Venerable Drunken Moon's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he turned away, looking into the distance, no longer speaking. Honestly, she's a little autistic. Oh, hadn't all his years of research on formations been studied on dogs? Below the clouds, the ancient Xian turtle could clearly perceive that the beads seemed to be being refined right under his nose. This made the already spiritually unwise Xian turtle completely furious, vowing that he would find out and slap him to death. The Xian turtle's huge palm print slammed into the mountain peak beside him. Boom! The mountain peak collapsed and shattered, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. But the next instant, the bead breath surprisingly appeared strangely in the earth beneath his feet. Without hesitation, the Xian turtle charged violently. Boom! The earth was overwhelmed, and a deep crack appeared. The surrounding mountains crumbled under this impact, and the ground shook for a while. This formation of yours won't last long. If the Ning clan's old man doesn't arrive before the formation breaks, then everything that was done before would have been for nothing. Venerable Drunken Moon said with a frown. Well, it's like this. Qinshi's expression was grave. Then let me bet against the Ning family for a while. Let's see who's lucky. Even if I fail, I'd rather return the bead to the Xian turtle than keep it for the Ning family. Qinshi's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Mountains shattered. The earth cracked. Underground rivers gushed forth. And as the terrain shifted, a corner of the formation also began to crumble and shatter. Not here yet? Qinshi whispered, his face showing his unwillingness. The maintenance of the formation was in jeopardy. And just then a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the distant sky, only to see a huge divine boat that was like a bright star cutting through the void. It descended here with endless majesty and oppression. On top of the divine boat, the two old ancestors of the Ning clan stood side by side like two standing gods. The aura around them was terrifying, as if they could grasp life and death. Finally, we arrived in time. It's not in vain that we used the family's greatest treasure, the divine walking boat. It also consumed that massive amount of resources to increase the speed. The anxiety in the 13th ancestor's eyes slowed down a little, and there were a few hints of celebration and triumph in his voice. Aha! Not bad. If I hadn't arrived early, how would I have seen the life and death battle between the Xian turtle and Drunken Moon? The 10th ancestor nodded slightly, looking away from the crumbling earth in the distance, where the energies were in chaos. There was still the scent of the Xian turtle and the Drunken Moon venerable. Although this Xian turtle's spirit is not high, its strength is truly terrifying. Perhaps we can take the opportunity to bring the Drunken Moon venerable. The 13th ancestor's voice came. It's not easy to kill and exalt. The 10th ancestor of the Ning clan's gaze was grim and, slowly, he spoke, but leaving him severely injured is not without a chance. After saying that, the two old ancestors exchanged a glance in understanding, and then their figures flashed and, rushing towards the battlefield ahead. At this moment, seeing the figure of the Ning clan's old ancestor appear, surprise flashed in Qinshi's eyes. It seemed that luck was on his side. Then next, let's respectfully invite the Ning family ancestor into the game. Qinshi carefully mobilized the array to operate. The breath that was disguised as a bead was skillfully transferred towards the two old ancestors, and on the side, Venerable Drunken Moon also cast a spell that hide the trajectory of the flow of breath even more stealthily. The Xian turtle had been frantically searching for the source of the bead's scent. Suddenly, he noticed that the bead's breath was actually on two powerful beings. Moreover, This bloodline aura was this familiar. That's right, it was this bloodline that wanted to refine its own guardian object just now, and teasing himself for a long time. Thinking everything through, the Gentoo turtle grumped, and flames of anger burned in his huge eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he pounced towards the two old ancestors like a madman. The two Ning family ancestors were also confused. It was reasonable to say that this ancient Xian turtle's desire to attack was not strong. Shouldn't have attacked them. What's more, you're not looking for the beads? And where is that drunken moon venerable? However, at this time, there was no time to think about it, and he hurriedly exerted his means to defend against the basilisk turtle's frantic attacks. Seeing that the plan was progressing smoothly, Qinshi slowly exhaled a long breath and once again operated the formation. Completely hide the bead breath. Although it could only be hidden for a short period of time, it was thought to be enough. Using the earth as a chess game and the mountains and veins of the earth as pawns, laying out a behind-the-scenes plan to draw the honored ones into a great battle. Looking at Qinshi beside him, the drunken moon venerable one's heart set off huge waves. If he hadn't personally experienced it, who could have imagined that he was only in the nirvana realm? Let's go! Get out of here first. Venerable drunken moon looked at Qinshi with a complicated expression, waved his sleeve, and disappeared in place. On the other side, the Xian turtle who felt the disappearance of the bead's aura went completely crazy and began to fight for his life. What's the situation? What's this fighting us for if he's not going to find the beads? The 10th ancestor's face was cloudy and his voice was a bit stormy. I don't know. The 13th ancestor's eyes were filled with suspicion, which was more or less inexplicable. However, in the face of the Xian turtle's frantic attack, it could only defend itself against it. I don't know how long the flight was. Qinshi's group stopped at a hidden valley. With a wave of his hand, Venerable Drunken Moon operated his secret technique, hooking the power of heaven and earth. Seal off this valley and hide it. You kid has truly opened my eyes. Venerable Drunken Moon looked at Qinshi and appreciation was in his eyes. I didn't think we would manage to escape under that desperate situation. When she finished speaking, she lifted the jug and took a big gulp, the liquor running down the corners of her mouth. Soaked his shirt. Venerable Drunken Moon handed the wine pot to Qinshi, signaling him to drink as well. Qinshi froze slightly, showing some hesitation on his face. Seeing this, Venerable Drunken Moon feigned annoyance and said, "What? You dislike me, don't you? Drink if I let you." Qinshi stopped excusing himself and took the jug of wine and poured it hard into his mouth. In an instant, a strong pungent sensation exploded in his mouth. It was then like a blazing flame burning straight down his throat and into his abdomen, causing the blood in his entire body to boil instantly. Elder. Qinshi reddened, only feeling a little dizzy in his head. LOL. Venerable Drunken Moon couldn't help but laugh out loud at Qinshi's predicament. And, if you drink my wine, you can be my man, and after that, when you return to the academy, you can only join the gates of my house. Don't go to his yard. Senior protected me all the way. It is only right to join Senior's courtyard gate, Qinshi said, forcing back the burning sensation in his mouth and stomach. Alright. Venerable Drunken Moon gathered his laughter and said seriously, "This is a precious wine that I brewed out of heavenly materials and treasures. Drinking a sip of it will since greatly benefit you, and will help you refine the precious pearl as soon as possible. Over the next few days, while they're still fighting, you need to refine the precious pearl as soon as possible, and I will be here to protect you." Hearing this, Qinshi sat down on his knees and began to quiet his mind to refine the precious pearl. On the other side, Ling Huang was in a hurry, her spiritual energies surging around her body, rushing towards the direction of the sect at the fastest speed possible. Just got the message. Ling Tian Sect. Riot. Chapter 42 Sect Riot. Blood-stained mountain gate. Ling Huang rushed back to the sect with a burning heart, and just stepped into the mountain gate, only to see blood spattered on the ground along the way, broken blades scattered everywhere, and the corpses that had not yet been cleaned up exuded a gust of bloody air. The disciples on the side of the road looked mute, no longer seeing the vigor of the old days. All that was left was endless panic and bewilderment. This undoubtedly did not indicate that the sect had just experienced a fierce fight. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Ling Huang hurriedly stepped into the main hall, his voice carrying a bit of anxiety and majesty. At this point, an elder couldn't help but cry bitterly. Patriarch the disciples at the back of the mountain are rioting, massively killing my sect's disciples, creating a bloodbath. It was the elite disciples, led by Han Chen, who took advantage of the crowd of disciples to kill them out of the blue. The clan lost a lot of money at one time. There were also elders who slapped their thighs and said indignantly, "Impossible." Ling Huang's body shook violently, his face filled with disbelief. "I do know about Han Chen. I let him enter the back mountain treasure land to cultivate, and I even gave him the sword chi stacking method. It doesn't make sense for him to rebel against the clan." Ling Huang clearly remembers that Qinshi had a crime, which was to occupy the treasure land in the back of the mountain, causing injustice to the clan. And his own move had already made the clan system more fair and reasonable. But why are they rioting? Shouldn't they embrace me? Patriarch, this matter is true. We have thoroughly ascertained it. The transmission elder stepped forward and the expression was grave. The cause was that the group of elite disciples in the back mountain had been compelled by a strange voice while practicing. The voice claimed that by making bloody kills, one would be granted great power. This group of disciples were not strong-minded and eventually failed to resist the temptation, thus rebelling against the sect. The mind is compelled? Ling Huang's body shook, having trouble accepting the news, and muttered under his breath, how is it possible? The back of the mountain, that's a treasure place for cultivation. How could there be compelling voices? Besides, wasn't Qinshi fine after being in the back of the mountain for so long? Ling Huang clenched her lower lip and stubbornly retorted, Patriarch, why don't you understand by now? We've all misunderstood Qinshi. Elder Chuan Gong pounded his chest and said, that back mountain isn't some cultivation treasure, but a place of doom and suffering. The reason why Qinshi is hogging the back mountain is so that the disciples won't be compelled to be distracted. Yeah, everything Qinshi did was for the sake of the clan, and we expelled him from the clan. The inner sect elder was also incredibly chagrined. Patriarch, we were wrong, really wrong. We shouldn't have expelled Qinshi out of the sect. The other elders also looked pained, their eyes filled with self-blame and regret. Wrong? Ling Huang's tightly clenched fingers began to turn white, and she wanted to admit that she was wrong, but her high-spirited nature was never willing to let her bow down so easily. Even so, what about the Xian spirit tea? It's a fact that Qinshi stole the clan's treasures, isn't it? And Chang Lin's innocence? This is the real reason why I expelled Qinshi from the sect. Ling Huang's tone was strong, refusing to back down. Enough, sovereign, the pavilion guardian elder said in an angry tone as he strided into the great hall. How long are you going to be confused? He had been very optimistic about Qinshi, and had even exchanged the complete book of formations for Qinshi's sword chi overlay, thus adding a fighting spell to the clan. It was only after the recent clan riots that he emerged from the Sutra Pavilion. It didn't matter that the sky was falling. That stupid bastard, the new patriarch, had expelled Qinshi from the clan. Before Han Chen died, we had teamed up to use the soul search technique on him, the elder of the pavilion keeper said angrily. From the memories in his remnant soul, we have learned that the stealing the Xianling tea is simply a false incident. It's them joining forces to frame Qinshi in order to hijack the treasure land in the back of the mountain. As soon as these words came out, Ling Huang's brain exploded with a boom and she staggered back several steps one after another. And, take a good look at this. This is the time you chased away Qin. The consequences of arranging for elite disciples to enter the so-called treasure land for cultivation. The pavilion guardian elder flung out a blood-stained list in grief, the paper arcing through the air and then it slowly drifted down. Ling Huang's gaze trembled as it landed on top of the list. I only saw that it was densely written with names, Zhao Qi, Sun Yen, Xian Feng, a series of names, both strange and familiar, but now they have all died in battle. Suddenly, Ling Huang's gaze landed at the top of the list, which was an elder of the clan named Suan. Elder Swan, how could that be? He sacrificed himself too? Ling Huang's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. The other elders were also filled with grief. Yes, sovereign, one of the elders choked and said. Elder Suan was killed by Han Chan's sneak attack with the sword chi superposition technique, but it was only because Elder Suan spelled out his last ounce of spiritual energy to show us the warning before he died that we realized. Otherwise, the consequences. Having said that, a dead silence fell over the great hall. The pavilion guardian elder was so angry that he was trembling, and his veins were bulging on his forehead. Pointing at Ling Huang, he questioned, due to your own prejudice, you chased away Qinshi without checking the cause. How many disciples of my sect perished as a result? Patriarch, do you know you're wrong? Ling Huang's lips mumbled, her face as pale as paper. After spitting out a word with difficulty, it was difficult to say any more. Humph, the pavilion guard elder snorted coldly. I believe in Qinshi's character. He's never the kind of person who would ruin someone's innocence. If the patriarch is still this obsessed and firmly believes in Chang Lin's words, then we'll go and question Chang Lin together and find out what happened. Ling Huang took a deep breath and frowned, seemingly struggling to find a reason for her insistence. Chang Lin has worked hard for the clan, and has been doing her best to boil up spirit medicines. Is it too hasty for us to suspect her just like that? If there isn't a result out of this matter today, then please ask the patriarch to expel the old immortal from the clan as well. The pavilion guardian elder said with a strong attitude, and yet that trembling body that, undoubtedly, it did not reflect the inner grief and hatred for Ling Huang. Before I came here, I had already asked my maid, Chang, to bring life-type ancient medicines to her to save the elder. There is a hint of uneasiness in Ling Huang's eyes. Since you all want to know the truth, let's head to the returning spring courtyard together to take a look. After saying that, he led a group of elders to the spring return courtyard. Early on when they returned to the clan, the maid, Cheng, found Cheng Lin with the life class ancient pill. At this moment, Cheng's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Holding the box containing the life class ancient pill in both hands, he handed it over to Cheng Lin. Sister Cheng Lin, this life class ancient pill is something my lady risked her life to obtain. You must use it to save the elder. Cheng Lin was stunned at first, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I didn't realize that this stupid patriarch really had some ability, when it really got such a precious life-type ancient medicine. Don't worry, with this life-type ancient medicine, the injuries of the 3 elders will definitely get better. You will go back and report to the patriarch, and there will definitely be no problems. Cheng Lin's voice had a suppressed surprise in it. I'm not leaving. Cheng shook her head. There's a riot in the clan, and Miss is in a state of anxiety. I would like to see you feed the ancient medicine to the elder, and when he gets better, I will be the first to return to Miss. Cheng paused and continued. I think Miss knows the news that the elder is getting better. It will also be slightly more forgiving. Hearing this, a hint of sinister in Cheng Lin's eyes instantly flashed, but it was quickly covered up by her. A smile reappeared on his face and he made a gesture of invitation. The elders are in the house. Let's go together. Yes. Green nodded and stepped forward, but just 2 steps away, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and she lowered her head incredulously and, instead, he saw a long sword run through his chest and stomach. Cheng slowly turned around and saw Cheng Lin, who was holding a long sword and had a sinister look on her face. Sister Cheng Lin, why are you like this? Green asked with wide, pained eyes. I didn't want to kill you. Who told you to mind your own business? The 3 elders were killed by me a long time ago. How do you expect me to feed it? A twisted smile appeared on Cheng Lin's face. How come? Green still can't believe it. In her impression, although Cheng Lin had unfortunately suffered the abuse of Qinshers, but he still actively participated in the healing of the elders and disciples. Isn't Sister Cheng Lin a beautiful person with a good heart? But why has she become so terrible now? You can only be blamed for being too stupid. Cheng Lin looked at Cheng with a disdainful expression. Seeing as you're dying, I'll begrudgingly tell you why. Cheng Lin said coldly. On the other side, a group of elders rushed towards the spring return courtyard. Ling Huang was a bit apprehensive inside, but she still clenched her hands and muttered, I believe Cheng Lin. I'm not wrong. After all, no woman would take her innocence to frame another. Chapter 43 If I am strong, I will have a great scholar to argue for me. Cheng Lin pulled the bloodstained longsword out of Cheng's chest, and Cheng's body collapsed helplessly. Opening the box, an ancient medicine with a glittering light was imprinted into his eyes. Dense and nearly substantial life essence spewed out. With this life-type ancient medicine, it would be enough to exchange for vast amounts of spirit stones. The corners of Cheng Lin's mouth rose as a touch of greed spread across her face. With spirit stones, then you can use the cross-domain level teleportation array to travel to the great desolate main city. Cheng Lin said as she took out an exquisite mirror from her sleeve. The mirror reflected her face, which was still delicate, though with a touch of viciousness. With my beautiful face, I'm bound to be able to easily obtain the shelter of a strong person within the great desolate main city. It's only a promising future when you get there. Having said that, Cheng Lin walked into the house and stepped into the small teleportation spell formation that had been prepared long ago. In an instant, a blinding light flashed, and Cheng Lin disappeared into the Ling Tian sect. Not long after Cheng Lin left, Ling Huang and his group also finally stepped into Hui Chun Yuan. The sight in front of them made the hearts of the crowd sink to the bottom in an instant. Only to see Qing collapsed lifelessly in a pool of blood, the shocking red color spreading continuously. Qing. Ling Huang's eyes instantly widened, her face as white as paper, her voice full of trembling. When he rushed up, he held Qing in his arms, and his aura boiled and infused into Qing's body. All these years of companionship, although Ling Huang and Qing are called master and servant, deep down in their hearts, having long been like sisters, this made Ling Huang want to save Qing despite everything. As the aura continued to be injected, Qing's eyelids fluttered slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Only those originally bright eyes were dull at the moment. Cheng, who hurt you like this? And where's Cheng Lin? The pavilion guardian elder was the first to ask a question, with a stern killing intent in his tone. However, Cheng didn't pay any attention to it at all. Instead, he used all his strength and clutched Ling Huang's sleeve. Miss, we're wrong. We're really wrong. We wronged Qinsher. Cheng's voice was weak, his tone filled with remorse. However, every word that was spat out hit Ling Huang's heart hard. Before Ling Huang could recover from this sudden shock, Qing continued. Qinsher once did break into Cheng Lin's room, but that was to treat Cheng Lin's injuries. After Chang Lin recovered from her injuries, she fell in love with Qin Shi and even tried to offer herself to him several times, but they were all rejected by Qin Shi, and because of this, Chang Lin's hatred grew out of love, which is why she framed Qin Shi. After saying that, tears came out of Ah Cheng's eyes and slid down her pale cheeks. Ah Cheng, you're telling the truth. Ling Huang was instantly struck by lightning, and her entire body froze on the spot. It's true, it's Chang Lin's own words, Ah Cheng said breathlessly, and that heartless person Chang Lin also mutilated the elders, and then took advantage of my defenses to sneak up on me and take away the ancient medicine. So a woman really does frame her innocence, and for such a ridiculous reason. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous, that I would trust a woman with such an evil mind. Thus will the Qin Shi. I was wrong, really wrong, hopelessly wrong. Ling Huang's voice was getting lower and lower, almost choking, and his body was shaking one after another. It was as if he had lost his center of gravity, and his eyes turned hollow and confused. Pass on my order. Seal off the clan. We must find Chang Lin. The law enforcement elder's face was red from anger. There's no need. The elder transmitter slowly stepped out from a side room, his face full of helplessness and disheveledness. She's already run away. Traces of the activation of the teleportation arrays still remain here. It seems that Chang Lin had this all planned out beforehand. We're still a step too late. Miss. Ah Cheng's flame of life was getting fainter and fainter, and her breath was like a swimmer. If there is a next life, I'll still be Mrs. Maid. Also, if I have the chance to meet Qin Shi, would you please apologize to him for me? Miss, Green was wrong. Ah Cheng, don't say anything, you'll be fine. Ling Huang was anxious to find a spiritual medicine to heal Ah Cheng. However, he was soon shocked and angered to find that the entire spiritual medicine storehouse had long been emptied by Chang Lin. Sovereign, now all the truth is revealed. You know it's wrong? The pavilion guard elder gazed at Ling Huang, his gaze filled with pain. I was wrong. Ling Huang's eyes were hollow and dull as she responded mechanically. Ugh. The pavilion guardian elder let out a long sigh. His heart saddened. When Qin Shi was expelled, no one in the entire clan was innocent. If, at that time, but one man had stepped forward, even if he was only an insignificant disciple, as long as one can be a firm voice for Qin Shi, then Chang Lin and their plot would never have succeeded, because with Qin Shi's cultivation and combat power, if he doesn't want to go, no one can force him. It was the hearts that drove him away. The pavilion guard elder's voice trembled, and depression filled his chest. I have heard that, after Qin Shi left, he said that there is a great evil in the town of my clan, and that if there is no he, the clan will die. Is this true? The pavilion guard elder looked towards Ling Huang with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. I admit that I was wrong about Qin Shi before, but the matter of the sect's great evil is nonsense. Ling Huang raised his head slightly, confusion in his eyes. If this were true, back when he took over the position of patriarch, my father will then inform me. Yet, what father says is that the clan is as stable as MT. Tai, Ling Huang said in a firm tone, but that weird voice that compelled the disciples. An elder said worriedly. Elder Mo, do you suspect that the sound was made by an ancient great evil? Ling Huang spoke up and said, if it's the voice of an ancient great evil, then it can just directly subvert the clan. So why bother playing these unseemly tricks? Ling Huang organized his thoughts and continued. My Ling Tian sect was built on top of an ancient ruin. That voice must be just a means left behind from the ancient demon god war. Now that such a long time has passed, it is thought that as long as we do not go to the top of the back of the mountain, it will then have no effect. Having said that, there was still a layer of gloom hanging over the faces of the elders. Ling Huang took a deep breath and swept her gaze over the crowd. In addition, I would like to announce something. Next, I will withdraw from the position of patriarch, and from now on, in the affairs of the clan, I also hope to trouble the various elders to discuss and decide. The words fell, but they did not stir the slightest ripple, and the gazes of the elders were lowered. Clearly recognizing Ling Huang's decision. Looking at these, Ling Huang laughed bitterly in his heart. Expelling a Qin Shi, is one's prestige and dignity in the clan then gone? Half a month later, Ling Huang, who had finished handing over the affairs of the sect, stood alone at the top of the mountain peak. The bitter mountain wind whistled past, blowing her hair wildly. Qin Shi, you have been waiting for this moment? Waiting for me to admit my mistake? Are you dying to hear me say I regret it? But can you wait for my apology? No, you're too dead to ever wait. Ling Huang had a complicated expression and murmured softly, that didn't think that Qin Shi, who had offended the terrorizing Ning family, still had a chance of surviving. As for the matter of the clan having a great evil, I still don't believe it and never will. And I, Ling Huang, the words were not yet spoken. An ice phoenix appeared out of thin air, hovering and flying above Ling Huang's head. I am the ice phoenix fate. my fortune is added to my body. With me here, the sect will definitely be brilliant in the future. Ling Huang said confidently. Thoughts drifted far away. As they parted in the misty mountains, his uncle, Ding Zhong, had told her with a solemn face, Ling Huang, you are the daughter of heaven's destiny and your future should not be here. The Academy of Creation will enroll students this year. I want you to go to the trials so that you can become a student of the Creation Academy, College of Creation, one of the top forces in the Eastern Wasteland. Thinking of this, Ling Huang's heart was on fire and her eyes were firm. I will join the Creation Academy. When I am strong, I will have a great scholar to discern the scriptures for me, and all that is wrong can only be right, and all the dignity and prestige I've lost will all come back. Thinking of this, Ling Huang's cheeks suddenly flushed a scarlet red. She thought of Qin justice. Now without the sovereign's baggage, perhaps I can boldly pursue what I love. At the bottom of the back mountain, an ethereal murmur sounded. With the help of so much hostile energy and blood, I'm not far from the day I get out of this trap. The voice gave a slight lurch, and a touch of imperceptible laughter seemed to escape. Qin sure, we'll meet soon, and promise you a long life. I'll do what I say. And another place far away, an excited voice rang out, Big brother, we've really been blessed by a disaster this time around. Not only did you successfully refine the supreme bead, but Venerable Drunken Moon personally promised you the position of head of the freshman courtyard. And, I've heard that this head of the academy, also masters this year's new student enrollment in the academy. We can kind of raise our eyebrows now. The calm voice responded. However, one's own strength is fundamental. Everything else is vanity. This time you follow me into the academy. You must intensify your cultivation. Chapter 44, Shin Turtle blocking the door and cursing. Joining the Creation Academy, a hidden valley. After the help of Venerable Drunken Moon's precious wine, Qin Shi not only refined the precious pearl, he had also raised his strength to the Nirvana 5th transformation, and his mana was even thicker. Meanwhile, the green sky rock has been honed through this period of life and death. He also finally stepped into the Nirvana realm, and the sound of wind and thunder was faintly accompanied by the swinging of his wings, making his speed even more terrifying. How has this refining of the precious pearl been effective for yourself? Venerable Drunken Moon asked as her beautiful eyes gazed at Qin Shi. As far as I can see, it does have the divine effect of strengthening the body. Qin Shi raised his palm and, only a precious pearl emitting a mysterious glow slowly rose from the center of his palm. Immediately afterward, Qin Shi's mind moved, instilling his body's mana into the bead, and in an instant, strange sights happen. The bead was like a magical transformation hub that sucked in mana there was actually a whole new wave of power feeding back along the arm. Once this power entered the body, it was like a warm current flowing unchecked through the meridians. Wherever he passed, his flesh seemed to be quenched, his muscles were tighter, and his bones became harder and harder. The physique was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Venerable Drunken Moon lit up at the sight of this. It's not much better than the Little Western Heaven's inherited treasure golden body liquid. But the mystery of this pearl is not so simple. Do not show it to the public so easily, so as not to invite trouble. Venerable Drunken Moon said with a straightened expression. As for the Ning clan side, you can also rest assured. As long as they still intend to recapture this treasure from you, they will definitely keep their mouths shut. Qin Shi's complexion was slightly stagnant. In this way, he faced the covetousness of such a behemoth as the Ning family. I'm afraid that the days ahead are going to be crisis-ridden. It seemed to see Qin Shi's concern. Venerable Drunken Moon said with a light laugh. There's no need to be too worried. After you officially join the Creation Academy, they won't be able to strike at you recklessly anymore. After a pause, Venerable Drunken Moon explained. Between the forces of the Eastern Wasteland, there are their own rules. That would be a peer-to-peer fight, and elders are not allowed to intervene and interfere. Otherwise, if you kill my offspring today and I behead your children tomorrow, this Eastern Wasteland would have been in chaos long ago. Just cultivate at ease and ensure that your peers are invincible. Qin Shi nodded. Yes, Senior. Hey, what are you calling Senior? How unfamiliar. Venerable Drunken Moon extended his hand with a big grin and hooked onto Qin Shi's shoulder without any image. My name is Shincho Yue. From now on, you can call me Master Shin. After all, you're my predetermined head of the Academy's great disciple. Qin Shi was slightly stunned. Then the corners of his mouth rose. Yes, Master Shin. After thinking for a moment, Shincho Yu took out her voice transmission stone, and after a burst of questioning, the corners of her mouth sketched out a smile. I've just received news that the Ning family is now blocking the mountain gate by that ancient Shin turtle. The tortoise, though he could not speak, roared with all his might. A cultivator proficient in the beast language translated it out, and the Shin turtle cursed dirty. Thinking of this, Shincho Yue couldn't help but be in a brisk mood. The Ning clan's strongest sword Dao attack didn't have much to offer against the Xian turtle's defense. The Xian turtle spirit is not high, but it is obstinate in nature, and now it has decided that it is the Ning family that will refine the treasure pearl, directly blocking the door of the mountain to start cursing. This Ning family was now the laughingstock of the eastern wasteland. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, the green sky rockbird excitedly flapped its wings and, it's best to have this Xian turtle directly attack the Ning family and stir him up in order to relieve his anger. It's not that simple. Xin Xiuyue shook her head slightly and, no matter what, the Ning family is a first-rate power in the eastern wasteland, and if it weren't for the fact that it has scruples and is unwilling to fight, I'm afraid that it would have already sacrificed its reserves and forced the Gentoo to leave. But this is good, Xin Xiuyue said after a little thought. I didn't use the teleportation array before because I was worried about the Ning family keeping watch, but now I don't have that concern. Let's go. We'll go to Starburst City. There's a cross-domain level teleportation array there. We happen to use this teleportation array to directly approach the Creation Academy, and we can save months of traveling. The Eastern Wasteland is simply too big. The boundaries are boundless, and even in existence with the strength of a Zuni, by virtue of their own flight to catch up, it would also take several months. A green cloud floated in the air, turned into a stream of light, and in a moment it was hidden in the vastness of the 9 heavens. There is no trace of it. In the center of Starburst City, a cross-domain level teleportation array stood majestically. Ancient array patterns like spiritual snakes intertwined with each other, and its array base was constructed from several huge spiritual crystals, with spiritual power surging and raging within the crystals. As soon as Qin Shi and his group stepped in, they were keenly aware of being quietly swept by several divine senses. Poof! Xin Xiuyue snorted in dissatisfaction. The voice was wrapped in some kind of power that shook the air in a flash. Immediately afterward, several muffled grunts rang out. Immediately, a voice with apologies rang out. I didn't know that Senior had descended, so I hope you'll bear with me if I've offended you much. Xin Xiuyue ignored it, but turned to Qin Shi and said, even though it is a cross-domain level teleportation array, but it is still not possible to reach the academy directly, and it takes several passages to do so. The words are gone. Xin Xiuyue's jade hand lightly raised. A pile of spirit crystals emitting pure light and extremely high purity appeared in his palm, and then gently placed it at the core of the teleportation array, followed by a light tap of his jade finger. Information on the coordinates of the first transmission is entered. Boom! The teleportation array roared, and space was ripped apart by a powerful force, revealing a pitch black. A tidal wave of light emerged to wrap the crowd, followed by an intense heavenly rotation. 1 day later, after several teleportations, Qin Shi and the others arrived at a tranquil mountain. This continuous cross-domain teleportation is also too unbearable. The green heavenly rock bird had long since vomited its guts out, a raw look on his face. Sister, where is this? Are we there yet? Here it is, right up ahead. Xin Xiuyue looked calm, holding a jade tablet that emitted a warm luster in her hand. With a gentle wave of his jade hand, a soft light surged forth. Soon, the scenery in front of us seemed as if it had been distorted by a large, invisible hand. A sea change has taken place. Into the eyes was a huge mountain gate towering majestically, and its height was as if it was sticking straight into the clouds, comparable to the height of the sky. On the mountain gate, the words Academy of Creation were strong and powerful. Inside the mountain gate, there were atmospheric rolling green hills with golden haze flowing from the top of the. In the center, there is a big purple dragon winding around, which is very grand. Between the crevices of the mountain cliff walls, there are rare ancient medicines taking root and growing, with luxuriant branches and leaves. There was even a beast spreading its wings and cutting through the sky. The attic courtyards are grouped in clusters and built on a hill. A huge green-colored bell hung languidly in midair, gently rippling and emitting a mellifluous bell sound. My God, compared to this place, my birthplace, even if I call it a doghouse, is too high. The green sky rockbird said in shock. Qin Shi also thought deeply, even in the outskirts of the academy, but the extent of the aura rushing to see it was even denser than the top of the Ling Tian sect's back mountain, and this was only the periphery. Go, Xin Xiuyue said softly, taking the lead and striding towards the interior of the academy. Inside the Creation Academy, there were disciples with flying swords on their feet, and their sword energy turned into a brilliant rainbow light that tore through the sky. There are also cranes that ride around in an elegant manner. Looking around, Nirvana Realm disciples were as numerous as the stars. There was even that Soul Spirit Realm disciple whose divine soul left his body, and his powerful spiritual fluctuations spread out like ripples. Nirvana Realm is already a top existence in our place. I didn't expect to see it everywhere here. There are even a few who are similar in age to me, yet they have already reached the 5th realm of cultivation, the Soul Realm. A look of determination flashed across Qin Shi's face. This was where he was pursuing. Master Shen, Many disciples saw Shinshou Yue and hurried over to salute. Shinshou Yue did not pay much attention to this, but looked slightly nervous. Footsteps hurriedly led Qin Shi toward the depths of the academy. What? You said Shinshou Yue came back from outside and brought a disciple with her? An authoritative voice rang out from a certain compound. Yes, Master Yu. They have just headed to the Huangshan courtyard. A disciple reported and said, Oh no, that must be the winner of the purple gold creation order. Master Yu's face changed and, Shinshou Yue is trying to cut off quickly, go forward to the Huangshan yard. What a good seedling, can't be ruined in that crazy woman's hands. With a wave of his cuffs, Master Yu swept towards the direction of the Huangshan courtyard. Chapter 45. From now on, I will carry the academy's banner. Shinshou Yue walks forward. While walking, he introduced to Qin Shi. This creation academy follows the order of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow and is divided into 4 major courtyards, which are the heavenly guillotine courtyard, the earthly koan courtyard, the Xian spirit courtyard, and the yellow dress courtyard. As for me, I am none other than the director of the Yellow Dress Academy. According to what I said before, when you join the Yellow Dress Academy, I will then grant you the status of head of the freshman disciples courtyard, allowing you to stand out amongst the many disciples. Shinshou Yue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked towards the green sky rockbird. Smiling, he added, As for this green sky rockbird, it can also be used as your accompanying spirit animal to stay in the Huangshan courtyard. When Qin Shi heard this, his eyes lit up. Many thanks, Master Shen. Ha ha, big brother, I knew I was right to follow you. Luck has really come. The green sky rockbird shouted in excitement. It's just a small matter, no need to worry about it. At this moment, let's go to the Huangshan courtyard as quickly as possible. I hereby grant you the status of head of the house. Shinshou Yue gently waved her hand, looking extremely casual. The 3 of them continued on their way. Yet the deeper they went into the Huangshan courtyard, the scene around them just got more and more depressed and forlorn. Along the way, there were hardly any other disciples to be seen, and the silence was somewhat depressing. Qin Shi couldn't help but ask, Master Shen, why is this Huangshan courtyard so cold and quiet, with no other disciples in sight? The Huangshan courtyard is extremely special among these 4 courtyards, and when you formally pay your respects, it is natural to know the reason for this. Shinshou Yu's face stiffened slightly and said somewhat unnaturally. Qin Shi nodded slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The 3 of them walked a little further, and then entered a much more dilapidated compound, the pavilion building in the courtyard, although still remains a few ancient elegant flavor, but the doors and windows have long been dusty above. Inside the courtyard, an ancient stone monument stood quietly in the center, the ground around it covered in cracks. Shinshou Yue stopped and said with a solemn expression, Well, this is it. With that, she quickly made a seal with both hands and actually activated a formation that enveloped the entire compound. When he saw this, he froze again, before he could speak. Then I heard Shinshou Yue explain, this formation is to prevent any disturbance by petty criminals. There is no time to lose. You quickly drop your blood on top of this stone tablet, and in this way, you will officially become the head of the Huangshan courtyard. Aha! Qin Shi looked at Shinshou Yue with a complicated expression. Then without hesitation, he cut his finger and blood gushed out at once. But just then, boom! There was a sudden rumble from outside, and the shrouded formation was directly broken. Between the shattering of the light, 2 figures sped in like electricity. It was none other than the Dean of the Earth Koan Academy, Master Yu, and the Dean of the Xian Ling Academy, Master Yu. Shinshou Yu, you've gone too far. Yu Shi was filled with anger and rebuked. And the winner of the Purple Gold Creation Order only comes out once in how many years, and should have been allowed to choose his own compound. How can it be monopolized by you alone? The Feather Master on the side also looked grave as he looked at Qin Shi and said in a harmonious voice, You are Qin Shi, aren't you? You're new to this academy, and you don't know many things yet. This Huangshan courtyard has long been in disrepair and decline, and it has been many years since a new disciple has worshipped there. The cultivation resources within its courtyard have even been divided up by the other faculties, and there is very little left. You are endowed with great fortune and deserve a better platform for development. It is by no means something that this Huangshan yard can give. Yu Shi also snorted coldly and continued, Not bad. This year, if this Huangshan yard fails to recruit any more disciples, it will be banned. So Shinshou Yue secretly followed the order of creation out to see you in advance, and to try to swindle you into it. Looking at Shinshou Yu, Yu Shi couldn't help but look smug, fortunately arriving in time to expose it. Otherwise there's no way to change your identity when this blood drops in. Master Shen. Qin Shi was just about to say something when he was gently interrupted by Shinshou Yu. Alright. Shinshou Yu looked slightly forlorn and said softly, They're right. It's true that there's no one left in the Huangshan courtyard, and the resources have long been divided up by the other courtyards. And as for the identity of the head of this disciple's courtyard, now that you're the only one in this Huangshan courtyard, there really isn't much practical use for you. Shinsho paused slightly and continued. Of these 4 great courtyards, the Tiangui Academy was extremely strict in accepting disciples, requiring them to possess a unique talent for astrological maneuvers. In this way, then there is only Master Yu of the Earth Koan Academy and Master Yu of the Xianling Academy left, so you can use your own discretion to choose an academy and go with them. AI. Autumn Moon. Feather Mistress sighed. How many years have passed since that incident was ascertained long ago? It's time for you to let go. I know my disciple well. She would never rebel against the academy. There must be a conspiracy in this. Shinsho Yu looked firm and resolute. All these years, you have been tied up by this matter, and your cultivation has not progressed in the slightest, and the abolition of the Yellow House make you lose the power of tracing. And for your sake, Master Feather said in a serious tone. The corners of Shinsho Yu's mouth rose in a bitter smile, tilting her head and fiercely pouring a large mouthful of wine. Even if I lose my position as dean, I will still investigate this matter thoroughly, and return my disciples' innocence and justice to the Huangshan Academy. A conversation that made the atmosphere in the arena condensed. Master Shen, Qinsher stepped forward and called out. The Earth Koan Academy is known for its physical cultivation and fighting methods, while the Xianling Academy focuses on artistry aptitudes. You can make your own choice according to your situation. Shinsho Yue patted Qinsher's shoulder, a trace of apology flashing in her eyes. Master Yu and Master Fei looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Shinsho Yue would hold on to the situation and use her power to pressure people, leaving Qinsher with no choice. It will be hard to do at that point. Master Shen, that's not what I asked. Qinsher shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising. What I'm asking is that is it true that if I drop my blood onto the stone tablet, it's considered that I've officially joined the Yellow Dress Academy? The words fell. Everyone on the field froze for a moment, and Master Yu became anxious on the spot. Alas, I say you don't know what you're talking about. Can't you see that the Huangshan Academy has long since run out of disciples? It's in a state of disrepair and lack of resources. Don't you dare get confused. Just saw it on the way here. Qinsher responded. Then why are you so adamant about choosing the Yellow House? Feather Mistress asked with a furrowed brow. Without Master Shen's appearance, I'm afraid I would have lost my life long ago, Qinsher said in a deep voice. Master Shen has saved my life, and as such, it is impossible for me to sit back and do nothing. Having said that, Qinsher turned to Shinsher and said, Shinsher, if you believe in me, I'll be the one to carry the banner of this Huangshan courtyard from now on. Without any hesitation, Qinsher's bloodstained fingertip touched the stone tablet directly, and in an instant, light shone in all directions. It illuminated the entire compound. Immediately afterward, a line appeared on the stone tablet. Disciple of the Yellow Dress Academy. Qinsher. Stupidity. You children are really too confused. Even if you are sentimental and, nor should you be so willful and capricious. Yushur was furious and stomped his feet. While I appreciate your sentiments, I have to say that this hasty decision of yours too, you will be sorry later. Feather Master also shook his head and sighed, his eyes filled with regret. The disciple will never regret it. Qinsher looked determined. In fact, choosing to join the Yellow House, in addition to returning the favor, more importantly, one's secret would not be easily discovered, and it would be more convenient for one to get the inheritance of that second cluster of flames. You boy. Shinsher looked at Qinsher with complicated eyes. After a few moments, slowly turned around. The sunlight sprinkled. There are a little tears reflected out. Chapter 46 Going for it, grabbing it, and enjoying the resources of a hospital. Soon, Shinsho Yue took out a brand new set of academy clothing from her nascent ring, as well as the jade tablet that symbolized the identity of the head of the freshman courtyard of the Huangshan Academy. It was handed to Qinsher while signaling him to drop blood to recognize his master. Qinsher took the jade tablet and dripped his fingertip blood onto it. In a flash, a torrent of information exploded in his mind. That details the basic information, do's and don'ts, and daily behavioral rules of the Academy of Creation. There was even a rough map of the Academy branded down, with criteria for the division and function of each area. If you feel remorseful in the future, just let me know, and I will personally disband the Huangshan courtyard. Shinsho Yue looked at Qinsher with a hint of complexity in her gaze and said softly, in that case, you will then be able to move to another compound without hindrance. Don't worry, Master Shen, Qinsher said in a firm tone, since I have joined the Huangshan yard, it will then not be regretted, much less allowed to dissolve. Hear this. The corners of Shinsho Yue's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a pleased smile. Good, not bad for someone I've had my eye on. Although the resources of the Huangshan courtyard are scarce at this moment, This is not a desperate situation, because you can go and fight for it. Go rob and take back everything we have in the Yellow House. If it were any other faculty, even if you were to overwhelm the crowd, a sizable portion of the resources must also be distributed to the other disciples. But the Yellow House is different. You alone. Everything that comes from the future scramble is yours. You have exclusive access to the resources of a courtyard. Shin Xiaoyu said with a burning gaze. Qin Shi's eyes lit up at the words. This was something he hadn't thought of before. In addition, 10 days from now, there will be the Academy's enrollment conference, and you may attend on behalf of the Huangshan Academy. Speaking of this, Shin Xiaoyu winked at Qin Shi. This is a beautiful job. If it were any other faculty, but it's going to be a head-scratcher. Qin Shi looked calm and didn't care too much about the enrollment. He wasn't very interested in enrolling himself. Master Shen, Qin Shi suddenly spoke. I intend to join the Sacred Academy in the future. I wonder if there could be any channels. According to the information of the second cluster of flames, its inheritance was within the sacred courtyard, but the information within the jade tablet just now, there is nothing about the holy house. The sacred courtyard is where the foundation of the Academy of Creation lies, and it is personally led by the president of the Academy of Creation. Few outside the world know about the holy house. Speaking of this, Shin Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Shi suspiciously. It's not surprising that a child of an ordinary great family would know something about it, but why do you know something about it? Qin Shi just slightly bowed his head and did not respond. Shin Xiaoyu did not pursue the question, but continued. It's not difficult to get into the Holy Academy. When you spent 3 years in the yellow dress courtyard, I'll recommend you to enter the sacred courtyard. 3 years? Qin Shi frowned slightly. Being burdened with the karma of the great desolate divine palace, he needed to step into the divine spirit realm within 3 years. Without the inheritance of creation, this would simply be impossible. 3 years is already the minimum threshold set by the Academy. Shin Xiaoyu explained. Without my recommendation, you'll have to stay up for at least 5 years, and you'll need to be unrivaled in the same academy to do so. Is there no other way? Qin Shi was in a difficult position. I didn't realize that there was a time limit to enter the Holy Academy, and now what I lacked the most was time. The alternatives, well, they're not impossible. After Shin Xiaoyu pondered briefly, she slowly said, as long as you can accumulate enough million contribution values, then you can go and challenge that ancient road of trials, climb the heavenly ladder, and break into the sacred courtyard. In other words, pay the enrollment fee and, then, fight your way into the sacred academy. However, in the last 10 years or so, there have been many who have ascended the heavenly stairs, but those who have entered the holy academy, there is only by Ling Huang alone. Speaking here, the corner of Shin Xiaoyu's mouth hooked out an arc. At that time, the Huangshan courtyard, with just by Ling Huang alone, had suppressed the other 3 courtyards from lifting their heads. Let the name of the Huangshan Yuan be as strong as ever in the academy. Those were great years. It was only later that it was rumored that Bai Ling Xue had rebelled against the academy. And thinking about this, a flash of grief flashed under Shin Xiaoyu's eyes. 1 million contribution degrees? Only just the entry fee? Qin Shi's eyes widened. In the jade plate information, Qin Shi learned that contributors were very important within the academy. It can be obtained by completing academy quests, hunting demonic beasts, and turning in resources. Once you get the contribution value, you can exchange resources such as pills, arts, and cultivation grounds. Simply put, even if you enter the Academy of Creation but don't have the contribution value, it is also the same as not being able to get the cultivation resources, and even face the fate of being expelled from the academy. This is the difference between a clan and an academy. An academy is more of a platform for cultivation. Then you are required to exchange resources through your efforts. You, being new to the academy, don't be too overambitious, Shin Xiaoyu said patiently. Let me find you a cultivation site first and help you improve your strength. Speaking of this, Shin Xiaoyu took out a sound transmission stone to open contact with Master Yu and Master Yu. A few moments later, Shin Xiaoyu's face became extremely ugly. 2 bastards, clearly hijacking the Huangshan Courtyard Spirit Valley. Now they're asked to give up a spot. And this won't even do it. There were 4 major spirit valleys in the Academy of Creation, which were cultivation treasures and belonged to each of the 4 academies. But since the fall of the Yellow House, it's Yellow Spirit Valley. It was then occupied by the disciples of the Earth Koan Academy and the Xianling Academy. I'm going to get them, Shin Xiaoyu said angrily. Master Shen, forget it. Qin Shi shook his head. Even if you go, they won't give it. Qin Shi, you don't understand. Shin Xiaoyu sighed. The optimal resource you can get at the initial stage is the cultivation site. This is extremely important. If you give up, you will fall a long way behind others. This must not be backed down. Who said I was going to back down? Qin Shi looked up slightly and said with a smile, I mean that. Let the disciples settle the grudges among themselves. You'll solve it? Shinshoyue gently shook her head. It's overrun by numerous older students. With your current foundation, it's absolutely impossible to recapture it. What's more, there are serious consequences for fighting and provoking in private at the academy. Don't worry, Master Shen. Shinshu looked calm. I have my measure. That's just it. Since you insist, let's give it a try. Shinshoyue waved her hand and, if you meet a problem you can't solve, come back to me in time. Aha! Looking at Shinshu's departing back, Shinshoyue couldn't help but shake her head. Still too young and exuberant. A spiritual valley can accommodate hundreds of cultivation positions. In other words, facing hundreds of disciples from his courtyard at the same time, there was no possibility of snatching them back. However, it's good to suffer. It can sharpen your heart. Even if you make some mistakes, I'll keep you safe too. Shinshoyu whispered softly to herself, a hint of care in her eyes. Chapter 47, Not Giving? Then I'll come and get it myself. According to the map that was topographed in his mind, Shinshu and the green sky rockbird sped along the way. It didn't take long to arrive outside the Academy's Spirit Valley, not yet really close to the Valley of the Spirit. The surging and overflowing spiritual chi then pounced on his face like a raging wave, instantly causing Shinshu to show a surprised expression on his face. Raising his eyes to the distance, he saw 4 spirit valleys, each in 4 directions. As far as the eye can see, there is a lush and luxuriant scene, with spirit trees spreading over the mountains, densely rooted within the valley. The spirit tree was as if it was alive, gently trembling, and then a steady stream of turbid chi from the outside world was absorbed, followed by spewing out pure aura. Could this be the legendary spirit source tree that can gulp spiritual chi? Shinshu couldn't help but exclaim, if we were in the outside world, just one tree would be enough to start a sect. I didn't realize there were so many here. This could not help but make Shinshu once again marvel at the depths of the Creation Academy. In the Spirit Valley, the cultivation platforms were staggered and there were hundreds of them. The closer one got to the center of the Spirit Valley, the aura became as dense as a materialized spirit mist, curling up and rising. Numerous disciples sat on their knees, immersed in cultivation. With an excited face, the green sky rockbird pulled out a humongous headgear from somewhere and handed it to Shinshu. Big brother, I've just looked around, and this is the best place for a sneak attack. Let's take down one of them, then we'll go in undercover. Seize the cultivation platform. Looking at the humongous hood, Shinshu laughed. Where did you get this? He. The green sky rockbird scratched its head. My casual cultivator friend from the Misty Mountains. Friendly sponsorship. Put it away. Shinshu collected his laughter and said in a serious tone, leaving aside whether or not you can put down an academy disciple without a sound. Even if you blend it in, how long would you be able to keep it up? What I want is a long-lasting cultivation path. Not this overnight. Shinshu said blandly. What's more, breaking the rules of the academy like this will also bring trouble to Master Shen. Then what? The Qin Tianping bird wilted at the sound of it. Cultivation is not fighting and killing. It also requires human feelings. Shinshu said seriously and earnestly. Since they don't want to return the Huangshan Spirit Valley, let them be. What? The green sky rockbird stared at Shinshu with wide eyes and a suspicious face. And just now, these words, it doesn't believe a word of it. Other people are not clear, but it knows that Shinshu is very dark, and is afraid that it is not holding something bad. Go, Shinshu said with a deep look ahead. Not long after the man and the bird left, several voices rang out in the valley. Senior brother Chen Feng, these two surprisingly don't come in. How boring. That's just it. I was thinking of getting into an argument later and teasing them a bit. Hey, I thought that the newest disciple of the Huangshan courtyard would be something, but I didn't expect it to be a goon. Several voices exchanged words with each other, and then they burst into laughter, their words filled with mockery and contempt. Forget it. Chen Feng, who was sitting in the center, opened his eyes wide and said in a disdainful tone, waste disciples inside a waste academy. Let them be. Just now, they received a message from Master Yu to keep an eye on the disciples of the Huangshan courtyard. Might go for the Spirit Valley location, but now it seems that a softie is not enough to be feared. After leaving, Shinshu lifted his feet and leapt into midair, and after some surveying, then he locked his eyes on the center of the 4 valleys. This is it, Shinshu whispered, then turned into a rainbow light and descended to the center. In front of us was a lush forest, perhaps due to the aura that bathed it year-round. The trees grew extremely tall, with cascading branches and leaves that were dense. Walking into the depths of the dense forest, Shinshu's fingers transformed into swords, and in an instant, a Tao of sword chi erupted out. Immediately afterward, only a loud boom 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 could be heard. The originally tall and upright trees fell down under the ravages of the sword chi, which was then stirred up and turned into dust that drifted in the air. It didn't take long for a wide open space to be cleared out. Go! Xianxue let out a low shout, and his sword chi scattered in all directions. It then left a scratch of varying depths on the ground with extreme regularity. This is formation pattern? The green sky rock bird's eyes lit up. That's right. Xianxue nodded slightly. This is the spirit gathering formation, and once it's successfully set up, it can then absorb and plunder the surrounding aura. Having said that, the corners of Xianxue's mouth rose slightly, outlining an arc, since they're unwilling to give. I'll just take it myself then. The green sky rock bird listened with a look of determination, plundering the aura of the 4 valleys at once. Even the Tiangue courtyard, which had no disputes with the Huangshan courtyard, was included in the looting. Well, is that what you taught me? The human condition? However, then the green sky rock bird was worried again. Big brother, I see that the spirit valley is surrounded by spell formations. To prevent the aura from being exposed, is this spirit gathering formation of yours really feasible? It should work. Xianxue mused. I got this from a friend of mine. She comes from an extraordinary background, and the product of her family. I'm sure it won't be mortal. Speaking of which, Xianxue's mind conjured up Zhang Kindness's spirited and playful appearance. Not to mention, Xianxue paused and added that, I've expanded this spirit gathering formation by more than 10 times, so I don't think there's any problem. Hey, that's good, the green sky rockbird said with an expectant face. In the middle of the conversation, the fine and complicated huge array pattern was carved. With a wave of Qinshi's hand, tens of thousands of spirit stones floated out, and then, in order, arranged them in order in the appropriate positions. As the last spirit stone fell steadily, boom, the huge spirit gathering formation slowly activated. For a time, the light flashed dazzlingly. In the next instant, there was a steep and violent gulping in the sky above, the originally bulging and raging aura in the 4 valleys, which was sealed by the spell formation. At the moment it was as if it was being pulled by an irresistible and powerful suction force. Surprisingly, it broke through the heavy seals within the valley, turning into a raging storm of aura that, it was like a dike bursting into a flood coming madly towards this place. For a time, the aura poured out over the 4 valleys. A spectacular sight. What's going on? Can it be that something has gone wrong with the Spirit Valley spell formation? Inside the Spirit Valley, a disciple shouted. Impossible. Even if something goes wrong, at most the aura will spill out, but it won't be sucked away. The disciple next to him retorted. Don't panic, gentlemen. Follow me out and take a look. Chen Feng, who was the centerpiece, said loudly. In an instant, hundreds of figures swiftly swept out as if they were ghosts. As soon as they left the valley, they realized that hundreds of figures had already stayed outside the valley, each looking up at the sky and, with a dumbfounded face, he watched as the aura flipped over, and then was wildly drained away. Meng Yu, Wang Yuan. Chen Feng swept his gaze and saw 2 familiar figures that, shouting loudly, have there been changes in your Tiangue Spirit Valley and Xianfeng Spirit Valley as well? Not bad. Just now, the 4 valleys changed at the same time for some unknown reason. Wang Yuan said with a tight frown. Meng Yu was dressed in a long black robe, wrapping his head in it as well. Only a delicate white face was revealed, only to see her stretch out her long, slender fingers and pinch them slightly, and a few moments later, the beautiful eyes gazed at the center of the aura's convergence. The aura is in the center of the 4 valleys. Let's go check it out. Meng Yu's voice was cold and pleasant. The group of disciples marched towards the center of the area with great vigor. Just now, I noticed that freshman from the Huangsang Academy went in this direction. Do you guys think he could have made it? A disciple thought of something and spoke out. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly when he heard this and said with disdain, just him? A cowardly, wimpy loser. Do you think he could have done it? Fair enough. The disciple nodded in response. Chapter 48. He, a freshman, slapped the faces of the disciples of the 3 houses. At the center of the moment, at first only wisps of air intertwined with each other, and gradually the more the aura gathered, the more it condensed into a cloud in mid-air, and immediately afterward, it began to turn into a spiritual rain pattering down. Each drop of this spiritual rain contains a majestic aura, and when the raindrops fall on the body, Xianxue could clearly feel the aura drilling down his pores, and the cells in his body began to rejoice and divide. The great Tao creation technique roared through his body, and in an instant, a huge vortex was formed around Qinshi's body, and the aura was swallowed into his body like a tidal wave, and then converted into energy to nourish his limbs and bones. Transform yourself. Great Tao creation skill is worthy of being one of the human race's imperial scriptures. Qinshi's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Even in the face of this level of richness, it can still be swallowed down, and it doesn't seem to be the limit. If you can bathe under the spiritual rain for a long time, then 1 day of cultivation is enough to offset the outside world's 10 days of hard cultivation. More than 10 times the speed of cultivation is truly heaven-defying. The Four Valleys cultivators were hundreds of people, pressing into the center like a dark cloud. The spiritual chi of this place is like boiling water, crazy churning, spiritual rain like waterfall, pouring down, wet the clothes of the crowd. Goodness, this is actually aura turning into rain. I've only seen it in books. The disciples of the Xianling Academy uttered out in shock, seizing the aura of the Four Valleys and condensing it into rain. Such tactics. Is it possible that he is a disciple of the Holy Academy? A disciple mused and guessed. Although the disciples of the Holy Academy did not come out easily, the means in front of him were so appalling that he had to make the connection. Look, it's the green rock. At that moment, a disciple of the Earth Koan Academy inadvertently glanced up the tree. Only a green rock bird was seen sitting on a tree branch with its legs crossed, scanning the crowd with teasing eyes. It's him! It's that freshman disciple from the Huangshan courtyard. A purple-clothed teenager said in a loud voice that this should be his spirit pet. I swept far inside the valley earlier and saw him with this rock. When the crowd heard this, they all froze and their faces were dismayed. A freshman, taking the Four Valleys of Aura? Are you sure you're not kidding? It's really him. The muscles on Chen Feng's face twitched viciously for a few moments. I originally thought he was a timid and cowardly goon. Who would have thought that he could use such tactics? Chen Feng's face was somber as he continued. The concentration of aura in this blessed land. I'm afraid it can catch up with the small cave heaven. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes were on fire. In this academy's place of cultivation, the Spirit Valley cultivation place, though precious, but it had to settle for second place. Then the first in the ranking is the small cave heaven. But those who can occupy the small cave heaven for cultivation, none of them are geniuses and demons in the academy. Though they are the elite of the older students, they only think about it on weekdays. He didn't dare to have extravagant hopes for the small cave heaven. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold hum came out leisurely from the forest. Gentlemen, you have forcibly occupied my Huangshang Spirit Valley, forcing my two brothers to only cultivate outside the valley. But my brothers and I have already backed down to here, and you still won't let go? Now it's even more so that they've come with such a large number of people. Are they trying to drive my Huangshan yard to extinction? Qin Shi's voice came out, filled with anger and questioning. When the crowd on the field heard this, their faces instantly darkened. Many people in their hearts straight cursed. This guy is really able to turn black and white. We cultivate well, and if it weren't for you robbing us of our aura, would we be idle? Running to you. Shameless. Meng Young red lips gently opened. To be honest, they, Tian Gue Yuan, were the most wronged today. The occupation of the Huangshan Spirit Valley didn't have the slightest bit to do with their Tiangui Academy, but now they are caught up in this unwarranted disaster for no reason. He set up a spirit gathering formation inside. That's why he swallowed the Four Valleys spiritual chi to this place. Meng Yu's beautiful eyes gazed into the forest and said softly, Spirit trapping formation? Wang Yuan asked with a frown. All four valleys are guarded by spirit trapping formations. He can do this with just a spirit gathering formation? Perhaps there are some other means. Meng Yu also looked puzzled. By all accounts, even a high-level spirit gathering formation shouldn't have such an effect. It's amazing. I really don't know how the hell this guy does it. Whatever means he has. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Destroy his spirit gathering formation first, cutting off the convergence of spiritual chi in this place. It's just a new student. Today I'll teach him what the rules of the academy are. After saying that, Chen Feng gave a wink to a disciple beside him. Whoosh! That disciple turned into a stump and rushed into the dense forest. However, a few moments later, only a miserable scream was heard. The figure that had rushed in then retreated in a sorry state. The shirt on his chest shattered to pieces. A hint of blood could still be seen seeping out. Chen Feng's face changed. What's going on? I only saw that disciple's face turn pale and his voice trembled. The forest is covered with sword chi. Intertwined. I can't rush in. Waste. Chen Feng angrily scolded. You are already in the late Nirvana realm. He's a freshman at most in the same realm as you. Just asking you to destroy the spirit gathering formation. He can't even do this well. That disciple also had an ugly face. Uttering half a dozen words, he used the sword chi overlap, already close to 100 channels. In terms of attack alone it could be considered invincible in the same realm, plus hiding in the shadows and occupying the terrain. At these words, the crowd was silent. Nearly 100 sword chi superimposed? Good lord. It's true that none of those who can enter this academy are good to be messed with. The Huangshang courtyard, have already retreated to the outside of the valley to cultivate with difficulty. And yet you all want to destroy my formations. Older students bullying freshmen. Aren't you really afraid that I'll file a lawsuit to the law enforcement team? Qin Shi's voice sounded again. Hearing about the law enforcement team, the crowd's faces changed. Private fights were forbidden within the academy. Violators would be heavily punished. In fact, just now, It would have been fine if the spirit gathering formation could be destroyed with a flip of the hand, but this guy inside, he's obviously not weak. If he wants to destroy the spirit gathering formation, a fierce conflict could not be avoided, and then once it became a big deal, it would not end well on their side. What's more, Master Shin of the Huangshan courtyard was also known to be protective of his calves. Ha! Wang Yuan smiled to himself. Hundreds of elite disciples from the 3 courtyards. Today, I was instead hit in the face by a freshman, and it's really humiliating. These words were like a sharp thorn in the side, causing shame on the faces of the crowd. Let me do it. Meng Yuyao walked out slowly with a light lotus step. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. How could he forget for this great god? The Tiangui Academy is mysterious and unpredictable, and Meng Yu is the best of the best, and with her means, it is not too difficult to think of a solution to this problem. Senior sister Meng, please. Wang Yuan bowed slightly and said. Meng Yu lightly nodded her head, and her jade-like fingers pinched out the magic spells, and her vermilion lips lightly opened. A string of obscure incantations slowly spilled out. In an instant, the brilliant pillar of light that seemed to connect the heavens tilted down and crashed into the sky above his head. This is Star Dome Spirit Locking Art? This is one of the most difficult arts to cultivate in my Tiangui Academy. A female disciple of the Tiangui courtyard was surprised. I didn't realize that senior sister Meng Yu had already cultivated the Star Dome Locking Spirit, one of the Tiangui divine arts. The disciples were attracted by the scene, their eyes filled with curiosity. As the pillar of light fell, the spirit clouds and spirit chi condensing in the sky instantly stagnated. The raindrops seemed to be held by invisible hands, and the spirit mist no longer fluttered. It's done. Seeing this, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly. A tiny freshman disciple. And you presume to fight against the divine art of the Tengui Academy? The many disciples also put their hearts down when they saw this. No matter what, they, the older students, had saved their faces. Facing this kind of result, Meng Yu did not feel the slightest surprise. The next step is to seal off this place. Just let the aura return to normal. After saying that, Meng Yu once again pinched the spell. But at that moment, a buzzing sound rang out, and the fixed aura was actually like a beast breaking free from its cage. It was plundered with even more fury, pouring madly into the forest. Spirit rain became silk, raining down like a stream, instantly flooding the area. Meng Yu was frozen in place, her delicate little face filled with incredulity. The divine art of the Tiangui Academy, the Star Vault Locking Spirit, was actually broken. How did this guy do it? Chapter 49, Fighting and smashing hundreds of old students' jobs. Within the dense forest, there was only a huge spirit gathering formation next to the originally empty ground. I don't know when, but there were more than a dozen small spirit gathering arrays. These small spirit gathering arrays were connected to each other, and together they frantically swallowed the spirit clouds in midair. Qin Shi was secretly relieved. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. If one spirit gathering formation can't solve the Tiangui divine art, then add 10 more. Beyond the dense forest, after a brief moment of dismay, Montjuic quickly came back to his senses and a clear voice rang out. Tiangui Academy disciples, follow me to set up the Tianxian Star Dipper formation. As soon as the words fell, the 35 disciples took a step forward in unison, their steps light and orderly. Stand in specific positions in different directions. Immediately afterward, their hands danced rapidly, strangling their magic spells, and a thread of spiritual energy imitated a silver snake, intertwining and twisting with each other in midair, gradually constructing a void formation out of it. Meng Yu's eyes glazed over as he cast the Star Dome Spirit Locking technique once again, only to see that the originally manic and restless aura was instantly imprisoned by a powerful force that, once again, it froze in midair. Not only that, under the spell formation's support, the Star Dome Spirit Locking technique even had some power left in it. It began to slowly pull the aura back. Seeing this, Qin Shi's heart tightened and he quickly carved formation patterns on the edge of the spirit gathering formation, trying to enhance its suction. However, this time, the range and degree of absorption of this spirit gathering formation seemed to have reached some sort of upper limit. No matter how hard Qin Shi tried, the effect was minimal. Okay, I take back what I just said. Divine arts are divine arts, not to be underestimated. Qin Shi shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It's just that the aura was taken this time, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to snatch it back in the future. One's own heritage was too shallow, and to be able to do this to this extent was already considered doing one's best. Just as Qin Shi secretly regretted the situation, he suddenly had a change of heart and flipped his palm over and the mysterious bead from the Shin turtle floated into his hand. Try it, it might work. Qin Shi took a deep breath and gently pressed the beads on top of the spirit gathering formation. In an instant, A powerful suction force that resembled a storm erupted from the spirit gathering formation, directly forming a spiritual storm in the air. It forcefully took back the surrounding spiritual energy once again. The 36 Tiangui Academy disciples, including Mengyu, simultaneously stifled a grunt, their qi and blood within their bodies floating in the air. The Tianxian Star Dipper formation in the air also began to show a crack, and then collapsed and shattered. Dissipate into the air. Failed? Some disciples stared with wide eyes, hardly believing the scene in front of them. Failed. Mengyu's pretty face was filled with loss and unwillingness, biting her lower lip tightly. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Tiangui Academy, tried my best, but I can't fight. This statement was made. Undoubtedly, it sent waves of shock through the arena, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The expressions on their faces were as if they were frozen, and they were all dead silent. 36 Tiangui Academy elite disciples among them, senior sister Mengyu has even arrived at the soul spirit realm. They joined forces to set up a formation, utilizing divine arts, and with this magnificent combination of, surprisingly, it was broken by a freshman. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? This completely subverted their perceptions, and for a time, the entire room was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. I don't know how much time has passed. A bitter voice rang out. Senior brothers and sisters, what should we do now? What to do? Wang Yuan sighed and shook his head. If we can't beat them in a fight, what else can we do? So, call the elders. Having said that, Wang Yuan took out his voice transmission stone and hesitated for a long time before he started contacting the Feathermaster of the Xianling Academy. On the other side, Chen Feng also started contacting the Earth Koan Academy's U division with an ironic expression on his face. It was humiliating enough, but then again, you can't stop practicing. That guy in there. Not only did he trample on the faces of the veterans of the three houses, and together they smashed their rice bowls to pieces. A few moments later, the sound of angry scolding and chiding resounded within the two men's sound transmission stones almost simultaneously, especially since Master Yu was hot-tempered. He directly scolded Chen Feng to death. Finally, he dropped a sentence. I just refused Master Shen's request to claim the location of the Spirit Valley, so I don't have the face to go back to her now. So you're on your own. Chen Feng's face was unsightly to the extreme as he glanced resentfully at the dense forest and responded with a mere promise. It's Master Yu. I'll figure it out myself. Before Chen Feng could inquire, Wang Yuan said with a helpless face. Master Fei said that don't look for him again for a month on this matter. Can't afford to lose this one. 1 month? Doesn't that mean that we, the disciples of the three courtyards, are unable to cultivate in Spirit Valley for at least a month? Chen Feng frowned and said, in the path of cultivation, one slow step is a slow step. In a way, the academy encourages competition. For example, the Yellow House can't compete. Then we'll have to give up Spirit Valley and think of something else. Hundreds of old students in the four valleys were slapped hard by the new students. Even if it led to stagnation in cultivation, they don't come out easily either. The two of them glanced at each other before simultaneously landing their gazes on Mengyu. Senior sister Meng, now there's only way for the Star Master to intervene. Otherwise, the cultivation of the three courtyards will be stagnant for a month, and that's a truly unacceptable consequence. Mengyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Still, they were the most unjustly implicated for no reason at all in the Tengue Academy. There was nothing else to do. Despite the dissatisfaction in his mind, Mengyu took out a voice transmission stone and told the Star Master roughly the situation of this place. Oh, even your Star Dome spirit locking technique is ineffective? It seems like he was really underestimated. A slightly aged voice rang out. But well, the conversation turned, and the Star Master's voice came out again. This is a contest between houses. There's no need to talk about those rules in the ring. Directly greet the disciples, set up the Tianxian Star Dipper formation, and then a burst of determination. Mengyu, you, although your talent is good, you're still a bit short in terms of adaptability. Star Master's laughing voice rang out. Star Master. Mengyu scanned the circle and realized that all the people were looking at the ground with red faces. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. A flash of embarrassment also appeared on her pretty face. Star Master, what I meant just now was that what that guy defeated was a star vault locking spirit that was augmented with the Tianxian Star Dipper formation. Clunk. Within the sound transmission stone, the sound of what appeared to be a teacup being knocked over came. Star Master also did not respond for a long time. Seems to be directly dried silence. After a while, I have guests over here. Later, the Star Master passed on a message and then broke the connection. In a stargazing building built on top of a green mountain. Star Master, I pulled my face down to beg you today. Shin Xiu Yu said sincerely. Give that disciple of mine a location in the Tiangui Spirit Valley, even if it's a location at the mouth of the valley. Had ha. Star Master laughed. Don't be in a hurry. Have some tea first. I really can't help it. Those two yes, Master Yu and Master Fei, are simply trying to see me laugh, dead set on a location. A hint of anger came out of Shinshou Yu's eyes. Looking at Shinshou Yu's expression, the Star Master sighed. A position is nothing. But this shouldn't come out of my Tiangue Academy for reasons of reason. If I get out of this position today, what do you think it's going to make those kids in the yard think? They didn't take possession of your Huangshang Spirit Valley. If they gave it, wouldn't they say to the outside world that, you Huangshang Courtyard can't get back your own Spirit Valley, but instead you're bullying me? Tiangue Courtyard? The astrologer said with difficulty. Shinshou Yu knew this reasoning, but it was not possible for Master Yu and Master Yu to press on. It only said that if Qinshi really wanted the location of the Spirit Valley, then he should go and get it himself. What's the point of looking for you, if he can get it back himself? Our two houses will never say anything more. Two assholes. Qinshi was just a freshman. How was he going to fight against hundreds of veteran students? Getting him to recapture it himself was simply out of the question. Looking at the Star Master, who was not slow to drink tea, Shinshou Yu sighed helplessly and turned around to prepare to leave. But just at that moment, the Star Master's voice transmission stone went off with a buzz. Chapter 50 Shock from Shinshou Yu. Inside the Stargazer building, it was quiet and soundless. The only thing that could be heard was the tea slowly boiling in the tea kettle. It makes a soft gurgle sound. Shinshou Yu sat at the table. Her originally dull eyes had long been replaced by intense shock at this moment. The reddish lips opened slightly, and the expression on his face looked like it was fixed. Star Master is not much better. The usual calm and collected has disappeared. Hanging his head into the middle of contemplation, Shinshou Yu's hand that was serving the tea had begun to tremble, and her eyes fluttered. A few moments later, the teacup was gently put down. Her brows knitted lightly, and she softly snapped, "This Qinshi, what an uncaring child. Taking away the spirit valleys of the Decoin Academy and the Xianfeng Academy is just a matter of course. Why did he mess with the Tiangue Spirit Valley for no reason at all? When he returns, I will make sure he comes to make amends to you. Star Master, come on." Star Master raised his eyes and glanced at Shinshou Yu with a slightly helpless look. Raising her hand, she interrupted. "There's no one else here, so don't put on an act in front of me. Just look at you and..." The corners of his mouth were pressing. Shinshou Yu sniffed and no longer feigned, spreading her face and smiling lightly. "Star Master, how the hell do you think that kid did that? Humph, your disciple. You come to ask me instead?" The Star Master feigned anger and glared at Shinshou Yu. Was also puzzled. 36 Tiangue Academy elites joined forces to set up a formation, coupled with the Tiangue Academy's divine art. Surprisingly, it was broken by one person. Where on earth did this kid come out as a freak? Shinshou Yu nodded slightly and pursed her lips to keep quiet. Just that frown. All smiles. For how many years? The Yellow House has been suppressed, targeted, and she had always held a breath in her heart. And now that she saw the other three houses suffer, her heart was unbridled. When the mind was open, the matter in the body shook with it, and the realm barriers that had long been dusty and solidified, it was actually vaguely loose. Seeing this, the Star Master stroked his beard under his jaw and, secretly, he nodded. Perhaps Qinshi is the opportunity for this silly girl to unravel her heart. Fighting is encouraged between the colleges until the bottom line is reached, even if it's an unfair fight. The Star Master spoke, but Qinshi seized the aura of the four valleys in one breath. This has clearly hit the bottom line. Shinshou Yu lightly sipped a mouthful of fragrant tea and did not say anything. The reasoning was known to her, and now was the time for both sides to negotiate and exchange bargaining chips. The four spirit valleys aura is temporarily returned to Qinshi for use, but there must be a deadline after all. The Star Master pondered and said, "When the time comes, return the aura and reserve the center of the Huangshang Spirit Valley for Qinshi." Shinshou Yu did not answer, but asked, "I heard that the one on the recent heavenly ranking, already recruited by the Holy Academy?" The Star Master raised his eyebrows, and with a few moments of surprise in his gaze, "You're hitting on the idea of a small cave? This is the only disciple in my Huangshang courtyard. What's wrong with occupying a small cave?" Shinshou Yu said in a firm tone. But, the Star Master looked hesitant. With his current strength, "Can you keep it?" Shinshou Yu said with a calm demeanor. "I've thought it over. I'll manage to pave my own way, and as for whether or not I can hold it, it's up to Qinshi's own destiny. In that case, I will communicate with the other two houses, and I think that they should agree to. After all, the matter of truncating the aura has too great an impact." Star Master nodded slightly. In the middle of a dense forest, Qinshi, who was swallowing aura to cultivate, suddenly received a transmission from Shinshou Yu. "Qinshi, 3 things. First, remove the spirit formation and return the aura within the 4 valleys. Tomorrow, we'll arrange for you to enter the small cave heaven for cultivation. Shin Shoyue's voice came. Master Shen, Qinshi said with some reluctance, the 4 valleys of aura, condensed into rain. That little cave you mentioned, is it comparable in terms of concentration? It's not a matter of comparing and not comparing. Now they are the ones who are in the wrong, so they don't make a move. But as time goes by, there will be mentors who will step in and, at that time, you won't be able to preserve the 4 valleys aura at all. Why don't we change it to a small cave sky? Although the aura inside the cave sky can't be turned into rain, it's better because it's of high quality. You'll know when you go. The effect is by no means weaker than the 4 valleys Reiki. Shin Shoyu's voice came out without any good breath. Good man, a small cave. How many disciples begged for it? This kid even picked it. Got it, Master Shin. Qinshi nodded. Second thing, I've received word that Ning Fei will be participating in this enrollment trial. There is no shortage of resources for such a big family, and the reason why he came is for a purpose that I don't have to say, but you should understand it as well. Shin Shoyu said. Understood. Qinshi looked at the beads in his hand and responded. In fact, it was a good thing that Ning Fei was coming. At the very least, the Ning family had played their cards on the table. That's better than playing dirty tricks behind the scenes in dogfighting. Since they have made a point, I will just take it. It's still the same thing. I don't fear anyone in the same realm. After waiting for half a day with no subsequent response, Qinshi couldn't help but transmit his voice and asked, Master Shen, isn't there a third thing? This third thing. There was a quick response from the summoning stone. I'm realizing that I'm liking you boys more and more. Immediately after that, there was a string of giggles like silver bells coming out. Qinshi suddenly made a big red face. Fortunately there is no one next to him. Otherwise this shall not die of embarrassment. Snuffing out the voice transmission stone, Qinshi took a deep breath, raised his hand, and waved it. The formation pattern on the ground was instantly chopped to pieces by the overpowering sword chi. In an instant, the spirit clouds in midair seemed to be dispersed by a large, invisible hand. Slowly dissipating into nothingness. The spiritual rain that was originally connected into a line, like a pearl curtain, also stopped. The aura of the 4 valleys was no longer overflowing, and at most, by tomorrow, everything would be back to the way it was. Qinshi steadily walked out of the dense forest, only to see hundreds of disciples from the 3 courtyards quietly standing in place. One stared at himself with a scowl. Freshman of the Huangshan Academy. What exactly is your name? Wang Yuan was filled with helplessness as he stepped forward and asked out loud. Before Qinshi could say anything, the green sky rockbird couldn't wait to swoop down from the tree. Condescendingly, he shouted, Listen up, all of you. My big brother who walks without changing his name and sits without changing his name is none other than Qinshi. As for this great master, you minions can honor me by calling me Master Pang. However, before the rock could finish his words, he was impatiently interrupted by Wang Yuan. That's enough. Who you are is irrelevant. The words are gone. Wang Yuan gently shook his head and took a step forward again, leaning his body slightly forward and, with a slightly complicated expression, he said, Wang Yuan of the Xianling Academy, along with the disciples of the academy, meet senior brother Qin. Mengyu's clear and pleasant voice also rang out. Mengyu of the Tiangui Academy, with the disciples of the academy, meet senior brother Qin. Finally, it was Chen Feng's turn, only to see that his face wore an ugly expression like he had eaten a fly. Gritting his teeth, he said hatefully, Earthkoan Academy Chen Feng with his disciples from the academy, meet senior brother Qin. In a circle around them, hundreds of disciples saluted in unison, chanting, Greetings, senior brother Qin. When Qinshi saw this, his brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. There's an unwritten rule in the Academy of Creation, that those who lose in a fight, when you see the other person you need to initiate a salute until the next time you get back. Seeing Qinshi's confusion, Mengyu softly explained, so don't get too cocky, you kid. We'll see. Chen Feng's face was grim, and after giving his harsh words, he turned around and left with the crowd. After walking for a while, Chen Feng said with a face full of reluctance, Brother Wang Yuan, I really can't swallow this breath, but it's a pity that we're not in the same college, and this is going to get us back next time. I don't know when I'll have to wait. Brother Chen, don't be hasty, Wang Yuan said softly, as a faint smile spread across the corners of his mouth. It's not hard to find a way to make a scene, and right now there's a perfect opportunity. Oh, I still hope that Brother Wang Yuan will not be stingy with his advice. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He's the only freshman in Huangshan Academy today, so in the next enrollment tournament, the Huangshan courtyard will inevitably only be able to send him out to fight as a representative. And at that time, Wang Yuan had not yet finished his words. Chen Feng then brightened up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. An admissions tournament? That's a good one. Chapter 51, Famous Shocking Creation Academy. Numerous older students left one after another. Qinsher slapped the green sky rockbird's body and glared. You ram. How can you be stupid and sign yourself up? You think they're friendly? Oops. It dawned on the green sky rockbird. Forgot that I should have known to report that bastard Ningfei's name. Qinsher helplessly shook his head. That's just it. When you offend someone next time, remember to report his name. It's being exchanged. On the side, Mangyu's lotus steps moved gently as she slowly approached. I didn't expect that Qinsher was you. After saying that, without waiting for Qinsher to have any doubts, he took the initiative to say, about a month ago, I was observing the stars at the Stargazer. By chance, saw a sect called the Ling Tian sect, whose destiny star actually reversed in an instant, going from doomed splendor to destruction. So I reported it to the Star Master, and then it was discovered that the reason for everything was because you were expelled from the clan. And so, the Academy then sent you the Order of Creation. Mangyu's voice is soft, slowly recounting the past. This great wilderness is vast and infinite, and the number of sects is as numerous as the stars. The fact that he himself could happen to observe the change in the Ling Tian sect's natal star was considered some kind of fate between the two. So that's how it is. I had been wondering why the Creation Academy would send me this creation order before. Qinsher lamented. In that case, it's rather due to senior sister Meng. Mangyu's vermilion lips lightly opened. Just now I learned after communicating with the Star Master that the condition given by the Academy for this release of the Four Valleys Aura is to grant you a small cave sky. Qinsher nodded and responded. That's right. Although the small cave heaven is good, I still want to remind senior brother Qin. Mengyu said after a moment of hesitation. If you can, it's best to give up the small cave heaven and change your request to something else. Qinsher raised his sword brows lightly and said suspiciously. Oh, why is that? But for the entire academy, there are only 8 small cave heavens, Mengyu explained. Ever since the one at the top of the heavenly ranking was recruited into the sacred courtyard, the small cavernous sky it resides in has been left empty. According to reason, the vacant small cave sky will be inherited by Yin Feng, the 9th in the heavenly ranking, but senior brother Qin killed him halfway and intercepted the small cave. In doing so, you've made yourself a big enemy out of thin air. 9th on the heavenly ranking? Qinsher clasped his hands over his chest. It's indeed a bit tricky, but does Sister Meng think that I will retreat and avoid this hot wind because I am afraid of it? This heavenly ranking is a ranking list used within the academy to measure the strength of the disciples. There are only 10 of them. In addition to the sacred academy, only the 10 strongest disciples in the entire academy can be honored on this list. Each is a genius among geniuses. Not since. Mengyu shook his head, his hair fluttering in the wind. It would be fine if it was only the heavenly ranking. The problem is that the one who is teaching the newborn's technique this time is none other than Yin Feng. I'm only afraid that when the time comes, Yin Feng will trip up because of this. At that time, you'll be late in comprehending the technique. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress of cultivation. Upon admission to the academy, new students will be granted academy feats that. It was about the subsequent cultivation of the academy's arts and battle techniques. So it is. Qinsher nodded. The Dao should not be passed on lightly, especially the top-level techniques, and there are generally 2 ways to pass it on. The first one is like Zhang Tian Dao, directly pass on their own perception of the Gong method to the disciple without reservation. This is also known as the mantle inheritance. Closed-door disciple can only have the treatment, although Zhang Tian Dao had previously victimized himself in that way. However, deep down Qinsher was still willing to recognize him as his master. The root of this is that the weight of the inheritance of this mantle is so heavy that once it is determined that it is a lifelong master-disciple relationship. The second form of transmission, through the medium of a specific, passing on the Gongfu Dao meaning that he had sensed. Compared to the first, the Taoist meaning taught is only 1 or 2 of one's own comprehensions, but the advantage is that it can be taught to many disciples at one time and to a wider audience. If I'm really suppressed because of this, then I'll just sense the Gongfu on my own. Qinsher's eyes were firm. He was unwilling to give in, even if the other party was the 9th on the heavenly ranking and held the key link to the inheritance of the technique. Why don't you understand? Mengyu said helplessly. It's just a temporary retreat. When you cultivate for some more time and accumulate some reserves, there's no reason why you can't make it to the heavenly ranking and capture the small cave heaven. And this matter of sensing the technique on one's own. Do you know that the Academy's green sky creation technique is derived from the Eastern Wasteland's top imperial scripture, Great Tao creation technique? Mengyu's beautiful eyes stared tightly at Qinsher as she continued. I know you have a strong talent, but the Qingtian creation technique, which is stripped from the Emperor's scripture, is not as simple as you think. Without the guidance of others, your initiation will be difficult, and the path of cultivation, slowed down by one step. there would be a lot of resources taken away from others. Qinshi looked at Meng Yu with a strange expression and inquired. Senior Sister Meng just said that the Academy's Xingtian creation technique is derived from the imperial scripture, Great Tao creation technique? Exactly, Meng Yu said with a solemn expression. The first president of the Academy of Creation. But, speaking here, Meng Yu paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with a hint of complexity. The first dean was a core disciple of some imperial palace. It's just a pity that imperial palace was destroyed by a heavenly rift. Thus the dean did not obtain the complete, Great Tao creation technique. So, retreating to the second best, he created the Xingtian creation technique. But even so, it's still a technique that strips off the emperor's scriptures, so the difficulty of getting started can be imagined. Hearing this, Qinshi's expression grew more and more odd. So there's this kind of origin. The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose slightly. The matter of the small cave heaven. I've already made up my mind, so I'd like to thank Senior Sister Meng for her kind words. Having said that, Qinshi greeted the green sky rockbird and left. Meng Yu looked at Qinshi's departing back and sighed softly. He muttered, this heart is too high. Sooner or later, you will have to suffer some pain. Over the years, I've seen too many people who have gotten bent out of shape over their own talent. When you really come into contact with that Xingtian creation technique, you will understand that even if one's enlightenment is high, but in the face of this top-tier heavenly skill that is stripped of the emperor's scripture, without the guidance of a bystander, to get started in a short period of time would be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. With the departure of the crowd, the freshmen of the Huangshan courtyard were able to suppress the hundreds of veterans of the three courtyards with the power of one person. The matter of forcefully seizing the Four Valleys aura for his own use began to sweep through the entire academy like a storm. For the first time, the name of Qinshi also began to spread through the academy. Chapter 52, Fox Charming Face, beating the dog to the master's face. As the morning sun shone, Qinshi brought along the green sky rock and leisurely stepped onto the road leading to the small cave heaven. This small cave is hidden in a small green mountain of spiritual beauty. Rumor has it that a golden dragon of Qi lies dormant at the bottom of its mountain. Thus, the spiritual veins of heaven and earth converge here, dense with a party of the spirit of the land. The academy had opened 8 caves based on the direction of the spiritual veins. The cave that belonged to Qinshi was named Purple Cloud Cave Heaven. On the occasion of her departure, Xinqiu especially explained, this small cave is based on the position of the heavenly ranking and belonging to, and the next update of the heavenly ranking is only 3 months away. In other words, if one fails to be among the top 8 in the heavenly ranking within 3 months, it would have to give way to a small cave. Above this heavenly list, none of them are heaven's pride demons who have already stepped into the 5th realm of cultivation, the soul realm. Qinshi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Within 3 months of breaking into the heavenly ranking, it's not a normal pressure. It's happening right now. I only saw a woman in a light purple dress coming, with a graceful figure, born with a foxy face that, the eyes are just like autumn water with love. The fox-faced woman stood a few steps away from Qinshi. The corners of his eyebrows were high and proud. You're that freshman from the Huangshan courtyard? Qinshi stopped in his tracks, his expression bland. What is it? The fox-faced woman looked up and down, disdain floating at the corners of her mouth. It's only the Nirvana realm. After saying that, he took out a box with an elixir emitting a medicinal fragrance. She raised her chin and said, this is the spirit elemental pill. It can help you cultivate, and it is a gift from my lord to you. Take it and forget about the small cave and go to the academy for a reward. My lord will leave you alone for what happened before. The surrounding cadets were attracted by the commotion on this side of the room and gathered around for the talk was loud and clear. Quickly look, it's the freshman costume of the Huangshan Academy. He's the Qinshi who made a lot of noise yesterday. Hey, yesterday he was in the limelight, but today he bumped into the maid of Yin Feng, the 9th in the heavenly ranking. I'm afraid that this little cave sky won't be able to be saved, so I'll have to be obedient. As I see it, this Yin Feng has allowed his maid to come, without appearing himself, and it's clear that he wants to suppress Qinshi's temper in public and make him recognize his own identity. So what? Who dares to mess with this heavenly ranking figure so easily? It's to suppress you. What else can you, Qinshi, do but recognize your own bad luck? There was no lack of people in the crowd who had a clear mind and saw the doorway clearly. Listening to the discussion, Qinshi stepped forward and asked with a smile, you're not a disciple of the academy? Naturally not. The foxy woman responded, a hint of pride in her words. At the end of her words, the woman's breath vibrated and her mana seared out. She had actually reached the Nirvana realm as well. You and I are in the same realm. The disdain in the fox-faced woman's eyes intensified as she continued. Yet I am only my lord's maid. So do you know the difference between you and my lord? However, Qinshi was completely unconcerned about this. A maid of honor. Qinshi whispered. In the next instant, Qinshi's complexion was aghast, and his body's mana roared and bulged around him. Raising his hand, he slapped at the fox-faced woman's cheek. Although the realm is the same, due to the gap in the gong method, the cultivation of mana thickness is vastly different. The fox-faced woman only felt that the majestic pressure was like a vast ocean in front of her. Before he could react, he was slapped in the face with a pop sound and flew backwards. The left cheek was red and swollen at a rate visible to the naked eye. You, the fox-faced woman covered her face, her eyes filled with shock and anger. You dare to hit me? Do you know that I am Lord Yinfeng's maid? You also said that you're just a maid. Qinshi coldly grunted. So, where did you get the nerve to act out in front of me? If it were a disciple of the academy, he or she would still be able to scruple some of the academy rules, but a maid of honor that. Where's the courage? As for how about ninth on the heavenly ranking? You, Yanfeng, want to disarm me in public, then I will beat the dog to the master. Qinshi flicked his hand, while striding away. The crowd was also confused by this slap on the face until after Qinshi had left. It was only then that the shrieks rang out. Heavens, who at the academy knows that Yanfeng regards his maidservant as his face? Even the older students have to give her some face, and Qinshi just hit her up in public, so the feud is definitely over. Too impulsive, so that even if one voluntarily gives up a small cave sky, it's also not enough to quell Yanfeng's anger. Everyone, don't forget that it's Yanfeng's turn to preach to the new students this year. I dare assert that this Qinshi will soon regret what he did today. Discussions rose from the disciples of the academy over here, and in another corner of the academy, within a secluded courtyard, the fox-faced woman knelt in shock, her body trembling and the voice was tinged with sobs. My lord, he refused. Oh, no harm done. A red-haired man sat on top of a stone bench in the courtyard of the color of his face was bland and self-effacing. He is Yanfeng, the ninth in the heavenly ranking. Yanfeng took out a packet of medicinal powder from his nascent sack. Fingers gently twisted and sprinkled some on the delicate, swollen, foxy face. The fox-faced woman's fear worsened, and she hurriedly waved her hand. My lord, there's no need. I'll do it myself. Don't move, Yanfeng said in a gentle tone. I'll help you sprinkle. You're hurt with this face. I'm going to be heartbroken. The fox-faced woman's lips trembled more and more, and she didn't dare to move a muscle. Within a short time, under the action of the medicinal powder, the swelling quickly subsided and returned as before. Only after seeing this did Yanfeng slowly exhale. However, the fox-faced woman's heart grew higher and higher. As expected, in the next instant, Yanfeng's palm steeply changed into a claw, bringing with it a harsh and powerful wind that, grabbing hard at the fox-faced woman's abdomen. Just a few crisp clicks, the slender willow waist of the fox-faced woman's ribs unexpectedly broke at the root. The intense pain caused her to stifle a grunt, her face instantly turning pale, cold sweat raining down, and her eyes filled with pain. You have disgraced me, so you will recuperate from your injuries during this period of time, and do not go out to show your face again, Yanfeng said with a calm expression. Yes, my lord. The fox-faced woman gritted her teeth and responded with difficulty, before dragging her bruised body and slowly crawling away. Yanfeng stood with his arms folded, looking away from the direction of the small green mountain. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. You have occupied this small cave sky for 3 months at most, but why? Are you so unable to recognize the situation? Don't you know that I'm the one who taught you the techniques after that? Greedy for these 3 months of small caves, thus rendering yourself completely useless? But now, well, move my face, then it won't be a matter of a small cave between us. Words to go. A hint of gloom flashed across Yanfeng's gentle face. Not much longer. Qinshi stood at the foot of Little Green Mountain, with a cloudy mountain wall in front of him. Taking out the jade token that had been prepared beforehand, he poured his mana into it, and the token instantly glowed with a great deal of light. A door of light slowly emerged on the mountain wall. Qinshi stepped inside with the green sky rockbird. The space inside the cave was quite open, about 100 feet square. The dome was extremely high, inlaid with many glowing starstones, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. There is a spiritual spring in the center, and the water is gurgling, but there is not the slightest sound. The spiritual chi above the spiritual spring was dense and rising, turning into wisps of pure mist that filled the entire cave. The concentration of aura here is no better than the 4 valleys. The green sky rockbird silently felt it and said in surprise, it also gave me an extremely smooth feeling. It's the quality, Qinshi explained. Most of the outside world's heaven and earth auras are laced with impurities, and the aura within the small cave heaven is purified by the spiritual spring, making it more efficient to cultivate. TSK, it's worthy of the treatment that only the top 8 of the heavenly ranking can have. The green sky rockbird smacked its lips and sighed. The small cave heaven is obtained. Let's see if we can keep it. Qinshi muttered and whispered. Within the next few days, Qinshi closed about the small cave heaven to cultivate, and after 2 days of cultivation, the green sky rockbird was bored and ran out impatiently. On this day, Qinshi practiced as usual. Suddenly, a familiar cry came from outside the cave. Big brother. Chapter 53, White-Clothed Ape Master gives treasure art. With a shout from outside the cave, Qinshi slowly collected his energy and got up to walk towards the entrance of the cave. Big brother, I've made a few good friends in the little green mountain in the past few days, the green sky rockbird said excitedly. If you have nothing to do today, follow me forward to get acquainted. Qinshi pondered for a moment. Well, that's good. These days of subtle seclusion, one's realm had reached the peak of the Nirvana 5 transformation. Perhaps the speed of the previous breakthrough was so fast that it had not yet reached the critical threshold of the 6th transformation. In that case, why don't we go out for a walk and maybe find a breakthrough? One person and one bird lifted their wings and sped off in the direction of the eastern side of Little Green Mountain. Along the way, with a fresh breeze and a lingering spiritual rhythm, it didn't take long to arrive at an open valley. I only saw 3 spirit beasts waiting in silence. The leader was a red-topped snowfinch with a snow-white body and only a handful of red feathers on top of its head, followed by a scratchy spirit bright stone monkey. There was also a large-sized rhinoceros with a soft blue light emanating from its surroundings. Green rock. The red-topped snowfinch fluttered its wings and was the first to ask, is this your big brother? Not bad. The green sky rockbird straightened its chest. This is my big brother, Qinshi. It's also the new owner of the purple cloud cave sky. The spirit brightstone monkey hopped over and rushed at Qinshi to take a look and said, your big brother doesn't look very powerful either. Compared to the last master of the purple cloud cave sky, he's quite a bit worse. Neither could the previous owner, Spiritus said, picking up the conversation. It seems like it's still the number 1 on some heavenly list. As a result, it didn't even last a few rounds under us. Qinshi's eyes stared at the words. In an instant, he realized that. Why did the green sky rockbird bring himself here now? It was clear that he knew that these 3 spirit beasts were powerful and specifically greeted himself over to befriend them. At that moment, the green sky peng bird whispered in Qinshi's ear. These 3 are all little green mountain spirit beasts. Although he opened his mind late, he has been practicing for 100 years. Was saying, dang, a clear and melodious bell suddenly rang out, echoing within the small green mountain. The red-topped snowfinch shouted, Ape Master is holding a class. Go to the class. After saying that, the 3 spirit beasts took the lead and ran towards the top of the mountain, with the green sky rockbird and Qinshi rushing to follow. We beasts can't just devour aura to cultivate. We also need to enhance the purity of our bloodline, the green sky rock said as he flew. There is a white-robed ape on the top of the mountain, whom we all call Ape Master. Every now and then, he would go out to the mountain to preach, and after I heard it last time, my bloodline power actually improved. When they get to the top of the hill, only to see a pale ape dressed in white sitting on top of a huge stone, surrounded by more than a dozen spirit beasts, all quiet and solemn. Ape Master raised his head slightly, his gaze swept lightly over Qinshi, and said gently, since you're here, just sit down together and listen. Yes, Ape Master. Qinshi slightly bowed his head in salute and found an empty space to sit down. Heaven and earth have spirits, all things are born, and the power of the bloodline is the root cause. We beasts cultivate. The first priority is bloodline awakening and purification. The Ape Master slowly opened his mouth, and although his voice was not loud, it echoed in the ears of the crowd like a flood bell. Between the words, a strange rune of spiritual energy floated out from his mouth. It converged into the silhouettes of various ancient beasts in midair, demonstrating the way of bloodline operation and enhancement. Master Ape's sermon was like an enlightenment, causing all the spirit beasts present to be immersed in it. After a long time, the sermon ended, yet the spirit beasts were still immersed in the realization of the party. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Qinshi closed his eyes and realized, as his body's mana surged up, and he suddenly realized that he himself had actually quietly broken through to the 6th transformation of Nirvana without knowing when. Qinshi's heart was delighted as he hurriedly got up and saluted towards Ape Master. Many thanks to Ape Master for preaching. The Ape Master nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. It's just some trivial method. You were able to break through your own realm under the touch. This enlightenment is absolutely rare. Speaking here, Ape Master paused. Actually, it doesn't matter if the realm is lower. Carefully polishing one's physical foundation and opening up the power of the divine residence that is deeply hidden within the body is the key to cultivation. Master Ape means for me not to pursue the realm too much. Rather, should the potential within be stimulated? Qinshi asked thoughtfully. Not bad. The Ape Master nodded and continued. Being in a top-notch physique, it would be a shame not to go and open the divine collection. How can I better open the divine collection? Qinshi asked respectfully. Please also ask Ape Master to explain. Ape Master laughed softly. You're carrying the heaven-mending pearl. Isn't this the perfect key to unlock the divine treasure? Qinshi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. More and more, he felt that the white-clothed ape in front of him was unfathomable and seemed to be able to see through everything. During the ancient times, the gods and devils fought and smashed the barrier of the heavenly realm, and the water of the heavenly river backed up into an abyss. An ancient god held the heaven-mending stone to mend it, and later there were leftovers polished into beads and handed over to the Shin Turtle clan for guardianship. The ape master slowly revealed the hidden secrets. Qinshi suddenly realized, so there is actually this origin. For the next 3 days I will preach here, and if I can, I still hope that little friend will come on time, Ape Master said. Before Qinshi could be puzzled, the Ape Master explained, the breath in your body is closer to the origin of Tao. If we can have you around, these little ones will have a deeper sense of their bloodline origin. The breath inside me? Qinshi's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of the ancient ferociousness that had been suppressed in the Ling Tian sect. That guy seemed to be afraid of the breath in his body, and he even went so far as to pretend to be a magical girl to compel himself to leave the Ling Tian sect. Thinking of this, Qinshi told the matter of the clan's ancient great evil. Ha! The ape master shook his head slightly and laughed after hearing this. It is not your scent itself that ancient great evil fears, but because the presence of your scent will make the seal unbreakable, thereby making it difficult to escape the restraints. So it is. Qinshi nodded his head and said, I'm grateful to Ape Master for not abandoning me. The student would like to hear the word here for 3 days. Ape Master clasped his hands together and twisted them lightly. This is very good. For the next 3 days, Qinshi was here daily to hear the word of God. The breath in his body unconsciously radiated out, intermingling with the power of the bloodline that Ape Master had explained. Every now and then, the surrounding spirit beasts were then able to feel a more powerful and pure bloodline power, accelerating their sense of bloodline. After this incident, Qinshi also went along with the group of spirit beasts. 3 days later, Master Ape finished his sermon and rose slightly, ready to leave. Ape Master, can you speak for a few more days? Raimo asked with a face full of reluctance. Don't be too greedy. The red-topped snowfinch jumped beside the spirit rhinoceros and, gently tapping its head, for consecutive days of sermons, and with Big Brother Qin on the side to assist. The harvest this time has far exceeded that of previous years. Well, it's too soon to be too late, Master Ape said amiably, with the profound insights of these past few days. It's enough for you to steadily move forward on the road of cultivation for a long time to come. After saying that, the Ape Master stretched out his finger and a bit of spiritual light flickered out, slowly surging towards Qinshi's brow. This is a stance I realized in my spare time. It's not some powerful treasure art. It will be gifted to you today, Ape Master said, his tone gentle. Thank you, Ape Master. Qinshi's heart was delighted and he quickly thanked him. A stance perceived at the realm of an Ape Master was by no means extraordinary. By the way, Ape Master, I would like to ask, Qinshi asked, what the hell is that breath inside me? The Ape Master looked deeply at Qinshi for a long time before slowly spitting out 2 words. Chaos. Just a few days after Qinshi had heard that a group of celestials from all over the Great Wasteland, after passing the layers of trials and selections, he stepped inside the Academy of Creation for the first time. Qinshi, the day after tomorrow will open the 4 courts enrollment tournament, so remember to participate on behalf of the Huangshan courtyard. Qinshi, who was stabilizing his realm in the small cave heaven, received a transmission from Shinsho Yue. Chapter 54 Ling Huang enters the Academy of Creation. The essence of cultivation is to unlock the divine reserves of the human body. There are generally 2 types. One is through scriptural feats, swallowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Open the divine collection by breaking through the realm. The other is to strengthen the already body and stimulate the potential in order to break through the limits of the human body. Open the divine deposit in your body. After the Ape Master's point of view, Qinshi was ready to go hand in hand. While cultivating the Emperor's scriptures, he held the heaven-mending pearl in his hand and swallowed aura to transform his essence. As the essence energy operated, every cell, bone, and meridian in the body began to slowly elevate. Cultivating like this, although the realm breakthrough will be slower, the increase in battle power is definitely not weak. Qinshi's eyes glittered as he muttered, in time, being invincible in the same realm is not just talk. Soon a day passed. Qinshi somewhat helplessly stopped cultivating. Whether it was the Emperor's scripture or the heaven-mending pearl, the demand for heaven and earth aura was too great for even a small cave heaven to carry. The originally abundant aura in the cave had now been devoured. And to recover, it will take at least 1 more night. The night shrouded the forest. The moonlight shed dappled light through the branches and leaves. The item given by the Ape Master was a precious technique called the Spirit Ape Body Technique. There weren't any complicated runes or arcane Tao in it. It's just some of the simplest, basic rolling, turning, prancing, and moving. then in conjunction with a set of spitting techniques, and that alone. Had it not been for the gift from the ape master, Qinshe would have even suspected that this was just an ordinary martial art that had been passed down in the secular mortal world. But when Qinshe actually practiced, he noticed the difference between spitting and breathing in. One's every move seems to blend into nature. At first, Qinshe's movements were slightly clumsy, and every prancing and turning was slightly stiff. But as his sense of nature deepened, Qinshe's heart was like water, the caress of the breeze in the forest, the slight swaying of the grass. All the rhythms of nature appear inside the perception. Gradually, Qinshe's movements began to flow with the rhythm of like a spirit ape that has just realized the way of spirit movement, jumping and shuttling among the trees. The sky was slightly bright, and the morning mist on the small green hill had not yet completely cleared. A green light traveled like electricity, while in front of it, a figure in a black robe loomed. The green light chased the black shadow, but it never touched the black shadow. That black shadow is like a spirit ape climbing a branch, like a sly rabbit through a forest. It can never be touched. A moment later, the green light lurched and transformed into the appearance of a green sky rockbird. It showed a helpless expression. Big brother, if I don't exert my bloodline power for an all-out chase, it can't even touch the corner of your coat. Did you really cultivate for just one night? This enlightenment is simply heaven-defying. It's truly terrifying. Qinshe did not answer, but asked with a calm expression, the thing I asked you to do, how did it go? Don't worry, the green sky rockbird said excitedly. The red-topped snow sparrow and the others have already promised that will help you at the admissions game today. Well, just now, Master Shen came to rush again. Qinshe said indifferently, let's go. The Four Houses admission tournament is about to begin. Those who were able to enter the Creation Academy were undoubtedly not the pride of the heavens from all regions, and were ahead of their peers as soon as they were born, talented and opportunistic. This would result in those who could enter the academy being high-minded. So, from the very beginning of the Academy of Creation, there has been a tradition that would be the veterans of the Four Houses teaming up to suppress the freshmen. Yes, that is the real purpose of this admissions tournament. Let the freshmen know what it means to be humble and self-possessed outside of people. In this way, it is only then that we can face up to our shortcomings and thus return to our true nature. During the freshman trials, whether they were slaying demonic beasts, obtaining rankings, passing through levels breaking records and so on, all of them can get a lot of contribution value released by the academy. And what the veterans of the four courtyards had to do was to snatch the contribution values from the hands of the new students for their own use. Let them understand what loss is. This was also the enrollment tournament that Qinshe Yue had said that the older students would want to participate in if they squeezed their heads out of their pockets, because it really is a fat job. As for Qinshe, today's task was simple. That's, united with the little green mountain spirit beast, let the veterans of the three houses understand what it means to lose. It makes sense for me, a freshman, to help the veterans of all three houses sharpen their minds and abstain from arrogance, doesn't it? On the new student square, hundreds of new students stepped into this place in a row. The early morning sunlight poured down, and the golden light could not dispel the aura of solemnity on them. Ha ha, after 100 bloody battles, from that crowd of 100,000, today we finally step into this Creation Academy. A lanky, burly freshman laughed long and long, a thunderous laugh it shook the surrounding air with hidden fluctuations. The several new students beside him were also full of arrogance, with a strong sense of conceit in their eyes. The contribution value in this academy is a good thing. It can be exchanged for rare elixirs and supreme treasure arts. You can even ask an unattainable great cultivator to personally guide you. I'm sorry to say that I only earned 4,000 points of contribution value even after fighting to the death in that trial. It's really upsetting. A young man in a strong suit shook his head inside, and his words, though regretful, but it's hard to hide his smugness. 4,000? Be content. I'm only 800. I almost didn't pass the academy trials. One of the people next to him laughed bitterly and picked up the conversation, but there was a hint of celebration in his eyes. Hey, I heard that Ning Fei, the one who topped our freshman trial list, is simply a monster, enough to chop off 50,000 contribution points and push all the way across the board. The records of the trials were like papier-mâché before him, and every time he broke them, he reaped additional rewards. That wind is unmatched. Some people mentioned the name of the top of the list, and their words were full of marvel and envy. That Ning Fei is formidable and extraordinary, but this Ling Huang, who is the second most powerful freshman, is by no means idle either. With the ice phoenix protecting his body, wherever he goes it's as if frost has descended. It's really called a great kill. The new students were discussing in groups of 3 or 5, with a glint of excitement in their eyes. A corner of the square, a woman stood silently, with a lonely and proud figure, and a beautiful face there was a refusal of coolness. Ling Huang tilted her head slightly and looked at the sky, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a complicated arc, murmuring softly, "Qin Shi, if you were alive and watched me achieve such dazzling accomplishments, I don't know how you would feel." Her voice was soft at first, but gradually became cold. "Unfortunately, you will never see it. You'll never know how good I really am. I'm sure that if you were alive, you'd be remorseful for the contempt you once showed me." Ever since the activation of the Ice Phoenix fate, Ling Huang's cultivation had grown by leaps and bounds. Some time ago, he even acquired an extraordinary opportunity. Nowadays, not only has she managed to break through to the fourth realm of cultivation, the realm of nirvana, it was even in this fiercely competitive entrance trial that he pushed out the herd and took the second place in a proud achievement. Among these new students, there was no lack of those who came from royal families and deep backgrounds. In the outside world, they are all honored existences. However, at this moment, when they saw Ling Huang, they had to put away that arrogance as well. "This is what I, Ling Huang, have earned for myself by relying on my own strength." In fact, it was no wonder that Ling Huang could be so spirited. Being burdened with the Ice Phoenix destiny, she could be called the daughter of heaven's destiny, rising from a remote place, all the way to the second place in the freshman list, with 30,000 contribution value in hand. This kind of achievement, anyone in her position, eyes will inevitably not tolerate others. Of course, it was precisely for this reason that the academy had arranged the drama of the old students suppressing the new ones. So here comes Qin Shi. Chapter 55, the head of the Huangshan Academy is Qin Shi? Impossible. Qin Shi, dressed as a new student, walked into the square and melted within the new students, not attracting much attention, until Ling Huang chanced upon a sideways glance. In that instant, Ling Huang's eyes abruptly widened, and her pupils contracted dramatically. Shrieked out, Qin Shi, and then, he quickly walked to Qin Shi and went up to take a look, muttering under his breath, You're not dead? You actually escaped from the golden armored figure's pursuit, and also passed the freshman trial of the Creation Academy?" Looking at Ling Huang, who had a surprised face, Qin Shi's heart was 100 times uncomfortable. "How come there's this woman everywhere? What's it to you?" Qin Shi said coldly. After saying that, Qin Shi wanted to turn around and leave. "Wait," Ling Huang called out and stopped in front of Qin Shi, only to see her teeth lightly biting her lips, hesitating for a long time. Only then did he speak with difficulty. "Regarding your expulsion from the Ling Tian sect, I've already investigated clearly. It was Han Shan and Chang Lin who, in conjunction with them, framed you." "Oh, got it." Qin Shi nodded with a calm expression. "Is there anything else?" Ling Huang's white fingers unconsciously crossed each other. The whole person was caught in the middle of extreme entanglement, thinking for a long time, wanting to apologize, but when the words came to his mouth, it was as if they were blocked in the middle of his throat. Difficult to say. "That. I'm now the second new student." Ling Huang took a deep breath and, the expression was once again condescending. "I observe that you are not on the freshman list." Speaking of which, Ling Huang couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, Qin Shi was that dazzling, and he had also shocked himself several times, even losing to top-tier celestial pride like Ning Fei. However, after that day's change, it was thought to have died out with the crowd, and now it has not even gone up on the freshman list. On the contrary, he had risen all the way to become an existence that Qin Shi needed to look up to. "Even though you were wrongly accused, why didn't you go and prove your innocence at the time?" Ling Huang raised her chin slightly and said softly, a hint of reproach hidden in her words. Hearing this, Qin Shi's heart cannot help but sneer. Really proud peacock even if the truth is revealed. Just as condescending. Perhaps after the great evil comes out, the clan is destroyed, and there is a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. She's the one who's going to go and truly repent, right? Here's the deal. According to academy rules, disciples on the new student list are free to choose an academy other than Tiangui Academy. You didn't make it onto the list, so you can only choose passively. Ling Huang paused and continued. You might as well talk to me about which courtyard you want to join. I'll go and talk to the head of that courtyard. I think that with the gold content of my second place in the freshman list, they will more or less give me a few points. There's no need for that. It's better for eldest Miss Ling to worry about her own affairs. Qin Shi's brows furrowed slightly, full of impatience, and he turned around and left. Qin Shi. Seeing this, Ling Huang's willow brows frowned lightly, and her tone carried a few points of displeasure. I know you have low self-esteem right now, but people have to learn to recognize reality. You don't want to break your future for the sake of a momentary whim. Nowadays, the pattern of the four courtyards has skyrocketed. Ling Huang tilted her head slightly and, staring closely at Qin Shi, I heard that Huangshan courtyard has recently risen to prominence, and that its head of the courtyard is powerfully suppressing the veterans of the three courtyards. Think it's a marvelous presence. The most crucial thing is that he is the only one in the Huangshan courtyard, and if he can join the resources that are vacated, it's going to be many times more than any other house. You don't know how many people want to join the Yellow House without my introduction. There's no way you can get in. In the past few days, the rumors about the deeds of the head of the Huangshan courtyard were spreading like crazy amongst the new students. What special enrollment into the academy? Fighting off hundreds of veteran students and forcing them to meet and curtsy by themselves. Even more so, he didn't even give face to the heavenly ranking powerhouses. The heavenly ranking, that's the heavenly ranking that represents the academy's top combatants. Qin Shi, who had originally walked out some distance away, after hearing that Ling Huang wanted to join the Huangshan yard, a speechless face, Qin Shi stopped and turned around. Ling Huang, I advise you not to delude yourself into joining the Huangshan Academy. Why? Ling Huang asked. Because the head of the Huangshan Academy hates you so much. Therefore, you don't even have a chance to join, Qin Shi said faintly. Ha! When Ling Huang heard this, a cold smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Originally, he had thought to help introduce it out of guilt. I didn't expect Qin Shi to be so narrow-minded, making up such reasons in a vain attempt to prevent himself from joining the Yellow Dress Academy. Sure enough, even if they are wrongly accused, they are afraid that they still can't get rid of their villainous nature in their bones. Just in time. Look, it's the old students of the four houses. They've come to select us for admission. I don't know who in the group of freshmen shouted out, and the crowd rushed to look. Only at the entrance of the freshman square, more than 100 old students were like a surging black wave that, a vast succession of them poured in. As they entered, the originally spacious square instantly became crowded. The freshmen unconsciously made a lane for them, and there was tension in the air. After Ling Huang glanced at Qin Shi, she stopped paying attention and looked along the crowd, and, trying to find the head of the Yellow House, with his second best score as a freshman, joining the Huangshan Academy was a matter of course. At that time, she would like to see what else Qin Shi had to say. Hello senior brothers, my name is Ma Yuan. I've been yearning for the Earth Koan Academy for a long time, and I hope that senior brothers will give me a chance. Which one of you is a senior brother from the Yellow Dress Academy? I'm Kong Xiong, the 6th on the new God ranking, and I've had my heart set on the Yellow Dress Academy for a long time. Elder brother, I'm. A crowd of freshmen surrounded and surged over like a tidal wave, shouting under their breath. However, for the warm greetings of the new students, these 100 or so old students turned a blind eye and, straight through the crowd to a freshman. The person at the head had a bland mouth and slightly owed his body. Wang Yuan of Xianling Academy. Meet senior brother Qin. The person beside him, though reluctant, also clasped his fists and saluted. Xin Feng of the Earth Koan Academy. See you, senior brother Qin. Lastly, there was the star-robed and covered woman, whose clear voice rang out. Tian Gui Yuan Mengyu. See you, senior brother Qin. And then, over 100 disciples behind them shouted in unison. Greetings, senior brother Qin. This sudden scene directly fooled the crowd, and each of them was unsure. Especially Ling Huang. The original condescending look on his face instantly solidified. In its place was a look of bewilderment and consternation. Isn't he just a freshman? Why is he being treated with such courtesy? A small freshman in the crowd murmured in a low voice as his eyes widened. I know. Could it be that he's the one who's been making a lot of noise in the academy recently? The leader of the Huangshan courtyard? A voice rang out with a few speculations. Impossible. Ling Huang sniffed, and subconsciously retorted. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. His name is Qin Shi, a person who hasn't even made it to the freshman ranking. How could he possibly be the rumored head of the Huangshan Academy? Qin Shi? You said his name was Qin Shi? I heard that the head of the Huangshan Academy is a freshman named Qin Shi. At first I thought the news was wrong, but I didn't realize it was true. Yes, it must be him. Only Qin Shi could have such a spirit. Let hundreds of old students salute in unison. The freshman on the side exclaimed excitedly, looking at Qin Shi with a face of adoration. It can't be. It must be a fake. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Ling Huang stared at Qin Shi dead in the face, her hands clenching into fists in an attempt to discover something. Perhaps the said senior Qin is someone else? Ling Huang thought in this way. However, the next moment, Qin Shi's actions completely shattered her last shred of fantasy, only to see Qin Shi gently waving his hand. Hurry up and start. I still have to go back to my cultivation. Yes, senior brother Qin. Only then did the hundreds of older students straighten their backs. Seeing this scene, Ling Huang only felt his brain explode with a boom. The entire person instantly froze in place, simply unable to accept such a fact. The head of the Huangshan courtyard is Qin Shi? It's really Qin Shi. No wonder he said the head of the house hates me. No wonder he's so indifferent to my accomplishments. And I ridiculously thought that it had reached a point where I could make it look up to me. But, but how can he be the head of the house? And how can he possibly defeat hundreds of veteran students? How is it that that legendary man is Qinshi? Ling Huang's face turned pale as she kept muttering. Chapter 56 Ningfei is my brother Qinshi. At Qinshi's gesture, the four courts enrollment tournament was about to begin. Chen Feng straightened his clothes and said with a slightly condescending expression, "Gentlemen." But just as he opened his mouth, he heard Qinshi suddenly speak out. Wait. This sudden interruption caused irritation to flash through Chen Feng's eyes. However, he still asked in a harmonious voice, "What's the matter with senior brother Qin?" Qinshi simply ignored Chen Feng and walked straight towards the group of new students. This made Chen Feng's anger, which he had just suppressed, tang up again, hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles white. However, in just a moment, Chen Feng took a deep breath and once again forced his anger down. "Qinshi, let you be complacent for a while." Chen Feng's narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. "Later, you'll get it." According to the usual practice of the four courts admission tournament, Qinshi would team up with them to rob the freshmen. But this year things are different again. Not only did Qinshi represent the Huangshan Academy, but at the same time, he himself was also a new student. In this way, according to the rules, they could have included Qinshi as a target for robbery. When he thought of this, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth could not help but rise, and a flash of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to see Qinshi after the robbery he had encountered. That look of being ashamed but unable to do anything about it now. "Qinshi, the more beautiful you are at the moment, the more miserable you will fall later." In the group of new students, there was a cold young man holding a broken sword, and the moment he found Qinshi, then he stared at Qinshi dead in the face like a poisonous snake. It was because of him, a lowly cultivator from the borderlands, that he caused himself to be forced out of the family core, come to this academy of creation. If he couldn't get the heaven-mending pearl, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his identity as a direct disciple of the Ning family. The most irritating thing is that, not knowing what means he used, it caused the Xian turtle to block the gate of the Ning family's mountain and start cursing. In fact, just cursing is fine. They can't understand it anyway. But what's disgusting is that the basilisk, seeing that the scolding didn't work, turned around and pulled up. A chill ran down the cold young man's spine at the thought of it, and like a great mountain of basilisk turtles, in that clunking and pulling, the turtle dung directly flooded the small half of the Ning family. His own old ancestor was so angry that a mouthful of blood gushed out on the spot. Then they raised their swords and rushed out to fight with the Xian turtle. But just as they got out of the spell formation, they were smoked back in. The sunburns and the stench is overwhelming. "Brother Ning." Qinshi walked in front of the cold young man with a surprised look on his face, greeting warmly. "When we first parted ways, my brother misses it a lot." Ningfei's face sank, and he was just about to start cursing. Then I heard Qinshi secretly transmitting with his mana. "Brother Ning, be more enthusiastic. You also don't want people with an interest to know about our feud and thus find out about the Xian turtle bead, right?" Words. Only then did Ningfei respond with a leathery smile. "Brother Qin, long time no see. In the future within this academy, the two of us must support each other. That's for sure. You and I are two brothers with one heart." Qinshi said seriously. "Anyone who insults my brother Ningfei is working against me." Having said that, Qinshi's eyes swept a glance at the veteran students of the Xianfeng and Earth Koan houses with a rather strong warning intent. This glance immediately caused the older students present to be quite displeased. It was only because of the rules of the academy that they made a meet and greet gesture. "You Qinshi don't really think you're somebody, do you?" When Chen Feng and Wang Yuan saw this, their faces also sank. According to the original plan, Ningfei was not to be moved. After all, the gold content of the Ning family's top power was there. Sometimes it's better to talk about this human condition. But if we don't move Ningfei, where can we put the face of the old students of the three academies? When you enter the academy, you do so regardless of your background or status, and since you are the first freshman too, that's a natural way to sharpen up. Wang Yuan was the first to show his attitude. "That's natural." A hint of viciousness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. "Later on, I will be in front of Qinshi's. Make a good move on this fine brother of his." Looking at Qinshi, who had left the veteran students of the three academies out to dry, and who had taken it upon himself to exchange pleasantries with Ningfei, Ling Huang's expression fell into a trance, and some jealousy flashed under her eyes. How long has he only been at the academy? No status, no background, yet he manages to make the older students fear him. Ling Huang's heart was full of unwillingness. She was carrying the Ice Phoenix destiny, and she even had a chance to add to her body. "Still not as good as you after all this effort. On what grounds? What the hell is this based on?" Ling Huang clenched her lower lip, her hands clenched in her sleeves, her nails almost embedded in her palms. Soon, Qinshi finished his catching up and signaled Chen Feng that they could continue. "Newly minted disciples, not much nonsense." Chen Feng's voice resounded in the ears of every new student. Later on, we, the veterans of the 4 courtyards, totaling 106, will have a confrontation match with you. If you win, you will keep the contribution value in your hands. If you lose, the contribution value will be zeroed out by us. The words fell and directly exploded in the freshman group. Damn, didn't you say today is the ceremony for entering the 4th courtyard? How did it turn into a confrontation? You have to empty your contribution value after losing? This isn't clearly bullying. A hot-tempered freshman started cursing directly. Humph. A freshman holding a large sword snorted coldly and that large sword buzzed in his hand. What confrontation match? It's clearly just a way to rob the contribution value from our hands. I'm not participating. Having said that, this freshman turned around and was about to walk out of the square. But in the next instant, a black shadow flashed by like a ghost. Immediately afterward, before it could react, it was viciously smashed in the abdomen by a shimmering fist. Spasmodic pain filled his entire body, and in an instant he fell to the ground and convulsed, losing his ability to fight. It was an older student of the Jikue Academy, specializing in boxing, who, after beating the freshman, then he bent down and picked up the identity jade tablet at his waist, which stored the contribution value. This old student's voice was indifferent. It's fine if you don't want to participate. After handing over your jade card, then you can leave on your own. Nirvana 9 transformations. He is Nirvana 9 transformations. Several realms above me. It's not fair. This is totally unfair. I'm going to sue the tutor and the law enforcement team. A freshman bellowed. Fair? Oh, Wang Yuan said, his laughter echoing in the air with a bit of sarcasm. There is no real justice in this world. Those who can come to the Creation Academy are all far beyond their peers in terms of talent, family lineage and chance. If we talk about fairness, has your existence ever been fair to those cadets who have fallen through the cracks? Words to go. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and hundreds of upper elders moved in unison, and all kinds of treasure arts flashed with light, pounced on the many freshmen. Freshman Plaza is small and unavoidable. The reason why this place was chosen, to put it bluntly, it's a better way to beat up on freshmen. We outnumber the older students several times over. So don't panic. Join forces and organize a battle formation to fight them. There are clear-headed freshmen trying to organize a confrontation. However, the gap is too big. Who is not the pride of heaven if they can enter the Academy of Creation? Celestial Pride Confrontation. Several minor realms above you, and holds a complicated treasure art in his hands, cultivating the Qingtian creation technique. It was simply a one-sided ravage, and upon contact, the freshman group collapsed completely. Only Ning Fei, facing the siege of the older students, was not only able to deal with it easily, but also managed to gain the upper hand. Every time he swung his sword technique, it carried the momentum of a breakthrough, forcing the older student to retreat back and forth. As for Ling Huang, although the power of the Ice Phoenix is fully open, but the whole fight down, but also a dangerous situation. It is possible to defend yourself. Brother Chen, this Ning Fei. Wang Yuan had a bit of playfulness on his face. Why don't you let me go first and I want to see just how capable this Ning family's direct lineage is. Brother Chen, please. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth rose. That's right, Brother Chen. Don't be in a hurry. Play slowly and I'd like to see Qin Shi's reaction. Good point. Chapter 57. In front of you. Waste your brother Ning Fei. Wang Yuan's figure was like a ghost, and in an instant he had already bullied his way to Ning Fei's front. Mighty mana gathered dramatically in his palm, slapping out a palm print of ethereal light flickering like black lightning. With a whistling sound of rolling spiritual energy, it lunged straight toward Ning Fei. Ning Fei's gaze flinched as the longsword in his hand emitted a hissing sound, and the majestic sword she instantly condensed. It turned into a substantial light. The sword shadows crisscrossed across, twisting towards the incoming palm print. Boom! The sound was like a thunderous explosion. Under the energy counterblast, Ning Fei's figure was shaken back several steps in a row. Deep footprints were made on the stone slabs under his feet, but he also managed to stir up that spectral palm print, worthy of being called the Eastern Wasteland's little sword saint. Ning Fei, under siege like this, it was actually able to catch one of my moves. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Yuan's voice, but more than that, it was teasing. As the fifth realm of cultivation, the soul realm, it wasn't difficult for him to suppress Ning Fei. However, remembering Chen Feng's advice, Wang Yuan was not in a hurry. There was a playful glint in his eyes. The other side, watching Ning Fei being pressed and beaten, the injuries on his body worsening little by little. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise as his heart was filled with a sense of smoothness. He glanced obliquely at Qin Shi, expecting to see the other party's nervous and worried look, but he didn't expect that Qin Shi didn't even glance this way, and was talking and laughing with Mengyu. This can't help but make Chen Feng confused for a moment. Good guy, your brother is bleeding from the beating. You still have time to talk to girls here? It felt like a punch in the cotton, not to mention how suffocating it was. And the most crucial thing is that Qinshi doesn't go down to grab the contribution value. How would that give them a reason to rob Qinshi later? Senior sister Mengyu, this is a great opportunity to grab the contribution value. Why don't you go down? Qinshi smiled and asked. Tiangui Academy is not good at fighting in the first place, and I'm here on behalf of Tiangui Academy just to go through the motions. Mengyu said softly. Our Tiangui Academy pays more attention to the talent cultivation of our disciples. Qinshi nodded his head slightly. He had also heard that the disciples of the Tiangui Academy practiced the Star North Dipper technique. There is really not much dependence on resources. Why doesn't senior brother Qin go down? You know, if you can accumulate enough contribution value in this early stage of you'll be able to unlock quite a few precious local resources within the academy, which will greatly speed up the progress of cultivation. Man Young asked curiously. Hey, Qinshi sighed. Isn't it because my brother Ningfei is in the freshman group? I'm the most sentimental person, so if I were to go down and snatch it, wouldn't I be chilling my brother's heart? Speaking here, Qinshi gave a slight lurch before deliberately raising his voice. But senior sister Mengyu, don't worry, I will never break the academy's rules because of brotherly love. With that, Qinshi pointed at Ningfei, who was about to be beaten beyond recognition. Unless my brother Ningfei is maimed and crippled. Otherwise, I will absolutely not make a move, and resolutely defend the academy's decisions. Looking at Qinshi's look of righteousness, Mengyu couldn't help but put a laugh out, which has this to say about his own brother. But senior brother Qin, you can't say this to me. As the two of them talked and laughed, the battle on the field gradually drew to a close. After all, these new students are all the pride of heaven, although they know that their strength is unbeatable. But the pride in their bones prompted them to fight. The result was naturally obvious. One by one, they were beaten to a pulp. In the end, he could only hand over his identity jade token with a face full of resentment. Ningfei, who was the number 1 freshman, after resisting many times, in the end, he was also suppressed by the power of Wang Yuan's divine soul and handed over the jade tablet unwillingly. However, what made Ningfei feel puzzled was that when others were being suppressed, after handing over the jade tags, they were at peace with each other. But when it was his turn, the older students around him looked as if they had gone mad and rushed right over to himself and kicked himself in the face. The most outrageous thing was that the older student, in the distance, even preferred to abandon the opponent he was dealing with. Run over and kick yourself hard too. The ruthlessness of that hand, if not for the fact that he was wearing the precious armor bestowed by the family. I'm afraid the bones must be kicked in now. This couldn't help but make him curse angrily in his heart. As a direct descendant of the Ning family, it's fine if you guys don't come up to flatter, but there's no need to come down so hard. What? Do we have a grudge against each other? The battle was over, but Chen Feng was filled with displeasure. It was only because Qinshi did not make a move to grab it as he had expected. This was something he had never expected. That Qinshi wouldn't make a move to snatch it meant that they had no reason or excuse to target Qinshi. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and in his heart, he said, was your brother crippled and you're the one who's going to make the move? In that case, thinking of this, Chen Feng walked towards Ningfei with a gloomy face. Ningfei? A direct descendant of the Ning family? Chen Feng's voice was filled with mockery and, how did you lose so quickly? What a disappointment. Ningfei laughed coldly, returning with disdain. By virtue of being a few years older than me, what's there to be proud of for breaking through the realm a bit earlier? He raised his chin slightly and said confidently, within half a year, I will break through to the soul spirit realm, and by then, you may all come together, and I, Ningfei, have nothing to fear. As the top heavenly pride of the eastern wasteland, he did have the capital to be proud, and if he was in the same realm, even if you're under siege, so what? Waste. Chen Feng scolded without mercy. What did you say? A chill settled in Ningfei's eyes. In this academy, even though it didn't depend on background and identity, his Ning family was the top power in the eastern wasteland. As the young master of the Ning family, was he not something that a disciple of the academy could insult at will? I said you're a piece of crap thing, just a piece of crap. Instead of converging, Chen Feng raised his voice a few more points, looking at Ningfei, who had been kicked to the ground. A cold smile hung on his face. Take a look at you now. Do you look like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy? A dog that lies on the ground and eats. You seek death. Affronted by this insult, Ningfei let out a bellowing cry, a red light appearing on his body, and his aura steeply elevated. In an instant, he stepped into the half-step soul spirit realm. Clearly, Ningfei had utilized some sort of secret technique to forcefully raise his strength. Immediately after that, a sword was swung, Only a large sword shadow was seen to split down from the sky as if it was an open sword, and the wind and clouds surged with it. This was some sort of sword Dao treasure art inherited from the Ning family, and its power was extremely terrifying. Feeling this amazing aura, the surrounding older students avoided each other, each with a dismayed expression. That's too much, right? It's a match. You're fighting for your life here? No matter what. Ning Fei was truly furious. I didn't mess with anyone. Why are you all targeting me? Another upward kick and verbal insult? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Facing this sword, Chen Feng's face changed. But still, he stabilized his mind and said, this is the one who made the first move, so don't blame me for doing it. The academy has academy rules. They let you suppress, but they don't cripple you. Unless the other party was too unruly and took it upon themselves to strike out at the older students. Chen Feng didn't dare to be arrogant. A long blade was gripped into his hand, and runes flashed above the blade. It gives off a chilling aura. With the infusion of mana in his body, a half-moon-shaped blade on several feet long came out of the blade. The blade's awnings took on a bizarre blood-red color, as if materialized blood was burning. Blood Moon Blade Technique, this was also one of his own crushing cards. Boom! The collision between the sword light and the blade awnings caused the incredibly hard stone blocks of the freshman square to instantly crumble. A crack like a spider's web centered on the two, extending rapidly in all directions. After the blow, Ning Fei's aura instantly became extremely atrophied, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. The entire person's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. As for Chen Feng, he was no better. His clothes shattered by Ning Fei's sword chi chopping into pieces. The whole person also seemed to have been drained of strength, falling to his knees and panting heavily. Worthy of coming out of a great family, the foundation is really deep. If we didn't go all out, I'm afraid I've already lost, Chen Feng secretly said in his heart, but it was all worth it. Qin Shi, your brother was beaten up like this in public. Did you step in? If you make a move, I guarantee that you, Qin Shi, will definitely end up much worse off than Ning Fei. If you don't make a move and just watch your brother get wasted, then you'll be practicing in the future. And is it possible to have a clear mind? Don't think you can stay out of it by not grabbing the contribution value. It's phallic. Even for the sake of cultivating your mind in the future, you are bound to strike. Sure enough, things developed as Chen Feng had expected. I only heard Qin Shi cry out in grief. My brother has already handed over his contribution value. Why are you old students so aggressive? Since that's the case, then don't blame me, Qin Shi, for not showing any mercy. This statement was made. Chen Feng smiled. The older students around them laughed too. Qin Shi also laughed. Chapter 58. You use 3 spirit beasts to call out the veterans of the second courtyard? In fact, Qin Shi himself did not expect Chen Feng and Ning Fei to be able to fight to this extent. Originally, as he had envisioned, he had given Ning Fei some bitterness. Finally, just finish harvesting the older students yourself. But now the result is favorable. To put it mildly, at the very least, he stood up for himself and the greater good. Qin Shi pointed at Ning Fei, who had vomited blood and fallen unconscious, and rushed around to the old students and shouted sternly, come on, go ahead and do it. Kill Ning Fei under my nose if you can. Do it. The older students around them sniffed and looked at each other. Seriously, I don't know why that sounds more than a little odd, but didn't think much of it, just assumed that Qin Shi was confused with anger. What? Don't you dare? Become a coward? Qin Shi said with a look of contempt. Now my brother is lying here for you to beat him, but if he utters a word, it will be counted as our loss. Having said that, Qin Shi felt that it was not too much, and spat fiercely again. You old students, in my opinion, clearly a bunch of pussies. I'll just stand here and none of you will dare to make a move. Hearing this, Meng Yu, who was on the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes any longer. In his heart, he said, this Qin Shi is indeed as shameless as ever. If others are not aware of it, can she not be? At first, when the Ning family's ancestor launched a hunt for Qin Shi, he was entrusted by Master Shintu. It was they, the Tiangue Academy, who had come to their aid and covered Qin Shi's tracks. Qin Shi and the Ning family, that is a great feud that does not end in death. Now holding up the banner of brotherly love, but using underhanded tactics, that's enough. Qin Shi, a grumpy old student, couldn't hold back his words. He grew up as the pride of heaven, the kind that the elders of the family hold in their hands. When have I ever been so humiliated? Immediately swung his fist on. He still do not believe it. Just in your face to beat your brother, how? However, in the next moment, he was stopped by Wang Yuan and looked at Qin Shi suspiciously. Qin Shi, what exactly are you up to? Just draw the line and we'll take it. Qin Shi sighed in his heart. With Ning Fei's current level of injuries, being smashed with a punch of, it's quite possible that the person passed away. It's a shame. Too many sensible people, especially Wang Yuan, had begun to doubt themselves. It's simple. follow the rules. Qinshi said slowly, you guys beat up my brother. Then I'll ask for some contribution value from you older students as a new student. As soon as Qinshi's words fell, a sound of sighs rang out in the four corners of the room. You, a freshman of the Nirvana realm, presume to fight against hundreds of old students? Not to mention that among these old students, there were also quite a few strong people who had already stepped into the soul realm. With such a disparity in strength, you Qinshi is really out of your depth when you speak out like this. But at that moment, a red-topped snowfinch descended from the clouds and stopped at Qinshi's shoulder. At the entrance of the plaza, a Lingming stone monkey holding a big stick, riding on an azure-colored spirit rhinoceros. He came slowly, with a large green rock bird hovering in the sky. Yo, I thought this Qinshi would have some kind of amazing means, but I didn't expect. Just this? Laughing, does he think that by pulling in a few small spirit beasts he will be able to fight against us? This Qinshi is also too naive. Seeing the spirit beast that suddenly appeared, those older students couldn't help but sneer. However, it was no wonder they were so contemptuous. After all, at first glance, the aura emanating from the surroundings of these spirit beasts could not be more unusual. There were no more than two possibilities in this situation. One was that their spiritual power was indeed mediocre. The second was that they had already reached the profound realm of internalization of spiritual energy. However, if the latter were the case, it would be a horrible thing. This meant that these spirit beasts were at least at the Wanxiang realm or even the King realm. Yet Qinshi, a tiny freshman, do you think he's capable of inviting that kind of terrifyingly powerful spirit beast? So the answer can only be the first one. At the other end of the square, the deans of the three academies were walking in pairs in the direction of the freshman square. Master Shen. According to the projection of time, this confrontation between freshmen and veterans should have come to a close at this moment. Master Feather was the first to speak, his gaze faintly sweeping ahead as how many new students do you intend to enroll in your Huangshan Academy this year? With the exception of the Tiangue Academy, when the other three academies enroll students, they will all have a prior word, in order to maximize the resources of each institution to train new students. In the past, there was no such thing as the Yellow House, but this year is different. A single Qinshi had made the Huangshan courtyard famous, and it was heard that many new students were yearning for it, wanting to join it. Not a single one will be recruited. Master Shen had a faint smile on his face and, it's enough for me to have Qinshi in my Huangshan courtyard. Oh, Master Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Master Shen had high hopes for Qinshi, planning to suppress all three of our courtyards with Qinshi's power alone? Why not? Shen Xiuyu said confidently. In the past, there was Bai Ling Xue who skillfully overpowered the four courts, exclusively. And now, Qinshi is the one who has taken in the aura of the four valleys. You say, why don't I have confidence? Hearing this, Master Yu couldn't help but let out a cold snort as the four valleys aura was taken away. Not to mention the face of the three hospitals, the one with the most to lose was also his Dikuan Academy. One must know that Yan Feng, who was ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking list, was from his Earth Kuan Academy. If there was no Qinshi, the small cave would have belonged to the resources of the Earth Kuan Academy. Qinshi, this kid, is some ability. However, this heart is not as good as it should be. I'm afraid it's difficult to reach by Ling Xue's height. Feather Mistress shook her head slightly and said softly. Master Shen frowned. What do you mean? I just received a transmission from Wang Yuan. Master Feather said. Qinshi, for the sake of a new student. How dare you try to challenge the entire group of older students? On the side, Master Yu said, that's right. I don't know where I found a few spirit beasts, just trying to call out the veterans in the second house. Master Shen, those disciples of mine didn't strike lightly, and if they didn't control them well and gave someone a wound, please don't mind. Master Shen. After saying that, the corner of Yushi's mouth grinned and he couldn't help but laugh out himself. After losing the Four Valleys aura, he hadn't been able to give that group of disciples a lot of eye candy himself. Now they're holding their breath. Shin Shoyue's face suddenly changed when she heard this, and then she snapped back to her senses. Yeah, Qinshi is not only the head of the house but also this year's freshman. In that case, the second courtyard veterans could then easily target Qinshi. Thinking about this, Qinshi couldn't help but swear. You guys are afraid that you've already made up your minds, and you just want to get back today. Before the words fell, Shin Shoyue's entire body disappeared in place. Ha ha. Looking at the exasperated Shin Shoyu, you sure couldn't help but laugh freely. And, the suffocating feeling of these hours was also swept away. Master Feather, let's go soon too, or we'll have a lot less fun. Master Yu smiled while turning his head to look at Master Fei and said, let's go. Master Feather responded, this kind of heavenly pride like Qinshi, sharpen more to sharpen. There's always no harm in that. Yes, Master Yu nodded. And her, Shin Xiuyu, Wanting to suppress the 3 houses with one person? Dream on. The 2 of them disappeared in a flash as well. Chapter 59, crazy, right? These are 3 king-level spirit beasts? When Shinsho Yua arrived with her heart racing, the scene in front of her, however, caused her and the U-Master and Feather Master who came after her to freeze, only to see the veteran students of the second courtyard lining up, one by one. They grayly handed over the jade tags in their hands one by one. Their faces were bloodless, their eyes full of panic and fear. The body was still trembling slightly and uncontrollably, obviously in great shock. Just now, the red-topped snow finch drew its neck and chirped, and in an instant, a ripple of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye spread out. Wherever it passed, space was flooded with gusts of distortion. Immediately afterward, the mana operating within the older students instantly suffered a violent shock, and their breath was in disarray. Many people let out a muffled grunt and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. Just a mere chirp shook away our chi and blood mana, and if it wanted to kill us, it's also just a thought. Wang Yuan only felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to his head. His back was chilled, and he exclaimed loudly, This spirit beast, is most likely a king. Chen Feng was also as pale as death, his expression stunned to the extreme. Crazy, playing a rivalry game. You invite a king to hold down the stage? No, it's inviting 3 kings. At this moment, all the older students collectively broke their defenses. Meng Yu was also in awe, his eyes flashing with horror. She had guessed that Qin Shi had means, but she had never expected. This means was so terrifying. Perhaps certain that spirit beasts don't dare to kill. Some old students bravely tried to escape from here. However, the spirit bright stone monkey blocking the exit swung his stick. Just the airwave alone lifted that old student several meters away. Listen, you guys, the spirit bright stone monkey slung the big stick over his shoulder and roared. Qin Shi is my big brother. If you insult my big brother, you are insulting us. The spirit bright stone monkey's eyes revealed ferocity. I don't understand the rules of your academy. I only know that whoever tries to bully my big brother, I'll him, the spirit echoed. Yeah, him. Although the red-topped snowfinch did not say anything, the cold light of its eyes already said it all. We're all academy disciples. We can't wait to honor Brother Qin. How could we possibly bully him? An older student said in a hurry. Everything is a misunderstanding. Having said that, this old student then handed the seized jade token to Qin Shi. Brother Qin, keep it. There's the first, and then there's the second. Soon, hundreds of old students lined up and submitted their snatched jade tags one by one. Chen Feng handed over the jade token, a thick shock still lingering under his eyes. You, how the hell did you do that? Chen Feng's hoarse voice came out. That's a king-level spirit beast. If it was said that there was some sort of deal between Qin Shi and the spirit beasts, it would be just that. But Qin Shi directly accepted people as his little brother. Chen Feng felt like he was going crazy. How can such a thing that subverts one's perception exist? Forget it, Brother Chen. Behind him, Wang Yuan let out a bitter laugh. Amazing means, we can't fight it. And after, Wang Yuan bowed down and slowly said, Qin Shi, I've been offended many times before. I, Wang Yuan, am convinced. The phrase convinced caused the older students around them to stare in disbelief. As a representative of the old students, Wang Yuan was naturally high-minded and proud. When did he ever bow his head and admit defeat like this? This isn't a simple fight to win or lose. Rather, it truly convinced his opponent from the bottom of his heart. A situation that was extremely rare in this academy. Brother Wang Yuan, we will all be friends from now on, Qin Shi said indifferently. So, there's no need to be so polite, don't you think? That's right, all friends. Wang Yuan had since understood Qin Shi's meaning and hurriedly said, Qin Shi. Chen Feng took over. I admit that I can't fight you, but I won't serve you, either. I don't believe you can get past senior brother Yin Feng. Chen Feng's voice gradually rose high. The comprehension of Gongfu is not something that can be solved by external forces. I'm waiting for senior brother Yin Feng to trample you under his feet. Qin Shi laughed and pressed for a response. Yin Feng? Trying to use kung fu to jam his neck? Soon, the jade cards were collected. With a big wave of his hand, Qin Shi took the contribution value inside and, as much as possible, it was incorporated into his identity jade tablet. Under the operation of the mana, the information in the jade tablet was revealed. Name, Qin Shi. Status, freshman leader of the Huangshan Academy. Contribution value, 250,000. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, Qin Shi could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. 250,000. An ordinary disciple wouldn't be able to save this much in 3 years. This is really developed. Qin Shi's side is happy. However, they did not know that outside the square, the 3 Shen masters had long since fallen into a stupor. Little Little Green Mountain Spirit Beast, Senior Ape Student. Master Yu gulped and, shocked, he said, when did this Qinsher get involved with Senior Ape, and even accepted Senior Student as his junior? Shun Xiu Yue, how on earth did this disciple of yours do it? Feathermaster asked in surprise. I don't know. Shin Xiu Yue shook her head, also confused. However, a smile soon bloomed on his face. I say, two of you, aren't we going to the plaza? Why are you stopping here? Not going in? Master Yu and Master Fei's faces darkened in silence. That punch in the face came a little fast this time. He had just said that it was impossible for Qinsher to fight against the veterans of the second courtyard with a few spirit beasts. But what happened? It's a clunker to the face. Just these few spirit beasts made the older students bow down, and Wang Yuan was even directly ed over. As for, did Qinsher violate the rules by resorting to external forces? Let's not talk about the fact that it was Senior Ape Student. According to the Academy rules alone, the argument that external forces are part of one's own strength gives them no reason to interfere at all. After all, if you're capable, you can also pull in a few spirit beasts to fight against. It was as if, in the past, the disciples of the Huangshan courtyard had been targeted by the two courtyards in a joint effort, and every time they fought, facing opponents 10 times their size. Under this unfair suppression, Shinshou Yue could only watch helplessly, because there is no absolute fairness in this world itself. Hey, Shinshou Yue said leisurely, when I rushed here, it seems like I heard someone laughing freely behind me. Master Yu, what did you just laugh at? Come share it. The corners of Yusher's mouth twitched, an old face burning with pain, and without a word, he turned around and left. Feathermaster also touched his nose awkwardly. Old Yu, wait for me. Leaving behind only, Shinshou Yue let out a laugh as clear as a silver bell behind her back. Until the silhouette of the two of them walked away, Shinshou Yue gradually collected her laughter. His eyes fell on Qinsher in the distance, and there was still a lingering shock on his face. Good boy, how the hell did you do that? Surprising me more and more. Shinshou Yue was full of relief. You know what? My greatest fortune is perhaps secretly following the order of creation to find you. Shinshou Yue walked away and didn't show up. After taking the contribution, Qinsher waved his hand, signaling that everyone could leave. Some eagle-eyed old students, seeing the seriously injured and fallen Ning Fei, wanted to bring him back to the elixir room for treatment, but he was stopped by a look from Qinsher. My brother isn't going anywhere. He's right here, Qinsher said, exasperated. This is the evidence of your bullying my brother. I'll see who wants to destroy the evidence. Yes, yes. The old students nodded their heads repeatedly and exited the square. This was followed by the new students, and one by one, they also left as well. Ling Huang, who was curled up in the corner, got up and once again looked at Qinsher with eyes that were no longer mixed with jealousy. Instead, it was intense fear. I thought that making the older students respect you would be your limit. I didn't realize. Ling Huang's delicate body trembled slightly. She was beginning to regret it, regretting why she hadn't properly apologized to Qinsher just now. Ling Huang muttered, if I hadn't been so condescending before. Rather, if I sincerely apologize, perhaps Qinsher can forgive me. If I can have Qinsher to cover me, Ling Huang, will definitely be able to rise up within the academy. I'm so sorry. Soon after, Qinsher and his group also left, and the empty plaza, only Ning Fei, who was dry and unconscious from his serious injuries, remained. The fall winds are blowing, adding a little bit of depression to the place. Big brother, I want to kill Ning Fei so badly, the green sky rockbird said. I know, I want to. A hint of murderous intent flashed through Qinsher's eyes. But now is not the time. It's not worth it to take the lives of the two of us brothers for Ning Fei. Got it, big brother, the green sky rockbird whispered. After bidding farewell to the red-topped snow sparrow and spirit rhinoceros and the others, Qinsher chose to return to the small cave heaven to continue his cultivation. The green sky rockbird, on the other hand, followed to the little green mountain to learn the bloodline purification method from the spirit beasts. Buzz. The sound transmission stone vibrated. It was a message from Shinshou Yu. Tomorrow, you will head to the merit transmission pavilion, and there will be Yen Feng who will teach you newborn techniques. And, the transmission paused here, and it was only sent later. And, good job today. I enjoyed it. Qinsher froze for a moment, and after a long time, he replied with a red face. Got it, Master Shen. However, the fact that Master Shen was able to say this showed that the mentors already knew about today's events. At the same time, it also showed that the contribution value that he had seized was considered to be in his pocket. Then, next, Qinsher's eyes glazed over. It's Yen Feng, Chapter 60 Transmission Hall, hard to the end. Qinsher collected his mind and began to cultivate. The heaven-mending pearl was held in his hand, and some of the aura that had just been restored within the small cavernous sky. Immediately, he was subjected to a powerful gravitational force that quickly surged towards him, forming a vortex of aura around him. Qinshi's mind moved, and he executed the clear wind drawing pupil technique. This was a secret pupil cultivation technique from Jiang Mingyue's hand, and he wanted to try to see if he could improve by using the Heaven Mending Pearl to aid in his cultivation. The mysterious power within the Heaven Mending Pearl surged to the eyes, and after being hammered by the secret method of Qinshi could clearly perceive the continuous enhancement of the power of his eyes, which was surprisingly more than 10 times faster than mere aura cultivation. I believe that I will soon be able to cultivate the first layer of the pupil Artmudo Heavenly Eye. The next day, Qinshi ended the night's cultivation completed and got up to head to the transmission pavilion. Hello Brother Qin. Along the way, many freshmen and old students saw Qinshi's figure from afar. All of them showed respectful expressions. There was a flurry of salutations. Apparently, the matter of Qinshi summoning a king-level being yesterday had spread throughout the entire academy. Qinshi's expression was calm and smiling. All are academy disciples. No need to be polite. Just then, a bellowing cry came out. Qinshi. The crowd followed the sound, only to see Ning Fei, his face white, his feet weak and feeble, leaning on a crutch, and limping towards here. He stared at Qinshi dead in the face, and it seemed like fire could be spewed out of those eyes. Qinshi. Ning Fei bellowed once more, forcing himself to endure the discomfort in his body as he rushed over at a quick pace and, "You're despicable." Last night, he actually woke up frozen from his coma, lying all alone by himself in Freshman Square. Dying. That's right, no exaggeration at all. If he didn't have the life renewal gold pill with him, I'm afraid that he would be gone by now. He, Ning Fei, was no cutie pie either. He didn't have time to think about it during the confrontation, but now that he's thought about it carefully, everything is a conspiracy. And then after his own inquiries and explorations, he finally figured out what was going on. It is the time of Qin, offended the veterans of the three houses, and then pretended to be close to himself, turning the hatred of the older students on themselves. It resulted in a beating for himself, not to mention a flat-out humiliation. In the end, he was even forced to use a secret method, resulting in serious after effects. Under the desperate situation of being on the verge of death, he also had to waste a life-preserving golden elixir. After figuring everything out, that suffocation and anger continued to fester in Ning Fei's chest. He couldn't wait to eat Qinshi alive. "Brother Ning? What's wrong?" Qinshi said with an innocent look on his face. "So much fire in the morning? Who messed with you?" Ning Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you dare pretend at me. You listen to Qinshi. We were never brothers to each other. And in the future you will stop pretending to be brothers with me." "Hey, I thought it was something?" Qinshi looked at Ning Fei with a speechless expression on his face. "It's just to get rid of the relationship." "No problem. From now on you're you and I'm me." Ning Fei sniffed and subconsciously asked, "Really? Ha, who do you think I, Qinshi, am?" Qinshi laughed coldly with disdain in his words and, "You've come to my door, and you think I'm going to be dead set on climbing into this relationship with you?" When he finished, he turned cleanly and walked away, leaving behind only a dumbfounded Ning Fei. He didn't expect Qinshi to be able to agree so cleanly, which was a bit unlike his style. After all, he had heard that Qinshi had offended Yan Feng, who was the 9th on the heavenly ranking, and it was Yan Feng who preached to them this time. Can Qinshi let go of this opportunity to screw himself? You can't, can you? But it's not like he just perfumed me. The transmission pavilion was magnificent, and the tall building exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Inside the pavilion, the biggest feature was a one-person high monument of enlightenment standing in the center of the. A number of freshmen had already gathered around it. Ling Huang was also among them, and after seeing Qinshi, her eyes lit up. His lips moved to go up and say something, but the next moment, it was disliked by Qinshi's cold gaze. Soon the new students arrived one after another. Immediately after, outside the great hall, a blazing aura came over the crowd, and they fixed their eyes on the. Only a man with fiery red hair slowly walked in. The fiery red-haired man's gaze was like electricity, quickly sweeping through the crowd and finally settling on Qinshi. A glint of sternness flashed in his eyes. "My name is Yan Feng." The man with the fiery red hair held out his finger and, pointing to the enlightenment stele in front of him, he said, "This stele contains the Academy's heavenly Skillchingtian creation skill, and your purpose today, it is to receive the inheritance of the Qingtian creation technique. However, only the first 3 layers will be released at this stage. The learning of subsequent feats will require you to exchange them with contribution values. However, the way is not to be passed on lightly, and if you are left to comprehend it on your own, I'm afraid I won't be able to get started for a year or two. So in order to speed things up, the Academy sent me to preach." A couple of savvy and resourceful freshmen in the crowd were the first to react and, hastily speaking, he said, "Many thanks to senior brother Yen for passing on the power. There's no need to rush to thank me." Yen Feng tilted his head slightly and said with a proud expression, "The higher your completion of the feats, the more contribution value the Academy will give me. But, speaking of this," Yen Feng's gaze tightened on Qinshi, the hostility in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. "But among you, there are people I dislike extremely. So, in comparison, the little bit of contribution value rewarded by the Academy, it would be optional for me. Are you right?" Qinshi. Yen Feng's voice was like an explosive thunder that, it boomed inside the transmission pavilion. The atmosphere in the arena lowered to freezing point all of a sudden. "Oh, what does senior brother Yen want?" Qinshi took a deep breath and asked. "This person of mine dislikes beating around the bush the most," Yen Feng said with a cold snort. "Let's say it plainly. I will not teach you your feats. If you have the ability, you can comprehend them on your own." The words didn't cause much of a ripple. After all, Qinshi was too popular, and the fact that he had a conflict with the heavenly ranking Yen Feng had long spread. The difference was just what method Qinshi would use to earn Yen Feng's forgiveness. Like, apologize? Handing over the small cave heaven or taking out treasures to make amends? These are all possibilities. As for, will it be hard to the end? The older students have long had a consistent answer to this point. If Qinshi fights hard to the end, then he will be ruined. The Qingtian creation technique was a heavenly technique that was derived from the Emperor's scripture, Great Tao creation technique. No matter how much of a genius you are, it takes a year to get started without being taught and relying on comprehension alone. If you can't enter the door, the Academy's subsequent divine abilities and secret methods will have no chance with you. At that time, the time of Qin will be abolished. The moves have been made, and it's up to you, Qinshi, to take them. Chapter 61 Gambling Fights. Pissed off Ning Fei. "What did you say?" Qinshi's face suddenly changed, and he questioned in a loud voice that, "The Academy has given you such an important position as a transmitter, and you're actually using it to suppress me? It's not fair. I'm not convinced." Qinshi argued with a red face. Yen Feng raised his eyebrows, and his gaze toward Qinshi could not help but be a bit more contemptuous. I had thought that Qinshi, who had made such a big commotion, was more or less a bit of a city man, but now it seemed that But so, you've been at the Academy for so many days. Don't you understand? Inequity is not uncommon within the Academy. I gave you a chance before, but you don't know how to cherish it. Yen Feng laughed coldly and, even if you were to bring Master Shin here today, it would be impossible for me to preach to you. Qinshi's finger pointing at Yen Feng trembled a little. However, he quickly adjusted his mind and said in a disdainful tone, "Isn't it just a piece of heavenly work? I still don't believe that I can't comprehend without your preaching." Speaking here, Qinshi looked at Yen Feng provocatively. "Not only do I want to comprehend I comprehend more than any other freshman here. I'm going to prove to everyone that your role in Yen Feng is irrelevant to me." Not self-serving. Yen Feng muttered to himself and then lost interest in Qinshi. A man who's all arrogance and no sense of propriety won't amount to much less worthy of being his Yen Feng's opponent. Later, this Qinshi will realize that he is just a clown. "I'm not self-centered?" Qinshi clenched his fists in fury. "Yen Feng, would you dare to bet with me? Let's see if I'm the fastest in the group of new students in terms of Gongfu comprehension. If I lose, I will lose all the 250,000 contribution value I earned yesterday to you. If you lose, you will also lose 250,000 contribution value to me. Do you dare?" Looking at the angry Qinshi, the corner of Yen Feng's mouth raised in a smile. It's rumored that Qinshi has amazing skills, but today's contact has shown that he's not the only one who's capable of doing things that way. The man was nothing more than a vain man in the time of the Qin. "Since you're rushing to give me contribution value, what reason do I have not to accept it? You want to bet? Then I'll take it," Yen Feng said indifferently. "Hear this." A trace of imperceptible joy flashed across Qinshi's eyes. "The fish is hooked." If there was no one to preach and explain, then the Qingtian creation technique would be a complicated, obscure runic text. These runes don't have any literal conventional meaning. They contain some kind of Taoist meaning between heaven and earth. Only through the comprehension of this Taoist intent can one swallow the aura and open the divine reserves of the human body. Qinshi held the identity jade token in one hand and touched the enlightenment stone tablet with the other. In a flash, the dark light on the stone tablet flickered, and after determining the identity of Qinshi, it then transmitted a bit of spiritual light into Qinshi's brow. A mysterious rune also unfolded in the mind, and then, like a falling star, it fell into the sea of consciousness and lay dormant. Of course, if Yen Feng were to preach through the monument of enlightenment, then these runes would be wrapped around Yen Feng's perception of heavenly gong, though ultimately only 1/10 of the sensation could be digested. For the freshmen, that would be enough to save a few years. Each new student is given 10 days to digest and absorb the preaching after receiving it. Seeing that Qinshi had finished receiving the information about the merit law, Yin Feng said with an expressionless face, "Let's take 10 days as a limit, and after 10 days, come to this place to compete in feat comprehension." Yes, Qinshi nodded. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Ning Fei and I are not brothers." Yin Feng frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, even though I spent a great deal of money yesterday to invite 3 spirit beasts to stand up for Ning Fei," Qinshi explained, "but he's not my brother, and there's nothing between Ning Fei and I." Having said that, Qinshi emphasized once again, "The grudge between us, you come at me but don't involve Ning Fei, he's innocent." In fact, as early as when Qinshi opened his mouth and uttered his first words, Ning Fei's heart jerked violently. A strong premonition of uneasiness instantly surged through his heart. Sure enough, Qinshi started being inappropriate again, especially when Qinshi emphasized the phrase "you and I have a grudge. Don't involve Ning Fei, he's innocent." Ning Fei knew it was over. He had been punked by Qinshi again. "Qinshi, you despicable villain, you shall not die." Ning Fei's eyes were rounded, and with his walking stick raised high, he was about to rush over and fight Qinshi to the death, but he was stopped by the freshman beside him. "That's enough, Ning Fei. People should know what's good and bad. Brother Qin is doing this for you. It's already like this. What more do you want?" "No, Qinshi and I never had anything to do with each other to begin with. We have a grudge," Ning Fei explained hoarsely. "Don't you believe him? He's just a sinister and cunning villain." However, he was greeted with looks of contempt and disgust from the crowd. "Last night, Brother Qin protected you like that, even at unimaginable cost, just for the sake of giving you an outlet. Even if you don't know how to be grateful, you're still slandering Brother Qin like this. Bah, what garbage stuff. Thanks to my special admiration for him before, I didn't realize it was something like this. It's useless for this kind of person to be even more gifted, because they are wolf-hearted guys themselves." The crowd's murmurs rose and fell, each one causing Ning Fei's blood to rise. "No, I'm not." Ning Fei was trembling with anger, and his entire face was a shade of green and a shade of white. After the crowd said this, Yin Feng finally heard the beginning and end. A pair of sharp eyes looked Ning Fei up and down for a moment before, with an indifferent expression, he said, "Ning Fei, it's said that you're the #1 freshman of this class, so I'm sure you're enlightened, and since that's the case, then you comprehend it on your own as well." "No, senior brother Yen, Qinshi and I really have nothing to do with each other, and we're not brothers." Ning Fei was starting to get a little desperate. "Listen," Yin Feng said impatiently, "I do not like Qinshi, but I hate people like you too. If you and Qinshi are not brothers, why did you call yourself brother last night? Is it hard to see him as the head of the Yellow House? And now, learning that he has a grudge against me, he is in a hurry to clear the air?" Yin Feng stared at Ning Fei disdainfully and said, "You've claimed the last feat. Go back and comprehend it on your own." After speaking, he stopped looking at Ning Fei and arranged for the many new students to line up for the preaching. Holy! Ning Fei gritted his teeth in secret hatred. In the next moment, the weak body could no longer support such emotional fluctuations. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The blood-red eyes stared deathly at Qinshi, who raised his hand and left the great hall. As a direct descendant of the Ning family, it actually didn't matter if you didn't have a heavenly skill inheritance. He could turn his head and cultivate the secret arts of the Ning clan, the divine abilities. But the purpose of one's trip was not only to recapture the heaven mending pearl. More than that, you have to get one of the chances in the academy. And to get that chance, one must then cultivate the Qingtian creation technique. The preaching of the Monument of Enlightenment was not slow, with the freshmen leaving one by one. The matter of the Great Hall of Transmission also spread to the entire academy like a storm. Qinshi and Yin Feng have gone at it, and the two of them are betting on a fight for a full 250,000 contribution value. This Qinshi, he's too unself-conscious. No need to preach, comprehending the initiation in 10 days. That's just not going to do it. Impulsiveness has ultimately harmed myself, and this has not only slowed down the progress of cultivation, and a painful loss of 250,000 contribution value. Numerous trainees began to talk, but there was only one tone. Qinshi would never succeed in comprehending the heavenly skills. In this regard, Qinshi turned a deaf ear and remained closed about the small cave heaven. Until the next day. "Senior brother Qin, are you there? I'm Mengyu." A clear voice came from outside the cave. Chapter 62, I just taught you, and you've achieved great success in your gonfu? "Senior brother Qin, I heard about your bet with Yin Feng. You're too impulsive." Mengyu hurriedly stepped into the small cave sky, and his anxious tone came in from a long distance apart. This Qingtian creation technique is derived from the Emperor's scriptures, and its profundity and obscurity is beyond imagination. Mangyu's delicate and pretty face was filled with worry. And yet you want to comprehend the initiation in 10 days, still competing for the first place of the newborns. This is simply a pie in the sky. Senior Sister Meng. Qinshi was just about to open his mouth to defend a few sentences, but was interrupted by a sigh from Mengyu. That's just it. I'll tell you about my own realization of heaven's work. Only this Dao-yi is difficult to verbalize. I can only try to portray it as best I can, and I hope it will be of some use to you. Looking at Mengyu's anxious appearance, Qinshi's heart inexplicably surged with a warm feeling. This was the first time he had felt such pure concern and worry from among his fellow disciples. It's all on fire. Why are you still fuming? Mengyu's beautiful eyes glared. He said in a bad mood. In order to help you, I've put off extremely important academy tasks, but you're fine. So rambunctious. Having said that, Mengyu walked to the cultivation platform and sat down, those long, snow-white legs casually hitching and pulling on the edge of the platform. Waving his hand, he signaled Qinshi to come along. Cough. Qinshi coughed lightly a few times, his eyes moving away somewhat unnaturally. Only then did he open his mouth and said, Senior Sister Mengyu, there's no need. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers of that green sky creation technique. No need? How did you? Mengyu's eyes instantly widened when he heard this, and he was just about to open his mouth to rebuke the suddenly reacting. What did you just say? You finished cultivating? He did not explain much. His breath flowed around his body, and his gong method slowly operated. And in a flash, there was a 10 feet of green light emerging from his body, which was crystal clear, and there was a hidden Dao rhythm flowing inside. To put it bluntly, the Qingtian creation technique is a simplified version of the Great Dao creation technique, and one only needs to scan the. Then he had already understood the Taoist meaning contained therein. At the moment of the first appearance of the green light, Mengyu has been shocked to stay on the spot, cherry lips slightly open. Half a day, he couldn't close his mouth. 1 zhang of green light. This is the manifestation of heavenly skill initiation. No. Mengyu breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Didn't you just get the heavenly skill? How could you have refined it so quickly? Right? How come I practiced it? Qinshi scratched his head, a confused look on his face. And, anyway, it's just a matter of practicing. Maybe this heavenly gong itself isn't difficult. It's just that you guys are exaggerating. This is not a Qin fashion. Just that the great desolate divine palace has a great deal to do with it, and must not be exposed, so that you can only shrug it off to your own enlightenment. And the biggest reason why Shinshoyue wasn't worried about Yin Feng using his gongfu to jam Qinshi's neck was that, having seen Qinshi's terrifying enlightenment, she believed that Qinshi would be just as capable of getting started in a short period of time even if he didn't receive preaching. Mon Younger was silent. Where the hell did this freak come from? Could she not know if the heavenly merit was difficult or not? Not to mention that Qinshi had failed to obtain the preaching, and even if she did, comprehending a zhang of green light at this speed was also enough to shock everyone's jaws. The corners of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly, pulling out a dry smile. Senior brother Qin, I have things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Wait for Senior Sister Meng. Qinshi spoke out. In any case, Senior Sister Meng's caring intentions. Qinshi made a note of it. There is one more thing. Regarding the entire technique of the Qingtian creation technique, I think Senior Sister has already gotten it. I wonder if I could tell. Even if I tell you, you'll still be fixing. Mong Yang was in the middle of his sentence. Suddenly, as if reacting, his white, slender fingers gently rested against his bare forehead and he sighed helplessly. Gat. I'll just tell you. Mengyu took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart that hadn't subsided yet. The mysteries of the subsequent feats were recounted in the plainest of terms. In addition to not having enough cultivation to dictate a sermon, more than anything, he wanted to see if Qinshi could continue to cultivate with just this. In short, she still didn't believe that anyone could comprehend heavenly energy in this way. If that were true, wouldn't the world be full of heavenly gong scriptures? But soon, Mengyu was silent. Do you dare to believe it? The green light above Qinshi's head kept pulling up, striking the dome. Not only that, he was also able to backhandedly point out the unanswered questions he had recently encountered while practicing. Only when Qinshi tapped his fingertips, a bit of spiritual light appeared, which contained the meaning of the Tao. It didn't go into the center of Mengyu's eyebrows, originally comprehending to the difficult place of Mengyu. At this moment, the body of the green light flourished. Those previously obscure and difficult to understand passages were actually clarified in this instant. Senior Sister Meng, have you realized anything? Qinshi said softly. Mengyu looked at Qinshi in a daze. Her nose was sore and she somewhat wanted to cry. She came here today to help Qinshi to enter heavenly kung fu, right? And what happened? People backhandedly helped her to solve her confusion. You believe that? That little bit of aura wrapped around the Taoist intent. which indicated that the Qinshi's comprehension of the Qing Tian creation technique had already reached an unimaginable level, so that he could comprehend the heavenly technique without the help of the enlightenment tablet to help him comprehend the heavenly technique. But this subsequent realization of his heavenly skill was clearly something he had just taught him. Man Young pouted and didn't say a word. She was feeling a little lightheaded and really don't want to be here much longer. It hurts too much. Unconsciously rose to go, the swaying form slightly lumbering, and even, from the excess of motion, the hem of her skirt fluttered, revealing a glimpse of snow-like skin without realizing it. Senior Sister Meng, if you have any more questions about gong methods next time, just ask me, Qinsher said sincerely. Senior Brother Qin, Mengyu sucked in her little agaric nose, a hint of aggression in her voice, and, thank you for today's explanation, but next time it's better not to. I'm unstable in my Dao heart when you hit me in the face like that. Qinsher, having said that, Mengyu took out a voice transmission stone. Senior Brother Tai, I'm done with this side of my work. You can go with you to the Blood Demon Cave to complete the mission. Blood Demon Cave? Qinsher's mind stirred, and he immediately asked, Senior Sister Meng, this Blood Demon Cave, is it the territory of the Blood Demon Ancestor? I thought that after Zhang Tiandao had destroyed the Blood Demon Ancestor, he had acquired a large amount of spirit stones from the Blood Demon Ancestor, as well as array formations and books on elixirs that were worth a lot of money. Most importantly, there was also a blood-colored token of unknown use. However, to be kept close to the Blood Demon Ancestor, it must be of great use. Not bad. Mengyu nodded slightly, his hair swaying lightly. Senior Brother Qin also knows about this Blood Demon Cave? Afterwards, Mengyu then spoke about the tasks related to the Blood Demon Cave. Some time ago, the forces under the banner of the Academy of Creation, the city was frequently infested by blood slaves. For this reason, Tian Guiyuan performed the art of fortune-telling, but found that the Blood Demon Ancestor's fate star had fallen and he had long since died. It was thought that this had caused some of the blood slaves to escape from the Blood Devil's cave and make waves in the world. Therefore, in order to prevent future problems, the Academy issued a bounty mission to clear the Blood Devil's cave. Mengyu was one of the members of the team that swept the Blood Demon Cave. Qinsher asked, Senior Sister Meng, on this mission, can you bring me along? Take you with me? Mengyu showed a hesitant look on her face, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip. Senior Brother Qin, even if the Blood Demon Ancestor is dead, the danger of the Blood Demon Cave is still not to be underestimated, and those blood slaves who have been refined for hundreds of years, but with the strength of the Soul Spirit Realm, and you, the minimum cultivation standard to receive this mission is the Soul Spirit Realm, and Qinsher was only at the Nirvana Realm cultivation level, which was really far from each other. Senior Sister Meng, I still have some experience in the study of the formation arts. Bringing me along may have unexpected rewards, Qinsher said confidently. The recipient of this quest is the 6th on the heaven ranking, Iron Bone. Senior Brother Iron, Mengyu said, I can only try my best to help you fight for it, but it's still up to Senior Brother Tai to decide whether or not you'll be able to enter the mission squad. Yes, Qinsher nodded heavily. Chapter 63, Ling Huang who branched out again. Walking on the way to the mission hall, Qinsher said to Mengyu, Senior Sister Meng, you go ahead and, I have a few things to do, I'll be there later. Mengyu's vermilion lips lightly opened as she slightly nodded her head and responded, that's good. She raised her eyes to look into the distance and, adding another sentence, then I'll go talk to Senior Brother Ironbone first. After the young monk left, Qinsher's complexion was aghast as he quickly turned into a remote corner, only to see a freshman dressed in gray clothes waiting. This person's face was thin, but his eyes flashed with a shrewd light. Brother Qin, you're here. That freshman saw Qinsher show up and hurriedly greeted him with quick steps. In a low voice, he said, that Ning Fei has gone back to be furious since he was refused to preach. Not only did he smash the freshman dormitory, but he also cursed you for a full 3 hours. It was quiet until the law enforcement team came. Aha! Qinsher faintly answered and reminded. Ning Fei is proud of his heart, now battered and isolated. I need you to give him your utmost care and love, and thought it would be easy to gain his approval. Brother Qin, I understand. That freshman nodded his head hurriedly. In the future, every move Ning Fei makes, I'll report back to you as much as I can. There are some things that don't need to be said too clearly, and those who know how to say them will naturally understand. Qinsher nodded. His name was Lu Tan, and he had taken the initiative to find his way to the door after the confrontation last night. Not outstandingly gifted among the freshmen, but winningly shrewd. Lu Tan was also the first to see that there were unknown twists and turns between himself and Ning Fei. Here is 3,000 contribution value. Use it carefully and don't let anyone find out the end. With a wave of his hand, Qinsher allocated the 3,000 contribution value on the identity jade token within the Lu Tan jade token. Thanks. Thank you, Brother Qin. Lu Tan's eyes widened at once, his face filled with shock and ecstasy. He initially only wanted to exchange some favors, but he didn't expect Qin Shi to be so generous. That was a whole 3,000 contribution degrees, which could be exchanged for too many resources in the academy. Make an effort to go into Ning Fei's heart, and if you can find out some useful information. Qin Shi patted Lu Tan's shoulder. At that time, it will be more than just this contribution value. Yes, it's Brother Qin. Lu Tan leaned his body forward and said, somewhat flattered, I will definitely live up to Brother Qin's expectations. In the future, if there is no need to meet, don't meet, pass the soundstone contact. With those words, Qin Shi turned around and left, his figure quickly disappearing around the corner. I don't know if Lu Tan's piece can work, but the piece that should be laid, still has to be laid. After all, he and the Ning family were enemies in life and death. All was still unknown as to what manner Ning Fei was planning to use against himself with this arrival. At the same time, Ling Huang once again stepped into the hall of transmission, only to see that within that hall, a fiery red figure stood upright, and it was none other than Yin Feng. Ling Huang softly inquired, Senior Brother Yin, you're looking for me? Yin Feng turned around and gazed deeply at Ling Huang. Opening his mouth, he asked, how has your progress been in regards to the comprehension of Heavenly Gong? Ling Huang hung her head slightly. The depth of Heavenly Gong is unimaginable. Even with Senior Brother Yan's preaching, I've only scratched the surface. After saying that, she gently raised her jade hand, and a faint green light flickered past her fingertips. Transient. Well, it's not easy to make such progress. It's worthy of being the second-ranked leading figure on the freshman list. An imperceptible color of approval flashed in Yin Feng's eyes. Ling Huang's enlightenment as well as cultivation talent, even in this academy of creation. It is also extremely rare. I just pondered about it. Yin Feng said after a moment of contemplation. Whether it's the aura of the four valleys or the king's beings, it's clear that Qin Shi is quite a man of the city. So you're saying that why would he initiate a bet with me today? This, Ling Huang said with a hint of hesitation on her face, not quite sure. Perhaps he was so angry that he acted on impulse? Ling Huang's initial idea was that a person who had broken through to the Nirvana realm, but was unknown in the sect, even when they are framed, they just walk away. How could such a person be overwhelmed by annoyance? I think Qin Shi must have a backhanded approach. However, after coming into contact with Heavenly Gong, she came to deeply realize that even with Yin Feng preaching, however, it was also as difficult as climbing up to heaven if one wanted to be initiated into Heavenly Gong for a short period of time. Ling Huang didn't believe that Qin Shi was able to comprehend the heavenly skills on his own without anyone preaching to him. Yin Feng shook his head slightly and said with a grave expression, that 250,000 contribution value that, even for me, it is by no means a small amount. Therefore, next, I will do my best to help you comprehend the heavenly feats. Yin Feng was now more and more certain that there was a deception in this. From every word, every action after Qin Shi entered the temple, both seemed to be leading themselves into a hole. However, when Qin Shi came into contact with the Enlightenment tablet today, the spirit of the tablet did transmit the scriptures, which indicated that Qin Shi's was indeed the first time he had come into contact with the Qing Tian creation technique. So, again, it seems to be really what Qin Shi did under his angry arrogance. However, it didn't matter. One only needed to fully assist Ling Huang in comprehending the heavenly skills. With Ling Huang's enlightenment and the aid of himself and the Tao Enlightenment tablet, he really didn't believe that Qin Shi would be able to surpass Ling Huang by then. Many thanks to Senior Brother Yin. Ling Huang will definitely do her best to live up to her promise. Surprise blossomed in Ling Huang's eyes immediately. Originally, he thought that he was going to be deathly suppressed by Qin Shi for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to turn around. But now it seemed that things had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shi, I'm afraid you would never have imagined it. Ling Huang secretly pondered in her heart. You offended Yin Feng, but you didn't want to bring me a chance. Freshman initiation, one step ahead of the rest, and you will surely fall without a trace because of this suppression. Qin Shi, the encounter between you and I will begin with the feats competition in 10 days' time. At this moment, Ling Huang's scruples against Qin Shi had all but dissipated in her heart. In its place was the uncontrollable arrogance and pride. As for all of this, Qin Shi was completely unaware of it and didn't care about it. Steadily traveling along the way, it didn't take long to arrive outside the mission hall. Before he stepped into the hall, he heard a clamor of noisy voices like a surging tide coming in. Within the hall, numerous disciples were shuttling in and out of it as if they were busy, all of them in a hurry, either busy taking on new tasks or anxiously handing back completed ones. In the center of the hall, there were two huge moldings of polished crystal emanating an eerie luster, on which the dense mission messages lined up like an ant colony. Above the crystal plate on the left, there is an exhaustive list of all kinds of academy quests. It concerns all aspects of academic excellence, sect affairs, and disciple practice. To the right, the crystal plate prominently displays numerous bounty quests. Qinshi's gaze inadvertently landed on the top of the list of bounty quests. Only that first task stood out. Searching for by Ling Huang. Task publisher, Shen Shouyue. Requirements, none. Mission reward, 1,000,000 contribution value. Is this the knot in Master Shen's heart that is difficult to untie? Qinshi muttered. After so many years, with a reward of 1 million contribution value, there are countless disciples who have taken up the mission, and no one ever finished. And that second bounty mission reads, looking for a pill master. Task publisher, Pill King Valley. Requirements, specialize in alchemy and detoxification. Task reward, Sacred Yang Dan. When Qinshi swept his eyes, he was ready to look for Mengyu, but just then, a piece of paper was violently shoved into his arms by a hurried disciple. Chapter 64, College Quest, Swinging Clear of the Blood Demon Cave. That's a form. Immediately after that, a voice that spoke very fast came to his ears. There's just too many people taking the assignment, so just fill out the form and turn it in. The people from the Valley of Medicine will conduct an initial screening based on the information contained in the form. If you are fortunate enough to pass the preliminary selection, you will naturally have the opportunity to try to cure the poison and save people. The speaker was a disciple who was holding a thick stack of forms that distribute them one by one to the disciples in the mission hall. I didn't say I was going to follow the mission. Qinshi smiled. Not to mention the fact that Pill King Valley already possessed its own alchemists. Within this Academy of Creation alone, there were quite a few reputable elixir masters. Under such circumstances, the Pill King Valley still went out of its way to take out the precious and incomparable Sacred Yang Dan to offer a reward. I'm afraid that this mission is by no means as simple as alchemy and detoxification on the surface. Qinshi looked down at the form, which recorded the mission information. It turned out that the daughter of the Medicine King Valley had been poisoned for some unknown reason and was unconscious. Although the Medicine King Valley used many elixirs to remove the toxins, it didn't take long for the toxin actually spread quietly in the body again. So repeatedly, I do not know how many Dan Dao masters worried. There is a question at the end of the form, so please, what kind of elixir do you think should be used? To completely detoxify? Qinshi raised his eyebrows slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, lifting his pen to the form, he wrote with panache, I find it difficult for any elixir to work, as what she may have been hit with is not poison. After writing, Qinshi flicked his wrist and casually flung the form on the counter. Then he turned around and continued to look through the crowd for Meng Yang. The disciple looked down at the contents of the form and couldn't help but skim his lips, muttered under his breath, what the hell? So many elixir masters are very sure that they are poisoned. But you wrote that they are not poisoned. That's not fooling around. Nevertheless, that disciple organized the form ready to submit it. Recently, the top has been pressing hard, and I've heard that the daughter of the Pill King Valley has reached a precarious point. The entire Medicine King Valley was going crazy with anxiety. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so sick and desperate to come within the academy to issue a bounty mission. Qinshi's gaze swept around the hall and, finally, the graceful figure of Mengyu was seen in a remote corner. Beside her, there was also a burly big man standing. It was a man who was 2 meters tall, with pancaking muscles and a berserk aura all over his body. I think this is what Mengyu said, the 6th iron bone of the heavenly ranking. Senior Sister Meng. Qinshi raised his voice and shouted, then quickly greeted her. Seeing Qinshi come, Mengyu slightly sidestepped and introduced himself to Iron Bone on the side. Senior Brother Iron Bone. This is the Qinshi I mentioned to you, and although he just joined the academy not long ago, he has extraordinary potential. Qinshi greeted, Senior Brother Iron Bone. Iron Bone did not respond, but instead looked Qinshi up and down with a slight frown on his face. Bluntly, he said, Senior Sister Meng, it's not that I don't give you face, it's just that he's only in the Nirvana realm. I can barely get even a beginner into the Soul realm to join the team, but the strength of this Nirvana realm into that Blood Demon Cave, I'm afraid that he doesn't even have the power to defend himself, and then I'll have to be distracted to save him, which won't do. Senior Brother Ironbone. Mengyu hurriedly explained, although Senior Brother Qin's realm isn't high, but there are quite a lot of means, and it's not the strength it appears to be. Ironbone was not impressed, but instead stared at Qinshi. I've heard of your name. Recently, you can be said to be in the limelight in the academy, but in my opinion, your so-called tactics are just the use of external power and self-strength is fundamental. Ironbone paused and continued, if you have some self-knowledge, you should take the initiative to withdraw from the. Don't make things difficult for Senior Sister Meng. If you want to come to my place to mix contribution values, you're afraid you're looking in the wrong place. You're simply not qualified. Oh, Qinshi said without humbling himself. Senior brother Ironbone. Then in your opinion, what does it take to qualify? Are all freshmen this crazy nowadays? Ironbone whispered, a hint of warm anger in his words that, take a move from me before you ask me for qualifications. In the next instant, Ironbone's mana surged steeply around him. An extremely powerful aura surged out from his body, surging toward Qinshi. That aura was like a flooding beast, furiously impacting. The surrounding disciples bore the brunt of the impact of the aura and retreated backward one after another, many of them showing a look of shock and staggering in their footsteps. Even Mengyu, who was on the side, had to run his magic power in order to resist. The aura was like a materialized storm that enveloped Qinshi. However, in the face of such a terrifying breath suppression, Qinshi actually stood in place, not moving a muscle. There was even a faint smile on his face. When Ironbone saw this, his pupils instantly contracted sharply, his eyes filled with shock and unbelief. This was not a simple breath suppression, but a soul-type attack tactic. Not to mention Qinshi, even if it was an ordinary soul spirit realm trainee, facing this move of his own, neither can they do this as leisurely as they did in Qinshi. Senior brother Ironbone. The corner of Qinshi's mouth rose as he asked softly, do you think I'm qualified now? If it came to breath suppression, who could compare to Chaos Breath? Although the impact of Ironbone's aura was strong, it was compared to the ancient ferociousness that was suppressed within the Ling Tian sect. Still not even close. It's a bit interesting. Ironbone looked deeply at Qinshi and slowly said, that place, the Blood Devil's Cave, is a hostile environment, and its blood-colored aura strikes one's mind all the time. Since you can resist my aura, I think you'll be able to defend yourself in the Blood Demon Cave, so count yourself in. Having said that, Ironbone handed Qinshi a piece of paper recording information about the mission. Based on the information above, ostensibly due to the escape of the blood slaves and the nuisance and mutilation of neighboring beings, that's why the Creation Academy decided to send out disciples to swing and clear the Blood Demon Cave. But the truth is, there is also a game between the top brass involved. In the buffer zone between the spheres of influence of the two top powers, the Creation Academy and the Yin Yang Palace, there was a vein of Inferno Crystal, and over the years, the two sides had often had disputes over this vein. Thus, the two top forces took advantage of this occasion of the Blood Demon Cave's emergence to make a pact. Each squad participating in this mission consists of a maximum of 3 people, and when the mission is over, whichever power's team managed to clear out more blood slaves, then the Inferno Crystal Vein would belong to whichever power owned it. As for the squad that won the right to own the Inferno Crystal Vein, the Academy, in addition to giving contribution value, you can also go to the Academy's marrow wash pool and have a baptism. Ironbone was a physical cultivator, and compared to the other disciples in the heavenly ranking, he needed this baptism even more. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the other members of the heavenly ranking were either in seclusion or on a mission, coupled with Mengyu's repeated requests, this task would not have fallen to Qinshi in any case. It is a pity that the location of the Blood Demon ancestor's death was not calculated. If we could know where it is, in turn, if we find that crucial blood-colored token, then our mission this time will be easily accomplished. Mengyu said with slight regret. A blood-colored token? Qinshi raised his eyebrows and asked obediently, what's the use of that? A sliver of the blood slave's divine soul is hidden in the token. Mengyu explained, the one who possesses the token, it will be able to control 10,000 blood slaves. In other words, whoever possesses the scarlet token will be able to flatten the Blood Demon Cave in an instant. It dawned on Qinshi, so that's how it is. At first, he thought it was a formation order from some formation, but he didn't expect that it could control blood slaves. After a brief exchange of information, the 3 of them prepared to leave the mission hall, and just at this moment, a voice came from far away. Senior brother Ironbone, this is a difficult task. How about kicking out that Qinshi and replacing me with you to team up and go forward? Chapter 65, I can take down the Devil's Cave. So you're kicking me out of the squad? The crowd looked around and saw a man with fiery red hair striding towards them. The person who came was none other than Yin Feng. Originally, Yin Feng was helping Ling Huang realize the Tao in the Hall of Transmission, but the disciple who was sent to keep an eye on Qinshi reported. Qinshi arrived at the mission hall. This time, Yin Feng was a bit puzzled. 10 days will pass in a flash, if you don't hurry up and practice your heavenly skills. Instead, you run to the mission hall to pick up a quest? What? You've mastered the Green Heaven creation technique? It is impossible to get started, although it is impossible to guess, but it does not prevent Yin Feng from stepping in to suppress it. Ha ha, senior brother Yin. Ironbone laughed out loud. It's great to have you join us. The words fell. Taibone turned his head and said to Mengyu with a slightly apologetic expression. Senior sister Meng, I don't need to tell you that you understand the special nature of this mission. Earlier, Yin Feng said that he was going into seclusion to preach, so he vacated a slot that, Now that he's here, I can't take Qinshe anymore. Therefore, I refuse Qinshe's membership. When Meng Yu heard this, his face changed. Senior brother Tai Bone, if you have not yet promised to, if you rejected Qinshe, I would naturally have nothing to say, but you've just joined the team. How can one go back on his word just because Yanfeng is coming? I'm sorry, senior sister Meng. This time, let's consider that I owe senior brother Qin a mission. Next time, if there are any other suitable missions, I will definitely bring senior brother Qin with me. How about it? Although Iron Bone's expression was a bit unnatural, his attitude remained resolute. Kick out Qinshe and replace it with Yanfeng. The marrow washing pool can be the icing on the cake for the other members of the heavenly ranking. After all, everyone above the heavenly ranking had cultivated to the soul realm, but Iron Bone was different. He was a physical cultivator. Nowadays, in terms of physical body breakthrough, he had even encountered a bottleneck, and urgently needed the assistance of the marrow cleansing pool to break through. Although it was more or less unorthodox to do so, Qinshe was compared to Yanfeng. The sheer magnitude of the disparity is enough to turn itself against you. Meng Yu tightly bit her lower lip and said in a resolute tone, since senior brother Tai Bone is determined to kick out Qinshe, then I, Meng Yu, also withdraw from the squad and will no longer participate in this mission. Senior sister Meng, Tai Bone frowned. Now that there are 2 heaven rankings in the squad, myself and Yanfeng, coupled with your star purification ability, swinging through the demon cave and achieving first place can be considered a nail in the coffin. Iron Bone paused and continued, as far as I know, the Tiangui Academy disciples have fragile physical bodies. You're also in great need of the marrow cleansing pool to wash your fleshly body, aren't you? Why should you be angry with me for a Qinshe? It's not a placeholder. Meng Yu gently shook his head, not to mention the time of Qin, even if it were any other disciple. Your backtracking behavior, I, Meng Yu, would not join in, for it is impossible for me to trust my life to a man whose word is not his. Enough. Tai Bone's face instantly grimaced. Surprisingly, senior sister Meng doesn't want to join the senior brother Yan. Just call another person on your side. That's natural. Yanfeng nodded. Qinshe, who was on the side, also had an ugly look on his face, originally thinking that when he waited until the blood demon cave, take out the scarlet token yourself to help the squad take first place. But who would have thought that because of Yanfeng's appearance, Iron Bone would not hesitate to kick himself out? Dude, I can level the blood demon cave in no time, and you kick me out of the squad? Qinshe, if you don't have enough cultivation, practice more. What's the use of getting angry? The corners of Yanfeng's mouth rose and, disdainfully, he said, if it's because of you that senior brother Iron Bone can't enter the marrow cleansing pool, who's going to pay for that loss? Practice more if you're a vegetable. Yanfeng coldly threw down these 3 words and greeted Iron Bone as they left together. Meng Yu walked over and pulled Qinshe's arm, his expression full of humility. Senior brother Qin, I didn't think Iron Bone was like that either. Senior sister Meng, Qinshe did not answer, but asked, this mission that, can we get it? Meng Yu thought for a moment and said, the mandate is Soul Spirit Realm, and then the number of people is no more than 3. You can't catch it, but I can. Very well. Qinshe smiled. Senior sister Meng, if you believe in me, go and take that quest and, the 2 of you and I will team up and I promise to take first place in the squad. Meng Yu gave Qinshe a suspicious look, and after a moment of contemplation, okay, I believe you, I'm going to take the quest. The Blood Devil's Cave is deep underground and will constantly change location with the massive underground river. This was also the reason why the blood demon ancestor had used the flesh and blood of mortal cultivators to refine blood slaves, yet he still hadn't been overthrown. The reason for this is that his lair is too good to hide. After Manhwa had successfully taken over the mission, then he got a piece of paper with coordinate information from the disciple in charge of the handover. Located roughly 3,000 miles east of the academy is the Purple Frost sect. There is a blood slave trapped there. Meng Yu looked at the coordinates on the paper and said, we follow this blood slave and, then you can find the Blood Devil's Cave. Yes, Qinshe nodded. The 2 of them came above a clearing, and Meng Yu's palms opened and, a compact divine boat was then sacrificed. And then the divine boat surged against the wind until it was more than 10 meters long before it came to a stop. Meng Yu said, this is the 1,000 traveling boat. It is extremely fast and can save us a lot of time. In just 1 hour, Qinshe and Meng Yu crossed 3,000 li on 1,000 traveling boats, arrived at the Purple Frost sect. The Purple Frost sect was just a small sect that depended on the Creation Academy to survive. Sect Master Xianfeng was only at the Nirvana realm cultivation level, and he usually guarded this small part of the world. Rarely did they come into contact with the big clans. At this moment, when he learned that the disciples of the Creation Academy would be arriving, he hastily straightened his outdated Dao robe. Leading the disciples, he greeted them with fear and trepidation. I only saw a flash of light in the sky, and Qinshi and Meng Yu's mana shook. The spiritual energy around his body was like a materialized mist of light, and from above the divine boat, he descended in the air. This scene instantly drew a gasp from the disciples of the Purple Frost sect. Is this mana fluctuation? Could it be that they have all reached the Nirvana realm? At such a young age. It was horrible. A junior disciple's eyes widened with disbelief. Several elders beside him also looked shaken, and one of them with a keen eye shook his head and, lowering his voice, he said, "More than that woman's aura is frightening even to me, and I'm afraid that she has already reached a higher level of the realm. You need to be careful what you say, so you don't get into trouble." When the surrounding disciples heard this, their bodies tightened and they nodded their heads in a hurry. A higher level? What realm is that? Unimaginable at this age. Sect Master Ling arched his hand and bent his head in salute. His voice was tinged with a few trembles. "I don't know that the High Foot of the Creation Academy has come to visit. I hope to apologize for my mistake." Mengyu slightly smiled lightly and softly said, "The sect leader is polite. We have come this time to. It's for the captured blood slave. So I hope the sect leader will lead the way." Ling hurriedly nodded his head and guided the two of them all the way to the underground cell. That underground cell was dark, damp and cold, and filled with a sickening stench of blood and rot. The blood slaves imprisoned therein were twisted, and the blood stains around their bodies were knotted into hard lumps that, two long fangs pierced out from the corners of its mouth, and a tyrannical aura emanated from its body. As soon as it saw someone approaching, it immediately struggled frantically and, the chains were torn and clanked. Meng Youyu's hand was lightly raised, and with a flash of mana at her fingertips, the chains locking the blood slaves fell down in response. The blood slave was freed and threw back his head and let out an earth-shattering hiss, and the whole cell rustled and shook. Immediately after that, he turned into a blood shadow and rushed towards the outside like an arrow. "Follow," Qinshi whispered, and with Meng Yu's figure swaying, he sped after the blood shadow. When their silhouettes completely disappeared, Xianfeng's long-tightened body instantly collapsed and sat down on the ground. Cold sweat. "I've already done what you asked me to do. Don't overthrow my Purple Frost sect." Xianfeng's trembling voice rang out. "Very well, I'm satisfied with the flesh I've drawn this time." A voice, if anything, rang out in the empty cell. Chapter 66, Traveling to the Blood Devil Cave. After coming out of the Purple Frost sect, the two of them ran wildly along with the blood slaves, and after about half an hour, stepping into a deserted wilderness. All around, dead trees were slanting and weeds were growing wildly, revealing an indescribable dead silence. The wind whistled by, rolling sand and gravel hit and rustled. The blood slave suddenly stopped in his tracks, sniffing lightly as his eyes fell on the land in front of him to his left. In an instant, the blood slave's blood chi surged around his body, as if it were boiling blood water. Frantically, he slammed towards the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently with each impact. A deep pit followed. As the frequency of the impact increased, there was a rumble and a large hole was made in the ground. In a flash, the underground dark current erupted violently and, accompanying this was a strong baleful and bloody aura intertwining and rushing toward the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Qinshi and Meng Yu exchanged glances, and Meng Yu said softly, "The bloodbath rushes to the heavens. It seems like this should be the place. The Blood Demon Cave follows the underground river and flows here without a doubt." Qinshi nodded his head. His fingertip sword chi suddenly rose, put a sound. The sword chi whistled out and killed the blood slaves who were ready to burrow into the ground. And yet I wonder if it was an illusion that, moments before death, Qinshi seemed to see that a hint of relief even surfaced on its face. Qinshi's brows furrowed as doubts arose in his heart. Blood slaves have always known only to follow the orders of the sacrificer or to act on instinct, without thought. Not knowing life and death. That look just now was really strange. Could it be that the blood slaves have developed a spirit? Senior Qin? What's wrong? Meng Yu sensed Qinshi's abnormality and asked out loud. Nothing. Qinshi shook his head. Perhaps he had misread the situation. Otherwise, if the blood slaves really developed a spirit, then I'm afraid that the Blood Demon Cave would have a big problem. Meng Yu nodded her head. Then she pinched her spell, and bright starlight poured down from her palm. The blast blew a large hole in the ground, revealing a dark hole, and the gloomy and cold air miso bubbled out. After the two of them exchanged glances, they followed the large hole into the underground world one after the other. As one enters, a mega-sized relic building presents itself. It was simply too big and, looking from this end to that end, the field of vision is hardly exhaustive. Roughly estimated, the length of the sphere of 1,000 meters away. The height was also hundreds of meters, plunging right into the dome of the underground world. Its shape resembles a giant beehive, with a grid of staggered holes. Some of the holes spewed out scarlet mist from time to time with a pungent smell of blood. Massive phalanxes wrapped the hive-like ruins, tightly connected to the turbulent, gushing underground river. As the underground river gurgled and flowed, it also emitted a chilling low sound. This should be the Blood Demon Cave, Xianxue said. That should be it. Mengyu pointed to the corner above the Blood Demon Cave, where two figures stood. Montjuic raised his hand and pointed to one of them, said, "That's Master Lu Yulu, the instructor of our Creation Academy." He also looked at the other person. That person wearing the Yin-Yang Taoist robe must be an elder of the Yin-Yang sect. The two men flew forward and bowed with their hands. Mengyu, you're the only two who came. Lu Shi frowned and then looking at Xianxue with slight surprise, he said, "And you, what's a Nirvana realm doing here? Follow Sister Mengyu to gain insight." Xianxue replied, "That's just it. It's dangerous inside. You two can just take a look around the periphery. Do not head to the center." Lu Shi admonished. As the words fell, Master Lu waved his hand and a jade tablet floated in front of the two. "You take this jade tablet and head to the Devil's Cave, and for every blood slave you kill, all of them will leave a record on the jade tablet. When the time comes, the contribution value will be rewarded according to the amount of beheading." Master Lu said, "Yes." After receiving the jade tablet, the two of them, Xianxue and Mengyu leaped in a single figure, jumped in along one of the holes above the Blood Demon Cave. When the two of them disappeared, the corner of the mouth of the elder of the Yin-Yang Palace on the side hooked up with a touch of teasing. Jokingly, he said, "Lu Yu, does your Creation Academy have no one? Going so far as to send a little disciple from the Nirvana realm to make up the numbers. So what if we make up the numbers? It's better than your Yin-Yang Palace." Lu Yu choked in a humorless manner. "Poof, but the belonging of a mineral vein. Your Yin-Yang sect is good. Even your own saint daughter has personally come down, and you're not afraid of falling into disgrace." The elder of the Yin-Yang Palace laughed, full of concern. "My holy maiden's heart is in the right place. If you want to come in and join in the fun, why not? If you guys aren't convinced, send in the number 1 on the heavenly ranking." Saying no more, he waved his hand and an object that resembled a crystal panel appeared out of thin air in front of him. Above the panel, 23 bright spots flashed incessantly. It was slowly advancing towards the interior from the periphery of the Devil's Cave. These bright spots, each representing a small team, killing from different directions towards the depths of the Blood Demon Cave. On the other hand, Xianxue and Mengyu had just stepped into the Blood Demon Cave. The intense blood aura then rolled in like a raging wave. Mengyu quickly activated his mana, and his body surface instantly blossomed with protective starlight, blocking that pounding blood aura in droves. On the contrary, Xianxue stood quietly in place, his breath calm and steady around him, not the slightest sign of making a move. When the blood chi ferociously lunged in front of Xianxue, it was as if it had hit an invisible barrier. It actually snaked around him in droves. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Mengyu's eyes. However, she still urged, "Senior brother Qin, if you feel unwell, don't try to be brave and exit quickly." "Aha," Xianxue answered. The Blood Devil Cave was as dark as ink. Xianxue's eyes gently closed, and then slowly opened again when the eyes were flooded with a profound green light, and it was the clear wind drawing pupil technique that was unleashed. It was as if the darkness had been torn open by the pupils. Everything around them became visible, and as a strong person of the soul realm, Mengyu perceived things around him by virtue of his divine soul, rather unaffected by this dark environment. Right at this moment, Xianxue's mind moved and probed into his inner ring, taking out the blood-colored token. This token was a relic of the blood demon ancestor, and only a faint glow could be seen around the token. It seemed to be activated by the scent of the Blood Demon Cave. Xianxue carefully probed his divine sense into it, and in an instant, the consciousness seemed to be in a vast and boundless space. In this space, densely packed glowing blood spots filled it. Each blood dot represents a blood slave, and as long as I extinguish the blood dots, I can easily decapitate the blood slaves. Xianxue secretly pondered in his heart, already understanding the role of the blood-colored token. The two of them traveled slowly along the winding road that the mottled traces left by the fight could be seen everywhere around. Puddles of blood were strewn across the room, and the fishy odor filled the air, all of which were the marks that remained after the blood slaves had been decapitated previously. After walking for a while, the sound of disorganized footsteps suddenly came from another fork in the road. Not long after, a group of blood slaves appeared, 8 in total, each with blood chi churning around them. It's a sinister aura. The blood slave captain at the head was extraordinarily large, with muscles churning and blood mist surrounding him. Seeing that the blood slave captain's eyes instantly glowed as soon as he saw Mengyu, sternly screaming, "Good embryos, kill the men and tie up the women." As soon as these words entered his ears, Xianxue's face suddenly changed. He was now finally certain that the blood devils in the blood devil cave were born spiritually. Now things seemed a little big. Chapter 67 Yin Yang Palace Holy Maiden. Feud. Roar. With a hiss, the blood slave squad charged towards the Qin Shi duo. Meng Yuyao's eyes flinched. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the power of the bright stars surged out from his palms. It turned into a brilliant stream of light. The blood and the starlight are intertwined, and with the sound of zip, 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 the three blood slaves that rushed at the front were instantly purified and dissipated into green smoke. At the same time, there were 3 more blood marks on the jade plate. Seeing this, the blood slave captain shouted in horror, "Run away!" Before the words left his mouth, he turned around with the remaining blood slaves and fled towards the depths. Meng Yu raised her willow eyebrows and was about to go after them. At that moment, Qin Shi reached out to stop him. "Senior sister Meng, there's no need to chase." While Meng Yu was puzzled, he saw Qin Shi waving his big hand and the fleeing blood slave let out a mournful cry of awe before instantly turning into a puddle of blood. 5 more blood marks appeared on the jade tablet. Seeing this, Meng Yu instantly widened his eyes, an incredulous look appearing on his face. "Senior brother Qin, you just..." Meng Yu couldn't help but inquire. She had believed that Qin Shi had the means to deal with the blood slaves, but she had never expected that Qin Shi means to be this incredible. Without any mana fluctuation, simply waving his hand, he overthrew the blood slaves. One must know that these blood slaves were not weak, equivalent to Nirvana realm cultivators. That captain even has a half-step soul realm cultivation, and you just waved your hand and overthrew it? Qin Shi didn't reply, but instead said with a grave expression, "Senior sister Meng, we must be extra careful next. The blood slaves here have developed a spirit." Meng Yu heard some doubts and said softly, "Flowers, plants and trees have been nourished by the spiritual qi through. After a long time, a spirit can be born." The blood slaves drifted for 100 years in the gloomy environment of the underground dark current, and they were scrubbed by the veins of the earth to give birth to a spirit. "Rather, you don't have to be so surprised." Qin Shi shook his head, his gaze deep. "Senior sister Meng, let me ask you this. Why would a blood slave that was born out of a spirit lure us to his lair? In fact, according to the handwritten notes left behind by the blood demon ancestor, a trace of the blood soul of the blood slave was sealed in the token, which was an incomplete individual, and it was difficult to give birth to a spirit even after 1,000 years. One can only obey orders. Of course nothing can be absolute. Just like, for example, raising a parasite, meaning, letting countless blood slaves fight and mingle with each other in this underground space, until the birth of a king can stop. The other blood slaves will also be elevated in grade, and so on and so forth. It can give birth to spiritual wisdom. In other words, it was highly likely that a blood king of unknown strength existed within the blood demon cave. Are you saying that we were intentionally introduced to the blood demon cave? When Meng Yu heard this, his face changed, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. If the blood slaves only acted on instinct, then it was only natural that they would find the blood demon cave along the way. But once a blood slave is born with a spirit, things are very different. One blood slave introduced a small team into the blood demon cave. It was hard to say who was the prey and who was the hunter. Meng Yu subconsciously asked, "Senior brother Qin, then what should we do now? Hide at the back and wait for an opportunity to move? Anyway, there are heaven-ranking experts in front of us to help us out. When the time comes, even if there are any changes, with my means, I will be able to protect both of us," Qin Shi said after pondering. Originally, according to Qin Shi's plan, he had pushed all the way across the border, decimated all the blood slaves, got the rewards, and went back to cultivate. But now that there's been a change of heart, that strategy is going to have to be altered a bit. The Scarlet Token can restrain the opponent as usual, but only if one has to have some time to find the blood drops belonging to the Blood King. If you are too flashy and get killed in seconds right off the bat, no token will be of any use. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Meng Yu nodded and said. Unconsciously, Meng Yu had already taken Qin Shi as the backbone of this trip. Qin Shi and Meng Yu walked unhurriedly, and the silence around them was so great that only the sound of their footsteps remained. I don't know how long it was, but there was a sudden and fierce sound of fighting ahead, as if a flood of bells were crashing, and it echoed in this eerie blood demon cave. Following the sound, he rushed to the scene, only to see a woman in a black dress that was particularly eye-catching. She had a graceful figure and the face was high and cold, a pair of eyes like cold stars, exuding an aura that made people not dare to look directly at them between their hands and feet. Seeing the woman in the field, Meng Yu couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, "That's the Yin Yang Palace's sacred maiden, Ling Huang. I didn't realize that for the sake of the ownership of this mineral vein, the Yin Yang Palace had even sent out its holy maiden." There was a Dan cultivator beside Ling Huang, and this person's hands were like electricity. constantly throwing out all kinds of pills. When the elixir touched the blood slaves, it erupted into brilliant flames and pungent medicinal mist, and for a while, screams and roars intermingled. On the other side, stood a man with a hawk's nose, his muscles taut, and with every stroke that, all wrapped in the power of opening mountains and cracking rocks. The strength is obviously not to be underestimated. The blood slaves on the other side were no longer at the unusual captain level, but at the more powerful commander level. The blood chi around his body was like a materialized flame, roaring and pouncing on the crowd. But this was, after all, the Holy Maiden squad, and their strength was too strong. Even if the opposite side was 4 commander-level blood slaves, they were also quickly outmatched and were decapitated one by one. Qinshi was observing the whole process, and was keenly aware that those commander-level blood slaves, although in the midst of the melee, instead, his eyes were always intentionally or unintentionally directed towards Ling Huang. In the beginning the pair of blood slaves targeted Manhwa, now the blood slave commander targets Ling Huang. Is that king in there an old sex maniac? But it can't be, can it? It's all across the species, Qinshi secretly guessed. At that moment, a cold voice came out, since you can't control your own eyes, then just dig it up. Ling Huang's vermilion lips gently opened. Her beautiful eyes contained fury, glaring straight at Qinshi. In the next instant, she raised her plain hand, and several dark willow leaf-shaped darts instantly flew out from between her sleeves. The body of the dart had a cold light flashing, wrapped in a sharp sound of breaking wind, straight to Qinshi's eyes. Manhwa's reaction is also extremely fast. His body shape flashed forward, his hands quickly formed a seal. A radiant curtain of starlight instantly spread out in front of his body. Ding! The dart hit the light screen, splashing a few sparks, and the impact shocked Manhwa's arm slightly numb. But that light curtain did not break after all, steadily protecting Qinshi. Manhwa looked at Ling Huang with a cold gaze. Sacred Maiden Lang, it's too much. A low strength should have the awareness of a low strength, or else it's no one's fault if you lose your life. Ling Huang responded coldly. The man with the hawk-hooked nose on the side glanced at Qinshi even more disdainfully. What garbage, and dare to come here. After saying that, the two of them stopped paying attention and continued onward with Dan Xiu. You want to gouge out your eyes at the drop of a hat? Qinshi looked at their disappearing figures and, whispering to himself, he touched the formation order in his arms, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. In that case, then our beam is knotted. Chapter 68, Core Area, Crisis Erupts. Qinshi and Manhwa continued toward the Blood Devil Cave, and the closer they got to the center of the more squads that surrounded them on all sides, mostly from the Academy of Creation and the Yin Yang Palace. Occasionally, there were still some well-informed loose cultivators who mixed into it, trying to find some chance from here. The numerous squads within the Blood Demon Cave were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Blood Slaves, and the light of the magic treasures was intertwined with the Blood Aura. Among the group of Blood Slaves, an extraordinarily tall Blood Slave was particularly eye-catching, with a huge body that, the blood aura around his body was like materialized frost, and his ghostly blue eyes swept across the field. Oh my god, that would be the alpha-level Blood Slave. A disciple shouted in surprise. Commander-level Blood Slaves already have soul realm cultivation. This alpha-level Blood Slave is afraid to have the strength of a half-step 10,000 elephants. Another disciple analyzed with a grave expression. So what if it's half a step to 10,000 elephants? My Yin Yang Palace Holy Maiden is the best amongst the heavens. Remarks. A mere alpha-level Blood Slave is simply not enough to fear. The Yin Yang Palace disciple's tone was filled with pride. Under the watchful eyes of the alpha-level Blood Slaves, the originally fleeing Blood Slaves began to consciously form battle formations. Protect the chief in the center. I only saw that the leader-level Blood Slave raised his hand and launched a vast river of blood, sweeping towards the surrounding squads. Many cultivators were in a sorry state as they were impacted by this river of blood. For a while, the two sides were locked in a stalemate tug-of-war. However, this situation did not last long. It wasn't long before a small group appeared at the end of the line of sight. It was none other than Iron Bone, Yan Feng, and Wang Yuan from the Xianling Academy. Iron Bone was worthy of being a heavenly ranking expert, only to see his muscles bulging and his hands gripping his double axes. Leaping high, the axe blade wrapped with the power of opening the mountain fell down. Click a sound, where the axe blade touched. The Blood Slaves instantly collapsed, splashing plasma in all directions, instantly tearing a hole in the Blood Slave battle formation. Yan Feng shook the lance in his hand, his mana vibrated, and a volatile fire dragon roared out from the tip of the lance, crashing head-on into the voluminous blood river of the alpha-level Blood Slaves. The two collided, emitting a ZZ sound, and eventually the blood river dissipated and turned into green smoke. Wang Yuan wasn't willing to show weakness either. He kept casting spells, and a ball of purple light exploded in the group of Blood Slaves. It caused a lot of damage to the Blood Slaves, With the addition of the heavenly ranking squad, the blood slave front quickly collapsed. The Yin Yang Palace's holy maiden, Ling Huang, and the hawk-nosed man at her side also rushed over, and strangely enough, the Dan cultivator who had originally followed them was nowhere to be seen. After the alpha-level blood slave swept around, he jumped into the deep pit not far away without looking back. Seeing this, the other blood slaves also surged towards the deep pit. Worthy of being on the Academy's heavenly ranking, his strength is just too strong. Of course, senior brother Wang Yuan's strength should not be underestimated. The other squad members of the Creation Academy couldn't help but let out a gasp. At that moment, Qinshi came to Meng Yu's ear and whispered, "Did you find it?" "What?" Meng Yu was at a loss. Qinshi said with a gloomy expression, "More than 20 squads have killed their way in from different directions. As a result, everyone's speed was about the same. Even the strongest heavenly ranking squad and the Holy Maiden squad came to be slower instead. Why do you think that is?" Meng Yu pondered a little and realized, "You are saying that everyone's forward speed was intentionally controlled with the purpose of eliminating everyone here in one fell swoop?" Thinking about this, Meng Yu couldn't help but shiver. If it's really as Qinshi expected, I'm afraid the traps have long been laid inside the Blood Demon Cave, just waiting for the crowd to dig in. Just as the two were talking, Wang Yuan came over and arched his hand and, with an apologetic face, he said, "I've just heard that at the beginning, the position of Iron Bone Senior Brothers squad was supposed to be for the two of you." Speaking here, Wang Yuan paused and continued, "I'm sorry, it's taken the place of Senior Brother Qin and Senior Sister Meng." This apology came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he had seen Qinshi's methods, Wang Yuan admired Qinshi from the bottom of his heart. Senior brother Wang Yuan is polite. I don't care in the first place and there is no need to apologize. However, I advise senior brother Wang Yuan to better stop here. Qinshi pointed at the deep pit and said, "Danger has arisen there that is difficult to control." "Oh," Wang Yuan's expression was austere. "Is senior brother Qin certain?" Qinshi nodded and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a snort. "I only saw Yanfeng say disdainfully from a short distance away. A brat who can only play with his mind. What's so sure about that? He's obviously upset with us for kicking him off the team, so he's deliberately fabricating a crisis, trying to stop us from continuing to behead blood slaves." Poof. Ironbone also snorted coldly at this time. "I originally felt a little guilty about kicking you out of the team. In hindsight, kicking you out couldn't have been a better decision. To practice a path, when the mind is fearless, one can be courageous and diligent." Ironbone glanced at Qinshi with disdain. "You're such a timid and cowardly person. You'll only become a drag on me when you enter the team. What's more, that alpha-level blood slave is worth 1,000 ordinary blood slaves if he can be killed." Seeing Qinshi being accused, Meng Yu frowned. "Senior brother Ironbone, this blood slave incident is quite strange. I'm afraid there is some kind of conspiracy. It's right to be cautious. Why do you have to target Senior Qin like this?" Ironbone responded, "I think you've been brainwashed by him." Wang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you for reminding senior brother Qin. However, there are tutors guarding the outside. Even if there is danger, the tutors will be able to arrive in a few breaths, so nothing should go wrong. Besides, the squad should share honor and dishonor among themselves. There's no way I leave behind the two senior brothers, Ironbone and Yanfeng, either." Qinshi helplessly spread his hands and took a step back, no longer speaking. To Qinshi, he had done his duty as a common friend to remind him that the other party did not listen to if they insist on going in, then they have no choice but to let them. The other squad members of the surrounding Creation Academy cast contemptuous glances at Qinshi. Someone even muttered in a low voice, "It's a disgrace to say such words in front of the people of the Yin Yang Palace." Within the deep pit was the core of the Blood Demon Cave. Instead of rushing into the deep pit in a swarm, the crowd first explored the inside of the pit. Make sure there's no danger before diving in one by one. As the Sacred Maiden squad passed in front of Qinshi, Ling Huang glanced at him coldly, then walked straight forward. The hawk-nosed man even gestured a neck-wiping motion at Qinshi. Again, the words came out of his mouth. "Junk stuff, you." Meng Yu was just about to go forward to argue, but was pulled back by Qinshi. "Don't be impulsive. The fun is just beginning." In the blink of an eye, only Qinshi and Meng Yu remained on the field. In that deep pit, the blood gas was like a thick mist churning endlessly. The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose. "Don't wait, we're not going down." As if hearing Qinshi's words, the blood-colored deep pit erupted into a sky-charging light in an instant. Immediately afterward, a killing formation appeared out of thin air, like a huge barrier, sealing the entrance and exit tightly. Meng Yu couldn't help but cover his mouth. His eyes filled with shock. The whole person was frozen in place, not knowing how to react for a moment. Seeing this, Qinshi reached out and gently pulled Meng Yu, saying, Let's go. Senior Sister Meng. Let's go and do some searching to see if the relics of the blood demon ancestor still remain here. Mengyu frowned slightly and looked toward the deep pit, his heart filled with worry as he asked. Then they. Qianshi sighed slightly. Alas, we can only let them fend for themselves. Chapter 69, The King's Emergence. Kill them all. The crowd dived carefully along the deep pit, and in a short time then he stepped into an extremely empty and vast hall. In the center was a pool of blood, filled with an aura of blood so thick it couldn't be melted. The eerie chill went straight to the bones. Before the crowd could gain their footing, a chilling movement came from only to see hordes of blood slaves coming from all directions, quickly running towards the central part of the hall, and then kneeling around the blood pool. A sharp-eyed cultivator couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, his voice trembling. Oh my god, look, you guys, among those kneeling blood slaves, there are actually a lot of alpha-level ones. The crowd fixed their eyes on them, and as expected, there were 32 alpha-level blood slaves. All of them were big and bloodthirsty. Oh my god, a chieftain-level blood slave is comparable to a half-step of the Wanxiang realm. There are exactly 32 honors here. A disciple of the Creation Academy's teeth chattered in fear. In addition to the chieftain-level blood slaves, the commander-level blood slaves were also densely spread out, and by a rough count, there were actually hundreds of them, surrounding the hall. Ironbone's brows furrowed and a chill ran through his heart as he hurriedly turned his head and shouted at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, call the tutor. However, in the next moment, Wang Yuan's face was as pale as paper, and his voice said with a sobbing tone, Senior Brother Ironbone, unable to send a voice for help, this place should be sealed off. I can't pass mine on either. Mine too, the surrounding disciples said in fear. Looking at the Yin-Yang Palace's side again, the holy maiden Ling Huang was holding the sound transmission stone tightly in her hand. His face was filled with panic, and it was obvious that they were unable to send a message out from their side as well. Just as the crowd was terrified, the blood pool in the center of the hall suddenly gurgled violently churned up, followed by a blood-colored shadow slowly floating up, outlining a woman's delicate physique. She started with a series of shrill giggles. The sound was like cold fingernails scraping across glass, stinging one's eardrums. Subsequently, a charming yet endlessly chilling voice echoed in the hall. Welcome all of you to the Blood Demon Cave. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As the blood-colored figure appeared, the surrounding blood slaves shouted in unison. See my king! A king of blood slaves. How powerful must that be? A disciple shouted out in horror. At this moment in the hall, the crowd was stunned into silence, their hearts filled with fear. One king, 32 chief blood slaves, hundreds of commander blood slaves. With such a powerful force, even if the tutor came, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do well. What's more, this place has been sealed off. Everyone is in a desperate situation. The silhouettes of the outermost cultivators swayed one after another, wanting to escape from this place. However, just a few steps after rushing out, the mournful screams suddenly rang out. The crowd turned around, only to see a great glow at the entrance, and the hidden killing formation activated at some point. A cold blade whistled and weaved, mercilessly shredding the fleeing cultivators. Now even the little cutie. I realize it's a trap for all of them. I should have known that Senior Brother Qin wouldn't be aimless. Wang Yuan grasped his hair in pain and he warned me of the dangers that arise here that are difficult to control. The moment these words came out, the crowd then recalled. Before entering the deep pit, Qianshi had clearly reminded them that. They all heard it as well, yet none of them believed Qianshi. Instead, they were all disdainful. Damn it, I should have been more discreet. Even if I'd asked a couple questions in passing, perhaps Qianshi can inform more, so that we won't be in a life and death crisis. A chagrined look appeared on the faces of many cultivators. Repentance churned in the hearts of the people, and it was difficult to calm them. I thought earlier that he had been kicked off the team and was disgruntled before he intentionally created crisis talk. I didn't realize. Yanfeng's fists clenched and his expression shook. But how did he know that? There's something sinister going on here. Ironbone's face flamed for a moment. Just now he had said that Qianshi was timid and cowardly, and that his heart was fearful. But now it seems that the birth of a king is enough to make one so-called courageous become a complete joke. The difference was so great that they didn't even have the courage to resist under the gaze of that king alone. All chi was locked. If he moved, he was afraid that he would be beheaded in an instant. That dignitary king originally had a few moments of playful appreciation for the crowd's fearful demeanor. Suddenly, he let out a light eep, his voice dripping with a bit of surprise and displeasure. That astral body shell I'm looking at, how come it's not here? A chieftain-level blood slave rushed forward, kneeling on one knee, and answered back with trepidation. My king. The woman with the astral physique was too wary and did not come down. Humph, The Blood Slave King's face instantly grimaced as a layer of frost enveloped her luscious countenance. Even though this Yin Yang Palace's holy maiden's shell is just fine, it's not even close to that astral body. This king has waited for so long. A perfect carcass must be selected. In that case, I'll go fetch it myself. As soon as the words fell, the Blood Slave King's blood chi surged around his body, transforming into wisps of red mist rising up and, in the blink of an eye, the entire person melted into the thick darkness overhead and disappeared directly into place. As the Blood Slave King disappeared, his icy voice echoed through the hall. Kill everyone here. The corpse is thrown into the blood pool, and will become the nutrients for my astral body later. As the words fell, the blood slaves' auras surged around them, their blood light scorched, and they hissed in unison as they lunged towards the crowd. Ling Huang made an immediate decision and shouted, "All of you are celestial pride. Don't hide at this moment. Use all the means to save your life, or no one will be able to leave this place." Her voice was crisp, but it carried an unquestionable determination. The departure of the Blood Slave King, instead, it gave them a slight chance of survival. The crowd was excited by these words, and their desire for survival was instantly pulled to full capacity, and they were all fuming, ready to fight to the death. Ling Huang took the lead as she flipped her jade hand and offered up a crystal-clear ice spirit bell. The bell hung in mid-air, swaying gently, emitting sound waves that turned into substantial ice prisms that, it shot towards the blood slaves in a fan shape, and wherever it passed, the blood slaves were frozen into ice sculptures and shattered into pieces at the slightest touch. Although the bell's power was strong, every time it was used, a crack would appear. Yin Feng was not ambiguous either, and gritting his teeth, he pulled out a purple flame talisman seal from his storage bag. He couldn't afford to use this talisman seal on weekdays, but now that his life was at stake, he couldn't care less. He fiercely slapped the talisman seal at the long spear, and in an instant, the spear ignited with a blazing purple flame and heat. Yin Feng bellowed and leapt into the blood slave formation, his lance like a dragon, each thrust bringing up a mist of blood. Iron Bone looked at the raging tide of blood slaves, took a deep breath, and operated the gong methods in his body. Instantly muscle expansion. The skin even gave birth to a layer of black armor. Eyes filled with blood. The original sturdy figure more and more robust. The entire person completely entered a state of berserkness. There was even a bitter laugh in his heart. Originally, I was going to utilize the marrow cleansing pool to break through the realm, but now that the secret method berserking has been utilized, I'm afraid that I'll be thankful if my realm doesn't fall afterward. But there was nothing to care about now. Surviving was the most important thing. Seeing this, the other disciples also pulled out their respective bottom of the barrel cards, and for a while, the fabric rays and technique flames intertwined and collided in the hall, and shouts of killing and screams were endless. Chapter 70, Scary. Ancient Demon God's Eyeball. Qinshi and Mengyu were searching for the relics of the blood demon ancestor on the upper floor, though a few secret chambers where treasure was hidden were also found, but the cobwebs are all over the place inside, and the only things that remain are either decayed and, that is, it has long been scavenged by previous generations, leaving only empty stone cabinets and accumulated ashes. As he was walking, Qinshi suddenly felt his heart shrink violently, as if it was clutched by an invisible giant hand. The pores around his body instantly contracted, and the coldness went straight to the bones. Mengyang is also a sudden change in color, beautiful eyes round. This is the reaction of the spiritual sense when it discovers the great terror, only to see the countless blood filaments in front of them like nimble red snakes, converging at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, just outlined the delicate figure of a female. Without hesitation, Mengyu took a step in front of Qinshi, and the light on her brow flickered and, the eyes were as if they were hiding a bright river of stars as they stared warily at this blood-colored figure that had suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Blood Shadow let out a string of silver bell-like laughter. "Yo, little girl, I know that you have an extremely powerful force sealed inside you. However, I advise you to calm down." She paused and continued, "If you unseal, under the force of the little boyfriend beside you can't carry it, and this body of yours, I'm afraid it's going to crumble." A rare blush rose on Mengyu's face, but he didn't retreat in half a step, staring at the Blood Shadow in death. At the same time, Qinshi's consciousness vanished into the blood-colored token space. Here, a sea of blood droplets flickered with a shimmering light. Flying flow. This Blood Shadow in front of him was clearly a king born through constant killing, intertwining, and fusion. In order to exterminate it, one would need to coalesce at least hundreds of thousands of blood droplets together. Only then can you control the life and death of this Blood Shadow. Mengyu held back his inner fear and stabilized his mind. Said, "Since you know the power of the seal in my body, why don't we each take a step back and let us out?" The blood-colored figure giggled. Well said, well said." Before he could stop laughing, An invisible spiritual attack shot out like a sharp arrow. Meng Yu's eyes momentarily drifted off. In this flash of lightning, the blood-colored figure transformed into a wisp of red smoke that, it drilled straight through her brow and didn't enter the sea of consciousness. Next moment, Meng Yu's eyes instantly blossomed with bloodlight, and her small white hand fiercely pinched Qinshi's neck like an iron pincer. His tone was filled with regret. I can sense that your physique is extremely strong, even more outstanding than this astral body, but it's a pity that it's a male body. So, accompanied by the slightest hint of blood chi filled the air, wantings tearing Qinshe apart. However, just then, Qinshe raised the token in his hand with difficulty and said, "So, what?" The moment he saw the blood-colored token, the controlled Meng Yu's complexion suddenly changed. Shrieking in shock, "How did this blood-colored token end up in your hands?" At this moment, the blood shadow was frantic inside, and even nearly collapsed. The reason for her fiery search for a perfect body, besides being able to better cultivate her, what's more important is to get rid of the life and death controlled by the scarlet token. With just one more day's time, she would be able to completely fuse this body, and by then, the token would no longer be able to govern her. But it's just this one last step. How did this person across the street happen to get the token that restrained her? And then there's the fact that this kid is too good at hiding. He didn't take out the scarlet token until now. If he had taken it out earlier, he would have had many ways to deal with it. Bloodshot laughed awkwardly and said softly, "Hey, look, it's not a misunderstanding." After saying that, he released the hand that was tightly clasped around Qinshi's neck, and also carefully smoothed out the rubbed and wrinkled shirt. "Don't be impulsive," Blood Shadow said delicately. "What good would killing me do you, just for that little academy reward?" Saying that, Meng Yu, who was controlled by the Blood Shadow, struck an extremely seductive pose, the hem of her skirt slowly lifting up, revealing a small section of frosty snowy thighs, and gently unclothed, rounded shoulders hidden. At the same time, the Blood Shadow condensed his spiritual power and attempted to take advantage of Qinshi's distraction too. Once again, he cast a spiritual attack. However, Qinshe, who had been prepared for this, didn't eat this at all. Consciousness surged into the token space, and tens of thousands of blood drops were extinguished in response. The Blood Shadow suddenly felt his strength leaking out like a tidal wave. His breath instantly wilted by a large margin, and the blood aura around him dimmed by a few points. "I didn't kill you immediately, naturally, because I wanted to negotiate with you, but if you have any luck in your heart, then I don't mind destroying you either." Qinshi's gaze was like a torch as he said coldly, "Get out of her," Qinshe ordered in a deep voice. The Blood Shadow's face showed hesitation, and he still wanted to open his mouth to talk about conditions, but in the next instant, another tens of thousands of blood drops were snuffed out, and fear clutched her heart completely. If this continued, not to mention taking over and being reborn, I'm afraid even this remnant of my soul will have to dissipate. The Blood Shadow had no choice but to turn into a wisp of red smoke and hastily escape from Meng Yu's brow. Meng Yu's body went limp and fell forward due to the excessive loss of mental energy. Qinshi's eyes and hands were quick. In one smooth motion, he swept her into his arms and shielded her tightly. Qinshe hugged the Meng Yu in his arms tightly and raised his eyes to look at the massive blood shadows. In a cold voice, he said, "Name your conditions. How can I spare your life?" The Blood Shadow shifted his form, putting away his earlier wretchedness, and Yo-Yo said, "This blood demon cave has flowed along the underground river for hundreds of years, during which time it has explored many exotic treasures, although most of them have been consumed, but there is still a divine object left behind, and exchanging it for my life will be enough, I think." "What is it?" Qinshe asked with a raised eyebrow. The Blood Shadow hemmed and hawed, his voice transmitting a bit of mystery. "It's a bizarre eyeball. The blood demon ancestor regarded it as a supreme treasure during his lifetime, and after searching through countless ancient books, he finally deduced that it was an eyeball dropped by an ancient demon god. The power contained within it is beyond imagination. Since it's a supreme treasure, how come we don't see the blood demon ancestor using it?" Qinshe asked with a skeptical face. "How could he be useless?" The Blood Shadow defended sharply. The blood demon ancestor was originally a mortal body that it would have been impossible to cultivate, but he was able to become a great cultivator of the Wanxiang realm, all thanks to this eyeball, the secret method of refining blood slaves. It's also just a bit of heritage from this eyeball. Qinshe sniffed and nodded secretly. Recall that in the star formation at the River of Nothingness, the blood demon old ancestor was nearly insane when he saw the Bronze Hall, and had even admitted in person that he was born in a mortal body and had missed out on his immortal destiny. Now it seems that what the Blood Shadow said fits with the experience of the blood demon ancestor. It would also explain why the blood demon ancestor and the blood duke would appear in the borderlands. "Where is that eyeball?" Qinshe pursued. The Blood Shadow smiled wryly and didn't answer directly, instead asking, "You have both the scarlet token It must have been obtained from the borderlands of the eastern wasteland, right? Qinshi's complexion changed slightly, and when the blood shadow saw this, then he said, this eyeball was also obtained there, and only later did the blood demon ancestor know about it after rummaging through ancient texts. There was a great battle between gods and demons in that region. It was very tragic. Even to this day, there are descendants of devil trapped in the chaos phalanx, making it difficult to get out. Hearing these words from the blood shadow, Qinshi couldn't help but associate them with the ancient fiend suppressed by the Ling Tian sect. Everything seems to corroborate each other. Qinshi frowned, but up to now, you haven't told me where the hell that eyeball is? The blood shadow smiled gently, stretching out his slender fingers and slowly pointing around him. Softly, he said, have you ever felt that this blood devil's cave we're in looks like the inside of an eyeball? When he heard this, he couldn't help but shiver and raise his eyes around in horror. The deep, dimly lit blood devil's cave, filled with blood as if it were mucus inside an eyeball. Those holes and winding passages, as if they were veins in the eyeballs. The more you look at them, the more your scalp goes numb. An unspeakable horror welled up in his heart. Chapter 71. Do you know how to make pills or not? Are you saying that this blood demon cave is the eyeball of the ancient demon god? Qinshi's brows furrowed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The corners of the blood shadow's mouth rose slightly, revealing a seeming smile. As long as you spare my life, I'll help you obtain the ancient demon god's eyeball afterwards. Qinshi whispered. Good. In the next moment, the fingertip flicked, and a drop of essence blood came out of the finger, hanging in midair. That essence blood instantly bloomed with a blinding red light, and the light spread out in wisps and strands. An ancient spell formation was sketched out in the air at a rapid pace. The runes were treacherous and emitted a chilling aura. Master-servant contract. The moment she saw the phalanx appear, Blood Shadow's face changed drastically, her pretty face instantly distorting. She's been searching hard for the perfect shell. Isn't it just to break free from the shackles of this blood-colored token? How can he be willing to be forced to recognize his master at this moment? And it's still such a harsh master-servant contract that once concluded. The master dies and the servant dies. From now on, life and death are all in the master's hands. Recognize me as your master, or dissipate. Qinshi's ice-cold words came out. This bizarre blood-colored thing, if it could not be grasped in one's hands, then it might as well be destroyed before it was too late. Bloodshot gritted his teeth and was slow to move. Seeing this, Qinshi's eyes became more and more icy cold, and without hesitation, he once again snuffed out tens of thousands of blood drops. In an instant, the blood shadow only felt as if his soul was being burned by a blazing fire, and his strength was leaking out crazily. The blood aura around his body was so dull that it nearly dissipated. Qinshi stared tightly at the blood shadow. If you are not under my control, I will not allow you to survive. Finally, under the pressure of Qinshi's powerful aura, a trace of helplessness and unwillingness flashed in the blood shadow's eyes. Chose to give in. Only she knows best. Born spiritually, honored as a king. What a horrible process this had gone through. And this hard-won spiritual wisdom, she really didn't want it to dissipate. The blood shadow touched his hands to the spell, allowing a strand of his soul power to be drawn away from him by the spell. Incorporated again. With the fusion of soul power and Qinshi's essence blood, the recognition ceremony was finally completed. Bloodshot's legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. Unwillingly but helplessly, he cried out, "Master!" Qinshi nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on the unconscious Mengyu in his arms, and he couldn't help but frown tightly. Mengyu had previously suffered a spiritual attack from the blood shadow, and then was forcibly invaded into the sea of consciousness. At this point, her divine soul had been severely damaged. If the divine soul is not nourished in time, then it will lead to a fall in the realm, and in serious cases, it would even damage the divine soul, making it difficult to make progress in cultivation in the future. Master, I know the location of old blood demon ancestors' den. There might be pills there that can nourish the divine soul. Blood Shadow said respectfully. Take me, Qinshi said eagerly. Blood Shadow didn't dare to delay and it instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and slowly floated forward. Qinshi tightly hugged Mengyu and quickly followed. They traveled through winding passages with an eerie aura surrounding them. Not long after, a Dan room with light shining through appeared in front of them. The door of the Dan room was half covered and wisps of light filtered through the cracks in the door, and a faint scent of medicine came faintly. Someone? Qinshi's heart moved slightly and, spinning around, he secretly murmured in his mind, "Don't let anyone find you." As soon as the words fell, Blood Shadow's figure instantly disappeared in place. Only then did Qinshi push his way in. Upon seeing the person in the chamber, Qinshi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This person was none other than the Dan cultivator from the Yin Yang Palace's Holy Maiden Squad earlier. At this time, Dan Xiao was focused on turning over the yellowish books in his hands, and for Qinshi's sudden arrival, there was no excessive reaction. He just casually glanced at it, and then returned his gaze to the ancient book of Dan in his hand. Qinshi hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, I wonder if Senior has a soul-nourishing pill in his hands. No, Danshio shook his head without looking up and, I only have wound-healing elixirs here, not ones that repair the divine soul. Qinshi sniffed and nodded gently, then began to look around inside the damn room. It was just that most of the elixirs stored here were mind control ones and some poison elixirs, and there were no soul-nourishing elixirs. Fortunately, however, there were quite a few spirit herbs and plants stored in the grass room next to it. Returning soul grass? Dream soul flower? Qinshi's eyes lit up as he swept his gaze over these spirit herbs. With these two main herbs, and some auxiliary herbs, it was entirely possible to refine a more advanced soul-gathering pill on the spot. With a cold expression, Qinshi swung his right palm fiercely, and a majestic mana whistled out, and, precisely injected into the top of the Dan furnace. In an instant, the spell formation around the Dan furnace was catalyzed by mana and slowly operated, followed by the blazing Dan fires suddenly rose, and the blazing flames burned crazily at the bottom of the furnace. Witnessing this scene, the Dan cultivator sighed slightly. Kid, the situation of the girl in your arms cannot be delayed. If her divine soul is not nourished within a quarter of an hour, she will surely suffer permanent damage. That Dan cultivator paused and continued. The soul nurturing pill, even if I were to refine it with my own hands, it will take at least an hour, so don't waste your time. Although the soul nourishing pill is not very difficult to make, initially it is merely a matter of taking the spirit plant herbs. The step of removing impurities is simply impossible without half an hour. What's more, this kid looks so young. I'm afraid that he hasn't even touched the threshold of pills. It was simply whimsical to still presume to save people by refining pills on the spot. In the face of Dan Shio's words, Qinshi did not pay any attention to them. Instead, the sword chi in his hand gulped, cutting the soul-returning grass and dream soul flower, as much as he could, into a fine powder. This scene made the Dan cultivators on the sidelines look dumbfounded. Couldn't help but say, you kid is really a talent. The chopped spirit plant can indeed be refined within a few breaths. But do you realize that if you do this, you'll destroy the chakra in the spirit plant, make the medicinal power it releases disorganized and difficult to be guided into a Dan? Qinshi froze for a moment, puzzled. The medicinal power does disorganize but wouldn't it be better if you channeled it a few more times? What do you mean, guide a few more times? Dan Shio heaved the book in his hand and jumped to his feet in anxiety. Alchemy is all about finesse and subtlety. Every trace of change in the medicinal power has to be precisely controlled. Once the medicinal power is dispersed, it will change rapidly as it sizzles with the Dan fire. The different medicinal effects in turn affect the subsequent control of the fire. When the auxiliary drugs are added, how much to add, which is so varied that the slightest error in it would be all over the place. Can you understand what I'm saying or not? Danshio asked with an anxious look on his face. It can be understood. Qinshi nodded. It's not just about controlling every ounce of the medicinal effect of control the fire precisely, and then add the auxiliary medicine at the right time. So won't this solve the problem perfectly? Ego, I'm going. Danshio only felt a burst of headache. Then he couldn't help but laugh to himself. And, I've actually lost my head by lecturing such a profound theory of the Dan Dao to a layman. At this time, Qinshi had already begun to chop up the remaining auxiliary medicines in one brain. A brain was thrown into the Dan furnace. With such a huge fusion of medicinal power, the end result will be a blown furnace. Danshio held the books and backed away, saying in his mind, I'm right here. Watching you kid blow up the furnace. I'd like to see how you'll end up later. Chapter 72. Are you crazy? You can even refine this? Dansia stared intently at the furnace, his eyes unblinking, as the flames and light from the furnace continued to gulp and the lid of the stove also wobbled. Seeing this, the corners of Danshio's mouth rose slightly as he muttered, it's blown up. It's blown up. To blow up. But before he finished speaking, he only saw Qinshi's hands dancing and rapidly striking the conjunction seal. Guided by the seal, the furnace glowed steeply inward and quieted in the blink of an eye, followed by the rich aroma of the Dan comes to your nose. The pupils of the Dan cultivators who saw the scene shrank violently, their jaws dropping in shock. He stammered, no, I don't care if it didn't blow up. This is still refined? It's too fake. Qinshi exhaled and whispered to himself, it's a good thing I didn't listen to you, or else I'd have been led into a ditch. And to say that it's impossible for this refining method to succeed, aren't you pitying people? When Dansia heard this, he immediately became anxious, and his face turned red and, with a few points of aggravation, he said, what I'm talking about, that's all the experience summarized by how many years of Dan Dao seniors? Qinshi glanced at him and asked rhetorically, then how did I practice? Dan Xiu was choking on his words, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he flung his sleeve violently and, exasperated, he said, "Soul nurturing pill is just a low-grade pill that was made by a fluke by you. It can't be counted." In the next moment, Qinshe reached into the Dan furnace and took out a pill from it. The elixir was round and crystalline. Its circumference seemed to be wrapped in a layer of flowing jade liquid, and as the halo flowed, there were actually wisps of luster coming through. Halo flow, middle-ranked elixir. Dan Xiu's pupils instantly dilated when he saw this elixir. Couldn't help but exclaim, "You're not refining a soul-nourishing pill, but even a higher-quality soul-gathering pill." "Right," Qinshe nodded. "Isn't the soul-gathering pill more effective? I saw that there were herbs in the herb room, so I made them by hand." "What do you mean by hand refining? There's so much difference in quality between the two of them, and you still chopped and refined them." Dan Xiu only felt his head explode as he pointed at Qinshe and said, "Do you realize that if this were to spread out, it would certainly shake the entire Dan cultivation world? Where in the world did your brat come out as a freak? Is it possible that you are the reincarnation of a 1,000-year-old monster of the Dan Dao?" Dan Xiu stared at Qinshe without blinking, as if he wanted to see through him. Qinshe did not pay any attention to Dan Xiu, and gently picked at Meng Yu's tightly closed shell teeth on his own. Shove the soul-gathering pill in there." The elixir was transformed when it met the fluid, and vigorous soul power instantly blossomed within Meng Yung's body, almost wanting to come out through his body. It began to rapidly repair its damaged divine soul. "Grandma, the soul power is so strong. It's obviously a perfect grade elixir." Dan Xiu scratched his hair. "Refining like this and still coming out with a perfect grade. It's crazy." Having said that, after saying that, the deeply shocked Dan Xiu sat on his butt on the floor and murmured, "Think I Dan crazy known as Dan medicine wizards. Did not expect today was a brat subverted cognition. In the end, I am not right. Or is the world not right anymore? Dan crazy?" Qinshe was slightly stunned. He had also heard of this name. It was said that this person entered the Dan Dao at the age of 3 and pushed his way through the Dan Dao, achieving a number of dazzling accomplishments. Now that more than 80 years have passed, he has even stabilized his position as the Yin Yang Palace's chief Dan master. But now it seems that this Yin Yang Palace is at the level of selecting Dan masters. There is really a great lack of it. It seems that Senior didn't enter the Blood Demon Cave this time to behead the blood slaves? Qinshe asked. "Come on, don't call yourself a senior either." Dan Crazy waved his hand. "The path of the Dan Dao. The one who achieves is the teacher. You can just call me by my name. I can't afford to be your senior just because of your behavior today. It will break your life." Madman Dan paused and continued. "In recent days, the daughter of the Medicine King Valley has been struck by a strange poison that comes back soon after it is cleared each time, and it really gives us a headache. I've heard that the Blood Fiend ancestor has also studied pills and specializes in the Paragon alchemy method. I then wondered if I could find another way to solve this poison through the handwritten notes he left behind." "So did you find it?" Qinshe asked. "No." Dan the Madman shook his head and, although a number of alternative methods of alchemy have been found, such as using the blood, flesh and soul of living beings, and then refining great medicines through the human body, but it doesn't help the poison of the daughter of the Medicine King Valley. "Then is it possible that what the daughter of the Medicine King Valley was hit by wasn't poison?" Qinshe said. "How can?" Dan Crazy was just about to retort, halfway through his sentence. Suddenly thinking that this kid across the street was not simple, he lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, he slammed his thigh and blurted out, "Yeah, it spreads so quickly after each removal that maybe it really isn't poison, and we're all caught in a misconception." Immediately, Madman Dan looked at Qinshe with glowing eyes. This kid's understanding and knowledge of the Dan Dao was definitely in a class of its own, and perhaps he was the opportunity to solve the poisoning of the Pill King Valley's daughter. "What's your kid's name?" Dan Crazy asked. Qinshe was just about to reply, when Dan Crazy's voice transmission stone buzzed straight away. In the next moment, the voice of the holy maiden Lang Schwanger anxiously begging for help came out. "Uncle Dan, I'm being chased by blood slaves. Save me, HM?" Madman Dan was violently startled, and without much care, he arched his hand at Qinshe and, with a flash of his figure, he left in a hurry. Well, after thinking for a moment, Qinshe picked up Meng Yu next to him and took a big step out. "Come out with me and take a look around. Since the chaos has been born, it's time for me to reap the rewards. The Academy's marrow cleansing pool isn't very useful for Soul Realm students, but it's still very helpful for my body, which is still in the Nirvana stage. Yes, my lord." The other side. The core area of the Blood Devil's Cave is just like a scene of hell on earth. The light of various magic treasures and the blood slave's eerie blood chi intertwined and collided with each other, and the roar was deafening. Whoosh! Several pieces of precious and incomparable magic treasures that were rare to see even in the outside world were sacrificed, and then threw it violently in the direction of the exit. Immediately after that, boom boom, a deafening roar went on and on. These precious magic weapons instantly self-detonated, hardening an escape-ready opening in the isolated killing formation. Ling Huang shook the ice spirit bell in her hand without stopping, emitting a burst of clear and pleasant sounds. The sound waves turned into sharp blades, harvesting wave after wave of blood slaves. However, as time went on, the cracks in the bells became denser. Finally, with a clang, the bell was overwhelmed and shattered completely. However, this move also emptied the surrounding blood slaves of Ling Huang, and the man with the hawkish nose were the first to escape through the exit. On the side of the heavenly ranking squad, Ironbone and Yin Feng raised a strong breath. At the cost of overdrawing his body, he once again exploded into a great move, forcing the alpha-level blood slave back. Afterward, they operated their body techniques and flashed quickly towards the exit, while Wang Yuan followed closely behind. The rest of the disciples tried to escape as well, but they were helpless to the large number of blood slaves that surrounded them. Quite a few disciples had just turned around when they were killed horizontally by several arms running through their bodies. Aside from the few dozen or so heavenly prides who possessed powerful undercards and managed to escape, the rest were killed and mercilessly thrown into the pool of blood. Chapter 73, The Holy Virgin's Faithful Expelled. Ling Huang, who had just come out of the underground cave, hurriedly took out the sound transmission stone and tried to ask for help. However, several times in a row there was no response. Damn it, this blood slave has blocked off the external area as well, Ling Huang said through clenched teeth. Ask Senior Dan Crazy for help. Luo Tong, the man with the hawkish nose, said anxiously. Ling Huang nodded slightly and sent out a distress signal. At that moment, a group of celestial pride behind them also rushed out from the underground cave, and behind them, several powerful blood slaves were in hot pursuit. Ironbone's berserk state was about to dissipate, and his head was spinning for a moment as the bulging muscles on his body also atrophied at a rate visible to the naked eye. Everyone split up and escape. Ironbone's voice was low, with a hint of powerlessness. The outside area is sealed off, and the crowd will only get caught in a net when they get together. There might be a chance to escape separately. The crowd sniffed and swept away in all directions. A few powerful blood slaves quickly chased after them, and the blood slave at the head thought briefly. Opening his mouth, he said, Cole Frostchild is also one of the spare shells the king needs. Go after her first. Yes. Several blood slaves chased after Ling Huang in her direction. Ling Huang, who was fleeing, was shocked. She had exhausted her means, and her body was void of mana and, once caught up, there is no chance of survival. Although he had asked for help from the Dan Madman, this man, despite his extraordinary attainments in the Dan Dao, but she was not as good as herself in terms of battle power, and this was just a straw she grabbed in a desperate situation to comfort her. Ling Huang turned her head to look at the hawk-nosed man beside her and anxiously asked, Luo Tong, you like me right? Luo Tong froze, not expecting Ling Huang to suddenly ask this. As the holy maiden of the Yin Yang Palace, Ling Huang was stunningly beautiful and her status was honorable. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless Yin Yang Palace disciples. Who could not like her? It was just that Luo Tong's love for her was even stronger. Ling Huang said eagerly as she swept along. They're aiming at me. How about you help me block them for a few moments, and then when I escape to find the elders for help, I'll come back to save you? Luo Tong hesitated in his heart. In his current state, blocking the blood slaves was undoubtedly asking for death. Moreover, the exterior was sealed by a formation, and Ling Huang was unable to escape immediately. Brother Luo, Ling Huang said in a delicate tone as she pulled Luo Tong back. If we manage to escape this time, I'll marry you, and at that time, I'll personally beg the palace master to decide on our marriage. Really? Luo Tong asked with some disbelief. How can such a thing be false? In fact, Frosty's heart has long been in Brother Luo's body. It's just that there are too many people pursuing Frosty. So in order not to add trouble to Brother Luo, I have not been able to make my feelings known. Can't Brother Luo see that? Ling Huang said in a delicate voice. Feeling the slippery touch coming from his hands, Luo Tong's heart couldn't help but swirl, and especially that Brother Luo seemed to melt his heart. Coupled with Ling Huang's mention of marriage, this moment of the fear in his heart faded. No wonder Frosty usually treats me with no color in love. It turns out that everything was for my sake, Luo Tong muttered. In the next moment, his eyes became firm, and his aura steeply drew up and, loudly, he said, Frosty, feel free to run away. I'll take care of it here. Luo Tong resolutely turned around, his hands quickly slapping all the major orifices of his body, bringing out the last vestige of his potential. With his eyes staring straight ahead, he shouted, *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�̈ in all directions. From time to time, some blood slaves drilled out from the side passage, yet before they could hiss, they were easily disposed of by Qinshi with a snap of his fingers. Just then, a strong wind whistled in front of them, and a wretched silhouette fled out. It was none other than the Yin Yang Palace's holy maiden, Ling Huang. When Ling Huang saw Qinshi, a flash of coldness instantly flashed under her eyes. In an icy tone, he asked, "Do you know where the exit to the outside world is?" She had already circled around this blood demon cave several times, but she could never find an exit to the outside world. Of course, the corners of Qinshi's mouth rose slightly, even though the maze in the external area has already been opened. But with my proficiency in formations, how could I not know? Very well. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Huang's eyes. Quickly take me out. Qinshi, however, did not respond immediately, but looked Ling Huang up and down with reckless abandon. It was as if that gaze was trying to see through Ling Huang's entire body, especially on Ling Huang's important parts, not letting go of them at all. It had to be said that the level of the Yin Yang Palace's selection of Dan Masters was really not good, but the selection of the saints was extremely original. Ling Huang was born extremely beautiful, even if her face was stained with a little blood. However, it does not affect its delicate features in the least, but adds a few points of a different kind of charm. She's shapely, curvy, every bit the right amount of. There was an irresistible charm that radiated from his body. Feeling Qinshi's unbridled gaze, killing intent flashed in the depths of Ling Huang's eyes. Ha! Qinshi eeped softly, a flirtatious grin on his face as he, just accidentally glancing at the holy maiden before caused the holy maiden to become furious and want to gouge out my eyes. But now, when I stare at the holy maiden like this, how is it that the holy maiden is indifferent? Is it possible that even your temper has changed for the better after your experience in the underground? Or does the holy maiden need these eyes of mine, help you find a way out? Ling Huang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within her, said, "There are quite a number of high-level blood slaves here with great strength, and many celestial pride have died tragically. If you and I don't go out, I'm afraid I'll die horizontally as well." In spite of her desperate attempts to control her emotions, the slightly trembling, delicate body that, it still revealed the anger within Ling Huang. High-ranked blood slaves? Strong? Qinshi said nonchalantly. Just how strong is it? Look, is that blood slave coming after you strong enough? Ling Huang was startled in her heart and hurriedly looked back. This look, the originally tense mood instantly fell to the bottom, only to see an alpha-level blood slave was riding a blood chi, whistling towards this side. It's over. Ling Huang's pretty face instantly turned pale. Her mana was weak at this time, with all his cards destroyed, facing such a powerful blood slave, and with no one around to rely on. It seems there is no escape from death after all. It's all you. If you hadn't been so full of crap, we'd have gotten out a long time ago. Ling Huang clenched her silver teeth and said hatefully, "Now you and I are going to be buried here together." Hey, don't be so hasty. It's just a small blood slave. Just destroy it. Qinshi's tone was bland. Stupid. That is comparable to a half-step one xiang. Ling Thingy was just about to open her mouth to retort, but suddenly he paused. The next moment, she saw an extremely frightening scene. Only Qinshi reached out and waved his hand casually, and in an instant, the intimidating alpha-level blood slave then turned into a puddle of blood with a mournful wail. A half-step 10,000 elements realm blood slave had just died. How is it possible? Ling Huang's face was filled with shock, and her lips trembled involuntarily as she, "How did you do that?" Qinshi put away the token in his hand and once again dropped his gaze on Ling Huang. At this time, the smile on his face has been completely converged, and the words are permeated with ice-cold, "Well, now it's time to settle the score between us." Chapter 74 Let Go. I'm a decent man. Ling Huang looked Qinshi up and down, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. To be able to kill the chief-level blood slave so easily with a wave of the hand, this kid must be in possession of a special treasure that restrains the blood slaves. Ling Huang's eyes were cold. You want to talk about grudges with me even though your strength is not good? Self-righteous fool. Do you realize that you are making a huge mistake? Before the words fell, Ling Huang fiercely closed in and pounced. Her veiled hand became a claw, wrapped in the only remaining mana, and he went straight to Qinshi's throat. His attack was severe, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Qinshi's face. A Nirvana realm would even presume to ask for some justice from a soul realm cultivator? I'm afraid it's not people who are stupid. Even if you are severely depleted, it would be easy to chop you up. After I kill you and get the foreign treasure, even if I can't find the exit in a short time, my life will be safe. In the face of Ling Ling's attack, Qinshi was as if she had not realized it, and she was still smiling, not caring in the slightest about the killing move that was close at hand. Just as Ling Huang's fingertips were about to touch Qinshi's skin, a bit of piercing blood color suddenly flashed. The blood shadow appeared ghostly, letting out a string of cackling petulant laughs, stretching out her slender arms and easily blocked the powerful blow. Master, you lost the bet between us, Blood Shadow said in a delicate voice. After speaking, with a wave of her backhand, she flung out several blood awnings from her cuffs, which were like electricity. Instantly, it wrapped around Ling Huang's limbs and ruthlessly suppressed her to the ground. Master? Such a strong blood slave king even recognized you as his master? Ling Huang's face suddenly changed and the gods were shaken beyond measure. She really didn't expect that the king of blood slaves, the one who had caused all the heavenly prides to be too scared to resist. Surprisingly, he was the servant of the person in front of him. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? The Blood Shadow snorted. I'll bet my master that. Just now, if you sincerely repent and are willing to take out a spiritual treasure to apologize, then I will not show myself and let you go. But on the contrary, if you have no heart to repent and admit your mistake, or if you strike out to attack and kill your master, then you shall become my reborn body. What? Hearing this, Ling Huang's complexion changed drastically and she naturally understood what the shell meant. That was to wear out the soul and occupy the body, which was more painful than death. The Blood Shadow stretched out his finger, and blood threads poured in from Ling Huang's brow. The killing intent of death instantly enveloped her entire body, and the closed sea of consciousness was pried open, which then began to compete for her control over her body. In an instant, great remorse tumbled through Ling Huang's heart. She hated herself for her stupidity, that a Nirvana realm cultivator could stand in front of her with a big grin, must have a backhand, and one is foolish enough to think that one can easily take it down. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have struck out at you. I repent, truly repent. Ling Huang's petite body trembled as she looked at Qinshi with a pained expression. Let me go. Will you? Please. Qinshi smacked his lips and shook his head. You were given a chance, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it. The reason why I gave Ling Huang a chance was not because I was soft-hearted. Rather, the risk of seizing the holy daughter of a party's top power was simply too high. If things were to be revealed, even with the shelter of the Creation Academy, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to block the Yin Yang Palace's wrath. But then again, if Ling Huang remained arrogant and unrepentant, and tried to decapitate herself, then even at great risk, one will never condone it. Just when countless blood threads pried open Ling Huang's sea of consciousness, wanting to grind out her soul, a golden light suddenly flashed from Ling Huang's brow. The golden light flashed and in an instant, it severed the blood threads and ejected the Blood Shadow's consciousness. Worthy of being the saintess of the Yin Yang Palace, Blood Shadow said in surprise. The divine soul was actually guarded by a guarding prohibition personally set up by a supreme being. So are you good or not? Qinshi raised his eyebrows and said with an impatient look on his face. If it doesn't work, simply exterminate her with a slap. LOL. Blood Shadow let out a delicate laugh. Master, even if it's a woman, and it's not easy to say you can't give me some more time. Soon. Saying that, the Blood Shadow's body twisted and turned into a pool of blood, drilling straight into Ling Huang's brow. For a moment, Ling Huang's eyes flashed with golden light, and the color of blood surged. The two soul forces frantically fought for control of the shell within her. Ling Huang's hissing voice came out. I'd rather die than let you take my body. Hey, that's not up to you. Bloodshot's voice responded. Qinshi just watched the two scramble in boredom. The existence that set up the guardian prohibition is most likely a deity. Blood Shadow's voice came out. She has too much will to resist. It's a bit tricky. Qinshi frowned and asked. So, please also ask Master for a favor. Blood Shadow's voice carried a hint of pout. I help. How can I help? Qinshi was puzzled. The Blood Shadow also did not answer. Hands gently tugged on the body of the Luo shirt skirt piece by piece slipped off. Revealing that heart-thumping perfect body. The skin was like snow, with delicate curves, as if it was as delicate as sheep's fat jade. This hand operation really shocked Qinshi to the point that his face turned red, and even his breathing stopped. At the same time, Ling Huang's sorrowful and agonizing scream came out. No, don't! It has nothing to do with me. Qinshi hurriedly waved his hand and said with an innocent expression. You're the one who took it off. However, this move did hit Ling Huang's soft underbelly straight in the face. Her mental power was on the verge of collapsing from shame and anger, losing her will to resist, and her guardian golden light dimmed by a few points. Ling Huang tried to distract herself to tug at her clothes, but this action nearly allowed the Blood Shadow to break through the restraints. Unable to do anything about it, Ling Huang could only maintain the status quo and clench her teeth. It was just that her appalling eyes stared at Qinshi dead in the face, and if she hadn't been suppressed, I'm afraid that I can eat Qinshi alive and die by 1,000 cuts. Good. I don't believe I won't be able to restrain you. Blood Shadow stepped forward and, reaching out, he grabbed Qinshi's hand and pressed it. Qinshi's heart thumped and he exclaimed, What are you doing? Let go. I'm a decent man. But after all was said and done, Qinsher chose not to resist. After all, the matter of taking over the body was significant. He had no choice but to commit himself. At this moment, Ling Huang's last psychological line of defense completely collapsed. The prohibition loosened, and the golden light obliterated. The blood shadow took advantage of the opportunity to drive in and completely take over the body. A series of silver bell-like laughter echoed within the blood demon cave. Want it, master? I can, Bloodshot said delicately. Get lost, I'll say it again. I'm a decent man, Qinsher shouted in annoyance. Che, you just, shut up. Chapter 75, A Licking Dog Shall Not Die. How is that Luo Tong doing? Qinsher asked. Luo Tong was the hawk-nosed man in the Holy Maiden squad, and according to Bloodshot, when Long Fonger was escaping, she willingly stayed behind to break the back, thinking that she was a licking dog. According to my master's orders, I had blood slave leave him alive. Long Fonger replied. In our world, licking dogs are not allowed to die. Qinsher nodded. So, he can't be an exception to the rule. So let Luo Tong help us get rid of the gold. Speaking here, Qinsher paused and urged with a serious look. In the future, you don't need to call me master. We can just call each other by our names. The matter of taking over the body is of great importance. There must never be any risk of a half-hearted leak. Coalfanger's eyes flowed and her voice said seductively, Yes, my mistress. The two continued to walk forward, and in a short while, they arrived in front of Luo Tong, only to see Luo Tong, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground in a sorry state, and hearing the commotion of, effortlessly, he raised his head. When his gaze landed on Qinsher, his eyes were filled with disdain and sarcasm. It's you. I didn't expect the blood demon cave to undergo a shocking change, and you, a waste of space, managed to survive to the end. With a leisurely smile on his face, Qinsher said in a relaxed tone, This person, it's all about luck. Not only did I live to see the end, but I also held a beautiful woman. After he said that, he gently beckoned, and Ling Huang's lotus steps moved lightly and, from the corner slinks out, with a spring in her brow and a flavorful look. When Luo Tong saw Longfunner, he was first delighted and hurriedly spoke. Funner, it's great that you're fine. Those blood slaves were chasing me just now, and I was worried to death that something would happen to you. Now it's great to see you safe and sound. When we get out and get married, I will treat you well. When Ling Huang heard this, her face instantly turned cold, her willow eyebrows rose, and she coldly hummed. Humph, how can I still be married to you when I've already escaped the hunt? Don't flatter yourself. Before the words left her mouth, she walked over to Qinsher's side and took his arm intimately. Pouting, she said, The person I truly desire is him. What are you? Saying this, she also rubbed herself proudly against Qinsher. When Luo Tong saw this, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His face instantly turned red, and his chi and blood rushed straight to his brain. Shouting loudly, Frost, what are you saying? I even gave up my life for you and stayed behind to fend off the blood slaves. I can't believe you did this to me. Luo Tong's eyes rounded and stared dead at Qinsher. Seeing that he was holding Manhwa steadily in one hand and the other hand was still sweetly snuggled by Ling Huang, and the jealousy in his heart burned more and more vigorously. You piece of, what gives you the right? What gives you the right to hold Frosty? The one who should be me. It's me, Luo Tong shouted hysterically, his eyes glaring as if he wanted to eat Qinsher alive. Qinsher stomped on Luo Tong's head, disdainfully. He said, Speaking of which, I have to thank you for blocking the blood slaves for Frosty. Otherwise, how could I have the chance to taste Frosty's body just now? The action words, like the arrogant and domineering second generation. Ling Huang on the side also cooperated and blushed, lowering her head shyly. What? When Luo Tong heard this, it was like 5 thunderbolts hitting his head and, incredulously looking at Ling Huang, seeing her blush to the root of her ear, she was even more furious and shouted angrily, You piece of garbage. How dare you defile Frosty? I will kill you. I will kill you. After saying that, Luo Tong only felt that his chi and blood were attacking his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. It was as if the divine soul had been struck violently by a heavy hammer, and the square was greatly disorganized and in a trance. Right at this moment, a cloud of blood mist came whistling in and whoosh drilled into Luo Tong's brow. In an instant, the light in his eyes faded, and was replaced by a bewilderment that, the body also stopped struggling, being quietly controlled by the blood chi. Qinsher raised his eyebrows slightly and looked toward Luo Tong, who was controlled by the blood mist. In a soft voice, he asked, Is this alpha takeover of yours reliable? Don't make a mistake when the time comes. Ling Huang lightly ruffled her hair and explained unhurriedly, When I was fighting for the blood slave king, he's the strongest opponent, the top of the strength of all the alpha-level blood slaves. There's still a huge amount of energy remaining in the blood pool, and there's even the essence of the flesh and blood of those heavenly prides converging. After he absorbed these, his strength would surely climb dramatically. With this, he would definitely be able to fool the gang from the Creation Academy and the Yin Yang Palace. When Qinshi heard this, he slowly nodded his head. This Blood Demon Cave shocker. The two top-tier forces will definitely have to dig into the ground to find out what's going on, and bring the scourge to the matter of Blood Slave Kings taking over Luotong in order to keep you safe and out of the spotlight. Ling Huang understood and turned her head to look at Luotong, her vermilion lips lightly opening as she ordered, "Go to the blood pool and absorb all the energy and follow through with breaking the barrier." Luotong's face was expressionless, his voice mechanical, yes. After saying that, his body turned around and, trudging toward the pool of blood, a trace of regret flashed through Ling Huang's beautiful eyes. Sighing softly, he said, "It's such a pity that the energy I've accumulated in that blood pool, as well as the flesh and blood essences of those heavenly prides, which were meant to be saved for my own use, would have been absorbed if I could have broken through one or two great realms along the way at least, but now I can only give it away. You are now the saintess of the Yin Yang Palace, and you won't be lacking in resources from now on," Qinshi said. "The first thing that needs to happen is that suspicion needs to be avoided first." Ling Huang nodded her head. She knew very well that getting out safely was the most important thing. As for the sea of blood pool power, it could only be shed. In the next few moments, Qinshi and Cold Frost sought out a quiet stone room. What's done is done. Now it's just a matter of waiting quietly for events to evolve. Taking advantage of the lull, Qinshi gently put Mengyu down and carefully probed her physical condition. After a quick look, he was slightly relieved. The medicinal effect of the soul-gathering pill was really good. The damaged parts of Mengyu's divine soul had been mostly repaired and were nearly intact. According to this situation, I don't think there will be any after effects, and it won't take long to wake up. Ling Huang glanced at Mengyu and suddenly spoke. In fact, with her as a shell, it couldn't be better to go and confuse those two top powers. Originally, my first target for taking over the body was her. However, just as the words fell out of her mouth, Ling Huang met Qinshi's cold, knife-like gaze. Qinshi warned in a cold tone, "Listen up, from now on, it's not your turn to question what I do, and don't even beat your mind to my friend." Lang Fomer hurriedly shrunk her neck and responded obediently, "Yes, master, I was wrong, I won't dare next time." Inside the stone room, a brief silence fell. Right at this moment, a voice moved from the bottom of Ling Huang's heart. "Oh, ridiculous. As a blood slave king, you follow his orders. Are you willing to lose your freedom?" "Shut up," Bloodshot's voice rang out. "You should know that the forbidden guard I possess is something you simply cannot destroy." The voice continued, "You didn't say anything to your master, and you obviously moved in some way. Why don't you and I work together? I'll help you get rid of the master-servant contract of the prophet, and help you take over Mengyu. How about you give me back my body?" The voice carried temptation, trying to speak to Bloodshot. Chapter 76, hit the face first, then dump it, then mend it. I don't know how long it took, but there was a roar outside the Blood Demon Cave and Iron Bone, Yanfeng and Wang Yuan leapt out of the maze in a sorry state. They had finally broken through the external maze and had finally escaped. Iron Bone's face was remorseful, and his usual hardened appearance was now shrouded in gloom. He couldn't stop muttering. "This time, I've lost a lot of money. I was forced to perform a secret method, and I went through some thrilling fights. This realm is definitely going to fall when we go back. Even with the marrow cleansing pool, we can't salvage it." He frowned. The eyes revealed a deep sense of helplessness and resignation. Yanfeng's face was similarly filled with flesh pain, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. In order to escape, he had expended a precious purple flame talisman seal. That was the means to save his life that he had exchanged for most of his family's wealth. And now this trip to the Blood Demon Cave was like knocking out half of his life. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was the most miserable, with both internal and external injuries, so weak that he could barely stand. Having just escaped from the maze, as soon as the taut nerves relaxed, the whole person simply fainted. Yanfeng comforted Iron Bone. "Senior brother Iron, think about it. If we hadn't kicked Qinshi out in the first place, he'll definitely be a burden to you, and maybe you won't be able to escape." Senior Iron Brother. Although Qinshi had been vigilant and hadn't entered the core area, there were many mazes outside. There were blood slaves chasing after them again, and he and Mengyu were afraid that they would be in a bad way. Ironbone nodded helplessly, only able to comfort himself in this way. As the few people were talking, the tutor from the Creation Academy and the Yin Yang Palace elder hurriedly arrived in the distance. Mentor Lu Yu could not help but be alarmed when he saw this miserable state of the three of them. "What's going on with you guys? How did you get yourself into this mess by killing a few blood slaves?" Ironbone smiled bitterly as he recounted the matter briefly, mentioning the many heavenly prides that had been lost. There was even a bit of sadness in his voice. Lu Yu's face instantly became grave. the Yin Yang Palace elder, on the other hand, anxiously asked, "Have you guys seen my Yin Yang Palace's holy daughter? How is she now?" Yin Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "We only know that the holy maiden is being pursued by a group of high-ranking blood slaves. It's not clear as to what the outcome will be." "What?" The Yin Yang Palace elder's body swayed, nearly unsteady on his feet. In the next instant, the entire person had disappeared in place. "You guys find a way to notify the academy, then stay here and don't move while I go in and check out the situation." Mentor Lu Yu's expression was grave as he also followed inside the blood demon cave. Two top forces, many heavenly prides lost. The impact of this matter was just too great. It wasn't long before a terrifying figure tore through the void and top cultivators, including the deans of the four courtyards, came in droves. Master Yu's gaze was like a torch as he took the lead. "Ironbone and Yin Feng, besides you guys, how are the other disciples of the academy doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Master Shen, who was on the side, eagerly interjected, "I just checked the academy information. Xinshi and Meng Yu also came as a group. Where are they?" Ironbone looked embarrassed and mumbled, "It's too chaotic down there, and the blood slaves are strong. We couldn't care less about ourselves, so we had to desperately escape, and we don't know where the other disciples have gone. As for Master Xinshi, their group is relatively weak, and I'm afraid they've met an untimely end." Upon hearing this, Master Shen's figure shook violently, and his face was filled with disbelief. To the side, the Star Master. He was already anxious because Meng Yu was in danger, but now he was even more frowning. Just then, a voice came from within the blood demon cave. "Master Shen, I'm fine." The crowd followed the sound, only to see Xinshi walk out, holding Meng Yu in one hand and the other hand was holding a thick rope, and behind the rope were dragging more than a dozen heavenly pride disciples of the Creation Academy who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Looking at Xinshi unharmed, Xinshi was as relieved as if she was relieved, a pair of beautiful eyes showing appreciation. The astrologer on the other side also rushed to check on Meng Yu's condition, and after realizing that there was no serious harm, that was a long breath of relief. Xinshi said as he walked, "The blood slaves have suddenly changed in a shocking way, and there's chaos down there. Although my strength is low, I did not forget to look for the academy disciples, which delayed me for some time. Fortunately, as luck would have it, saved some senior brothers and sisters in time." When these words came out, Ironbone and Yin Feng fell silent. They had just said that it was too chaotic down there, self-occupied with fleeing for their lives with no time to think about others. But in the blink of an eye, Xinshi went against the grain and risked his life to save a group of academy disciples. That face was slapped. Yin Feng even lowered his head and cursed, ****************************************************************************************************** Going to the core area of the, you're more cautious than anyone. You can't go down dead. And now, when you're running for your life in a panic, you're running to the ING rescue instead. It's ING infuriating." As expected, when these words came out, Master Yu's face first couldn't hold it. Eyes like swords shot towards Ironbone and Yin Feng, sternly saying, "As members of the Academy's heavenly ranking, you guys." He should have shouldered the responsibility of taking care of his senior brothers and sisters, but now he's so focused on escaping for his own life that he's ignoring the safety of his fellow disciples. This is unseemly. Master Yu paused, then looked at Xinshi appreciatively and said, "Xinshi, even though you are a newborn, the strength is lacking, but not forgetting to rescue his fellow disciples. This is much better than some so-called heavenly ranking expert that, this time when you return to the academy, you will definitely be rewarded. Many thanks to Master Yu." Xinshi hurriedly thanked him, and then, Xinshi revealed a look of surprise as if he had just discovered Ironbone and Yin Feng. Said, "Senior brother Tai, senior brother Yin, you guys are fine. I was just looking for you guys down there for a long time." Immediately afterward, Xinshi sighed regretfully. "I told you guys not to go to that core area long ago. It's a dangerous place, but you don't listen, and you're rushing down there with your brothers and sisters, and you can't even stop them." It resulted in a shocking turn of events. Ironbone and Yin Feng's faces instantly turned green and white, very ugly. The two of them stared at Xinshi with indignation. "It's not true that you reminded, but did you stop? Even if you stop me and say this in public, good boy, you've made up for it pretty hard." Such a big pot was dumped straight on their heads. It's over. As expected, when Master Yu heard this, he was even more furious, his face turning blue, angrily rebuking, "As members of the heavenly ranking, you know that it is dangerous yet you insist on going there. Disregarding the safety of your senior brothers and sisters, you are simply failing to live up to the Academy's expectations. Do you realize that the Academy has trained you so that you can step up to the plate at critical moments? Protect your fellow disciples, not so that you can be greedy and put them in danger." Master Yu took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, then said coldly, "Effective immediately, when you return to the Academy, Half of your resources will be withdrawn as punishment. When Iron Bone and Yin Feng heard this, the whole thing was as hard as eating a fly, with half of their resources withdrawn. That's too much punishment. Looking at Wang Yuan, who had fainted from serious injuries at his feet, the two of them actually began to feel a little envious. Just then, the Yin Yang Palace elder with Ling Huang also walked out, also with a seriously injured fainting Dan Crazy, although fainting, but always life. Seeing this, the Yin Yang Palace crowd then put their hanging hearts down a little. Among the people of the Yin Yang Palace this time, only the holy maiden Ling Huang and the chief Dan Crazy Man were the most important. They can't afford to lose either one. Not to mention the fact that Dan Maniac is involved in the matter of the Medicine King Valley. This concerns the next big thing that the Yin Yang Palace is plotting. Chapter 77, The Doorway Here. Run cold frosty. What's going on here? An old man with a white head from the Yin Yang Palace asked in a deep voice. Enlightening great elder. It's like this. Lang Shuanger told the matter of the Blood Demon Cave, which was roughly the same as what Iron Bone had said. The only thing that made a difference was the fact that Luotong had been taken over. You're saying that Luotong risked his life and stayed behind to block the Blood Demon just to help you escape. In the end, it was actually taken over by the Blood Slave King? The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace said in surprise. Lang Shuanger looked sad and said softly, yes, if it wasn't for senior brother Luotong sacrificing his life to help, I'm afraid that the one who was taken over by the Blood Demon would be Frosty. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace frowned and sighed heavily. There is no need for the Holy Maiden to blame herself for this. The matter of Luotong will be dealt with by us. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and stretched out his fingers to point at Lang Shuanger's sea of consciousness. In the matter of the sect, once it involves taking over the body, it is bound to be treated with caution. In Luotong's absence, unable to prove the truth, then first make sure that Lang Shuanger is not taken over. It becomes inevitable. Lang Shuanger looked frank and waited for the probe with her eyes closed. She knew very well that all the people present were all sophisticated. The slightest mistake will reveal the truth. However, at that exact moment, a rushing blood chi suddenly erupted from the center of the blood pool. Like a hideous evil flower of blood slowly blooming in midair, a strong bloody aura instantly filled the air. Qinshi's face suddenly changed and he cried out, oh no, it must be that Luotong, who was taken over, broke through within the blood pool. So I think this Blood Slave King is trying to drive us to extinction. As if to corroborate Qinshi's words, between the blood light wildly churning, a blood-colored figure sped out of the Blood Demon Cave precisely like a ghost, so fast that it was like a blood-red lightning. The figure was surrounded by blood chi, and wisps of blood mist seeped out of his pores. It was indescribably hideous. That was Luotong. At this moment, his hair was as messy as crazy grass, flying recklessly, and each one seemed to be dipped in blood, a blinding red, a pair of eyes filled with a thick, bloodshot mane, hollow and mad. With a hoarse roar he shouted, kill kill kill. Luotong looked around, and when he saw Qinshi, his eyes instantly widened. The blood chi around his body was even more surging and tumbling as he recklessly lunged towards Qinshi, so fast that he brought up a string of blood shadows. Qinshi's eyes stared, and under her lotus steps, she blocked in front of Qinshi. At the same time, the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace's eyes widened in anger as he shouted under his breath, sinful animal. Lifting his hand, mana rushed and converged, and a huge handprint took shape in midair. With a majestic pressure, it ruthlessly suppressed towards that blood-colored figure. Luotong, who was deadlocked by this large handprint, although his body couldn't move a bit. However, his eyes remained deadlocked on Qinshi, and the hatred in his eyes was frightening. Humph! The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace snorted coldly, his voice resounding all around like a bell. Elders, listen to the order. Cast the Yin Yang Heaven Sealing Technique, seal this sinful animal up and bring it back to the sect for a proper interrogation. When these words came out, Lang Shuanger's pupils instantly contracted slightly. The white palms of his hands subconsciously clenched tightly, his fingertips slightly white from the exertion. When the other few elders heard this, they quickly worked the two chi of yin and yang with both hands, and for a while, the black and white auras intertwined and entwined with each other, and they began to use the secret art of sealing. It was at this close call that Qinshi scurried out from behind Qinshi's back, with an odd look on his face. He'd sked inside under his breath. This yin and yang are intertwined and entwined with each other, and by the looks of it, but there are doors in there. Like that. Gee, it's so moist in there. Qinshi turned his head with a puzzled expression and looked at Qinshi, his eyes full of incomprehension. In a soft voice, he asked, there is indeed a doorway to intertwining yin and yang, but how is this related to what you said about true run? He. Qinshi laughed awkwardly. There really doesn't seem to be much of a connection between the. I'm just feeling it too. And yet, somehow, hearing this, Luo Tong directly went crazy. His vague hissing sound almost shook the sky. Ah, take it away. Hate. In the next moment, Luo Tong burned the essence blood in his body without hesitation and an even more violent force instantly exploded, even briefly breaking free from the suppression and charging towards Qin Shi once again. The eyes of the Yin Yang Palace's Grand Elder chilled as he hummed coldly, something that doesn't know how to die. Seek death. With both hands quickly forming a seal, a brilliant and eye-catching mana light appeared, like a raging and furious wave that it blasted straight at Luo Tong, instantly dry exploding his body and spreading the blood mist. Seeing this situation, Ling Huang and Qin Shi exchanged a glance without a trace. Both of them were secretly relieved. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace looked around the crowd with a grave expression on his face. The voice was low and said, "The change of the Blood Demon Cave this time is really tragic to the extreme. We are all heavily killed and injured. Now each of us will rest and recuperate first." All of them showed exhaustion and sorrow, and were about to move, when Iron Bone suddenly spoke up and, eagerly, he said, "Seniors, the results of this competition for the number of blood slaves killed have yet to come out." When these words came out, everyone looked sideways, and Master Yu even frowned and glared at Iron Bone. The eyes were full of reproach. What a time to be thinking about the competition. Iron Bone, however, did not retreat. His body was now weak, his feet were a bit wobbly, his resources were halved again. The resources of the marrow cleansing pool were urgently needed to restore the depleted cultivation, although they knew that the Holy Maiden squad was strong. When they killed their way into the core area, that Dan Xiu was not with them. In that case, the number of blood slaves he had killed might not be less than Ling Huang's, and take first place. Then he could go into the marrow cleansing pool, which was simply too important for his current self. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace said in a slow voice, "In that case, if you guys want to compete, let's get started then. The ownership of that Inferno crystal vein is always going to be resolved." Iron Bone, then take out your jade card and compare. Master Yu walked out and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Iron Bone nodded and threw his jade token into the air with vigor. The jade token hovered and a trail of blood surfaced. Count the whole 632. This signaled that the Sky Ranking Squad had slaughtered at least hundreds of blood slaves. To be able to achieve this in a short period of time, Iron Bone and the others had really put their best foot forward. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace looked at Ling Huang and said indifferently, "Holy Maiden, take out your jade brand as well." Ling Huang looked calm, gently nodded her head. Her slender hand unclasped the jade plate on her waist, and gently threw it upwards. The number of bloodstains gradually became clear, totaling 857. Iron Bone's figure jolted when he saw the figure. The face was instantly filled with despondency, shock and regret. How could he not expect that the three of his party had fought to the death in the Blood Devil's Cave? The gap with Ling Huang was actually still nearly 200 bloodstains. The resources of the marrow washing pool, which was completely hopeless, couldn't help but show an extremely unwilling look on his face. Yushir also sank his face and glared fiercely at Iron Bone. That gaze was one of hatred now. Knowing that the other party had sent out a powerful Holy Maiden, the probability of winning was slim to none. There had been a shocking turn of events, and the matter could have been put behind us. This naive thing had to try to show off in a competition, and even if he lost, he still lost so ugly. LOL, no, he's sick, isn't he? Seeing this, the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace opened his mouth. In that case, according to the agreement, that mineral vein will belong to my Yin Yang Palace from now on. The elders and tutors of the Creation Academy looked at each other and sighed helplessly. It could only be answered. Then let it be as agreed. Hey, wait. Just then, Qin Shi's voice rang out. So what? I'm in on this mission. I haven't even looked at my jade bloodstain yet. Hearing this, Master Shen couldn't help but glare at Qin Shi. What's all this nonsense? You can't even beat the Sky Ranking team. What are you trying to do? Don't you think our academy isn't humiliated enough? Hey, Master Shen, I don't necessarily lose. Qin Shi smiled bashfully. In the next moment, the jade card in his arms was thrown into the air. Chapter 78. The crowd shakes. Iron Bone Repentance. The jade card that was thrown into the air. In an instant, the rich blood-colored roots burst out, and in the blink of an eye, then a dense trail of blood was formed, which made one's scalp numb. Oh my god, how many of these are there supposed to be? How can there be so many? A disciple in the crowd couldn't help but blurt out. The gazes of the people on the field were also firmly attracted by the bloodstains all over the sky. To be counted clearly. Surprisingly, there were 4,982 channels. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd flashed with vibration. If there were only a few hundred channels, that crowd was at most a little surprised. But with these thousands of bloodstains flung at their faces, it wasn't surprise, it was horror. Iron Bone and Yin Feng were even frozen in place. incredulous of the scene in front of them. The number of blood slaves they had killed in their desperate attempts was less than even a fraction of Qinshi's. You wouldn't dare to drive like this. Is this really good? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yin Feng was the first to come back to his senses, screaming at the top of his lungs. Even the lowest ranked blood slaves are in the same realm as you. Not to mention that there are middle and high ranked blood slaves behind you, each possessing terrifying strength. It's simply not something you can handle. There must be something odd about these thousands of blood marks. Ironbone frowned and said, during the siege of the blood slaves, you have been hiding behind the many teams. Even if you have mastered some sort of means to cross the border and kill blood slaves, there are only a limited number of blood slaves in the Blood Demon Cave. The rest of those aren't even enough for you to amass such a horrific war record either. Ironbone paused and continued his analysis. You can't just blurt out that. The high-ranked blood slaves that surrounded the many heavenly prides in the core area were all cleaned up by you alone in the end, weren't they? Or else? Qinshu laughed, pointing at the severely injured senior brothers and sisters behind him, and said, otherwise, what does senior brother Tai think? What makes me able to rescue them out peacefully? And you guys? And what makes you able to kill the Blood Devil's Cave under heavy crisis? When these words came out, it was like a boulder hitting the water, stirring up 1,000 waves. The Blood Devil's Cave is a shocking change, and the fact that many of the heavenly prides can survive a little is actually the work of Qinshu? Shinsho Yue stepped forward in style and raised her eyebrows lightly. Alright, don't sell the story. Tell me how you did it. It's Master Shen. Qinshu said as he reached out and pulled out the blood-colored token from his pocket. This token is something refined by the blood demon ancestor, and was obtained by me by chance. Those who possess the token will be able to control the life and death of the blood slaves. In the beginning, the blood slave king came after us in a vain attempt to take over Mengyu. I was the one who used this token to force him back, which then led to the blood slave king seizing Luo Tong. After saying that, Qinshu threw the token out, and in an instant, more than a dozen divine senses swept up. In fact, this speech, 90% true 10% false, and Qinshu to cover up is that 10% false. After this incident, the two forces will certainly be carefully check the evidence, the only 9 true and 1 false, in order to conceal the C. A token that controls the life and death of a blood slave. Ironbone's eyes were lifeless as he muttered, that means that if I hadn't kicked you out of the squad, then not only would I not have met a crisis, but I could have easily taken first place. But why didn't you take it out in the first place? If you had taken out this token earlier, how could I not believe you? Ironbone's voice trembled with a hint of remorse and unwillingness. Qinshu was silent for a moment before responding. Senior sister Mengyu also doesn't know about the token, but she always believed in me from the beginning. When Ironbone heard this, great remorse tumbled in his heart. After this incident, not only did one's realm plummet, but one's resources were cut in half, missing out on the rewards of the marrow cleansing pool. Even the Taoist heart that had been firmly held on to was shaken at this moment. But in the end, who could blame him? It's not because I didn't like Qinshu from the very beginning, blinded by prejudice. Master Yu was the first to stroke his palm and laugh, his voice sounding like a bell. Good. This move of yours, Qinshu. Not only did he bring honor to our academy, he also won the right to the Inferno Crystal Vein for the academy. And when he returns to the academy, the reward he deserves, since none of it will be missing you. After saying that, Master Yu glanced deeply at Qinshu, secretly thinking that perhaps he should have really insisted on it in the first place. Admitting Qinshu into the Earth Koan Academy, the boy's performance was simply too appalling now, with the momentum of being a freshman, already able to suppress the veterans of the heavenly ranking, even by Ling Huang, who was unrivaled in the 4 courtyards at the time, couldn't do it. What a freak! The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace swept his gaze coldly over the Blood Demon Cave and said in a deep voice, the Blood Demon Cave, a tumor that, the scourge of the world for hundreds of years, and now it has even caused the bloodshed of the heavens' pride. So why don't we just take advantage of the present and destroy it completely? The crowd nodded in agreement. Several top cultivators immediately worked their magic power, and several strong lights rose up and it blasted towards the Blood Demon Cave with the force of 1,000 pounds. In an instant, the ground shook, and a series of explosions came out from the cave, and the huge Blood Devil Cave was hit by the blow. It began to crumble and shatter, turning into pieces and falling into the vast underground dark river. After the Blood Demon Cave was destroyed, the crowd prepared to leave. At this time, Qinshu suddenly spoke, having fallen for the Blood Demon Cave scheme this time around. That Purple Frost sect Master Xianfeng must not be involved. You tutors return first. I'll make a trip to that Purple Frost sect. When something like this happens, the Academy's law enforcement team will investigate deeply, but anyone involved in it, all need to be severely punished. Shinsho Yue glared at Qinshu and said, don't get involved in anything. Qinshu shook his head and said with a sad gaze, My senior brother and sister died so tragically in front of me. Master Shen, I want to personally recover the blood debt for them, as well as give an explanation to my own Dao. This, Shin Shoyue lightly bit her lower lip, her face showing hesitation. That's just it. As the conversation turned, Shin Shoyue's willow brows knitted slightly as she chided. Your impudent nature. In the future, when you go out of the academy, you must talk to me first. Do you really think you can handle all situations? Saying that, Shin Shoyue flipped her slender hand and took out a mysterious glowing rune and handed it to Qinshi. This is the boundary-breaking talisman. Next time you encounter danger, you can leave by crushing this talisman. You're lucky this time. It just so happens that you got that formation order. Otherwise, where would you still have your little life? Shin Shoyue counted on her lips, but her heart was in a pang of fear. Having heard earlier that Qinshi was in deep danger, her heart was racing, and for the first time in her life she was in such a panic. Got it, Master Shin. Qinshi said with a warm heart. It's just that this boundary-breaking talisman is too precious, and I'm really ashamed to receive it. Take it when I tell you to. Where's all this nonsense? Shin Shoyue feigned anger and a handful of runes were shoved into Qinshi's hands. Immediately, the corners of Shin Shoyue's mouth rose, revealing a flirtatious smile. If you hang up, I'll be alone for the rest of my life. Qinshi's face reddened as he put away the boundary-breaking talisman, before saying solemnly, Many thanks, Master. Shin Shoyue was first stunned, then with a smile on her brow, she couldn't help but let out a giggling laugh. In his heart, he said, changing his mouth from Master Shin to Master, is this kid considered to have recognized me? On the other side, the corner of Yushi's mouth, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but twitch a few times. Good guy, this is the boundary-breaking talisman, how can you give it away? Knowing that this boundary-breaking talisman was an extremely rare treasure that could ignore forbidden formations, escape from danger in an instant, even for top cultivators like them, it's a very crucial means of preserving their lives. Handing it out at this moment is no less than giving away a life. Then he came back to look at Yin Feng and Iron Bone, who were as lost as they were, and instantly felt that these two were not bad. It's a bit of a waste, but it saves treasure. When the crowd had left, Qinshi put away the sadness on his face, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light that plop into the dark river. He hadn't forgotten that the eyeball of the ancient demon god. Chapter 79, Refining the Demon Eye, Absolute Divine Power. Manhwa was wrapped in magical power by the Star Master and left, traveling to an uninhabited place. The Star Master finally broke the silence, and his gaze fell on Manhwa. In a light voice, he said, You actually woke up a long time ago. Why are you still pretending to be unconscious? Manhwa's figure stiffened slightly. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was some avoidance between his eyes. You and Qinshi have been together. The Star Master's wise gaze was fixed on Manhwa. Is everything he said true? Manhwa's heart was shocked, hesitated for a moment, and stiffly answered, All true. The Star Master raised his eyebrows lightly, obviously with a few moments of disbelief. Then why did you delay waking up? Manhwa's face instantly flushed with a touch of shyness. Her voice was like a gnat apprentice. In public. Being hugged by Qinshi, I was really shy, and even more so, I didn't know how to face it, so I could only pretend to be asleep. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, the Star Master threw back his head and laughed out loud. We cultivators, there would have been no need to be bound by all this red tape. You little girl, with your thin skin. Laughing, the Star Master's words changed, with a few hints of intrigue in his eyes. I see that Qinshi is not bad. If you have a heart for him, I can mention it to Master Shin and facilitate you two becoming a Dao couple. Master, don't joke. Manhwa was too busy to lower his head, but in the very instant of looking down, the dainty look instantly dissipated and in its place was fear and consternation, even as the fingers hidden in the cuffs trembled. Qinshi even took in the Blood Slave King, and also designed to take over the Yin Palace Sacred Maiden. What exactly do you want to do? Do you know that if this matter is leaked in the slightest, you will surely be plunged into a place of no return? In the midst of the dark river, Qinshi rose and fell, and, after some searching, finally, he found a fragment of the Blood Demon Cave that had not been smashed into powder. The shards clicked and crumbled as Qinshi flicked his palm. An eyeball the size of the palm of his hand and as black as ink rolled out, and instantly, an air of morose coldness filled the air. It was as if the eyeballs possessed life, beating rhythmically, one after the other. The throbbing rhythm seemed to have a kind of magic power that seduced the soul, tightly attracting Qinshi's gaze so that he could not move away from it. Qinshi could only feel his heart beating rapidly, his blood churning, and a burning desire surging up from the bottom of his heart. It drove him to refine this eyeball. At that moment, Blood Shadow's warning echoed in his mind. Master, when you retrieve the demon god's eyeball, one must not refine it. The blood demon ancestor attempted it rashly back then, and nearly lost his life, taking more than 30 years before he could recover. There was no choice but to use this eyeball as a base to create the Blood Devil's Cave. I know that refining you is risky. Qinshi stared blankly at the throbbing eyeballs of the, whispering softly, but if you are not refined, then what is the difference between you and a piece of waste stone? As the words fell, Qinshi's palm slapped fiercely towards his own brow, and the devil's eye smoothly disappeared into the sea of consciousness. In an instant, the heavens swirled, and the sea of consciousness seemed to be engulfed in endless darkness. The devil's eye released a powerful force, attempting to completely replace Qinshi's consciousness. Are you trying to be reborn in a shell? Unfortunately, I am not without a backhand. I'm sorry, Qinshi said to himself bashfully. After saying that, with a thought, the heaven-mending pearl wrapped in warm light and broke straight into the sea of consciousness. The radiant light began to dispel the darkness brought on by the demonic eye. Under the powerful suppression of the heaven-mending pearl, the devil's eye trembled violently, struggling desperately but never able to escape. Eventually it was steadily suppressed. It was not until this moment that Qinshi breathed a long sigh of relief. These two are rare treasures that have fallen into the world from ancient times, and although the devil's eye is weird and mysterious, it is ultimately a broken thing that has fallen. How can it be the complete heaven-mending pearl? This time, it was the right bet. In fact, whether it was the blood shadow's move to take over the body, or this venture to refine the devil's eye, it was all in response to the great enemy that was about to descend 3 years later. Time was running out, and he had to grasp every opportunity to improve his strength. Without hesitation, Qinshi immediately performed the Qingfeng drawing pupil technique, and with the might of the heaven-mending pearl, carefully, he began to refine the devil's eye. I don't know how long it took, but the devil's eye was slowly integrated into the eyeball under the taming of mana. Qinshi only felt a tingling in his right eye as wisps of mana eroded past. Qinshi subconsciously raised his eyes, and with this glance, his sight actually penetrated through the layers and layers of earth barriers, and the outside world came into view unexpectedly. The right eye rolled over and the heavy pupil appeared. In an instant, the eyes blazed, the runes flashed, and an extremely strong light flashed out. Wherever the light went, it destroyed everything. With a boom sound, the light struck the earth, and the earth crumbled with it. The river was diverted for it. Seeing this scene, Qinshi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was a terrifying power gained from refining the devil's eye, a peerless divine ability called Devil's Eye Devouring the Sky, whose power was beyond imagination. With this kind of divine ability, it was not difficult to kill a heavenly pride by crossing the level, and it was enough to become one's base card. After doing everything, Qinshi flew away from the underground dark river and headed straight to the Purple Frost sect. Just as Qinshi's front foot left, a woman with a graceful figure curled up and appeared. A gossamer dress like smoke and mist, just right to outline the surplus waist. Ling Huang muttered to herself, "See, he can even suppress and refine the ancient demon eyes easily. How many people can there be in the world with such great fortune and great means? From now on, he is the one I recognize as my master. And if you are compelling me, guess, can the master resist your body under my full seduction? The things that men and women do to each other, I'll do more crazy than you can imagine." Qinshi rushed to the Purple Frost sect without stopping, and as soon as he approached, he felt that the atmosphere was gloomy and sad. Inside the Purple Frost sect, white streamers were hanging high, paper money was fluttering, and the disciples were all dressed in plain onyx, looking sad. In front of the sect master's hall, an ebony coffin rested quietly, surrounded by offerings. The curling smoke rose slowly with the disciples mourning. The personal disciples of sect master Xianfeng stood guard by the coffin, their eyes red and swollen, and, from time to time, a low sob came. After some inquiries, Qinshi realized that not long after he and Meng Yu left the blood demon cave, the master Xianfeng then decided to kill himself, though threatened by the blood shadow. "This is why I was forced to lure the heavenly pride," Qinshi whispered, but in order to preserve the sect, he chose to die to thank for his sins. After all, he is a good sect leader with a sense of responsibility. Instead of showing up, Qinshi returned to the academy. Just after stepping into the academy, he was recognized by the other disciples. The gazes of the surrounding disciples focused over in unison, and excited shouts rose and fell. "Look, senior brother Qin has returned. I heard that he was a great killer in the blood demon cave, dragging a number of senior brothers and sisters back from the ghost gate." Some people were even filled with admiration and shouted at the top of their voices, "Senior brother Qin is single-handedly, hardly comparing the team of the Yin Yang Palace's holy maiden and taking the top spot. Even the heavenly rankings Iron Bone and brother Yin Feng are out of reach, going against the grain, beheading the blood devil, saving his brother and sister, defeating the sacred maiden squad, and preserving the academy's name." The series of events passed through the college like a storm. Qin Shi's name once again sensationalized the entire academy. In this regard, Qin Shi did not care, but returned to the small cave heaven and chose to cultivate in seclusion. This seclusion was for several days, during which time he took the time to inquire about the status of Mengyu, send her a message of greeting, but Mengyu's response was extraordinarily cold, merely saying thank you and leaving it at that. Although Qin Shi was a bit surprised, he didn't take it too seriously. What really depressed him was that it is said to have made such a great achievement, but the reward promised by the academy has been delayed. Just as he was thinking, Shinsho-Yue's voice transmission happened to come over. Qin Shi, the reward from the marrow washing pool. Something is wrong. Chapter 80, Qin Shi, stop it. How can you know how to refine pills? Qin Shi received Shinsho-Yue's voice transmission and froze for a moment as he asked, what went wrong? Not long after, Shinsho-Yue's figure flashed and appeared in the small cave sky. With a wave of her veiled hand, a glistening jade token surfaced and, handing it to Qin Shi. This is the contribution value reward for this mission. It was originally set to be 10,000 contribution value, but you saved numerous senior brothers and sisters and it also earned enough face for the academy to give you a raise to 100,000 after discussions among the higher-ups. Qin Shi's face showed joy as he reached out to take the jade token and scratched it into the identity jade. With this, his total contribution value reached 350,000. It was a big step closer to opening the path to the trials of the Holy Academy. As for the matter of the marrow cleansing pool, Shinsho-Yue explained, opening the marrow cleansing pool, not only does it require the precise proportioning of specific precious medicines, but it also requires the Academy's Dan Masters to be on hand to assist throughout the entire process. I think you've heard of it. The daughter of the Pill King Valley, Pill Ji, has been strangely poisoned and is unconscious, and the Academy's Dan Masters are all staying in the Pill King Valley at the moment to fully explore a cure. Speaking of this, Shinsho-Yue frowned slightly. Originally, according to the plan, the Academy Dan Master was coming back in these few days, and in the meantime, the marrow washing pool could be opened as well. However, just a few days ago, the Yin Yang Palace intervened and its chief Dan Master, Dan Crazy, even brought a novel theory that overturned the past. Oh, Qin Shi inquired curiously. What theory? Shinsho-Yue said with a grave expression. That means that what Miss Yaoji was hit by may not be poison. When this theory came out, it immediately caused a furor in the entire Pill King Valley, and even in the world of pills. According to what Dan Maniac said, this theory comes from a master of the Dan Dao. Hearing this, Qin Shi was surprised for a moment and couldn't help but interject. That's a theory that seems to have come from me. Don't fool around. Where do you know how to make pills? Shinsho-Yue gave Qin Shi a blank look and, let me finish. Oh, Qin Shi answered. Shinsho-Yue continued, Medicine King Valley's herbs, trees, and elixirs have always supplied our academy. If this time the Yin Yang Palace snatched the antidote to the poison, I'm afraid that in the future the resources will be tilted towards the Yin Yang Palace, which will be very unfavorable to the academy. So, the academy's Dan Masters won't be able to return for a while, and the marrow washing pool will have to be pushed back. Shinsho-Yue paused and sighed. I have to say, in recent years, the Yin Yang Palace's luck has been really good. First there was the Holy Maiden, Lan Shuanger, whose qualifications were heavenly, and she came out of nowhere. Now he has brought the Dan Dao Wizard, Dan Crazy, under his command. What's most infuriating is that this Dan Maniac can still happen to meet a Dan Dao Master's guidance. The theory of non-poisoning in all of them can be largely determined with these days of research. Shinsho-Yue gently raised her jade hand and stroked her chin. Sighing softly, he said, how come my academy doesn't have this kind of Dan Dao Master? So angry yo! The Creation Academy and the Yin Yang Palace were already in a fierce competitive relationship, and in recent years, the Academy of Creation had already repeatedly fallen behind in many aspects. If the Pill King Valley is successfully fought over by the Yin Yang Palace again this time, then the Academy's situation would really become extremely difficult. Cough. Qin Shi lightly coughed a few times. Master, why don't you let me try? I'm actually slightly versed in some Dan techniques, so in case I'm lucky enough to cure that Pill Ji, I'll also be able to have the Academy Dan Master come back earlier to open the marrow cleansing pool. There's less than 3 months to go before the heavenly ranking is updated. That could be a matter of belonging to the small cave heaven. That's why improving your strength is a top priority right now. Shinsho-Yue was going to refuse, but remembering her own beloved disciple's tactics, tentatively, I asked, you really know the Dan art? Then how many years have you been studying Dan Dao? Who did you learn it from? Qin Shi pondered for a moment. I'm self-taught, and counting a few more days, I'll turn a month old. In the Ling Tian sect, he learned the art of grasses and trees, while really coming into contact with the Dan Dao. On the other hand, he had taken the relics of the blood fiend ancestor, so it had indeed been almost a month. When Shinsho-Yue heard this, Her eyes widened and she looked straight at Qinshi for a while, speechless. Surely one should never have gotten even the slightest bit of hope. Anyway, for now, you cultivate in peace. Shin Shoyue reached out and nudged Qinshi's head. Over at the marrow washing pool, it can only be opened when the Academy Dan Master returns. Qinshi had a reluctant look on his face. So if they're milling around over there for a couple of months, I have to wait a couple months too. Putting aside the small caves and heavens, the marrow washing pool was extremely useful to nirvana cultivators. If he really waited for himself to break through to the soul spirit realm, the efficacy of the marrow cleansing pool could only be utilized by 30% at most. Doing this math would greatly slow down one's cultivation. Right, Shin Shoyue said in an affirmative tone. The matter of Pill King Valley is of great concern. Until there are results, I'm afraid the dancers will stay there. Alas, Qinshi let out a long sigh. It seems that it can only be so for the time being. The other side. Inside the dimly lit stone room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was as if water could condense out. Iron Bones sits alone in it. His breath is disorganized, and the majestic aura of the past is atrophied at the moment. The aftereffects of forcibly using the secret method showed up as his realm began to regress. Iron Bone clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with remorse. His mouth kept muttering, "The Blood Demon Cave is simply a big loss this time." Saying that, he really raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. I was blinded by lard. Why did you kick Qinshi out of the team? If you had him in. The words ended abruptly, leaving only a heart full of remorse. At this time, the disciple guarding the door timidly poked his head in. Senior brother Tai Bone. Someone is seeking an audience. Iron Bone was being distracted when he roared, "Out of sight! Get the hell out of here!" The disciple scrunched his neck and, however, he still said stiffly, "The person who asked for an audience called himself Ning Fei of the Ning family, and he said that he could help you regain your strength." Iron Bone's eyes instantly widened and his voice rose a few points. "Quick, let him in." Not long after, Ning Fei walked into the stone room with a steady pace. He first looked Iron Bone up and down and, only then did he slowly open his mouth. "I heard that senior brother Tai forcibly cast a secret method in the Blood Demon Cave and his cultivation regressed, which is really regrettable." With that, Ning Fei pulled out an exquisite jade box from his sleeve. "My Ning family happens to have a return to Yuan and restore Yuan pill that has miraculous effects on repairing damaged cultivation." Iron Bone's gaze fell on the jade box, but he did not reach out in a hurry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ning Fei. "What do you want? Worthy of being senior brother Ironbone." The corner of Ning Fei's mouth curled into a shallow smile. "I want senior brother Tai to help me with my Gongfu initiation." Iron Bone frowned and said after a moment's thought, "It's a good thing that I have some friendship with Yin Feng. I'll send a message and have him take you to the Hall of Transmission. With the help of the Tao Enlightenment Tablet, getting started isn't difficult." Ning Fei, however, slowly shook his head. "Senior brother has misunderstood. What I want is not a shallow introduction to the Enlightenment Tablet. What I want is for elder brother to use his divine soul to transmit power for me." Iron Bone's face suddenly changed, and he rose up with an open heart and, deadpan stared at Ning Fei. "Then do you know how much damage divine soul transmission will do to me?" Soul transmission in a nutshell. Transmitting one of one's own perceptions of the technique into the other party's sea of consciousness had the advantage that the person being transmitted would be able to understand the heavenly technique faster and deeper. But the drawbacks are even greater. Firstly, damage to the divine soul of the transmitter. And secondly, losing a portion of one's own sense of heavenly work slows down one's cultivation in the future. "Since I know that," Ning Fei said, "so, aside from the reverberation restoration pill, I've also brought an item for senior brother Tai." Chapter 81 All Parties Clouds Move. Calculating Qinshi. Ning Fei had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, and with a gentle wave of his palm, an ancient futon then appeared. The futon looked worn out, but the texture on its surface vaguely outlined mysterious and ancient patterns. Wisps of ancient aura slowly radiated out. Ning Fei introduced, "Senior brother Tai. This item is called the Spirit Embracing Futon. It was obtained by my Ning family's ancestors at an ancient relic. This futon will not only help you repair your damaged divine soul after transmitting, it can also speed up the progress of daily cultivation. And with its help, even if senior brother transmits power for my soul, he can still quickly recuperate afterwards. It won't fall too far short." Iron Bone's gaze was fixed on that futon, and a flash of intent flashed in his eyes. However, within moments, though, his brows tightened together again. Divine soul transmission is by no means something that can be recovered afterward by cultivation alone. It is more of a detrimental cultivation foundation. The risks and costs involved are simply too great. Ning Fei sensed his words and struck the iron while it was hot. "Senior brother Tai, do you have any other options today? The renewal of the heavenly ranking is approaching, and with senior brother Tai's current state, his position on the heavenly ranking is bound to be untenable. Once you fall out of the heavenly ranking, those vast amounts of quality resources will be insulated from you from now on. Not to mention, elder brother, you were also deprived of half of your original resources. When he said this, Ning Fei's tone was slightly aggravated, his eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. The path of cultivation has always been one slow step at a time. Is senior brother really willing to be lost to the masses from now on? Trampled under the feet of those who used to despise them? Although Ning Fei's words were extremely purposeful, they were also true, and as a heavenly ranking expert, since he could not tolerate the loss of his former glory. What's more, without the resources to support him, he, Iron Bone, would soon be reduced to a second-rate character in the academy. It was an ending he would rather die than accept. A moment later, Iron Bone raised his eyes to look at Ning Fei. His eyes were filled with suspicion. I heard that there was a bet between Qin Shi and Yin Feng regarding the Qing Tian creation technique, and that this bet has nothing to do with you, so you can completely use the enlightenment tablet to slowly enlighten yourself. Why did you take out such treasures to make this deal? Ning Fei's complexion changed slightly, and after a brief moment of silence, he quickly regained his composure. Lightly smiling, he responded, Senior brother Tai, this is nothing more than a deal between you and me, each taking what they need. Why should senior brother pursue the root of the matter? Speaking of which, Ning Fei himself was unwilling to do so, but what could be done? The initiation of the Kung Fu is about one's chance at the academy, and this chance happened to be about a great thing that the Ning family was plotting. Add to that the fact that he had previously been viciously punked by Qin Shi. The progress of comprehending the technique had already lagged behind for some days, and under this double pressure, he really had no other way, which forced him to endure the pain, taking out such precious treasures to make an exchange with Iron Bone. It was also fortunate that Iron Bone had suffered a serious injury in the Blood Devil's cave and had lost a great deal of his strength, or else, just by virtue of the enormous risk of this divine soul transmission, there was simply no possibility of success in this matter. I'm pissed off just thinking about it. This damned Qin Shi. This must be recovered. Iron Bone gritted his teeth, and a look of determination flashed across his face. In a deep voice, he said, I can promise you this deal. However, you have to give me another 300,000 contribution value. With this contribution value, it is only then that I can go to the academy to exchange the resources I need to secure my own position in the heavenly ranking. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes and lost his voice. $300,000? Senior brother Tai, isn't that an outrageous amount? Iron Bone sneered, with a face full of disdain. Don't think that I don't know that the sons and daughters coming out of your top families, even if they are just freshmen, never lack contribution value. All you need to do to get contribution value is to take out some of the rare resources in your family and just turn your hand among the disciples, and the amount of the contribution value, for you, it's just a matter of how much family resources one is willing to take out in exchange. Without this $300,000, this matter is off the table. Ning Fei's brows furrowed as his mind rapidly weighed the situation. He had obviously been knocked off his feet by Iron Bone, but in today's situation, if we miss Iron Bone, where can we find such a suitable helper? Thinking about this, Ning Fei finally hardened his heart and nodded his head. Fine, 300,000 is 300,000. However, senior brother Tai, I also have a condition. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Iron Bone was a bit surprised and asked with a raised eyebrow. Secrecy? Why is that? Ning Fei looked grave as he slowly shook his head. Senior brother Tai doesn't know. I've fought with Qin Shi, knowing full well that guy is full of tricks. I'm certain that by the time the day of the merit bet, he'll not only be able to get the Qing Tian creation merit started, it might be even more powerful than Ling Huang under Yan Feng's careful tutelage. Iron Bone was filled with skepticism and snorted. How is that possible? That's a heavenly feat. It is not like relying on external forces to easily assist in the initiation, unless Master Shen personally passes on the power, but the tutor cannot intervene in the affairs between the disciples. This is the iron law of the academy. Who can break? Ning Fei shrugged helplessly. I'm not sure what tricks he's hiding, but I believe he has a method. In any case, as long as you, senior brother, transmit power for my divine soul, I will be able to far surpass Qin Shi. On the day of the feats competition, perhaps I can pit it hard on recover the lost field from the past. Let Qin Shi also taste the taste of being counted. Iron Bone thought briefly and instantly understood Ning Fei's calculations. That would be to open another bet with Qin Shi. At that time, if Qin Shi didn't answer, then he would be humiliated by Ning Fei and his reputation would be destroyed. If you catch it, it will be even worse, and you will surely lose the bottom of your heart. As expected, it's a good plan, but all these doors and ways had nothing to do with him. Iron bone, okay, deal. Ning Fei searched for a quiet corner and took out a sound transmission stone, his expression slightly nervous and with a few points of certainty. In a low voice, he said, "Father, 300,000 contribution values are still needed." He paused, as if afraid of his father's objections, and quickly added immediately afterward, "Don't worry, Father, on the day of the contest, I'll try to provoke Qin Shi and set a bet with him. There's a good chance we'll get that part of the family's loss back from him. Please don't worry about this point. Father." With Iron Bone, a heaven-ranking expert divine soul transmission, my comprehension of the Qingtian creation technique is bound to surpass that of the past. So what will he, Qin Shi, take against me? There was a moment of silence on the other side of the transmission stone, and a low promise came from it. Ning Fei let out a long sigh of relief, and soon had the required resources ready and handed them over to Iron Bone. Iron Bone collected it before nodding in satisfaction. Let's get started then. Meanwhile, inside the Palace of Transmission, Yan Feng's brows were furrowed, full of resentment. My resources have been cut in half, and that 250,000 contribution value that this bet concerns must not be lost. He looked across at Ling Huang, his gaze burning. I will do my utmost to help you comprehend the Qingtian creation technique. You must win that Qin Shi. Ling Huang's stance was lithe as she owed a bow, her tone firm. Yes, senior brother Yan. I will live up to my promise and will do my best not to disappoint my senior brother. Having said that, a confident smile flowed from the corner of Ling Huang's mouth. With the full assistance of senior brother Yan, how could I lose to Qin Shi? Never. Chapter 82 Merit Technique Competition. Beginning. For several days in a row, Ning Fei soaked in Iron Bone's place to receive divine soul transmissions. It wasn't until the day before the feat examination that Ning Fei came out from within the stone room and returned to his residence. At this time, Ning Fei's entire aura was already different, the essence in his eyes hidden, as if he had been transformed. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Tan greeted him with a face full of enthusiasm. Brother Fei, you're finally back. I've been worried sick about where you've been the last few days. As Lu Tan spoke, he took Ning Fei's outer robe with his hands and feet, and also thoughtfully pulled over a chair, helping Ning Fei to sit down. Ning Fei couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart as he looked at the busy Lu Tan. Previously, he was pitched by Qin Shi, then suppressed by Yan Feng, and finally ostracized by the surrounding disciples. Nearly autistic myself in those gray days. Thanks to Lu Tan, this kid not only cleaned his place, but also often searched for some spirit wine. Get drunk with yourself and relieve your depressed mood. What's more, he was often at hand to carefully enlighten and make common cause with himself, and at the mention of Qin Shi, it was also full of indignation, cursing that it was a complete hypocrite, such a sweet person. In Ning Fei's mind he had long since regarded him as his good brother within the academy. Ning Fei pondered for a moment, raised his eyes to Lu Tan, and slowly spoke. Brother Lu Tan, can you do me a favor? When Lu Tan heard this, he immediately patted his chest. Brother Fei, why do we need to ask about this relationship? If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Ning Fei nodded slightly. In a low voice, he said, I've already cultivated the Qingtian creation technique into the gate in the past few days, so find a way to reveal this news to Qin Shi. As soon as these words came out, Lu Tan's complexion suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, could it be that this Ning Fei knows about I'm the eyes and ears Qin has planted around him? The more Lu Tan thought about it, the more he panicked, but on second thought, he thought it was unlikely. He is usually cautious and careful. Even the 3,000 contribution value given by Brother Qin hadn't bothered to consume it. What's more, if Ning Fei really noticed it, with his temperament, it's simply not possible to speak so warmly. Thinking about this, Lu Tan fixed his mind and his face instantly piled up with surprise. Brother Fei, you've gotten your Gongfu initiation. That's great. I knew with Fei's talent and background, it will definitely be able to overcome the introductory limitations of the Qingtian creation technique. Speaking here, Lu Tan paused and continued, but Brother Fei, what do you want me to tell that guy Qin Shi? The corner of Ning Fei's mouth curled up into a faint smile. It's only natural to count on him. That's the obvious reason. Of course, but in reality, it's a family mission. One needs to keep suppressing Qin Shi by oneself. The harder the suppression, the lower Qin Shi's position in the academy's mind would become. When that time came, the Ning family would have far fewer scruples and obstacles to move. Earlier in the Misty Mountains, Qin Shi could easily see through his carefully laid out setup. Based on this, Ning Fei could tell that Qin Shi was cautious. Then to get Qin Shi into the game, you need to use some extra means. One zhang of green light is the embodiment of the initiation of heavenly power. The higher the number of zhang of green light, it represents the deeper one comprehends the heavenly work. In the past, the highest person in the academy's history was Qingwang Sanjian. Ning Fei said blandly, Please also ask Brother Lu Tan to find a way to inform Qin Shi that I have reached 3 zhang of green light. In that case, Qin Shi, who knows my details, will surely come down to bet with me. Then I will be able to count them out ruthlessly. Ning Fei sounded very confident. So that's what Brother Fei was planning. Lu Tan nodded slightly. However, Brother Fei is sure that the green light comprehended by Qin Shi will be higher than 3 zhang? Humph. Ning Fei let out a cold laugh. From my experience of being pitted against Qin Shi, this person is a ventriloquist, cautious. If he wasn't even sure of reaching 3 zhang of green light, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to propose a bet with Yin Feng at all. I've seen through this trick of his a long time ago, and only that fool Yin Feng would fall for it. Lu Tan tentatively asked, then how much green light did you actually comprehend? Fei? Ning Fei didn't answer, but instead smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. It is bound to exceed all expectations. Good. Since Brother Fei is confident, I'll reveal it to Qin Shi now. This time, we will definitely trample Qin Shi hard under our feet. Lu Tan said with a ruthless gaze. Don't worry. Qin Shi can't turn over tomorrow. Ning Fei tilted his head slightly and looked towards the sky. At this moment, having been pitted and suppressed by Qin Shi in the past, the self-confidence that had been lost through bullying had all come back. The corners of Ning Fei's mouth rose as he murmured softly, Qin Shi, you would never have thought that I would let Lu Tan, pretend to befriend you, while you're still complacent at the 3rd floor. Unbeknownst to you, I'm already waiting for you at the 5th floor. I'm looking forward to waiting until tomorrow to see how you'll look when you realize you've been betrayed. At this time, Qin Shi, who was still cultivating in the small cave heaven, also really didn't expect that Ning Fei, the great cleverness of I can't believe they're playing the undercover thing too. I didn't realize that the chess piece I had casually thrown out in the beginning could now bring such a big surprise. Brother Qin, this is how it happened. Lu Tan said in a summons. Ning Fei's green light is definitely more than 3 zhang. Brother Qin, if you're not sure, it's better if you don't bet against him. There's one more thing. Lu Tan continued to transmit his voice. Some time ago, when Ning Fei was drunk, had taken out a jade slip with the words purple sky faintly on it, and he added that this jade slip was a piece of chance for himself. It's more of a capitalization of his turnaround, but this kid is usually so tight-lipped that even when he's drunk, it also didn't reveal too much key information, and I can only know the skinny. You've done well enough. Qin Shi responded with a summons that, I just greeted Wang Yuan of the Xian Spirit Academy, and he'll reserve a place for you within the Spirit Valley in the future to make it easier for you to cultivate. Much. Thank you, Brother Qin. It was only after a long time that Lu Tan summoned over, with an indescribable excitement in his tone. The Spirit Valley is a cultivation treasure second only to the small cave heaven in the academy, and non-elderly elites are not allowed to enter it. Himself into Spirit Valley early by virtue of his status as a freshman. It was believed that soon in the future, he, Lu Tan, would be able to catch up with his contemporaries with this, and take the lead step by step. On the following day, it was dawn. Today's academy was going to be more lively than ever. In addition to being the day that the new students would test their feats, there was also a bet involved behind this concerning a bet between the heavenly ranking expert Yin Feng and the number 1 freshman, Qin Shi. These two bets attracted the attention of all parties, including mentors. Early on, Ling Huang, with her marvelous posture and condescending tone, took the lead in shouting through the air, Qin Shi, come out. Today is the day when the new students test their feats, so between you and me, come here to make an end. When these words came out, it directly topped the atmosphere of the scene to the highest climax. In an instant, it was as if the academy had exploded, and the disciples were talking. Senior Brother Qin's methods are endless, and he's never lost since he fought his way into the academy. Even in the treacherous blood demon cave, he was able to kill in a big way, and he definitely won't lose this time. But soon enough, a rebuttal rang out. But Ling Huang was carefully taught by Senior Brother Yin Feng, and he was able to use the Tao Enlightenment tablet to perceive the Gongfu, day and night, progressing at a rapid pace. Surpassing Qin Shi isn't a done deal. That is, this Qing Tian creation technique, from ancient times, is too difficult to comprehend on an individual basis. Without the Enlightenment tablet, Qin Shi has no chance of winning, and he still wants to make a bet with Yin Feng, so he's going to make a big mistake. Inside the hall of transmission, Ling Huang glanced sideways, looking at Yin Feng beside him. Senior Brother Yin, please also rest assured that today I will win over Qin Shi. Yin Feng nodded his head inside. Your talent far exceeds my prediction. There's no need to say that surpassing Qin Shi is self-evident. I'm afraid it's going to shake the entire academy. Dang! A voice resounded throughout the academy as a leisurely bell rang out. All new students, go to the hall of transmission and examine the merits. Chapter 83 I, Ning Fei, am talented and extraordinary. There was a sea of people in front of the hall of transmission, and many disciples were attracted to it. Even the deans of the 4 courtyards stood on top of the high platform, watching this merit test with interest. A tutor, dressed in grey robes and with a stereotypical face, was organizing the new students in a line of prepare to open the merit test. At that moment, Ningfei stepped out of the crowd and strutted over to Qinshi. Qinshi, dare you to bet with me as well? Oh, Qinshi raised his eyes slightly. How do you want to bet? The corners of Ningfei's mouth rose as he said in a loud voice, if you lose, how about leaving the academy of your own accord? Of course, when uttering this condition, Ningfei didn't expect Qinshi to agree. However, Qinshi didn't even raise his eyelids and directly responded, fine, what about if you lose? This sudden dry vigor in turn caused Ningfei to stagger in place, but immediately, a huge surprise filled Ningfei's heart. Originally, according to the family plan, the constantly suppressing Qinshi, so that he would not be taken seriously by the academy, and in this way, there would be a great opportunity to retrieve the heaven mending pearl. But who would have thought that everything would have gone so well? Qinshi, the idiot. Surprisingly, he agreed to the condition of leaving the academy. Wouldn't that mean that one could overshoot and return to the family core? Voluntarily withdrawing from the academy and no longer being a student of the Creation Academy. Ningfei was a bit uneasy and said with renewed emphasis, nonsense, isn't that what leaving the academy is all about? Qinshi waved his hand with some impatience. Are you betting or not? Bet. Ningfei's cheeks reddened with excitement and his breath caught. If I lose, you name the terms. It looks like you used that Lu Tan trick. It was a godsend. Let Qinshi mistakenly think that he was winning, thus accepting the bet with such arrogance. My Ningfei's talent is truly extraordinary. If you lose, the items in your nascent sacred ring belong to me, Qinshi said calmly. Ningfei hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. In fact, in the nascent soul, other than that purple sky jade sketch, everything else was irrelevant. Although the purple sky jade slip was extraordinarily important to himself, to his family, could he possibly lose? Completely impossible. The grey-robed tutor frowned and rebuked. Do you guys have to play so big? A bet made in public, by academy rules, that has to be enforced. After saying that, the tutor glanced at Qinshi and persuaded. It's not easy to enter this academy of creation. Don't get carried away. Thank you, mentor. I have it in mind, Qinshi said with a slight arch. The mentor snorted coldly and shook his head helplessly. If you guys insist on going to gamble, I will be a witness, and when the results come out, no one can back out. Self-explanatory, Ningfei said impatiently. Qinshi also nodded in agreement. Ling Huang, who was on the side, clasped his arms and laughed coldly, mocking, two jumping clowns that. It's nothing but claptrap. I shall be number 1 in the feats competition. The two men bet against each other, causing an uproar in the arena. Even the 4 deans on the high platform were attracted to it. Master Shen, must this precious disciple of yours play so big? Master Yu was the first to speak. Shinshou Yue frowned, and also did not understand why Qinshi wanted to bet so much. One had to know that breaking away from the Creation Academy meant that Qinshi would have to face the pursuit from the behemoth that was the Ning family. Thinking about this, Shinshou Yu could not sit still and immediately wanted to step in to stop it. But at that moment, I only heard Qinshi shout loudly, Master, trust me, no matter who I'm up against, I won't even lose. Brat, trust you once, don't let me down. Shinshou Yu glared at Qinshi and, finally, he stopped in his tracks. Blind confidence is not necessarily a good thing, Master Yu said, shaking his head slightly. I'm not sure about that Ningfei, but against Ling Huang, Qinshi will lose. The reason he said that was entirely because he had previously asked Yin Feng about the progress of Ling Huang's gong method. When he learned of Ling Huang's cultivation results, even he was shocked. I thought that even if Qinshi had some means, it must be far inferior to Ling Huang. Oh, is that so? Shinshou Yu raised her willow eyebrows. I believe that Qinshi, no matter how, he won't lose. Since Master Shin is so confident, how about we follow through with a bet? A hint of cunning flashed in Master Yu's eyes. If Qinshi loses to Ling Huang, you'll take that moonflower spirit jade to me. How about it? Shinshou Yu thought a little and answered cheerfully. That's fine. I'll take this bet. But if Qinshi wins, put those 10 purple star spirit ginseng you treasured into the marrow cleansing pool to help Qinshi make further breakthroughs. Star Master's eyes were glowing as he listened, and he was busy coming over. Add me to the list. I'm also betting on Ling Huang to win. Shinshou Yu glanced at him and said, Star Master, you are really an old fox. The quota for this marrow washing pool also has your disciple Mengyu. So in this way, you will be able to make a profit either way. If you lose, it's just a little more elixir. If you win, it's just a little more elixir. But then I'll get my hands on that spirit jade. The Star Master laughed brightly. Hey, it's not just following the fun. Begin! As the gray-robed tutor shouted out in a loud voice, the atmosphere of the entire venue was instantly tense. The freshman trainees began to hold their breath and transport their energy. Zhao Yu, 1 Zhang of green light, qualified. Sun Nantian, 1 Zhang and 3 feet, not bad. Li Ming, not enough for a 10-footer. Failed. The atmosphere grew more tense as a briefing was given. Suddenly, the tutor's voice drew up. And Xiao'er, 2 feet 8, excellent. The voice was full of surprise and appreciation, instantly breaking the dullness of the field. 2 feet 8, do you know that in the past history of the academy? 3 Zhang that can be the top of the top. This little girl can reach 2 Zhang 8. This achievement is simply anticlimactic. It looks like the quality of this freshman class is frighteningly high. An older student said with wide eyes and a face full of awe. Hey, I'm looking forward to that trio of bets more than anything else, and they haven't even gotten on the field yet. Maybe it will surpass history and create a new miracle. That would be something to really watch. Another cadet's eyes burned with anticipation. Soon, the freshmen finished their inspection, and only Qinshi, Ling Huang, and Ning Fei remained on the field. Ling Huang moved lightly with lotus steps, stepped out of the queue, glanced at them both disdainfully, and said, I'll go first and I'm afraid neither of you will have the face to stay here any longer when I'm done with my inspection. After saying that, she closed her eyes and applied her energy, and in an instant, a majestic aura exploded and the green light rose up to the sky like an angry dragon, shining so brightly that the crowd couldn't open their eyes, and the whole place was instantly shaken. Chapter 84, Qinshi, is it so hard to admit that I'm good? In front of the hall of transmission, a green light rose up to the sky like an angry dragon out of the sea, and the light got stronger and stronger the more it gathered. The crowd was so dazzled that they could hardly open their eyes. Quickly check how many Zhang this is. A disciple spoke out in horror. 1 fathom, 3 fathoms, 9 fathoms, 18 fathoms. A freshman's voice trembled with excitement as he counted out loud. To be shouted out 18 Zhang. The whole scene first as if all the sound was withdrawn into a dead silence. Immediately afterward, a thunderous gush erupted. In the past, the highest the Academy's historical freshman entry was only 3 Zhang. This is actually 18 Zhang. Even though Ling Huang has made unlimited use of the Enlightenment Tablet and has been personally guided by elder brother Yin Feng, but 18 feet of green light is really too terrifying. A disciple couldn't help but shout aloud, and all the people around him were filled with astonishment, talking to each other, and eyes full of incredulity. The gray-robed tutor in charge of the inspection had the same look of disbelief on his face, and his mouth was slightly open as he froze in place for a while before coming back to his senses, shaking his head repeatedly, as if he could not believe what he saw in front of him. The corners of Yushi's mouth rose, and it was hard to hide his smugness any longer as he said, Shen Shi, it seems that this time is my win. Your Moonflower Spirit Jade must be ready. These days, Qinshi was so popular that the heavenly ranking experts in his own courtyard were all being suppressed by him. Master Yu's heart was so stifled. Now, this stunning performance of Ling Huang made him finally feel like he had gotten a game back, and he was in an unbelievably happy mood. Shenqiu Yue frowned, her eyes filled with surprise. 18 feet of green light. This was really out of her expectation. It seemed that Qinshi had not lost unjustly in this game. The 18 feet of green light around Ling Huang shone, as if she was a goddess on earth. At this moment, there was hidden watery air floating in his eyes. His chest rose and fell violently, and his expression of excitement was hard to suppress. See, Qinshi. Ling Huang lifted her chin high, her voice clear and confident. I, Ling Huang, am no worse than you. You're not the only one who's a genius. I can also come after you. These days, she had been guarding the Enlightenment Monument day and night, comprehending profound techniques over and over again. It wasn't just for Yin Feng's bet, but his heart was set on winning Qinshi. Although with the help of external forces, in this cultivation world, it is difficult to have absolute fairness. Winning is winning. She, Ling Huang, had waited too long for this day to raise her eyebrows. Ling Huang stood in the green light, looking around at the shocked or envious faces of the many disciples. The depression in his heart was swept away. I'm the proud daughter of heaven. What Qinshi, can do, I can too, and I can even do better. Afterwards, Ling Huang's gaze fell towards Qinshi, with a few moments of contempt in his eyes. In a haughty tone, he said, Are you convinced? Qinshi heard Ling Huang's condescending words and rolled his eyes impatiently. I'll serve you. You're so annoying. Are you done with the competition or not? Hurry up and withdraw when you're done. Ning Fei and I still have to compete. Ling Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. This reaction wasn't right. Shouldn't Qinshi be shocked by his 18 feet of green light? Even if he wasn't shocked, he should be angry or jealous. Ning Fei, who was on the side, followed suit. That's right, have you finished testing yet? Get down there as soon as you're done testing. Ling Huang was a bit confused, and her heart felt more and more out of place. Could it be that they were stronger than themselves? Impossible. Definitely not. They must be forcing it. Thinking of this, the corner of Ling Huang's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain. Qin sure, is it so hard for you to admit that I'm good? When the results of your Gongfu demonstration come out later, it will surely tear your present condescension to shreds. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Qin sure, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, only waving his hand toward Ning Fei and saying, "Hey, brother Ning, after you." Ning Fei hurriedly responded politely as well. "Hey, brother Qin, you please, you first." Those disciples and freshmen in the surroundings were in an uproar when they saw this. "Hey, just now the bet was so fierce, how come this is mutual modesty?" A disciple asked curiously. "Nonsense. In front of Ling Huang 18 feet of green light are invincible in the history of the academy. Now whoever goes up first is the most humiliated. So that's how it is, but it's also their bad luck that they met Ling Huang." At that moment, the gray-robed tutor frowned and raised his voice, shouting, "Don't dawdle, all of you, you two together." Ning Fei took a deep breath and began to exercise his energy, and in an instant, green light rose up from the ground. It's straight up to 3 feet high. This, too, drew a gasp of surprise from the surrounding crowd. However, with the shock of Ling Huang's 18 feet of green light in front of him, the reaction triggered by this 3 feet of green light was not that strong. Actually, this Ning Fei is already very strong. Let's not forget that. This 3-foot green light of his is without the aid of the enlightenment tablet. It's already quite impressive. A new student told the original story. The gray-robed tutor on the side also nodded secretly. Ning Fei's talent was really good. If not for Ling Huang's amazing performance earlier, Ning Fei's achievement would have been enough to break the all-time record for freshmen at the academy. The next step is the Qin dynasty. Just see Qin sure body green light appeared. Brush a moment, directly reached the height of 4 zhang. There was another gasp of amazement all around. And a disciple shouted with admiration. Brother Qin didn't use the enlightenment tablet either, but he still steadily suppressed Ning Fei. It's still Brother Qin who's the bull. The tutor's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This new student is really more than a surprise. To break through history without the aid of the Monument of Enlightenment was truly beyond imagination. Ling Huang sneered disdainfully at the sight. Sure enough, it's just a pretense of composure. Master Yu on the high platform nodded and exclaimed, "This Qin sure can, without the aid of the enlightenment tablet, and to reach 4 zhang of green light. This enlightenment is truly rare." At this time, Shin Shouyue's hanging heart also landed slightly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he lost to Ling Hua, as long as he won against Ning Fei, he would be able to remain in the academy, and having that would be enough. Seeing the 4 feet of green light around Qinshe, Ning Fei suddenly laughed madly. "Ha ha, the talent and wisdom of me was right. You're only 4 feet of green light." Afterward, Ning Fei stared at Qinshe with gloomy eyes, his face full of smugness. "Qinshe, you can't imagine. Lu Tan's disclosure to you of the 3-foot green light was something I deliberately made him say. And me, much more than 3 feet. When Qinshe heard this, his expression changed abruptly. "More than 3 zhang? How is that possible?" Seeing Qinshe in this state, Ning Fei laughed even more wildly and yelled at the top of his voice. "Qinshe, not only will I make you lose today, I'll also make you taste what it's like to be counted by me and betrayed by Lu Tan." As soon as the words fell, the green light on Ning Fei's body violently began to surge violently. The light was like a raging tide, clattering upwards at an astonishingly fast speed. I only saw the green light pulling up 10 feet by 10 feet and 9 zhang, 18 zhang, 36 zhang, 72 zhang, finally reached 98 zhang high. For a moment, it was as if the mute button had been pressed in the entire room, and everyone stared in disbelief. Full of disbelief, only Qinshe, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. "That's right, that's what makes it interesting." Chapter 85, Am I the Clown? The whole room was silent. A pin drop. A moment later, a disciple finally couldn't hold back and shouted out with his voice, "How can it be? That's never going to happen. 98 feet of green light. Is this guy crazy?" Even if it's a veteran student in the academy, very few people can reach this level. 2. Fake. It must be fake. A freshman broke down emotionally, having trouble accepting that. With the help of the enlightenment tablet, I've been comprehending day and night, and up until now I've only had a green light of 1 fathom. So why should he have 98 fathoms? Damn, is this Ning Fei sure he's not the dean's illegitimate son? I'm an old student, only 36 feet of green light with all his might. What makes him able to reach 98 feet? Another old student followed suit and yelled, his eyes filled with indignation and resentment. In an instant, All the other disciples exploded, and the scene was filled with clamor and noise. It almost breaks through the clouds. The gray-robed tutor was similarly shocked by the scene and took several steps back, his eyes widening in shock. Shock was written all over his face. His mouth opened and closed and opened again, and he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. I thought it would be me who would make a hit today, but who could have expected? Ling Huang's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles all white from exertion. But this 98 feet, how in the world did Ning Fei do it? But soon, Ling Huang began to reassure herself again in her heart. No matter what, as long as he could steadily suppress Qinshi, it would be fine. After all, Ning Fei came from a top family, so it wasn't surprising that he had some underhanded tactics. Qinshu Yue on the high platform was as white as paper at the moment, the whole person as if lost his soul, generally some disoriented. Finished. This is completely finished. This 98 feet of green light. Qinshi can be how good? Qinshi, what are you going to fight me with now? Ning Fei was in a state of madness, laughing uncontrollably. The aggression and resentment that had been pent up in the past because of Qinshi. At this moment it all came out like a flood that broke the dike. Laughing, Ning Fei suppressed his excitement and looked towards his mentor. Impatiently, he said in a loud voice, I request that the bet be honored and Qinshi be declared expelled from the academy. AI. The mentor was filled with helplessness and sighed heavily. Speaking slowly, he said, Qinshi, according to the bet, you need to voluntarily withdraw from the academy. But don't worry, you'll be issued an invitation when the academy opens up places for enrollment next year. Having said that, it is well known that a year's delay at this prime age of cultivation, even if Qinshi is gifted, in the future, I am afraid that it is difficult to do great things, and the probability is that it will be obliterated. Next year? Ning Fei glared at Qinshi with a fierce look on his face. I guarantee you won't be able to wait until next year. Without the shelter of the academy, you'll have to meet the wrath from my Ning family. You're dead. Dead. Qinshi acted as if he hadn't heard, and didn't pay attention to Ning Fei's shouting as he turned to look at his mentor. Mentor, I haven't even competed yet. The mentor shook his head with a regretful expression. 98 feet. How can you compare? Forget it. Don't make this pointless struggle. Qinshi was just about to open his mouth to defend himself. Then I heard Qinshu Yue's mana transmission sound in my head. Qinshi, listen. I will send you out of the eastern wasteland, no matter what the cost. When the time comes, you'll be incognito, and I'll personally come and get you back next year. Hearing these words, Qinshi's heart warmed, since he understood that Qinshu Yue uttered these words. Already, he was prepared to fight against the entire Ning family for himself. On top of the high platform, the Star Master frowned and, filled with dissatisfaction, she transmitted, Are you girl crazy? How dare you want to use your own natal star to cover up Qinshi's natal star? Even though this would cover his tracks to a great extent and prevent Qinshi from being detected by the Ning family. However, once Qinshi died in the middle of the journey, the Fate Star was reversed, and Mengyu's Fate Star would also fall. Looking at Ning Fei, who was becoming more and more openly complacent, Qinshi took a step forward, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc. In a low voice, he said, Just now, I just wanted to have some fun with you. You really think you're a dish, but if we continue to play, my master is afraid that he will be on fire. In that case, then I won't pretend either. The words fell, and in an instant, the original green light on Qinshi's body violently erupted away. That light was like a blazing sun breaking free from its bonds, blossoming out with a roar, actually reaching a height of 99 feet, steadily overpowering Ning Fei by a head. When Ning Fei saw this, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He subconsciously took a few steps backward, and then loudly droned, Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can this be? Ling Huang was also so shocked by this scene that she thumped back several steps, and finally she even squatted on the ground at once. His eyes were filled with fear, and he muttered, 198 feet, 199 feet, why is it like this? Am I the clown? Ling Huang's face turned pale, her former pride was shattered to pieces at this moment. The whole thing seemed to be in a state of endless self-doubt. His own perceptions had been subverted by Qinshi once again, and it was already unknown how many times. She really wanted to ask, is it me, Ling Huang, who is wrong, or is it this world that is wrong? The scene instantly plunged the entire room into a deathly silence, and then violently exploded with. The people were all filled with shock and were talking to each other. After a while, someone among the disciples came back to their senses and said aloud, Have you noticed? Qin presses Ning Fei every time, and only by one zhang. Is it possible that even this 99 zhang of green light? It's not Qin's true strength either. These words were like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, causing the whole place to shake once again. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Qinshi with a bit more awe in their eyes. At that moment, Qinshi looked at the disoriented Ning Fei and said indifferently, "You want Lu Tan to betray me, but do you realize that from the very beginning, Lu Tan was my eyes?" Those words were like a thunderclap exploding in Ning Fei's ears. Ning Fei only felt a boom in his head, and his entire being was confused. His eyes widened and he shook his head frantically, shouting, "Impossible! Lu Tan is my brother. Don't you dare try to break my Taoist heart in this regard." The corners of Qinshi's mouth rose slightly. Smilingly, he whispered, "Guess why I want what's in your nascent sacrifice? Isn't it because there's a purple sky jade symbol in there?" When Ning Fei heard this, he was struck by lightning. The purple sky jade slip was ostensibly a chance for himself, but in reality, it was about a plan for the family. If this goes wrong, don't say you'll lose your position in the family. Even their lineage would lose the support of the elders, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Fei's face was full of grimace, his eyes glowing fiercely as he hissed under his breath, "I won't lose, and I can't possibly lose." After saying that, he slapped his hands violently on the major acupoints around his body, and as he did so, his aura steeply drew up and the original 98 feet of green light actually surged out from his body once again. When Xinshu Yue on the high platform saw this, she immediately screamed out, "This is a taboo method inherited from the Ning family. Once performed, it is an overdraft of one's lifespan, roots and potential at the cost of all-round activation of one's own combat power, not to be used unless it is a life and death situation." However, this was just a competition. Was this Ning Fei crazy? Perhaps there's something in Ning Fei's nascent sacred ring that he can't afford to lose. Star Master's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The green light on Ning Fei's body skyrocketed, and that light almost enveloped the entire hall of transmission. Wherever the light reached, the crowd was somewhat oppressed by the intense aura. Right at this moment, a majestic and long-lasting dragon's roar came from above the 9 heavens. Master Yu raised his eyes and muttered, "Heaven's work transforms into a dragon. This is only possible when one's comprehension of the Xingtian creation technique reaches an extremely high level. Qin Shi is going to lose."